No, we never ever leave. Run the show, whoa, whoa, enemies never know, whoa, whoa. Got it all locked down, we don't sleep till the morning. Whole crowd loud on their feet and we going going No, we never ever leave. run the show, whoa, whoa, enemies never know, whoa, whoa. Got it all locked down, we don't sleep till the morning. Whole crowd loud on their feet and we going up, going up, going up, going up. No, we never ever leave. Run the show, whoa, whoa, enemies never know, whoa, whoa. Got it all locked down, we don't sleep till the morning. Whole crowd loud on their feet and we going up, going up, going up.
Good morning, StarCraft fans. Welcome to the final day of IEM Katowice. We have only 8 remaining players and 4 incredible quarterfinals to decide who will be going on to the Esports World Cup. Then after that, we'll head into our semifinals and finals where our $500,000 prize pool will be distributed. But more exciting than that, we've got great games ahead. We've got an incredible group of talent to tell you what's happening all day. And I'm going to be on stage just psyched as hell. So I hope I see you guys there. Don't go anywhere. Hang out, grab a snack, and let's get in there.
"16 players eliminated, only 8 remain. To continue the lineage, to finish the story, let's do this!"
And Heromarine picks up a huge 2-0.
Last battle as it is in full swing now, and that is finally it.
There's a wall that he could raise up and pick up the knife.
They're gonna try to get on top of the Disruptors as well. Nothing's gonna kill Maru.
That is way too many
That
Marines.
is so many. Oh my gosh, where did they all come from?
It's Dark who punches his ticket into the quarterfinals. And Byun has so much more army in the middle of the map that this game is slipping away. Here is a Heromarine. He's going to unfurl these minds. It's the Blameless Cure.
That's right, that man. Let's finish the story here for day number 4 of the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice 2024. 1 player will become the champion, but we have 8 players vying for that opportunity. Welcome to the desk here. My name is Kalaris, and joining me to my left-hand side, ZG as well as Rotterdam. It's an exciting time. We have all elite esports between these 8 players here, Roddy, to decide who becomes our champion.
It's going to be an amazing day. That guy got you hyped up, didn't he?
He did, yes.
Yeah, that guy, he had a quick, smooth intro there. That was proper hype. Goosebumps for all 3 of us over here at the desk. It's going to be an amazing day. You said it in the beginning of the weekend. Basically, once we enter the quarterfinals, we've got 4 finals. Because if you win this match, obviously you guarantee your ticket into the Esports World Cup. But the funny thing is that when you have 1 match, that technically isn't a grand final then, but it could have very well been. Serral and Clem came in as 2 of the top favorites of this weekend. I mean, how do you not get excited for this?
Oh, definitely. I mean, yesterday, obviously, as we look back here, some fantastic games across the board as well. So many series went the distance, CG. It was amazing.
Yeah, 3 out of 4 were 3-2s, and all of the matches had their own bits of excitement. We had some comebacks, we had some scrappiness, and I hope that we do continue today, especially for the TVZ, of course, coming up first. But the ZVZ has a lot of potential to be really scrappy and really fun, and the TVTs, fortunately, have been proven to actually be quite good. A lot of action, not necessarily all Cyclones, no Turtle. So the 2 TVTs we have in the bottom of the bracket should be very good as well.
Yeah, all the way towards the final there for those Terrans to be able to try and assert their dominance when it comes to Katowice. There's the potential. We have a South Korean champion as well, which, by the way, as Roddy kind of alluded to and told us a few days ago, there hasn't been for 4 years here on this stage, which seems crazy to think of when you think it's StarCraft II, but it could be a thing here this time.
Could be a thing. They've got 5 people that could lift that trophy up at the end of this very long day of StarCraft. But Gabe has something to say about that. I mean, we haven't even spoken all that much about Gabe, but he really has had a fantastic IEM Katowice. Historically, Heromarine does pretty good at these big offline events. He can really gear himself up and show up at a big offline event, but I don't think even Gabe expected this. 5-0. The man has only dropped 1 map. Only 1 person has done better so far than Heromarine, and that is Serral, who has honestly looked so damn good that it almost became a bit boring, whereas like I'm very hyped to see Serral, but I want to see him sweat a little. Like Yona has looked untouchable throughout the weekend.
There's been some interesting Serral interviews throughout the tournament. Like, I wanted to test some of the units a bit interestingly. Yeah, and he was thinking about his handshake meta. So he's in a pretty good place, is Serral. Let's take a look at the bracket here for today. We are covering every single match. It will be our quarterfinals into our semis and grand final. Also bears repeating, if you win a quarterfinal, you qualify to the Esports World Cup here. However, Serral and Clem, already there. So ZG, when you look at these quarterfinals, what's got you thinking?
I am thinking that there are obvious expectations, right, for who will advance on and take those slots. And then it's about trying to hype up the underdog. So we're going to call them Shin versus Dark, right? You think, okay, Dark's finally going to do it. He deserves to do it. All the military coming up. But Shin is the hope wrecker for other people and the hope believer, giver up, I don't know what you want to call, for himself. Then you have Maru being the best TVT in the world up against Byun, who does get close to defeating him, but not quite. And then you do have Cure versus Heromarine, which Heromarine, yeah, we haven't really talked about him very much because he basically did well in a group. And we were like, oh, that's awesome. And then he kept doing well, so we didn't really have to show him because he was never in contention. And then he went to the round of 8. So we didn't talk about him yesterday either. So we have to talk about him today, but up against Cure, who is the second best TVT in the world. That is extremely difficult. So there's the obvious choices, and then there's the underdogs.
Your thoughts on the bracket, Roddy?
I mean, I love it. Obviously, Serral Clem is going to be fantastic. I think coming into the weekend, 2 of them were considered top-tier favorites. I think if you ask a lot of die-hard StarCraft fans, name 4 people that you think could win this event, I think they would have gone for Serral, Clem, Raynor, and Maru. I think those 4 would have been the 4 most prominent names. So to see them here clash in that quarterfinals, just a month and a bit after they played against each other in America, the winter season in Atlanta. Back then, Clem defeated Solar 3-2 to run into Serral. Yesterday, he defeated Solar 3-2 to once more run into Serral. I think that's going to be an absolutely fantastic quarterfinals. I think all 4 of them obviously have a story, right? Like, it's impossible for these guys not to have a story. I'm super excited to see Gabe. Really excited to see Shin, Ragnarok. I keep calling him Ragnarok.
So do I.
Yeah, it's been so many years, but he's also a guy that we're like, yeah, he's very good, but he's not as good as the Solar and the Dark. But top 8 Katowice, again, 1 series away from back-to-back semifinals. Like, that's giving me goosebumps. Because if you would have told me in the beginning of last year, I think Shin is going to go back-to-back semifinals Katowice, I would have probably chuckled a little. Be like, yeah, no. If he makes round of 12, that's already 6. So him 1 series away from back-to-back semis is very impressive.
Yeah, very much so. Very much so. Now let's think about the road to the Esports World Cup as well. ZG, I want to bring you to the lovely board, to the road to the World Cup. I won't do an intro. Okay, yes, we've got a jingle. Brilliant. Okay, so I want your predictions here. Of course, we're looking at the 3 matches where people can actually qualify because we've already got 2 players already there. So who do you think is going to be able to make it? More reasons.
Yeah, I'm going to give a breakdown, but my choices might be the obvious ones like I was talking about. But Dark versus Shin, first of all. Got to talk about that. Shin, yeah, you wouldn't expect him to make it to the round of 4 again, but I think he actually can be very scrappy in ZVZ, and it was ZVZ that got him there last time. Dark has actually been stopped from the round of 4 the last like 4 or 5 times he's tried Katowice. 2 of those times at least were against Raynor, so is EVZ. Last year, Hero was the one that stopped him. So even though I'm saying this and I'm like, oh, okay, Dark's having a little bit of trouble getting past that point, right? I'm a big believer. I want it to happen. I feel like Dark's finally going to do it. He's finally going to break past that point, get to the round of 4, and then possibly even to the finals, which I think would make an excellent finals. But then we also now have Byun versus Maru. Byun, again, coming in as a bit of the underdog. Yes, he does take it to Maru in their TVTs, but it is a classic 8 racks versus 3 starport. Apparently, we're still kind of doing that, even though the Cyclones start off first, and Byun just can't quite defeat Maru's late game Terran, right? So I think that's still going to be the case, just a few more Cyclones in the mix, and Maru will indeed advance on. Finally, we have the people that, you know, are kind of undervalued as far as the Terrans go because we have so many great ones, but Cure proving once again his TVP is fine. He also has been considered the world's 2nd best TVTer, only defeated by the guy Maru, not necessarily by anyone else. So Heromarine has his biggest challenge yet, which is defeating one of the best Korean Terrans in the world, and he didn't really get tested in that at all in his groups. So even though most recently he was able to go 2-3 against Cure, I'm still going to give it to Cure. The expected outcome, but I do think the underdogs have an absolutely fantastic chance. If they pop off today, then we could actually have the complete reversal of all these guys advancing forward instead of the typical ones, but that's what I'm going to go with. That's my final answer.
Bravo, bravo. That was beautiful. That was awesome. I want Heromarine to go. All right, let's go back to the stage here. Thank you very much, CG, for that breakdown. So those are the predictions. I might get some other ones as time goes on. We've still got another segment before we actually get to those true predictions, because we're starting things off with Clem versus Serral. So maybe whoever's on the desk, I'll tease them and see what they think. But here we go. All right, this is a big one for everybody out there. I hope you're tuning in early for this. It's Clem versus Serral. I don't even need to give an intro to this, Roddy, because it's so bleeping good. Oh.
It's mega hype. And yesterday, the good news for Clem is that I felt he looked his best, and he's done throughout the entire weekend. Because it really hasn't been the weekend that Clem was expecting. As we take a little look at them doing the map videos while apparently getting your shirts ready. You're just putting those nerds to work.
I did get Serral to iron my shirt this morning, confirmed.
The king of Krakow gets whatever the hell he wants. Not even Yona is safe. No, but it's been a very different weekend for the two. I said it, they came in as two top favorites to win it all, not to have a good run, not to make round of 8. For them to win it all, but it's been very different. Serral has looked untouchable, magical, as strong as ever, and that says a lot because we had 2018 Serral. Clem, it's been a bit of a bumpy ride so far in the group stage. I mean, Clem was a combat shield away from being eliminated. Like, we can't forget about that. If Bonnie would have just researched combat shield in game 2, most likely we would have just said it happened again. Clem got eliminated in the group stage. In the end, Clem barely survived, made it into round of 12, had to dig very deep against Solar. No shame in that, but it's still a night and day difference, right? You compare the two journeys that these guys had. Serral, smooth sailing. Honestly, the highlight of Serral for me so far has been that double bisect flapped after he beat Beyond. That was so funny. He's like, bailing busting is kind of cheeky. He's like, I never do this. Like, all right, double flex. Like, that's been the highlight because he's been so dominant in all his games. Meanwhile, Clem had to dig so damn deep to get here.
Yeah.
CG, your thoughts?
Yeah, it really is a battle of the seemingly easy road versus the extremely hard road. But the other thing that I did want to mention is that when Serral won IEM Katowice 2 years ago, that was also off the back of an almost perfect, flawless performance. He got 10-0 in his groups back then. When he was stopped last year, it was a little bit worse. He actually got second in his group and had a bit more of a struggle having to play in the round of 12 as well. So if we go off of history, because obviously that's what we should look at for the future. Then yeah, Serral is going to continue his form of basically utter domination until maybe a ZVZ, and we'll get to that, and he will defeat Clem. But I think regardless of who wins, it's going to be a super tight, close TVZ. In fact, closer than the TVZ at Atlanta. 3-2 and even cooler games.
I almost feel like this can be a bit similar to traditional sports, though, where in the Netherlands we have Feyenoord against Ajax, right? And it doesn't really matter how they perform throughout the regular season, because when you put them against each other, it's always going to be a unique match. And, for you, I don't know, the Undertaker against whoever, Colares, even though that one is scripted, right, and this one is not. Like, sure, Serral has looked a whole lot better so far than Clem, but I do really believe that this is still a match on its own. And I think if Clem can bring his A game, Serral can also be in trouble. Serral can struggle because Clem looked so freaking good in December, up to the point where it felt that he was the invincible one and not Serral. So I believe that obviously we know Serral's going to bring it. There's absolutely no reason to assume that Serral's a tiny bit off his game. Serral's as powerful as ever. Clem needs to be as powerful as he was in Atlanta. If he does that, fireworks.
You're right. You're absolutely right. Thank you very much for the breakdown, guys, here. And he is one of the only people, not only in Europe, but also the world, that can bring it to the Finnish phenom. So let's head over to the stage here as we have Slemver. I can't talk. It's too exciting. Rachel, take it away.
IEM Katowice. It's a tournament with a storied history, and I can't think of a better match to start this off than one between a two-time Triple Crown champion in StarCraft II versus our most recent winner at ESL Masters Winter. Please help me welcome to the stage, representing Basilisk, Serral, and representing Team Liquid, Clem.
What a way to start off the final day. It is a massive Zerg versus Terran. Two rivals from the European region are going to clash.
I am incredibly excited for this one, Pig. This is going to be an amazing match to start off with. A best-of-5 series between two of the world's greatest pro gamers. The man on your screen right now, Serral, he's considered to be the greatest StarCraft II player of all time. But, of course, Clem, he's been giving him a run for his money. Clem's Terran versus Zerg is looking impeccable. I'm excited for this one.
Oh, it's going to be so good. I can't wait to see what happens. What special builds are brought by both of the players, and how well do they hold up against the absolutely massive pressure? Because you realize in this matchup, it is a battle of momentum, of speed, tempo, very important, and just the little minute tactics and strategies, especially in the early game, to get advantages can stack up massively. What a wild series this young man survived yesterday against Solar. That was a nail-biting victory for him, and you could see the relief. It was not just a moment of, oh yeah, I won. It was a, oh my, thankfully I survived. Like, that was a really hard-fought match. He worked for it, and he really earned that one.
This particular series is also a qualification match for the Esports World Cup. Now, so far, 2 players in the world have qualified for that event. And that's the 2 players on your screens right now. So Clem and Serral already qualified for that event. But the other quarterfinals that are coming up later today, they are incredibly important, not just for winning IEM Katowice, but also for the remainder of the year.
Serral looking ever so focused. Both players, of course, over there doing their vetoes by the ironing boards, getting themselves warmed up. No doubt having a bit of banter as well. They are players who know each other very well. They've practiced together. But of course, in the lead up to these big events, they have to become definitely direct competitors once again, where they are trying to hide all of their secret builds, save it up, because they realize this is the big guy you got to take down if you want to win the whole tournament. A lot of people saying that Clem is the strongest player when it comes to countering Serral. And of course, a lot of people are saying Serral's the overall favorite to win the entire tournament. So very well could be a match that decides the entire championship.
Now, this is a best-of-5 series. And that, of course, means that you cannot veto all the maps that you may want to veto. And right from the get-go, we're starting this series off on Equilibrium. It's a map that's considered to be very good for Zerg in particular. So Serral maybe getting the slight upper hand going into this particular match. Either way, I'm excited for it, Pig.
Heck yeah, let's get on into it. In the top right of Equilibrium, he's going to be starting on a map that's disadvantaged for him, but he has shown he has what it takes to compete in enemy territory. In the top right side, representing Team Liquid, hailing from France, it's Clem.
And his opponent in the top left, considered to be the greatest StarCraft II player of all time. Representing Basilisk, make some noise for Serral.
That's a big map. Yesterday we saw, of course, game 1 between Clem and Solar started on this map. Same spawns in terms of the Zerg was on the left, he was on the right. And he weathered an absolute storm of madness. It was insane. And it really is one of the things where obviously getting the gold base up is big for the Zerg. Getting established is very powerful. It's hard for the Terran to finish you off. And that's where Clem struggled. But Clem actually showed that the size of the map worked to his advantage in the late game because the Zerg also could not overwhelm him. And he was able to mass expand, absorb those punches, and overwhelm. This time, though, he's opened up with a very different, much more aggressive opening.
Yeah, you can make sure here that Serral has also watched those games. He knows exactly what to expect on Clem, or from Clem rather, on a map like this. This is a double barracks opener from our Terran player. Popular build over the last year or so. Byun popularized this some time ago, starting off with 3 Reapers in basically every single game. These days, we see a lot of 2 Reaper openers. We also actually see up to 5. It depends on whether or not the Zerg decides to go for a 3rd hatchery. Now, so far, nothing all too crazy here for Serral. He is going to be taking that 3rd nice and early. And yeah, we'll see if Clem is going to be able to punish him for it.
Yes, CV poking around the drone, already hiding far south, taking a detour to make sure that it does not get caught by the SCV or the Reapers. The Reapers are very mobile, fast units. They can deny your creep spread, and they can limit you from moving out to take a third. So Serral said, no worries, I'll move out a minute ahead of time, hide that drone. And now the first Reaper's coming in, seeing if he can get the tax. The Reaper tax, something which very few players avoid. We'll see what Serral can do with his micro. Just 4 Zerglings out. He's trying to rotate back the weak ones to the rear, even using a drone to get a bit of a nibble on that Reaper. And it does take just 1 Zergling kill.
Absolutely. In the meantime, that third hatchery has started up, and Clem is going to go past the 3 Reapers. So we already have Reaper number 3 and 4 on the production tab. This is a unit that has a lot of micro potential, but of course it slows down any follow-up as well. You have to be so careful. That rightmost upgrade on the production tab for the Zerg, it's metabolic boost, and that's going to make those Reapers very vulnerable.
Catching a Reaper with slow Zerglings would have been an impressive feat, but even getting a bit of damage does scare him a little bit. 3 command centers and a factory behind this. Clem, if he can get this base cancel, that's massive. I love these grenades. He's trying to bounce those queens away from the hatchery. Clem not committing just yet. He's decided, oh, let's go after the queens. He knows he's got a few seconds before Link Speed finishes. A very aggressive maneuver. But you know what? So far, Serral's micro is good. Link Speed is so close to finishing. That first queen does go down.
Absolutely. The third hatchery will be saved. If he can grab the second queen, however, that would be amazing. And indeed, he does. A flying start here for Clem, because in the meantime, he also forced out tons of Zerglings. This is not a good start here for Serral. It slows down any follow-up aggression as well, right? Because that creep spread is going to be so hindered. There's the Stimpak on the back of this. He already brought up the third command center. This is certainly not an all-in here for Clem. This is just, well, step 1 in a multi-layered approach.
Zero fear for Clem, leaving his door wide open right now. I gotta say, that looks a bit like a hero wall. That's
that's not perfect.
He does okay, he fixes it, seals it. Still got a depot in the middle and a depot in the south. 2 points of weakness. Reapers diving in. You don't want to lose these Reapers, but the fact that they're on the Zerg side of the map is so cocky from Clem. Wow. And he's getting rewards. He gets a queen. I doubt he gets out of here.
3 queens, though, is amazing. He's aiming for a 4th. He's going to try and occupy this high ground for a little bit longer. 4th queen? Wow. No. Man, that is more value than you should be able to get. I think 1 queen may be acceptable, but 4 and a drone? That's incredible for the Terran here.
Serral is very impressively not looking frustrated. I was really just staring at his camera that whole time. As the third and the 4th queen went down, I was like, let's look at Serral's reaction to this, because that's frustrating. It's not the end of the world. He did build 5 Reapers. It's an expensive opening. Oh, beautiful ambush. And Clem not happy with that. He already gave up map control by losing the Reapers, now losing his first 2 Hellions. Serral is actually staying calm in the face of a heavy pressure opening.
So what Clem is very good at is that tempo play. He loves the momentum that Bio army brings. He can hit in the face of the opponent and then come back a little bit later, do another hit, right? And he piles on the pressure in multiple layers. Because of this opener, and because he managed to snipe those queens, the creep spread is going to be severely hindered here for Serral. He's forced to either commit to, well, less queen inject, or he's going to have to commit to that creep spread. He doesn't really have the luxury to go for both here for just a little while, and that really slows down any Zerg approach in this game, and it makes any follow-up aggression from Clem significantly more powerful. That being said, though, grabbing those Hellions, it swings the momentum back in favor of Serral, at the very least ever so slightly.
Gold base now being started. Liberator in the north does take out a few drones. 2 of them going down before Serral reacts. Clem quick to micro the Liberator, not leaving any easy targets sitting out in the open. And of course, his 3rd command center's landed. Serral with only a 7 worker advantage. He wants more than that. He is droning quite hard. The lair has only just begun.
Man, those hands of the drones are almost within the liberation. They're going to scoot ever so slightly forward, but okay, that now allows the Spore Crawler to get within reach. Nice defense here by the finisher.
This is interesting because Serral, I think his numbers look fine, but it's his tech that's a problem. Baneling Nest has just started. It's going to be 9 minutes when Baneling Speed finishes. And really, what can Clem do in that period is the question. It's Equilibrium, so it's a big map. It's hard for Clem to straight up kill him, but definitely we got Stim, Shields, 1-1, all getting close to finish. Medivacs and Marines on the way. You've still got a Liberator and Hellions out there. So Clem's preserved his units really well. He's kind of been recycling, and he's ready to poke in from multiple sides. And if he can overwhelm Serral a little bit, I mean, the Marines are the big problem. That's going to demand a lot of Serral's attention. but that means the Liberator could get big damage back in the main.
Serral decided to rush out that gold base here. This is a high ground, of course, that Clem can certainly make use of. There are a lot of queens once more available. 1-1 is going to finish up for the Zerg in just a moment, but at this point it's not done yet here for either player. Oh, Widowmine getting a decent connection, nothing all too amazing.
The Queens are out of energy though. These Marines are heavily damaged. Clem knows he can't take any chances, and great defuse of the Widowmine. That one Zergling drags it, takes the one hit for his buddies. 4th command center going up behind this for Clem. Units lost is of course pretty good for Clem, but he hasn't found the big mark. You know, he hasn't done big damage. He hasn't gotten a drone line. The creep is getting a decent bit of control in the center of the map as well. So whilst he's keeping Serral from exploding, the problem is that gold base is now up, and with the gold base and the purple gas on it, Serral's income is going to explode.
Bailing speed though, still not done. It only just now started. About 9 minutes is what you said. I think that is indeed right. Up until that point, Clem should be able to fight on creep relatively comfortably. Dropping the main base right now as well. Liberator still being annoying. No defensive units for Serral just yet, but he's sending them down. That does leave the 4th base a lot more vulnerable. Good splits though.
Yeah, that Widowmine, I didn't even know how that fired so far. Zerglings drag them so far away. A mostly Widowmine drop does get some damage. 10 drones falling. Down in the south, the Hellbat Marine still hanging out. Bailing speed's not done yet, but the Queens have held on really well. I definitely felt like this window would be even scarier for Serral. His work account's not what he wants it to be, but the gold base, as long as he holds solid, if he can push this army back with Bailing speed, Serral's going to be okay.
Absolutely. Clem trying to pile on the pressure. He did not forget about the armory or anything along those lines. He's continuously upgrading here. Marines are trying their very best, but when Bailing speed finishes, and that is done right now, those Bailings are going to be able to roll forward. Great splits once again by the finisher here. I mean, he's doing a fantastic job dealing with all of those mines. Now the Bailings are starting to roll forward. Good splits as well, though, by Clem, mitigating as much of that damage as possible.
Great reaction by Clem. These Marines heavily damaged. Those medevacs are out of juice, but he does save most of the Marines to send them back to heal, attacking the north at the same time. Clem is keeping Serral's supply low enough that I think it feels okay for him, despite that gold base, of course, being a very present thorn in his side. The Marines and mines in north being annoying. Serral wants to get a counterattack going. This is exactly what you need to do. You can't just let Clem be the aggressor all game long. But Clem reacting rather slowly despite having a sensor tower vision. Ling Bane rolling in. There is only one Baneling left, but the SCVs are vulnerable.
Yeah, the SCVs have to run away. No more Banes available in this section of the map at the very least, so that's going to make things a little easier here for Clem. But that was not quite the perfect defense that we hope to see. 6 SCVs in total. That is recoverable, of course, but in the meantime, the wind was also taken out of the sails of the Terran inside of the main base, as well as at the bottom of the map.
Serral will need to be on cleanup duty. He's going to need a lot of overseers constantly rebuilding to clean these Widow mines up that are spreading across the map. I like this big attack on the south getting ready, and that's enough units to bust through a base. Clem is saying, okay, let's get back in the offense where I'm most comfortable, but he hasn't dotted his I's and crossed his T's. He's left that army in the south. That hole in his map vision is about to get punished.
Yeah, there's a planetary fortress set up, so that's at least something. Widowmine, okay. Ooh, got dragged so far that it almost re-detonated. Either way, this base is in a lot of trouble. Nice little bit of micro, though, with those SCVs, popping them into the command center, only to come out on the other side once again. But that's 14 SCVs, as well as a command center going down here, and that is a big loss right here for Clem.
That's so crucial, because look, Serral's creep is getting out across the map. He's stabilized on 82 workers. He's found a room to get to Hive. And Clem, of course, as a Terran, does not have an easily reproducible economy. He can't build 15 drones at a time. He can't chrono boost those command centers. Of course, he's got a new 4th base down. He's building a 5th command center. But if Serral can find one more move like that, it feels like he's just going to overwhelm Clem in the economy game. Clem will not be able to keep up if he keeps losing his 4th base.
Serral apparently feeling confident right here to even move a little bit off creep. Does get punished for it with a big Widowmine hit. Clem, though, starting to dwindle a little bit in that supply count, remaking the 4th command center over at the low ground, which is a bit risky, but these links will be cleaned up. Chaos everywhere, though. In the meantime, by the way, Hive is finishing up for the Zerg player, too, so he'll probably be powering up into maybe a couple of Vipers, Adrenal Glands, could even think about Ultralisks here. Ghost Academy is finishing up. It's going to be a Lurker Den. That's an interesting one. That Lurker Den is actually relatively late.
I definitely agree with that, Loco. It's going to be lurkers, and they're good for killing planetaries, right? They get the SCVs repairing. They're great at dealing with bio. They're also very annoying to like Nidus in the back of the base, so they can create problems for your opponent. But it's not like, oh, I've got 10 lurkers, you've got no counter to this, so I'm going to take you out. There's no way. Serral's going to be dealing with a Clem that is now established on his side of the map, and whilst he was pushed back for a while, Clem is heading to late game. He's got lots of command centers on the way. I believe the Ghost Academy is finished.
Yep.
Clem now marching across with a maxed out force. His 3-3's not quite done just yet, but if he could force a fight, say 30 seconds from now, just when 3-3 finishes, he's got a big window where he has a massive upgrade advantage.
Drop heading on over into the main base. Queens are waiting on the perimeter here too. They're going to be able to push this back relatively nicely. In the meantime, big fight over here. Also not going too great for the Zerg.
Concussive shells being remembered as well. Such a vital upgrade as these heavy Marauder counts come in. The 8 racks is really flowing out that production. Good hold in the main though by Serral. His Queen defense has been on point all game long. Marines poking their way in there, but it looks like they're AFK for a second. The Overseers and Hydras deal with it. The attack in the south is the more important one, as it looks like he's really just putting a dent in the creep in the mid. Ghost production really exploding behind this as well, and a new command center being added every minute or so. Whenever Clem gets a bit of extra minerals, more command centers popping up in that tab.
Absolutely. Establishing the Iron Bank, that is the main goal right here for our Terran. Maybe the tempo advantage has not gone the way that he wanted it to, but he is going to be able to play that big macro game. And that is something that Clem has really improved in over the course of the last year. Now, it's a Nidus Worm follow-up right here for our Zerg. There's an Overseer flying at the northern section of the map. No vision right there for that sensor tower. So if Serral manages to pop a worm inside of the main base and bring a bunch of lurkers across, that could be disastrous.
Oh, big ambush right now. So many Widow Mines caught on burrowed in the front line. He does let them burrow and they get decent hits, but a lot of Widow Mines already went down. Nice parasitic bombs in the south. Medevac's getting popped. Clem is so occupied right now. He is not watching for the Nidus Worm. Serral is starting to push him back on both sides. I'd love to check in on that unit's loss tab because it feels like normally you want to be at least 25% ahead. Serral's keeping those numbers surprisingly close.
There it is. It's going up into the main base right now. Is Clem ready for this? Obviously, as the game goes on, Terrans are moving further and further out into the map. He does have a couple units popping out of those barracks inside of the main base, so it looks like he will be able to deflect it, but just barely.
Ooh, nice taking out there a bunch of those Widow Mines, those Banelings with the Widow Mines in the bio. The Marauder Ghost starting to hang out. Oh, Serral's being very annoying. You need to build a Viking at this point. You can't be letting him pop Niduses here because this is just a way he draws your attention. Clem needs to already be microing armies in 2 or 3 places at once, and he's in danger of getting punished and abducted into those Hydras. Those could be full medevacs going down. It's a big counterattack on his 3rd base, and there we go, abducting a full medevac. It falls. Serral with a fantastic move. Clem's reinforcements do come up, though. He drops behind the mineral line. Serral has to fall back, but guess what? That pulled his attention to the front. The Nidus Worm is up in the back of the main. An oversight from Clem, letting these multiple overseers in the back is costing him big time.
Fantastic multitasking right here by Serral. Classic 1-2 punch, distracting the opponent, and now suddenly the floodgates have been opened. There's another Nidus Worm. I think that's in the natural of our Terran player. Lurkers are gonna go back into the worm. They'll pop out over in the natural expansion, and now suddenly Clem has to put out fires in 7 different areas at once. He was previously on the side of the Zerg, right? But that is long gone.
The gold base is exposed. Serral's going to pounce on it. And that is beautiful. He says, you are so distracted, you can't defend down here at the same time. The Banelings go north. A massive fungal ambush was just off camera to the north there. Wow. I was wondering why all the Banelings diverted north. Turns out in the midst of that, Serral had set up an infestor, burrowed underground, waited for that army to rotate, and he pounced. You cannot give this man an inch or he's going to take a mile.
That was about as good a start as you can get as Clem, especially against Serral. He got 4 Queens with 5 Reapers and then also a drone. I don't even remember the last time that has happened. That is a fantastic start for Terran, and usually what happens is that slowly flows into a game where Terran is just going to be able to put on a little bit more pressure and then even more damage, and then ultimately the big timing attacks, they allow you to win the game. Even though he dealt so much damage, Serral shut it down. Serral did not really seem to be too hindered. He had to make some tactical decisions there to get back into the game, maybe taking that gold base, for example, a little bit quicker than he really wanted to. He had to cut some corners. His Baneling speed was very late, but this was incredibly well handled by Serral.
Going for the 3rd hatchery and then not committing and saying, you know what, I'm not going to commit to that because I might not get it, but I can take out those Queens. He got great damage. Serral did immediately answer. You know, that was what was really well done, and you could see the worker count for him was not terrible. It was a nice momentum for Clem, But Serral just didn't let him capitalize on it. And then these small little tactical run-bys just kept going in, right? It was a few Banelings there. This circling Baneling, just when Clem was trying to move back across the map, that was such a big surprise. And I really think this took the wind out of Clem's sails. It's so fascinating to see the way Serral was just kind of in position to take advantage of him. And it felt like, oh, once again, Clem was about to stabilize, but he didn't deal with these overseers. I mean, you've got to have a Viking ready, basically, to hunt them down. You've got to have either turrets on the edges or Vikings. Once they get in the back, because he had one behind the natural in the third as well, another overseer, he could just keep popping Niduses in 3 different locations. And that's going to cost him 0 supply, very little attention for Serral. For Clem, he's running Marines and Marauders around in a situation where you're already at your limit. I mean, if you're trying to micro Biomine Ghost on 2 fronts and at home against multiple Nidus Worms, it gets out of control. So Clem has to be very cautious about giving Serral opportunities to distract him.
Now, Equilibrium was certainly Serral's map pick. That means that this next map right here has been decided by Clem. The map is Heartland, bottom right-hand corner. Representing Team Liquid, it's Clem.
Big get power indeed. Well, he's going to need it because this man in the top left is looking fantastic so far. In the top left, representing Basilisk, he is a fantastic Zerg. He's up 1-0. It is Serral. Widely hailed as the greatest player of all time, his consistency over the last 6 years of his career have been second to none. First finished high school at the end of 2017, immediately made a grand finals, didn't win his first one, lost to Neeb over there, and then he basically won everything for a year and a half or so. After that, very few losses on his record. And what's been interesting is seeing Serral every year or two redefine himself since then. Show completely different builds, very different styles. He went from a very defensive player to a very aggressive player. Lots of Nidus Worms, lots of mid-game timing attacks. And just really clever build preparation for his opponents. I think this is the edge Serral has. I think if Serral goes in playing Clem, and he doesn't know it's Clem, it's a barcode or something like that, I think Clem is going to beat him the majority of the time because Clem has such ridiculous speed, and in a standard game, Clem is so hard to match. Serral, however, knowing Clem's habits, he realizes that Clem, if you let him get going, is nearly unstoppable, and he has so many plans in place to basically, just when he's about to get going, Ling Bane's going to hit the base, take out the 4th. He has to pull home for that. You know, just when he's moving out, Banelings are hitting his base as he's microing 2 fronts. Serral will have his entire game plan adapted specifically to try and take down Clem.
You're absolutely right. It's important here for Clem to not really get too frustrated in this series, because I can imagine, right? You're loading up on Equilibrium, like, okay, this is going to be a tough map. It's Serral's map pick. I'm going to try my very best, but you know what? I don't really necessarily need to win this one. And then you get that fantastic start, grabbing all those queens. You're like, oh man, this is going really well. If he has a worse start in this particular match, and it's going to be hard to get a better one, it's important here for Clem that he does not get tilted over such facts, right? Because it's very easy to get stuck in your own head. This has the potential to be a very long series. It's only a 1-0 advantage for now for Serral. I think Clem has the capabilities to get back into this. In the meantime, by the way, that drone has done a full loop around the bases. Low ground third has already been taken. It wasn't the primary choice here for the finisher. Oh, he died in the air.
Mid-air shot on that drone.
Basketball player Clem over here.
Yeah, I was thinking like this Reaper's like a, you know, clay shooting or something. It tosses it up in the air and just shoots it down. Very cool quick draw maneuver. Third command center on the way behind it. Clem's favorite opening build order. We'll see if it's the Viking Lib, or the Banshees. Banshees is most common. And Serral, when he does more like roach aggression especially, you'll see Clem go for the Banshee very often. But if he feels like, no, I just want to have smooth, constant aggression, usually it's just straight into the Liberator is the easiest way to put pressure on for the lowest cost.
Absolutely, and that is something Clem has been favoring a lot as of late, right? We seem to go through phases in this matchup where Terrans are going Banshees almost every game and then they're going Liberators every game. These days, it's a little bit of both. Now, we have the Tech Lab coming up. We'll probably see the big switcheroo inside of that main base momentarily. So it's Hellions and Banshees with a quick third command center. I know this is not the build that Clem invented, but in my mind, this is the Clem opener. You know, this is the build that he's incredibly good at. You have a big economy. You can't really, well, lose the game, assuming you micro well early on, because you have all of the tools you need to defend. Problem, of course, is that now you're going up against Serral, and he will be more than happy to play this macro game. Yes, he likes to reinvent himself from time to time. Yes, he likes timing attacks these days, but he's more than happy to play the big macro game.
Serral's playing kind of dirty as well. I mean, in terms of how clean it is, I mean, like it's frustrating.
It's so clean, it's dirty.
Yeah, that's like literally the feeling Clem has. He's like, did you just run in, kill an SCV, scout my entire base, and run away? Like, can you not do that, please, sir? Like, this is not fair, mate. Cute adjustment from Clem, though. He was not planning to go cloak. He was just going to play like a single cloakless Banshee. Then he got scouted, and Serral saw no cloak, so he started cloak. And now I think he's going to cancel cloak when that dies.
It's so funny because getting one Zergling in is hard, right? And now we just see him getting follow-up checks in as well to make sure, are you still researching that upgrade? Are you still actually doing what you were originally doing? Yes, this is about as standard as of a game here from our Terran as possible, but Serral making sure that he is 100% aware of what's going on. We do not yet have a Baneling nest, do we? We don't yet have a Roach Warren either. Could this be the Hydra style that we saw from Scarlet earlier?
No, Serral would never play that.
That's what I'm thinking.
It does look like it. I think it's just a little late. It actually looked exactly like
you made a mistake? No way.
I'm like, I could not. I haven't asked Serral about it, but I can hear in my head his response if I asked him about the Hydra build.
Yeah.
There'd be a raised eyebrow and a bit of condescension in his voice, I bet. Like, if he hasn't played with it a bunch, and like it is, because it is actually a really cool build, but yeah, I think Scarlet's the only one who knows how to make that work right now, so we'll see if that Banshee in the top can get that hatchery. It's a lot of damage right now. The Reaper Alien picking off the Queens. Queens are almost out of transfuse. Clem's being a nuisance. I don't think he finishes this off, but I think he's damaged it enough that in the future, Marines may be able to stim in and snipe that.
Banshee's trying to get some shots in on the Queens. Overseer is nearby, though. I think it's about time we disengage.
Very, very over-the-top micro from Clem there. You're looking for a bit much.
Individually, he was never going to get a Queen there, but...
No, we can get two more hits in before. Like, don't lose the Banshees, mate. And this is part of Clem's play is all about excitable, opportunistic micro. So, you know, he dives in, gets a Queen. He did harass Serral heavily on the top. Baneling speed is now started. Is that only one Evo chamber on the way right now? Did he forget the second one? That seems very... For this late in the game, you almost always want to be playing double Evo chamber.
Yes. No, he just made one initially, and now he's added on the second one a little bit later. You're absolutely right. This would be a very late set of upgrades if he did not go for a second evolution chamber, but ultimately we do end up with Ling Bane, and that is the unit composition that Zerg players are very comfortable with. Second factory coming up right now. Armory on the production tab, nice and early. He will not be hindered with the 2-2 research.
Yeah, I remember back in the day, a lot of people, just the builds were a bit less refined. Players would get that second factory so much later, but Clem, even if he's got 1-1 almost finished and you kind of want to build the armory, he always gets the second factory first, because especially for him, drilling claws is a very important upgrade. You know, the units unburrow faster, they burrow super quickly, and we've seen multiple times, when does Clem get in trouble in these games? It's when his Widow Mines are caught unburrowed, but you know, the drilling claws helps with that massively, because you can just very quickly press that button and get out of trouble. Oh, that Widow Mine was close to setting off there. Hitting the Queen's not a big deal. Clem grabs one Queen and disengages.
There are, in the meantime, a bunch of Banelings set up in a location that are, it's quite difficult to see. I think there should be Hellions, there we go, that will be able to shut this down.
Beautiful.
Great splits right there, yeah. These guys are so incredibly quick, right? Like, sometimes you look at these engagements in isolation and you're like, yeah, I could do that. But then if you consider the fact that they're usually microing 2, sometimes 3 areas at once while also managing everything else, it's kind of ridiculous. Now, this is a nice little engagement right here for Clem. Grabs one of the Queens, but he's going to be forced to boost out of there once more.
He's keeping Serral on the edge of almost no energy on those Queens. Every time he goes in, the transfuses are barely saving them. And then he's getting a Queen and getting out. Drop is on the way. A Drop-a-Lord, sorry, for Serral is being morphed. So he's probably just going to do a little Baneling drop at some point. We're going to get... Oh, beautiful first-person view of Serral. It's an absolute treat. The Bio coming in on that right side. Ling Bane is there. He's got to get the Banelings onto the Hellbats if he wants to engage that push. A second drop, so he's going to go double drop. One on both sides. Oh, I love this play for Serral. Really good way of trying to catch Clem off guard. Widowmine does get fired into his own units at the top. He's trying to pull back here as well. He's going to have to roll Banelings into that. He can't wait much longer. Those Hellbats are coming forward. I like the way he's buying time. And he's got double Baneling drops ready to go in that could take advantage of a distracted Clem, but right now Clem dives in! Oh my lord!
The hatchery lives! The hatchery lives with like 2 HP. That's absolutely massive. He will be able to transfuse it up. I think he wanted to try and have this be defended at the same time whilst he's dropping the Banelings. That is what he's going to be doing at this point in time. He will have to reestablish the creep. Eyes right now, though, of Clem. Are they pointed towards the third base? Okay, they are. He decides to run those SCVs away, because that is one of those situations. You don't see it frequently as a Terran, right? Maybe the Protoss, they will drop you, but not in the same way that Banelings would hit you. It's not quite like a Widowmine drop, right? Which is a strategy we see all the time, but nice response.
That would have been absolutely perfect if Serral could have dropped those mines in the midst of the fighting, but this just speaks to the pressure that Clem brings. Look at this. Serral's always half a step behind on being in the exact right position. He's doing pretty good. He gets another Bailing drop in, but the SCVs had pre-evacuated again. And this is the game. Zerg versus Terran is about getting your opponent to be looking at the wrong place at the wrong time. Right now, Serral is the one who's playing reactive. He's on the defense. It is Clem who is picking where and when those fights happen. Beautiful hold position into the spready. That one Zergling taking one for the team.
Yeah. Speed and momentum, that is what we see all the time. Now, Serral has accidentally forgotten here in the heat of all of this, well, I said it at least at the start of that sentence, about the +2 armor upgrade. It's a bit out of sync. Obviously, one of the evolution chambers was also late. He has, however, caught up on that already.
Oh, Marines in the main base. Oh, very nice snipe here. Gets through to one of the medevacs. The other medevac is going to go down as well. Great defense there. Clem was busy picking up in the back. He's on the right side again. Clem is flowing right now. He wants that hatchery. It is taunting him, and Serral will not be giving it up easily. Serral is not willing to go back to 3 bases. His 5th in the bottom left is very exposed. The Marines click it. He gets it. Clem steals that with a brutal snipe. Gets his Marines out. His pickups are some of the smoothest in the game.
Absolutely, that creep never re-established in that area of the map either. Luckily for Serral, he did a remake, a hatchery over at the 9 o'clock position on the map, so at the very least he's going to be able to continue mining with those workers, but they are going to be distracted for just a little while. Hive Tech will be coming up momentarily, +3 starting up right now for the Terran. We've got ourselves a very nicely paced game here.
Yeah, it's so high level, and honestly, it's getting to this point where it's not quite late game. They're kind of crawling to the later stages because so much is happening. There are so many engagements. Oh, those Widow Mines not burrowed! Oh, Clem with a bit of a sloppy move forward gets punished. Serral dives on it opportunistically and says, that's what happens if you don't burrow your Widow Mines, mate. Gets rid of all the Widow Mines without taking any big hits. This drop's going to try and distract. He's got an attack on the right side at the same time. Looks like Serral's there as well. Bailing's connecting with the Marines. Serral defends on all sides, even in behind the natural. The medevac just got shot down. Beautiful production, by the way, from our observing team. Just shout out to those guys for catching all this action. I'm having a bit of a headache just trying to follow it on the mini-map, but this is insane. The pace these guys are playing at, and Serral, even though he was on the back foot for a while, you can see he's now in the driver's seat, and it's Clem that is reacting to him.
Yeah, one thing I don't like, though, for Serral is the amount of creep that he's got, especially if you compare it to some of the previous games we've seen him play. Yes, he's got a decent amount of the map covered, but this is certainly not a situation where we can, well, really decisively say that this is a massive advantage for the Zerg. Yes, he's been cleaning up all the aggression. Clem is going to have to be playing this a little bit slower now. Serral also does have that tech lead, but I still think there's a lot of opportunities here for Clem to get back into the swing of things here. Lurker then, however, is coming up. Infestors, well, we saw one big fungal in game number 1 of this series. Serral is going to be looking for that here once again.
A sane Terran might have to play a bit more cautiously, Loco, but this isn't a sane Terran. This is Clem. This man never stops attacking. I love it. He got pushed back to his side, and he immediately just grabs his army and pushes over here. Serral's actually doing a big counterattack, denying that base. Lots of Widow Mines making it kind of awkward to engage. He's going to split a few Banelings into that 3rd mineral line. Those could get some big hits, but oh, even there, he's spreading in the midst of everything else. Great spreads for Clem to minimize the damage.
In the meantime, Clem also managed to shut down that base in the middle of the Zerg expansion, so that high ground expo not going to happen here for Serral just yet. There is, however, a light at the end of the tunnel of all of this Terran aggression, and that is the Lurkers. Seismic Spines, the rightmost upgrade, well, at least it was the rightmost upgrade just a second ago. That one is going to make this defense so much easier, but Clem, once again, moves forward, gets the cancel on that base.
Concussive Shell Marauders are being mixed in heavier numbers now that there's 8 racks up, and they're very good for stalling out the front line. Also means if Banelings are hitting them, they're really not that effective. Spore Crawler finishes at the perfect time. Of course, the drones still need to pull away. Clem, one of his biggest late-game tools is Liberator Harass. It's a low APM way to get big damage.
Well,
I say low APM.
A little too low right there.
Yeah. Serral's all over it, man. Serral's really not letting him get any big advantages. Oh, my lord. That
Fungal!
That one Fungal, boy, he's looking for it! Massive Fungal! Clem is not happy with that. He only saves 1 or 2 units. Widow Mines firing into his own units as well. He is on the run. It's an absolute rout. His entire army is fleeing in disarray. His command center is lifted. SCVs are getting taken out, as are the depots. A lot of Zergs would have dived there looking for the victory, but Serral is not any other Zerg. He is calm and collected in the face of what seems like an intense moment. He says, no. Wait for the Lurkers, wait for the Adrenal, get the next upgrades. I'm just going to keep ripping him apart technically, clinically, and even though you can see him kind of puffing out his cheeks and exhaling, you can tell Serral does feel that pressure, but he doesn't show it in his gameplay.
You're absolutely right. Usually whenever we see that transition towards lurkers, it's taken a little bit slower, right? Zergs will just step off the gas for a moment and then they continue the aggression. But Serral has been going the entire time. Moving on the right side once again where that third base was located. Good engagement over here while Clem is distracted on the left against those lurkers. GG is called. Serral looking absolutely incredible here in this series. This game was a little scary for him, but he just looks so dominant.
Recruiting some Widow Mines at the tail end of that battle to shoot down his own friendly medevac. Serral, you can tell, not completely satisfied with how these games went. There is room for improvement in his head.
Yeah.
What I saw, you're playing against probably the best Terran vs. Zerg player in the world right now, a player who's on fire in this tournament, and you have just taken away his map. Clem said in his interview yesterday, the way it works with the veto system is usually, especially if they're player A, you have to play 2 Zerg maps in the first 3. You've just got to kind of survive those first 3 games in a best of 5. If you get to maps 4 and 5, it's going to get a lot easier. But now being down 0-2, Clem has no lives left.
You're absolutely right. That means that Serral is going to be the one who gets to pick the next map. Although, interestingly enough, it's going to be Alcyone.
Oh, okay. So maybe it was actually Clem who was A in this one.
Yeah.
A bit of a better map. I know he feels confident there. Not sure if Serral is like Solar, keen on Solaris. Most Zergs usually are pretty happy there. I have seen him play it a lot recently versus Maru and the like. So that's probably going to be map 4. And of course, usually the Decider is going to be one of those maps that's very evenly balanced between the two. No real favored. But honestly, it's momentum is huge because mentality-wise, Clem focuses on getting advantages and then running with those advantages and building them and getting momentum until he is an absolutely unstoppable force. Serral right now is doing what Serral is an expert at, and he's shown over the years. He's not letting the ball get started rolling. He is keeping it completely stationary, and it's on this man to find a way to break out. This is his last chance. He needs to now win 3 games in a row against the greatest player of all time. If anyone can do it, it's going to be him. He's going to need your energy now more than ever. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Clem!
And down here in the bottom left, the man who looks nearly unstoppable in this tournament. Playing with the blue Zerg drones, representing Basilisk, he is Serral. Calm and collected. Serral has got that surgical precision, right? We see it go so well for Clem so frequently in this matchup when he gets a bit of damage done and then ultimately he overwhelms you with layers upon layers of aggression. But Serral, he halts it somehow, right? Midway through all of those pushes, he's like, no, this sequence of events is gonna go my way. I will clean up the drop, I will clean up your army, I'll do some damage with a Baneling counterattack, and suddenly that momentum, it swings. So often do we see Clem play this matchup and he grabs the reins at like minute 3 and he never lets go. But yeah, even though he had some of that going in the previous game, Serral, he managed to put a halt to it, and that makes the game so difficult to play for Clem.
It's so hard to get going when he's just always got a few more links and veins there. And it's so funny because like, it's just Serral, you know, even if he ends up with a 3-0 here, there are a lot of people who say, oh, it looked like there was no chance, Serral's just better. And he does this to everybody. Serral comes in with so much preparation to take away your strength, your strong points. And it's little details. Notice whenever Clem is engaging on one side, Serral will try to counterattack on the other side or send the Baneling Bust to the run by him. He realizes that if he just kind of purely says, oh, okay, you move here, I'll try to counter move, like just like react with the micro in that one position, Clem's going to out-micro him because he's got ranged units with Stim and Medivacs. Like, there's not much you could do with Ling Bane there other than be in the right position. What you can do is you can overload the Terran by hitting them in 2 or 3 other places at the same time, and that's when they start to make mistakes. And Serral keeps doing that over and over. Not to mention, of course, just having extra units and his queens always in every position to stop the aggression before it gets started.
Absolutely. Third base so far, the Knight. Clem has decided to leave that SCV on patrol command in that location, which makes it quite difficult for the Zerg to take it. This may very well prompt Serral, though, to go for a different strategy altogether. Sometimes we see Zergs looking at this and they're like, you know what? I'll just make a Roach Warren and I'll try and go for a cheeky little bust on your side of the map. Serral will still try and take it, but at the very least his build order plan here, it's been pushed back.
Clem being very annoying in the start. I really like this. And he's even going to bounce the queen further away. No creep spread for you. You're going to be further over to the right side. That third hatchery got quite delayed, and the link speed being very early, Serral's opening ends up not being quite as efficient as he'd like. If it was a 15 hatchery, 15 pool, he'd already have his natural saturated. But of course, he's building a bunch of Zerglings. He's actually building these Zerglings very fast, which I find fascinating. I guess he's going to look for a run by into the natural. So I think he's going to sneak these Lings around probably the left side of the map, and then try to run in as the Hellions leave.
Very likely. Usually Terrans will send, ooh, nice snipe. Usually Terrans will send all of their units towards the other side of the map to harass the Zerg and to, for example, slow down that creep spread. But indeed, we have about 10 or so links on the left side of the map. There's going to be a few available as well at home, ready to defend. The bases are wide open, but Serral does not quite know that, right? He knows the timing at which Hellions 3 and 4 will spawn. They're popping right now. So I guess Serral will commit at like 4 minutes and 10-ish seconds.
If the Hellions move out, that's what he's
he
waiting
does not
for.
see them moving out. Well, there they go.
Yeah, this is it. Serral does not want to let Clem get in his comfort zone. He knows that if Clem starts having success with attacks, he's going to bounce back.
There you go.
But right now, Clem is in a fragile state because he's just not finding any success. His confidence is waning. Serral is doing everything he can to take away the momentum. And a lovely backstab. It's going to find 4-5 SCVs at least. Not to mention the Hellion Reaper distracted on the front. The Reaper almost goes down. Clem could try to do a counterattack. These Hellions nicely placed in that main base. Clem does have some of the best SCV Hellion micro in the game. These Hellions taking damage on the front. He's got to be careful.
Absolutely. Overlord even flying on over in this direction too. Not exactly sure what it is up to, but it will end up getting sniped. Either way, Serral sees the exact follow-up as well, right? In a way, this is like a nice scout. I wouldn't have minded if he decided to commit a little further with those Hellions, but he didn't know that there were no Zerglings ready to defend.
And I mean, he's so eager to counterattack now. He's taken 9 SCVs this early, which is so bad for a Terran at this early juncture. But guess what? What do you do to get back? Well, you're Clem, you counterattack. You're a great attacking player. You don't want to be stuck on the defense. But this leaves another opening.
Yeah.
Serral is looking to just basically let nothing happen on Clem's schedule. Serral first-person view here. Oh, the Marine reaction was pretty slick there as they do try to get guarded by the SCVs. But those Marines do get surrounded. Serral is being a massive nuisance to play against. Clem not having this early game go his way.
Look at it, right? Clem forced to send all of his units back with the exception of that Liberator. That Liberator is super late here. 1-1 upgrades are going to start up here, but yeah, wind out of the sails. I think that's the best way to describe it. Clem really loves being the aggressor in this match, and while he has gotten a lot better at being the defender, right? For example, that style that Maru likes to play. So far, this game is not going his way at all.
First, lucky break for Clem. His Liberator spotted the next round of Lings that were going for the run by. He pulled his Hellions back in anticipation. The thing that doesn't bode well for Clem is his build is looking quite messy at home. He's had to spend a bit more APM kind of fixing up his building add-ons, reorganizing his workers, his saturation. He's built an extra Reaper accidentally, as we saw it popped out of his barracks there at home as well. It's a bit of wasted 50 gas. So a few small mistakes happening for Clem. And he's got to be prepared because he's seen now Serral's game plan. It's to attack you when you want to be attacking him. You're going to need a little bit of extra insurance as Clem. Whenever you want to move out with a big attack in the rest of the series, you need to have spotting units out there. You need to check your edges, your corners, to make sure he's not waiting for you to move out and be out of position.
Now, by the way, if this is making you nauseous, these are some of the absolute fastest players in the entire game. When we talk about the fastest players, usually Clem and Raynor come to mind. Serral, of course, we saw his first-person view a little bit ago. Also incredibly quick, but Clem, you can see that he's double-checking, he's rechecking, and he's, well, making 100% sure that everything is A-okay for now. But yeah, in the previous games, we saw him being the aggressor at this stage in the game already. Now he's been forced to sit back. He's got the Hellions, however. He's got the Armory, a little late maybe, but he's going to be able to morph these Hellbats, or these Hellions rather, into Hellbats in just a moment, and they're going to be able to join in the push. Liberator does get shut down.
Serral's been on point with that Liberator defense. I feel like the Liberator is a big part of Clem's success in Atlanta and some of the other tournaments, but Serral has adapted and adjusted. A couple Hellions get surrounded. Good.
Oh, Zergling run by once again over in the natural expansion of the Terran, and that is incredibly expensive because once more, Clem is forced to play defensively. Baneling speed is on the horizon, and that makes any base defense for Zerg so much easier, especially on creep. Speaking of which, that creep is already really far out. 2-2 has fired up before the Terran's 2-2, because Clem, yeah, there he fires it up too, but Clem was not quite 100% on point with the Armory.
that Widowmine's placed okay, but it won't actually necessarily track those Zerglings. So it needs to be north a little bit or out to the left a bit. But hopefully it spots units coming in, or at least some of them, and indeed it did in this case. I was going to say, look, Serral has shown his hand. He's done run-bys 6 times in this game. You've got to deal with it. Oh, he doesn't catch the other Zerglings up there. So a second Widowmine out here is a great idea. I love Clem putting out some of that extra insurance we were talking about. But those Lings in the top, I think they're all morphing into Banes now as well. They are going to roll into his natural or third and cause him a lot of problems. Marines are on the front. Not a lot of Widowmines with this. The Ling Bane with a big juicy surround. Serral pulling back at the perfect moment just as the extra Widowmines arrive.
Absolutely. He's once again going to try and do this a roll by as soon as the Terran player is distracted. So preferably when Clem is busy microing his main army. Serral hanging out over here, not really taking any chances. Just barely outside of the vision range of Clem, but now he does get vision of it. Terran army in the meantime, though. Okay, this is a nice cleanup here for Clem. Those Banelings are not achieving much.
Banelings are expensive as well. Remember, each one costs a total of 75 resources. So that is not cheap. Clem is actually totally fine in terms of the numbers. The only worry I have is how well he's going to adapt to this game state where you're stuck defending. It's run-bys, and you're kind of in this position which you don't like being in. If he can adapt to this, I really feel it'll be so important for him in this series, because if you show an ability to have range as a player where it's like, oh, he's not letting me attack, oh, I'm just bad now. No, Clem has shown in the last year he can turtle up, he can defend when he needs to, he can be a little bit more light and technical on the pressure and macro up hard behind it. He's slightly behind in the upgrades, but he's going 8 racks. He's got a 4th command center building a planetary. The Marines are still being a nuisance on the front.
Oh, I was just giggling at the little Marine and Widowmine mini game there. These guys are so incredibly quick that they can work on the details. +2/+2 though is finishing up. Serral also cleans up that drop over at the bottom section of the map. At this point, Serral does have 2 upgrades ahead of his opponent. That is massive. That being said, the Hive is relatively late, all things considered. I think Serral could have started that one up a little bit earlier, and well, that's going to make the 3/3 upgrades once more a bit slower.
Nice cleanup here by Serral. There's a planetary, but that's enough Ling Bane to take it out. Oh no, it's game 1 all over again, Loco. Oh, if the SCVs...
Does he have enough?
Oh my gosh.
I don't think he's got enough. No, there was a little bit of miscontrol right there over at the gas guys. Serral probably distracted at home as well, so those units nearly... They could have killed the base, but they nearly got denied right there by Clem.
I think he focus fired the planetary as well. I think he took out like 7-8 Banelings at least before they connected. That was really big.
Yeah, the Banelings at the very least blew up close to the gas geyser right there of the Terran. So either it was Clem retargeting the middle of that pack of Banes, or Serral accidentally right-clicked the refinery or something along those lines.
Yeah.
But that is a lucky break right there for Clem. Wasn't supposed to happen. May that be enough here, because, oh, without a 4th base here, good split once again. But without a 4th base here, this game is a disaster for the Terran.
Indeed, dude, this Widowmine micro with the Ling Bane back and forth, it's so stressful on either side, but both of them the top of the game when it comes to this multitasking. 3/3 is on the way for Clem. Lurkaden on the way for Serral. Serral's got +1 range upgrade coming in. We'd like to see Adrenal Glands, of course, and +3 Carapace being very important Hive Tech upgrades. But Serral's starving for gas a little bit. Clem's not too far behind in supply. He's got very similar work account.
Oh, I mean, Zerglings misrallied here. That's very expensive. That's a lot of units that end up going down. Banelings chasing this behind. Sadly, there wasn't enough room in the medevacs for all of those bio units.
Does get most of those units to the right side, gathering there, keeping the pressure up. Clem just needs to keep on doing what he's doing. He's building more command centers. He's evolving to the later stages of the game. Yes, Serral has Lurk Attack, but he doesn't have an abundance of money as he moves forward to this gold base. Serral's given up on the crazy Ling Bane run buys that he was starting with in the early game. He's going for the Nidus Worm there, which is a fantastic choice. As the Ghosts come out, it's a pretty similar situation to game 1. The difference is there are Vikings out this time around, so I don't think the Nidus Worms are going to be as big of a problem. That being said, if he can just surround the Marines, that's pretty big.
Yeah, these are not Lings with Adrenal yet, though. They also don't have that many upgrades in general. I mean, it was a nice catch by Serral, but he can't really capitalize on it. I'm liking this situation a lot better for Clem than just a few minutes ago. He's got a good supply count, he's got a solid economy, he's starting to build up the Ghosts as well as the command centers. What Terrans like to do is go upwards of about 8 orbital commands and drop mules and scans all game long. Ghosts and Liberators are amazing as well.
Indeed, indeed. Getting to that late game comp. Did you notice the one in the top? Yeah, the Vikings going there. Great play. Great play by Clem. He's actually prepared for it this time with the Vikings. Hopefully he notices that Nidus Worm.
Yep, he does, and he's going to be able to shut it down relatively easily. Vikings going after that Overseer is big. That's what we saw lacking on Equilibrium. Clem, well, he basically had to deal with too many fights at the same time.
Oh, Abducts could be big here.
Yeah, let's go for the Parabol. Good split, though, on that medevac.
Yeah, I think there's only 2 Hydras actually, or 3, so Abduct wouldn't have been as powerful there. A lot of units going down on both sides. Bit of a trade as the Spire comes in for Serral, preparing for the Broodlord transition. Attack on the right side is getting ready. Uh-oh, that planetary. I think he's got a big army next to it, though. I see a big pack of Biomine. Serral's not getting any easy base snipes anymore. It feels like he's completely locked down on 5 bases. Unless he's not watching it. The Banelings hit his bio a little late on that stim there. The Widowmine friendly firing as well. Oh, I don't think there's enough Banelings to blow up the planetary at least. So as long as Clem can get these units back and eventually shoot these Banelings down, he might be okay.
Serral just unburrowing those lurkers into picture-in-picture. He's trying to go after that 4th base once again. Lings and Banes couldn't clear it earlier, but maybe these lurkers will have a better chance. Ultra Cavern, Spire, and all the rest of it coming up as well for Serral. Terran trying to make a proper transition towards the late game as well. Liberators and Ghosts are the absolute backbone, but Clem is still under so much pressure here. It's so easy to slip up, and here we go. Banelings once again hunting for those SCVs, and the Planetary Fortress is in some trouble, but there's already an orbital command close by to replace it.
Unless a Terran would have overcommitted to defending this, that was a brilliant call by Clem to pull back most of his workers and just basically say, you need to spend a lot of Banelings, a lot of units on this, but you're not gonna take out all the workers as well. Oh no, that's so many Banelings. He can't lose both sides at once. He needs to hold this base, but he's not got the numbers. The Banelings getting massive hits, the Planetary falling. These aren't cheap moves for Serral, but I don't know if there's extra command centers ready to actually replace them. He's going to have to move an orbital on the right and an orbital on the left. He needs new planetaries in front of these, but Clem does not have the cash. Serral using that gold base is massive. Look at the income. 3 blue arrows and on both gas and minerals. That means Serral has a massive income advantage right now. Over 2,000 resources a minute extra coming in for him. That is a ridiculous numbers advantage. I don't know what you do here as Clem other than spread out front of those bases, get as many Widowmines, Bio, Ghosts as you can, and he's got to be pinpoint with EMPing Vipers, stutter stepping back, spreading his units. I mean, and he needs a few good Widowmine hits as well, because the next waves are going to be so scary.
Clem has gotten a lot better over the last year playing from this particular spot, but this is not the style of Terran that he enjoys playing a whole lot. He's forced to sit back, he's forced to absorb every attack from the Zerg. This does give Serral time to get all of the late game upgrades that he needs. He's going into the Neural Parasite as well for Infestors. We don't even have any Infestors yet as the Zerg is once again marching forward.
Massive moves here, that's so many Banelings. Oh me, oh my. Clem is in full retreat. The Ghost!
Oh, the Ghost! Oh my God, the Ghost end up getting sniped, and Clem knows it. That is incredibly expensive. Those units take forever to produce. Clem is not a very rich man right now in this game. Lurkers trying to go around the side. They're like, wait a second, that's only 2 Widowmines. I guess I can get it done.
Some miscontrol for Clem. You can see the pain on his face. Those Ghosts were meant to spread out. They weren't meant to take those Banelings to the face. Serral doesn't take out the base on the right side, but he's denying mining on the left.
He made 8 Overlords at once, so Serral also certainly feeling the heat. A little bit much at the 16-minute mark. Ghosts are coming in, and they will be able to shut this down.
Ooh, Lingbane Hydra on the right side, gathering up for another wave. This could be a game ender. This could be a series ender. This could put Serral to the semi-finals. There's only a few units on the right side. They're wounded. The rest of the army's coming over there right now. Parasitic bombs on the medevacs, popping them. Abducts on the Liberators, taking them out as well. The Lingbane is running rampant. There's no planetary in the mineral line. The one that is there has to cancel at the 11th hour, lifting and trying to pull back, but Clem doesn't have the numbers. The Ghosts have new Banelings on top of them. Nice stutter step for Clem. He's microing his heart out, trying desperately to hang on from behind, but Serral is an avalanche right now, and Clem is one single man trying to hold it back with his bare hands.
Serral also rubbing salt in the wound by making a couple Infestors right now. Clem is not prepared for that whatsoever. One fungal growth to end it all. The Nidus Worms have been, well, mostly halted for now, but Serral can restart that at any given moment. Now there's also a Greater Spire coming up, +3 missile. The Swarm is everywhere, and Clem, he's been holding the flood back for now, but I've got a feeling that the next wave of Zerg might just be a little bit too much, but Clem does have a little bit of time to stabilize here. He's going into planetaries. There's that Nidus Worm though. This is just the very first step. Well, those Liberators, they wish they could kill structures like they can in co-op, but not the case in multiplayer.
Unfortunately not. Definitely going to be a bit of a trap though. If you do pop units out there, there's nothing inside. Serral gathering up his forces. So many players would just be like, I gotta go, gotta get him now, gotta get him now. Serral's just so patient. He's so confident at every stage of the game. He never rushes things. When other players get overeager and try to finish things off, Serral calmly and methodically does what he thinks is optimal. Doesn't matter if he's got victory in sight. He will finish you in the most efficient way possible, and that there is delicious. Baneling's on the Ghost, does take out a planetary. Yes, Clem holds for now, but he's losing mining in the north. The problem is, even when Clem has a nice hold like that, he's still losing mining on the other side.
Yeah, I mean, Clem is he's still making the best of a very bad situation, though. I don't necessarily hate the last 4 or so minutes of this game for him, considering the spot that he was in. I think the vast majority of Zergs would have already been overwhelmed here, and Clem is getting the most cost-efficient trades that he can really get. Problem is, though, this is not Serral running out of cash anytime soon. Serral is at 93 drones. He's got all of the bases taken on his side of the map, and he is prepared to go for a big push. Infestor's tunneling forward. There is a miss. Is it a missile turret? No,
oh,
it's a
God.
tower.
Fungal Boy's sneaking in. No way of seeing those right now. Terran did not have observers.
Oh, he's going to try and make a... Oh, there's the Fungal growth. We see his mouth open as the Banelings are rolling forward. Clem is gonna try and retreat, runs away with as many units as possible. Another Infestor sneaking in from the left. He's got a barrel. Well, not quite as juicy a Fungal this time around, but Clem is losing a lot of very expensive units, and here comes the Swarm.
Oh my lord, that mineral line is vulnerable. Bailey's getting in there. There's so many SCVs stacked up. Clem trying to run his workers out of there. The Commander on the right side, a Grimace permanently stuck on Clem's face right now as he tries to weather the storm. But Serral has got a permanently maxed out army rebuilding behind this. Hydra's coming in. The Command Center of the gold gets taken down by Zerglings. Clem on the back foot, and another Infestor is waiting on that left side, looking for another opportunity to fungal. The Lurkers come out and cleanse that mineral line in an instant.
Oh no. There's another Fungal setting up right now. Hands are already off the keyboard. That Fungal is gonna just allow him to say GG, good luck. It's Serral who's moving on in this tournament, getting a clean series, a 3-0 victory over one of the greatest Terran players of all time.
The amount of preparation, control, and calm dedication and focus to do that to a Clem that is in the form that he's been in recently, that is absolutely wild. Just never letting your opponent get a chance to play the game that they want to play. And that's what StarCraft is. You know, sometimes we liken it to trying to play a very, very difficult piece of music, but the other guy's trying to hit your hand with a hammer at the same time. And I feel like by the end of these games, Clem's hands were broken. You know, Serral just kept on hitting him right where he did not want to get hit.
Yeah, this series honestly was pretty much as good as it could have been for Serral, right? Honestly, losing those 4 queens at the start of game number 1, that's really the only time that I felt like Serral was in trouble. There were a few moments, of course, in isolation where maybe certain engagements, like for example this fight over at the 3rd or the 4th base of the Zerg didn't quite go as well. But honestly, he seemed in control. He seemed like he knew exactly what he needed to do in every single moment of this series.
Every moment Clem got back in control, it's like the next really slick move came out of Serral, right? Every time he was about to stabilize, something like that happened.
We had Ultralisks as well in the previous game, or at least Ultralisk tech. We had Brute Lord tech. Serral had multiple tricks still up his sleeve, but he didn't even really need to use them. Just Infestors and, well, Vipers, I guess, to seal the deal in the late game. Those Lings, Banes, and Hydras, they did just fine.
It's just, and it's, you know, it's not even the units so much as just where and when they were, right? It's like Serral had this. He had the map, and exactly, that was beautiful, actually, that hold. But it's like Serral knew where and when the fights were going to happen before the game started. The way he hit, I mean, even this final game, talk about taking your opponent's steam away, constant lings into the base over and over again, and then these waves were just absolutely clinical.
And we're down here on the stage with Serral, just taking a couple moments to admire some of the best plays from your games right there against Clem. And Serral, I have to say, I think one of the best things about watching you play offline at the events on stage here is that we get to see you in the zone, and we get to see the skill expressed on the keyboard, on the mouse, in the moment. So just as you're sitting up here, as you're feeling all these vibes, do you feel that you are playing at your best right now?
Yeah, I feel like I've been playing pretty well the whole weekend, and especially today morning, hands were warm, relaxed, and everything. So I knew it was going to be a good day, and luckily the results were what I expected.
Absolutely. You didn't look weak even for a second, Serral. Very, very strong. Maybe some questions in game 1. Was there any concern at any point there before you got your Knights and your Queens?
Yeah, well, I'm not gonna lie. I think all the games had some worrisome moments, but in general, I feel like after like 3 queens, I didn't like it too much. But at the same time, I got like 5 Reapers and 2 Hellions, so I didn't hate it. And then it's a good map for me as well. So it was a little bit worrisome at multiple moments, but at the same time, I never felt like I was gonna die.
I'm glad. We're glad you didn't die, and we're glad that you were able to come through in the games as well. Now you're moving on in the tournament to those quarterfinal, semifinals now even. You might go up against Dark, you might go up against Shin. Is there any preference?
Both are Zerg, so it's the same deal, but it would be nice to get the revenge on Shin. He did take me out last year in Katowice in top 8, so maybe I would prefer him.
Oh, we love to see a grudge match. Serral, such an entertainer, in-game and out. A pleasure to talk to you. I look forward to hearing from you later on, perhaps as the tournament continues. But for now, anything you want to say?
No, just keep watching the games, and the crowd's really loud. It gives the people a lot of motivation to go, and it's really fun to play in there.
Well said. A lot of our players have said that, and it rings true. I'm going to send it back to the desk to take another look at that first match of the day.
It doesn't matter if you're a champion, it doesn't matter how strong you are, how fast you are, or how smart you are. The Finnish Phenom looks invincible. 3-0 against Clem here in this. There were some moments when he was tested, but he rose to those tests. Joining me, ZG as well as Rotterdam. ZG, I didn't expect a 3-0. To be fair.
No, only if Clem was clearly not playing up to his usual standard. But I think we can agree that's not really the case. Could he have played better? Yeah, I mean, like technically, and he could have also beaten Serral. But he was playing up to an extremely high standard, especially in that third game. And every time we were like, okay, Clem can do it, Clem can do it. Serral absolutely had just the next trick up his sleeve to appear, the next run by, the next attack, the next fungal that was absolutely perfect.
Yeah.
So now it's a question of, does he lose a map on his way to the championship? He is literally undefeated so far.
Yeah, that's terrifying. I mean, obviously we referenced back to the Masters Coliseum. He looked unbelievable there, but this series, Roddy, just looks absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, and that of course was not Katowice, it was not an offline event, but it did really matter because it had the best players in the world. Everybody did their best. I mean, Saros is playing in a league of his own at the moment. He really is. Maybe one little mistake where he didn't quite have the right amount of banelings to blow up a planetary, somewhat of a bumpy start to equilibrium, but if those are the only things we can talk about that he could have done better in a best of 5, like I agree with CG. I don't think it was the best Clem we've ever seen, but I don't think it was a bad Clem either. It felt that Clem was kind of on point. It's just that it felt Serral played close to perfect, as far as you can be perfect in these scenarios. The right amount of Hydras, the right amount of links, the right amount of banelings, right attempts for run-bys, no overcommitment, Nidus here. Just Serral was incredibly good.
It was nuts. It was nuts. Let's take a look at the bracket then and confirm what we already know, because we have Serral now in the round of 4. He'd already qualified for the Esports World Cup before, so congratulations to him, but he's found himself.
You're going to drop him up there, Colaris.
Seemingly not, apparently, considering what we've just witnessed. This is ridiculous. So let's see how he can continue on. It feels like he's almost destined for the final. However, another Zerg might have something to say about that. Shin and Dark waiting in the wings here to be able to deal with it. And he said in the interview, ZG, he might want a little bit of revenge against Shin, but I do have to reiterate, it does feel like he sort of eliminated himself, Serral, against Shin.
Yeah.
Oh, we shouldn't go there, guys.
Yeah, there's definitely a bit of controversy, right? But even Serral, it was kind of like, I see the point. Like,
sure,
I think at the time you understood my perspective, but I see the point now looking back on it. Because he did answer questions about it, and he was very reasonable. But yeah, he could have stayed around longer. I think he's certainly not going to make that mistake again if he faces either one of these Zergs, but certainly Shin. But then I also don't think he'll be applied that much pressure because he just looks unbeatable. But Shin does love to prove us and me especially wrong, so we'll see.
Any final thoughts, Roddy, on this one?
Well, the upcoming match is going to be very fun because it's funny because I do feel that a lot of us will look at Dark as like he's a slightly more complete player. He's probably the better player, but in a weird way, maybe Shin has that magic around him where he just makes a silly amount of units on moments you don't expect it, and perhaps Shin could be even more difficult for Serral. It seems silly to say, but there is a chance.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be fun, but I think we have plenty of time to still talk about Serral in the future. We still have 6 absolutely amazing nerds in this part of the bracket, and all of them have their own story, so we'll focus on on that, we'll get back to Serral later.
Yeah, definitely. I will say, actually, before we go to the break too, that we got to see the first-person perspective of these players whilst they're playing these quarterfinals out. It's blisteringly fast. We saw Serral towards that mid-game scenario. We caught Clem during the early game, but I think if you check in during the mid-game or late game for Clem, he's just on par with that kind of speed. It's insane.
Yeah, we saw that in Atlanta as well, and I'm gonna be really honest, I swear here, guys. When I watched the first-person view while waiting and watching it on the screen, I literally got so frustrated because I knew for a fact I would never get that good at something.
Yeah.
Like, you can't beat these guys as people who know StarCraft or nowhere close. They defeat any one of us within like 5 minutes. But then you watch that speed and you're like, well, they are the next human, Like they have
the evolution.
Exactly. That is exactly what I thought. I was like, this is evolution on display within 20 years, okay? The next generation is cracked.
What's very fun about the first-person view is that you all feel like they have different things in which they excel at. Obviously, Clem and Reina, they just look so fast and they micro so many units quickly. What Serral does so freaking good is that he rotates incredibly smooth behind the different locations around the map.
Yeah.
And it feels before he jumps somewhere, he already knows what he wants to click, blah, blah, and it's the next.
Absolutely.
So it's not that he reacts super quick to moments on the fly or he's splitting. Serral is just this really well-oiled machine where he's like this, bam, dot, 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 and it just goes in circles, and it feels that it's just perfect what Serral is doing. Like, it's almost like he's playing chess one step ahead and he already knows, all right, this is going to take place, that's going to take place, and it's super interesting to watch.
Yeah, I love it. I absolutely love it. All right, well, it's time for a break here for the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice. When we return, we have our next quarterfinal on the way. One of these players will also be going to the Esports World Cup. We'll see you soon.
There is a wall off that he could raise up and pick up to the high ground. No! He's not picking up! That is way too many Marines!
That is so many! Oh my gosh, where did they all come from?
All right, we come off the back of the finish. Phenom looking absolutely fantastic. And now we've got our Zerg versus Zerg to find out who is going to go up against him and who's going to be able to make their way on the road to the Esports World Cup. Joining me to get this segment going, I have Ben as well as Wardy. Wardy, we come off a series where I didn't expect a 3-0. I expected a Serral victory, I suppose, but just the way in which he did it was unreal.
Domination, man. He's kind of making it boring today so far. I mean, Clem to me was like meant to be his biggest challenge, and like, you know, I look at everyone else in the bracket, I'm like, I think I favor him against everyone. ZVZ can get dangerous. That's maybe his biggest obstacle, obviously in the semifinals up next. But man, if he gets through that, he's just being a monster so far. Like, he is so good right now, and we knew that coming in. And the biggest question was, is it going to translate to Katowice, where it hasn't the last couple big events? No, absolutely has so far.
All right, Ben, come with me then as we head over to the road to the Esports World Cup. I want your predictions. No tune for this one. So these are what ZG predicted. She went for Dark, Maru, and Cure to be able to get.
Oh, she's wild, isn't she? She's really with the hot takes over here. Yeah. I mean, like Dark and Shin, I absolutely agree with. Like this one to me is just. In fact, there's two matchups I'm going to talk about very similarly. Sure. But Shin to me, he's wild, right? He's very aggressive, but I feel that. If he's a ball, he's like this big. Whereas Dark, he's just bigger and has more to him. Like, and I don't just mean in stature, I mean like in play. It's deep, it's crazy, but he can do it all. So absolutely I agree with the Dark one. But Shin, he's wild, man. He's a bit of a hope killer, isn't he? Byun, Maru, I was with both of these guys in the elevator yesterday. Okay. And you know, they're very good friends. They're always together. Byun was like, hey Demu, who do you think wins? And I was like, you don't want me to answer that. He's like, no, please, who win? I was like, I pointed silently at Maru. He's like, why? And he's like, it's going to be so hard. So yeah, I agree with this one. But
okay,
this is interesting because I kind of think, I've always felt that Heromarine is the European Cure.
Oh, okay.
Like, if I was to rank them, like their stats across the board, and I mean, it is just like I thought. It's like, Heromarine is like 8.5 on everything.
Yeah.
And Cure, 9 on everything, let's say. So as far as Terrans go, I absolutely think that this could be a little bit closer between them. I absolutely see a world where Heromarine can win. Yeah. For as long as I remember, we've had European Terrans that have been very good, but Heromarine's always been the guy that can actually stand up against Korean Terrans. Like, he'll beat the Bunnies of the world, the Gumihos. Maru's obviously been a thorn in everybody's side, but yeah, I'm not going to count out Big Gabe just yet.
So you're slightly undecided on this last one.
A little bit undecided. I mean, I'm a Team Liquid boy myself, but rooting against Katowice Gabe that's dangerous, man. He went 5-0 in his group. Nobody expected that.
Yeah, the Big Gabe Caterkiller. All right, well, thank you very much, Ben. Let's head back on over to the desk as we bring back Wardy in. What do you think for Gabe, man? You think he can do it?
I kind of believe. Like, I think he is very beatable. I think in this state of TVT, Heromarine already shown he's got some potential there. All the Terrans seem to trade matches against each other right now, as long as you're at that same sort of level. And I don't see anything that suggests Gabe is not at that sort of level. So I kind of feel like with the performance Gabe has put in so far, absolutely can get it done.
All right, well, of course here, now let's talk about the verses coming up here. Dark versus Shin. We have our two Zergs going head-to-head against one another, and they, well, both give us some love. Thank you very much. That was lovely of you guys. But we have Dark, who is an absolute killer himself when it comes to these kinds of tournaments. I'm kind of feeling Dark at the moment here. I feel like he can go significantly far in this tournament. What are you thinking?
I mean, absolutely. Like, we all kind of, I mean, DreamHack Atlanta was all about Clem, right? Like, him winning, but
yes.
Dark did get ridiculously far as well. I know he faltered in that matchup with him, but Dark's a big game player and always has been. He's scary, and he got the highest strategy score, which a lot of people have been like, but he makes StarCraft not go like StarCraft, which, I mean, ZVZ is definitely a point where bending the rules is a bit more tricky because there is such a standard way to go about it, but Shin is absolutely the underdog here. Like, I would not be surprised if Dark just continues steamrolling through this bracket.
I get what you're saying. You kind of do have to conform to some of the norms that do exist in the matchup, otherwise you will be punished quite hard as we take a look. Well, back on the escalators, however, this one's not moving. Is it really fulfilling its purpose? I don't know why I'm asking this. Wardy, what do you think about the match?
I'm going to say it's turned into a veto machine instead of a transport machine, it seems. it's really hard to go against Dark here. Recent performances between these two as well, it's not just the scorelines are in Dark's favor, but everything about the games. It feels like if Shin tries to all-in, Dark has more units. If Dark tries to all-in, Shin has nothing. Like, it just doesn't feel like Shin even has a competition when it comes to playing against Dark lately. And this goes back to last year, even when Dark was playing some really good late games, and Shin would get into really good spots, and Dark would still claw back away from him. So I just don't know what stage of the game Shin's meant to overtake him in. Like, yeah, in ZVZ, you can be volatile, you can be crazy early, you can bring so many different attacks to the table, but Dark has repeatedly shown he's super capable of dealing with those. So it would have to be just a complete opposite performance from these two to what we usually see.
Oh, I was just going to say, like, there have been times as well that Dark has been pushed to late game.
Yep.
And I remember there was moments where him and Rogue were vying for who's the best Zerg Korean, right? And Rogue could not touch him late game. So Shin, I think he's going to have to force something to happen early mid game, because he does not want to go up against Dark in the late game. He's made Korean Zergs look very silly. And one thing that Dark's so good about is just, if he's behind, he can buckle on down. We saw that against Showtime in his first game. He's so dead, but still turns it into a game. It's going to be very difficult for Shin.
Yeah, but I mean, Shin has been able to effectively frustrate Zergs in the past to be able to take out those Zerg versus Zerg matchups, right? And again, in high-octane moments, in important moments, Wardy, in tournaments. I only have to think about last year's Katowice as well as some of the other ones where Shin has been able to prevail. So, yeah, he does have the chops to be able to make this happen.
No, you know, it's one of those things, he has to get it done early though, right? Like, it puts so much onus on catching Dark off guard, mind gaming him a little bit, and how many of those can you really bring to the table, especially if Dark goes in confidently and says, hey, if I do take a couple of cuts, if I do kind of fall behind a little bit, like, is it that bad because I'm that confident later on? So as long as he just sort of plays safe, then I really struggle to see what Shin does. And yeah, sometimes you can flood the lings and Dark isn't ready, right? I just don't expect that sort of Dark to show up today. Maybe Shin can get it done with some mutas. You know, if he can survive through the mutas, that could be a cool thing. But Dark, again, has that killer instinct. His scouting has been on point lately. I don't want to be doom and gloom for Shin. Like, he did it last year. He took down Serral, but like, I find it hard to, you know, we need that kind of surprise performance again, is what it comes down to. And you could argue, obviously, Shin's performance so far has been surprising. But yeah.
That's the thing. He keeps surprising again and again and again, does Shin, on this stage. He did it last year. Will he do it here once again? Thank you very much, guys. It is time now to head into our Zerg versus Zerg. It's a round of 8 match, not only to be able to move on into the semi-finals, but also to qualify to the Esports World Cup.
Sure that really matters. Go's not going to really impact this upcoming battle, perhaps the last battle, as it is in full swing now, and that is finally it.
But it feels like these seconds are taking forever. The lurkers are here. They're going to get on top of the Nexus, and just like that, it's Dark who punches his ticket into the quarterfinals.
This next matchup pits 2 of the best Zerg in the tournament against each other. We have Dark representing Talon Esports in yet another gambit for the finals. He's come so close in 2015, 2016, 2017, 2019. Could this be the year that he finally seals the deal at IEM Katowice? Or will it go to Shin, who is the normal Zerg, and following in the footsteps of last year's normal man, could find himself hoisting the trophy? First, though, they've got to get through this matchup, so let's get it started.
It is time to hop into our second quarterfinals of the day. A big ZVZ between Dark and Shin. Shin, of course, the man from Mystery Gaming. Dark representing his new team, Talon Esports. I'm Roddy, with me is Piggy. And Piggy, you already said before we started, I think it's going to be a short one.
Oh man, it's going to be like 2 monster trucks just smashing into each other. These guys are both aggressive, volatile Zerg players. I can only imagine it is going to be exciting. Dynamic, Zerg versus Zerg. Don't blink, because a lot of these games could be over very fast.
It's fun, right? Because we've been talking a lot about Dark, and we've been kind of turning this narrative into, you know, Dark is incredibly good, and he's a macro beast if he wants to be. But throughout the tournament, especially against Protoss, he plays weird, he plays different, he makes less drones than you are quote-unquote supposed to do, even though that's obviously silly, right? Because in the end of the day, StarCraft is a video game, and the only thing you're really supposed to do is win. Dark is incredibly good at winning. I do think that when it comes to this quarterfinals, Dark is going to slow it down a little bit, because I agree with the boys at the desk. I think he's the superior late-game player. Dark has always been very good in proper late-game ZVZ, and we're not just talking about we're both maxed out, have a lot of units. No, we're talking about spellcasters. That's something that is incredibly important in late-game ZVZ. Dark has been the best Korean Zerg spellcaster out there for a very long time. Shin, Vipers, he kind of sees it as a, we use it once and then we end it, right? And that's a night and day difference. So I expect Dark to be a little more defensive. But then you think back of that ZVZ you had with Solar in Atlanta, where they both went greedy, up on greed, up on greed. And at one point, I think Dark went no wall off, 3-minute lair, no Zergling speed, straight into a Spire with +1 melee Zerglings. And you look at it as like, if Solar would have sneezed at you, the game would have been over. But it didn't happen. I mean, Dark is incredibly good. He is willing to roll the dice. But if I was him or if I was his coach, I'd be like, mate, you are the better late game player. You don't have to be crazy Dark here.
Yeah, we don't need to just call Rogue's bluff at every moment, or Shin's bluff in this case, sorry. It's just a really interesting matchup, though, because Dark can show that late game, but he can also just try to kill you in the first 3 minutes of the game. We have seen so many ZVZs where Dark will be like, you know what? How can I break my opponent's mentality at the start of the series? Let's just 12 pull and pull the drones. Like, he's willing to do crazy moves like this. It's very rare, though, in this matchup, because Shin, I mean, he's famous for 14 pools, for 15 pools, like these kind of halfway between an early spawning pool and a pool first build order. He has these really oddball, unique openings that create very specific timing attacks that only he knows.
Yep, and obviously, this is a big stage for both of them. Dark, he's been here, done that. He's got a way more impressive resume than Ragnarok. Dark has won pretty much everything that I think he wanted to win throughout his career. You think of GSL Codes, you think of BlizzCon, but the one tournament he's never won is this one. And I'm sure he's got his eyes on it. And that makes it, even for Dark, a bit scarier to like, do I just fire up that lair? Is it okay to tack up? Especially if you know who's on the other side. It's going to be a fun one. Buckle up and enjoy the ride. In the bottom right side, we are looking at the main base of that Korean Zerg, who's been around forever. He has won pretty much all of it, besides this one. Is this his year? This is Dark.
And his opponent in the top left, the most overlooked player in the group stages. He has come out with fresh surprises for everyone. I don't see any reason why that's going to stop yet. In the top left for Mystery Gaming, it is Shin. Formerly known as Ragnarok. He really is a unique player, Shin. He's such a cerebral player. It's all about the mental game. I definitely think Dark's a bit faster than him, a bit scrappier, and his ability to make comebacks is definitely higher tier, but Shin's a thinking player, and if he can get a read on how his opponent's going to play, he will come up with an exceptional plan for beating them.
And what's incredibly fun about Shin as well is that he's so damn decisive, and he plays everything with a lot of heart and commitment. You have people who think, hey, this might be the right moment to go for this strategy, but then they're afraid to bring it out like, oh, but what if he does X, Y, or Z? I have the feeling that Shin never even thinks about the doom scenarios. He just sees a pretty clear path to victory. It's like, hey, if I make a lot of Lings and Ravagers right now and I move to the other side of the map and I show him A, but I'm actually going for B, it's going to work. And that is kind of what you need, right? StarCraft is a scary game. You can't always be in control of how your opponent is going to react to what they see. But Shin plays everything with a lot of heart and belief. And that is honestly what sets him apart, right? Because he does all these Baneling all-ins, these Link floods against Terrans. We're like, that's not supposed to work, because if the Terran has X, Y, or Z, doesn't think about it for a second.
No, there is no room for indecision. There is no room for second-guessing yourself, not in a match as StarCraft. Something people learned 25 years ago in StarCraft 1 very quickly, and it's carried over even more so, one could argue, to StarCraft 2, a game that is blitzing fast in its engagements. Now, we do see the first big deviation of the players. Shin has gone for Link speed, whilst Dark has not. So Dark looks like he's probably going to be walling off and going for either a 2-base Roach, or he could be going for fast Mutalisks.
That's what you say, right? He could be walling off. He should be walling off, because normally if you don't get Zergling speed, you don't wall off. But Dark is crazy. This is exactly what he did against Solar on this map. And Solar thought he was the greedy one. As Dark, by the way, good move there with that drone on hold position, is going to prevent the Zergling from running into the main base. If you're Shin right now, there could still be so many things. Dark could have even done something as weird as grab a couple drones from the main, send them into the natural, be like, hey, nothing to worry about. Meanwhile, he's got 28 Zerglings waiting in his main. Dark is so omega greedy. He did this exact same thing against Solar, and Solar already thought that he was greedy, where he's like, all right, I'm gonna make a couple of Roaches, but then I'll go into quick Mutalisk. And Dark's like, well, that's a shame of your gas, mate, because I made 0 Roaches, and I'm gonna go Mutas too. We are gonna have an Evolution Chamber here. We are going to have a Roach Warren, so maybe Dark is going to switch it up from here on out, but the man really has very little fear in his openings too.
Oh no, I mean, definitely, I think I agree with everything like the desk was saying, you know, play a bit safer versus Shin, go to the late game because you're advantage there, but it's just not in Dark's nature. Play safe, hedge your bets. No, he's going to rush Mutalisks as fast as possible. And Shin, with a lair only now starting, will have a 3rd base advantage, but does he have the confidence to use it? If he knew what was happening, he'd be droning very hard right now, would be Shin, really getting that 3rd base saturation up, getting extra queens, spreading creep, and he could kind of defend the 3 base. The problem is he doesn't know what's going on. He's like, is there a Ling Flood? Is it going to be Roaches? And without that information, Shin will be hard-pressed to make any correct decision.
Is there a world where you think he could still go for a Queen Roach Nidus attack? I think that'd be pretty powerful, because Dark has very few units at the moment.
I think it would be a bit too late with his lair timing. Of course, you could still do like a delayed one, but the Mutalisks are almost certainly going to be out before that Nidus Worm goes down.
Mutas are great, and they will eventually clean up Roaches, but if you only have a few Mutas to deal with a whole bunch of Roaches and Queens, maybe even drones hopping out of a Nidus to build Spore Crawlers on the other side of the map, like Shin could still theoretically kill 30 drones and then he'd be completely okay. But if he wants to go down that route, he needs to make the decision right here, right now. And even that's cutting it close. Seems like that is not going to be the case. Kind of feels that Dark got away with murder over here in game 1.
Yeah, with such a, I mean, this is such a kind of crazy build order, but if Shin's not doing like some sort of Ling Flood or something to take advantage of him, then it's just something you can't deal with. And seeing a Spire already finished, Shin, I'm looking at his face, because that is always a surprise. You're like, oh, wow, really? Really? Already finished at 5 minutes? You know that your opponent has been very naughty in the opening stage.
And one of the most difficult things about playing against Mutalisk, especially if your opponent was very greedy in ZVZ, is securing a 4th base. Like, I believe that if Shin just wants to chill on 3 bases, of course he can do that, right? You can build a Spore per base, you can build 1 Spore in the middle of the natural and the 3rd. You're going to be okay. But getting up to 4 bases, especially on a map like Side Delta, it's just kind of hard, right? No matter where you take it, it's always going to be pretty far away. Dark, by the way, has also fired up +1 melee, so yeah, he built a Roach Warren pick and literally did not use it at all. Just kind of tried to trick his opponent or pretend that he would be ready for something. It is just +1 melee circling. So many Mutas this early on. Shin is in all sorts of trouble, even though nothing has happened yet. He is going to get that safety Spore up in the middle of these bases. You think the plan might just be trying to max out on 3 bases and send it big? Like,
yeah, I mean, you can take a very late 4th. Because Dark is going Mutaling Bane, you are going to be more efficient if you can get Infestors out to fungal the Banelings and the Mutas. But he's stuck. I mean, Shin doesn't have any other choices. Normally, when the Mutas arrive, you're meant to be up 10, 12, 15 drones because you've got no map control and you've got no vision. In this case, Shin has been even or down on workers. Yep. So he is playing from exceptionally far behind. If he can stall out this, get enough Spores and Queens up, and actually successfully defend, I'm going to be incredibly impressed.
Same, these Queens don't have that much energy either, right? Because this is only a 6-minute 30-second game, so it's not like you have been working with these Queens forever and you were able to gather up a whole bunch of energy. Shin is going to queue up a couple of Infestors, but Fungo is definitely not as good against Mutalisk as it once upon a time was. It almost feels to me that Shin right now is like praying. It's like, hey, Dark, you should make a couple of Mutas and then go back into Roaches, and then we can just have a good old Roach battle. But Dark is having none of that. The Zerglings show up even before +1. The vast majority of these Queens have fallen, and it's just a nightmare start to this best of 5 for Shin.
He needed perfect defense. Those Roaches, if they were pre-split, he could have defended them from the Zerglings, but even then the Muta count alone is getting out of control, and this has just been a very dirty opening build order for Dark that's caught him completely off guard.
Shin is never going to have enough anti-air. Even if he lands a couple of Mutas, Mutas just don't deal that much damage. Dark is gonna split up these mutas as well. One of the queens is going to get burrowed, but I really think this is just kind of it already for game one. Shin, I think, was banking on the fact that Dark would only make a couple of mutas and then try to surprise him with a lot of roaches and ravages. That was absolutely not the case. Shin is gonna make a Hail Mary counterattack on the other side of the map. He does have burrow and tunneling claws, so this is going to be a little bit annoying, but he has taken so much damage. It's 4 base Dark, who can make a couple of spines, who is going to clean up all these roaches. It's just a matter of time. Don't really see this going anywhere for Shin, unfortunately, in game one.
It's a great build order for Dark to play if he thinks he's a big underdog. It's incredibly surprising for the player who's such a favorite to do such a wild opening build order. And it's just not something you're thinking about as Shin at the start of the game. You're like, oh, what if he just builds 0 units and he just makes the fastest layer of all time, builds 50 drones, and surprises me with 5.5-minute Mutalisks. That's not what you're thinking about before the series starts. It's a devious play for Dark. It's part of why we find him so difficult to play against, because he doesn't just play safe and careful. He's going to do crazy stuff like this.
Yep. He's a little bit low on the drone count after he lost a couple of drones. He's got a ridiculous amount of mutas, probably enough to end the game, unless he gets fungled 5 times on top of multiple spore crawlers and all the queens. Kind of feels that Dark just wants to end this game right at this point. He's had enough of it. He's like, mate, like, come on. Got nothing. Roaches are not going to kill mutas. I'm also not here with 7 Mutalisks. I've got 28 of them and a single spore, double spore. It is never going to be enough. Shin is going to do his best to bring those infestors over, but 9 drones have already fallen. It's just a matter of time before a whole lot more goes down.
A couple fungals, like you said before, 25 damage a fungal. It's 120 hit points on the Mutalisk, and they have rapid regeneration. You need a lot more anti-air than that. When you lose your first queens, it's basically game over, because the whole defense is predicated on those queens gathering energy so they can keep transfusing. The infestors gathering energy, and the spore crawlers there all being supported, because spores plus transfuse really don't go down to Mutalisks, but he's always been fighting with one thing at a time.
Shin's multitasking is kind of cool with a couple of roaches, right? And he's spread them across 3 or 4 different bases. He's burrowing, unburrowing them all over the shop, picking up the spine, working with a couple of drones. But the thing is, Dark will always clean this up. And then the moment that Dark says, all right, you had your fun, now it's my time to have some fun. Like, he's a 34 Mutalisk at this point. The only thing that could ever save Shin is if he had Hive Tech and you have some Vipers too, right? The combination of Fungo and Vipers would be magical, but he simply does not have the economy to sneak out some Vipers.
I was going to say he missed these roaches, and he did. He doesn't have Overlord speed yet. Where's the Overseer? Oh, there it is. Okay, the Overseer does come down. He finds these roaches. So many Mutalisks. Oh, my lord. There's not even a Carapace upgrade. We know Carapace is one of the most important upgrades fighting against Mutaling Bane, because you've got all these small bits of bounce damage, Zergling damage. If you can get +2 Carapace, it really takes the fire away from Darkstyle. But Shin is working with the dregs of a Zerg economy. 41 drones, 14 roaches, a couple of infestors and queens. Right now we are watching a weapons-grade Couponium. It is just, he's way behind. It's a rough game one. I like that he's fighting it out. He's playing well, but he's just in a terrible spot. I think what he's got to do here is clear at the slate mentally and think about the next game. You can't be going into this thinking like, okay, this is going to happen again. You've got to say, this is a one-off surprise. Dark caught me with it. No worries, let's just go into game 2 and imagine it's a fresh series.
Yep, 94 supply, couple queens, couple spores. I'm not totally up to date with the lingo these days, Pig, but I believe they call this the hopium or the copium. Somewhere in the middle. Like, it would make sense to still try to make something of this game if you had Hive, right? Because it doesn't matter, even if they have 60 Mutalisks, you land a couple of sick parabombs and you combine that with a Fungo or 2, where the Fungo is more about keeping those mutas together. You can make magical comebacks. But of Lair Tech with a couple of Hydras that don't have upgrades, like, as you said, the man has no economy, and Hydras are actually somewhat expensive.
I love the single roach sniping a drone and running away. Shin's looking for the small gains right now, the little value gains, the Pyrrhic victories, and the Mutalisks are going to continue circling the base. Dark in his element, having fun. Dark is a master of getting into games where it looks like he doesn't have to do anything too fancy from there. Like he puts himself in positions where he just gets to have fun. Flying Mutalisks around him, picking off spore crawlers, dodging fungals. I mean, this is Zerg's best idea of what a ZVZ could look like. And it's also so comfortable and rare you get to play Mutaling against Roach. So starting the series like this is a very freeing feeling. It's very fun.
Almost feels that Dark is trying to set some sort of record here for highest amount of mutas in a single game. He's going to drop the Baneling Nest now as well. Maybe thinks like, all right, Shin, if you're going to have that many spores, I do need to respect it a tiny bit. There is no economy on Shin's side at all. 35 drones, sneaking out a few Hydras right now. Dark obviously can take a 5th space, a 6th space, can make a few more drones if he wants to, but at this point he's maxed out. I think he's just ready to roll a whole bunch of Banelings forward. Fungo is actually kind of decent against Banes, so that's something that Dark has to keep in mind. But
it's surprising how late the Banelings nest is, really. Yeah. Normally Banelings are a big part of this, but you could tell Dark was like, no, every bit of gas goes to Mutalisks. Like, we're just going to have a crazy count, and he used it really well with the Zerglings coming in also. Honestly, I would normally say, okay, you know, why haven't we won the game yet? But you gotta realize, like, Dark's just like, well, you don't normally finish the game instantly with mutas. You take your time and you just pick away at them. Oh, okay. Bit clump there, but doesn't take a Mega Fungal. Few Mutalisks does not really matter.
You remember that fight that Dark took on the bottom side of the map? Was it against Showtime here on Side Delta, where he just spread all those out and
yes.
Corruptors forward? You can kind of do that now again with some Fungos, right? Where you can just kind of magic box the entire Mutalisk army above the army of Shin. It's like, yeah, you've got some spell casting. It doesn't really matter because I've got a ridiculous amount of mutas and I'm going to be okay here.
I really look at games like this purely from the side of Shin. The player who is in a 0.1% win percentage chance position, maybe not 0.1, it's probably a bit harsh, say 1%. And I look at them and I think, you know, what's your mentality here? Because there's two reactions you have to a series starting wrong that you commonly see. One is, oh my god, I can't believe this is happening. Oh no, and everything that happens that's bad for you in the game kind of hurts your mentality more and more. And then there's other players who kind of just go, well, this happened, I'm in a terrible spot. You know what? Let's just play it out, see if I can make any good plays. Maybe he screws up and makes a mistake. And there really doesn't seem to be any stress on Shin's face that I can read. Obviously, he doesn't look too happy with the situation he's in, but he doesn't look particularly upset. So I think he's quite calm.
I don't think he's been very happy ever since he spotted that 5-minute Spire, where he was already like, oh, really?
It's finished?
Yeah, that's...
At 5 minutes, really?
See we're gonna play. Dark is ready to send it with Banelings coming in from multiple angles. Banelings in the 3rd base. Banelings gonna roll into the natural. The main base, we still have those 50 or so Mutalisks doing its thing. Shin is now gonna try to send his pretty damn big army to the other side of the map, but he basically needs to win the fight. He needs to deal with the remaxes. He needs to take out all the buildings as well. It feels almost impossible, but hey, that is still an army, right, Pig? We're gonna get a little bit of excitement out of it.
Yeah.
Imagine if the Banelings all get fungled before they connect with any of these Hydras, even though I don't think that 21 Hydras are going to win the fight against 44 Mutas, especially not if the Infestors are not there to support the Hydras.
You should bring the Overseer back and he could do it, but oh, he's just going to go straight for the Hydras, and there we go. The Infestors aren't there to support the Banelings coming forward. Fungal can land, but already all the firepower is gone, and there's just too many Mutas. You don't have enough Fungal to get all of them. You'd need Parasitic Bomb as well to take care of that, and Shin, of course, never made it to Hive Tech. A very dirty, risky Mutalisk rush, one which you foreshadowed. You called it. You said he did this exact same thing against Solar back in Atlanta, and he's pulling it out again. A massive way to start off the series.
Yeah, and that's kind of... Shin is probably chuckling as well, because these guys always do their homework. And I'm sure that he took a little look at that game, and he'd be like, okay, well, you should know that I'm going to take a look at that game. If the casters know it, Shin should absolutely know it too. And it's like, yeah, Dark is probably going to make it look like he's doing that, but then do something completely different. And that's what CVZ is often about, right? You show something, you want to try to tell a story to your opponent, but you're actually going down a completely different path. And Dark is like, no, it actually is what it looks like. I'm going to do it, but you won't believe me, so I'm going to get away with it. And hey, life's pretty good.
I feel like StarCraft's a simpler game sometimes for Dark. He just has this instinct for what's going to work and what won't. It feels like he isn't there furiously crunching numbers like other players. He just knows. He's got a sense for it, and he finds the damage. Takes him a while to shave Shin down and get him completely out of the game. But it was basically lights out from the 7-minute mark. The moment he got in and took out all the queens with his first big Mutalisk wave, there was no coming back from that.
Even before he got all those queens, I already thought it was going to be a very difficult game for Shin. Because Shin would always fall base behind. He would always fall pretty far economically behind. I just don't really see a way where you can secure a 4th base with enough anti-air to be like, yeah, I want to go up to 4 bases now. So I guess then you have like 2 choices. Either you're going for the super early all-in, or you say, all right, 3 bases is what it is, and you get double or even triple spore per base, and then you drop that infestation pit and you try to make it up to Hive, because Vipers truly are absolutely fantastic against Mutalisk, even if you are amazing as a Zerg player like Serral or Dark in finding that Muta that gets parabombed. If you're looking at 3 or 4 Vipers, even by the time you split them off, they already deal a tremendous amount of damage.
They just get shredded, and they fall apart. I mean, we occasionally see those splits where someone gets like 3 Mutas out of the pack quickly, but you're not doing that more than once. It's going to take massive damage. It's going to be brutal. Speaking of brutal, the man who is so unpredictable, he's always got a nasty trick up his sleeve. At the top right side of the map in the red, it's Dark.
Excellent run. First tournament representing his new org with that great announcement video, by the way. That was a lot of fun, featuring Tasteless, Gemini, Ziggy. That was awesome. In the bottom left side, we are looking at the main base of our Zerg that made it into the semi-finals last year over here in Poland. Representing Mystery Gaming, this is Shin.
Both players going for a 15 hatchery build. This is the safe opening in the matchup right now. Solaris is a match where we do see a lot of 12 pools and 12 pool drone pools. Both players are saying, how can I be safe? Well, if I go 15 hatchery, 15 pool, I can get my queens and zerglings out over 10 seconds early. And that's going to be great. 10, 11 seconds early on queens and zerglings. You'll shut that down. But actually, well, Shin is following it up with... oh me, oh my, he's doing it. He's doing the old build. I have a name for this build that I can't say on this stream. It's been a classic for 6 years now, and it is the dirtiest all-in you could pull out in this matchup. You make it look like a normal hatchery first, and then you flood zerglings, and it is an insanely heavy amount of zerglings. It is so hard to stop. Basically, as Dark, you need to just get your queens together on your ramp. You need to pull a bunch of drones, because he's going to be probably up 10, 12, 13 workers, and you can lose a lot of those and still hold and be okay, but you need to react very quickly.
Would Shin take Dark to your favorite town pick?
Oh, I think he's definitely wanting to after that game one. I think he'd like to take him on a nice trip around that town, my friend.
As a big fan of your stream, I know the town you're talking about, and I have an idea about the build you call it, but all right. Zergling speed is on the way. Dark has his first Overlord chilling outside of the natural, so he probably thinks everything up to this point looks pretty similar to what I have done. We obviously know that in the main base that is not the case. I do love this approach, by the way, from Shin. This is also the map with all the acceleration zones in the center, which can make things a little bit weird. But Shin, for him to have a real shot in this best of 5, he needs to do what he does best. That's make a lot of units early and just freaking send it. I don't want to say close your eyes because we want to micro a little bit. We want to make sure that we know what we run into. But these are the builds that we all expect to see out of him. And if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. But I do believe this is his best shot.
Dark's not going Zergling speed, so Dark is once again playing one of these two-base sort of wall-off builds. Wall-off is not the defense to this. This Lings Flood comes so early.
But his wall-off was so freaking late anyway. Even on Delta, his wall-off is mega late.
Absolutely. And with this build, like even if you start it on time, the Lings are way too early. You need to defend your ramp. He'll have 4 queens on his ramp, which is great. The problem is he's got nothing else. He needs to build a spine crawler on the high ground, get all 4 queens on the ramp as quickly as possible.
I always love looking at the camera of one of the players who's like banking up Lings. Shit is like...
Oh yeah, you can see the tongue poking its way out there. The please don't see this, please don't see this, please don't see this.
Nothing to see here, guys. And here come all the Zerglings, and Dark is going to have to pull off an absolutely fantastic hold. He is going to try to wall off. We've got 2 Evo Chambers and a Roach Warren. 1 Queen is in the gap. We probably need a Spine as well, because Dark just has no DPS. That Evo Chamber or Roach Warren is going to obviously tank quite a bit, but it's just a matter of time before these Zerglings are going to stream through. That is the great wall of Dark, and I gotta say that first Evo Chamber is buying an immense amount of time.
That is a sick wall-off defense so far. Even the Queen up front getting transfused. The Evo Chamber on the top will go down, but he's got plenty of Zerglings building. I think this is a whole Dark with a crisp wall-off. He's already killed so many Zerglings. This is massive.
That's actually very big. At least the Roach one is going to go down. That was just perfect when he dropped those buildings. The Lings are going to work on it. Felt that the Lings weren't totally certain what they wanted to go for at first. Dark is now stuck in a kind of an awkward spot, obviously. This is still not cheap, right? Like, it's a fantastic hold for Dark, but Dark lost his Roach Warren. Dark is now stuck with 5 Evolution Chambers in his natural. Those were 5 Evos that obviously could have been drones, so it's not that Shin did nothing. Shin also has map control. He's got Zergling speed.
Yeah.
Like, I believe there is a world where Shin can just macro from here. He is going to drop the Baneling Nest, and he's still building a couple of Zerglings now. Oh my goodness, he's going to triple down.
So Kev, in this scenario, you were basically pointing out all the logical next steps. Go Mutalisk, stack into your own Roaches, drone up. Shin says, I feel I'm a bit behind. I don't want to play straight up against Dark. I need to surprise him. What would be the most ridiculous thing to do right now that he would never expect? Massling Bane is just that. blocks the changeling. The problem is the Overseer is going to get in the main.
Yep.
The Overseer getting in the main, if it scouts what's happening, which, yeah, no lair, and it's going to see Zergling sitting there, double gas, not many drones at all.
Exactly.
What the hell is going on? Dark should immediately be able to get more Evos and spines, or not even spines, just roaches, anything to survive. He's walling off with 3 more Evos. Oh, this is amazing.
Yep, we're going to build nothing but roaches. The Banelings are already here, and that first evolution chamber is somewhat low on HP, so it is going to fall. The Broodlings will buy a tiny bit of time, but the second fall off is absolutely perfect over here for Dark. And we have seen this before. This doesn't go well for Zerglings, and with all those dead Evos, the Broodlings come out as well to buy some time. The Lings are looking for a surround, but Dark is not going to give it to Shin.
No, Dark is all over this. That initial wall off was clutch, and Shin stopped in his tracks.
Sick.
Dark has figured something out, and that is, you know what? Let's just skip the Ling speed part of the game. Shin's really good at that. I don't even want to skirmish with him. I just want to turtle up on 2 bases, and he can block the all-ins with wall-offs as he's showing. That was perfect layered Evo chambers. The way he quickly shuffled his queens out of the way, put down new ones, didn't have creep tumors blocking anything important. Really well done.
Yep. And since that Evo chamber was like not early enough that it would die immediately, but it was pretty far along that it would just regenerate HP all this time. It bought a crazy amount of time for Dark. Absolutely loved the defense there. That was not easy. He did it well, but I still think at this moment right here, I was like, Shin, if you go into droning, you're going to catch up rather quickly. You're the one with map control. Dark is walled in. Sure, Dark has a lair, but he doesn't have road speed yet. He doesn't have anything that's like massive.
Yeah.
I believe that's the spot that Shin could have played a quote-unquote normal game from, but he didn't want to. He doubled down, but the scout by Dark, that's a game-winning scout, right? Because Dark did actually queue up 2 drones for a split second, but then that changeling got picked off, and it's like, oh, okay, let's send the Overseer into the main, and he saw everything. No lair, very low drone count, the Baneling nest, and at that point he's like, cool, more Evo chambers.
In no world did Shin expect the lair to be finished, right? He thought, oh, you see this Ling Flood, you've probably cancelled a lair even if you had started it, and you're not really focusing on getting it back up that quickly. You're re-droning your 2 bases, and then you're going to be like moving out to take a third as your Overseer scouting, and that's when the Ling Bane will come in. And obviously, there was a lair that finished during it, and that just basically hard-counted his setup. It's a gamble for a reason. Gambles don't always work, and taking that risk does end up costing him big. Down here in the bottom left side, he is looking for a ridiculously dominant finish here to go through to the top 4. In the bottom left of the map, representing Talent Esports, it's Dark.
Looking so damn good. I really do feel that he's been looking better than last year's Katowice, where he had an all-right run, but we all looked at the games, we're like, this is crazy, this doesn't make too much sense. It really does feel that Dark is in complete control of almost everything that he's been doing in most of his matches up to this point. This man last year caused one of the biggest upsets in StarCraft II IEM Katowice history. He's gonna have to pull another one off like that. He's in serious trouble here in the quarterfinals. Can he turn things around? Mystery Gaming's Shin. Dark, of course, 1 match away right now, Pick, from qualifying for the Esports World Cup.
Massive. It's such a huge thing. You know, getting through to there, it's obviously so much more guaranteed money, prestige, the chance to compete on another huge stage later on in the year would be massive, but still that $500,000 and the trophy here as well, so it is just stacking up benefits if he can finish this match.
We have the pool going down behind the mineral line over here of Dark. Shin doing pretty much the same thing on the other side of the map. Both players taking an extractor. Wouldn't hate to see like a somewhat normal game entering into a lair, right? Where both of them fire up a lair at the same time. And we take it from there to see who gets the best of who when it comes down to walking around with all those roaches. It did feel that Shin had great multitasking with all those burrowed roaches that he was spreading across different bases of Dark very quick. It was just a little too late for that to really have an impact in Game 1. I wonder if he can find himself in that scenario. And when we talk about being aggressive or being true to yourself, it doesn't have to be a low drone all-in. No. It can also just be spamming a crazy amount of roaches, lings, ravages of 55 drones plus 2 missile attacks, and that's basically what you do, and Shin does that kind of stuff incredibly well too.
The problem so far in this series for Shin has been that he is generally a tricky player. He likes to gamble a little bit to try and, you know, lean super hard into a certain advantage. But Dark, he has had his number. He's blocked those moves very, very well. And moving into that realm of a more balanced early game, I absolutely agree maybe the play for Shin look for the big swings, the big gambles in the mid-game. Set yourself up a bit more, because Dark seems to have some very clever openings, but on the other hand, Dark is limiting himself to 2 bases. He's never taking a fast third. He's doing the same opening once again, and he's never going link speed. So you yourself can play quite greedy with no link speed threat, and you can out-expand him by taking a third.
Yes, but you can't also be 100% certain of that, because this is still Dark, and he's also willing to switch it up at any given moment, and any of the builds that Shin is capable of, Dark can throw them at you as well. Shin is gonna do what you said though, Pig, be like, all right, you're gonna be greedy, I'm just gonna try to out-greed your greed. So far, Dark is kind of matching him step for step. Could turn into a good old Muda versus Muda game, that'd be kind of fun.
Yeah, I mean, it would be wild, I think, for Dark to do very fast mutas again, but the exact same thought crossed my mind where I was like, is it? Are they both going to do it? It's a possibility. A bit more likely in these scenarios to see a Roach muta, where it's just a few mutalisks and then go back into Roaches.
Yeah, but that's what Solar tried to do against Dark. But the Roach muta is just so much worse than Zergling muta, and that's why Shin is going to fire up +1 melee. Dark is firing up +1 missile attacks. Can also be that Dark is maybe expecting a build like this coming out of Shin. And I really wonder what Dark will make out of this scenario, because if they both decide to drop a Spire, it is absolutely going to favor Shin, because he's going to have very quick +1 melee. Zerglings are just a better support unit to the Muta than Roaches are. Well, let's see what Dark decides to drop. If Dark drops the Nidus right now, it's something I'm going to be like, how on earth does he know, Pig?
That would be pretty amazing. Spire has started for Shin. I feel like the Overseer Scout's going to be important, and we are now on Shin's camera. He's seen on the left side of his minimap, a Overlord is leaving his vision. So for him, it's all going to be about keeping an eye on his minimap and denying Overseers coming into scout his Spire. It's entering his main base. There we go. You see how quick he is to respond? Beautiful movement by Shin. But that thing's already spent its energy, so where's the Changeling?
He's also going to try to scout obviously properly on the other side of the map. He is deep into the main. He's got a Changeling running around. He is clearly looking for a Spire too, but there is no Spire on Dark side. At least there wasn't last time we checked. This is an excellent scout, by the way, by Shin, right? Because he saw the natural, he sees the main base.
And Dark as well. Dark also saw the Spire with his Changeling, so slight oversight for Shin. He was so worried about scouting Dark that he didn't focus on denying Dark scouting. And of course, we can't see it, neither can Shin. Is there now a Spire? Is it a Hydrogen? Is it an Infestation Pit? How is Dark responding? He has to play a guessing game. +1 melee and link speed are both almost finished. He's going to get across and pressure with those units.
If there is a Spire for Dark, though, I almost think that he should play Corruptors, right?
Most likely. Having +1 range and Roaches.
Nidus, maybe.
Oh, that's going to be very nice. He's already got an Overseer sliding to the back of Shin's base. Shin knows about it, though. His Queens aren't damaging it. Those Mutalisks should be able to shut that down. Now, Shin needs to just keep making army. If he keeps making army, he should be able to be favored. But if he goes back to droning and gets surprised, that's where he loses.
This could be a big moment as well. You don't want to throw away too many Zerglings, and the Roaches were very well positioned. Don't think Shin quite knows yet. The Zerglings are going to run towards the right side, but that first Nidus is going to go up in the top left. What Dark does incredibly well, by the way, is scare you. Put these units in your face. A drone, 2 drones on the production there, by the way, Piggy. Shin now gets the heads up, and the Nidus is up. What is ultra important is he does not allow a second Nidus to go up closer to the main base than the first one is.
Force Mine starting in his natural, and that's the right call. The Lings are going in for the counter-attack with the Mutalisks. A fantastic choice. He's going for the worm. The Queens are going to pop out at home. The Queens are getting taken down as they pop out against the Ling Muta. But some of the Mutalisks are starting to fall. Nice transfuses here for Dark. The Mutas are going down.
This is not it. Shin is, I don't know what he was thinking. He's kind of going for everything. He does find a decent amount of the Queens. Maybe it is it, because that Spore Crawler got picked off as well. I thought the Spore was going to finish up, so both players are finding a lot of damage. The Queen count is not that high anymore. Dark, obviously his natural is in shambles, but his Roaches are doing fantastic work on the other side of the map. Most of the time when it gets this close, there might be some units stuck, by the way, in this Nidus. The worm is going to get picked off. There is no more transfuse to save it. We're going to try to build a couple of spores on the other side of the map.
He just lost the head as well. He lost both ends of the Nidus, which means everything inside. Oh, no, he does have a Nidus on the left side. Never mind. He's still got those Roaches alive. If you lose every entrance and exit of the Nidus, you will lose all the supply inside of those. But for now, he's finding massive damage. Those Spine Crawlers making a good account of themselves. The Ling Muta will try to stabilize. If you survive here with Mutalisks and an even base count, you're good. But right now, Shin is down a hatchery. Cleaning up these Roaches is nice, but he's going to have to explode across the map and find more damage, which he's doing.
I actually think it's okay-ish for Shin, right? Because he's up 20 supply. The roaches in the main base were just move-click behind that spawning pool. I thought maybe if Dark gets like 6 or 7 additional workers here, it's still going to be okay. But he didn't get those workers. This Spore Crawler is going to try to burrow. In the end, it will get a few shots up, but not enough to kill. And Mutalisk, the second Mutal low on HP, that one survives as well. Shin with a crazy counter-attack, just kind of running everything he has into the natural of Dark, taking a fight against the Queens right before the Spore was up, and Dark is gonna have to tap out. GG, Shin with a mental counter. Honestly, insane call there, Piggy, and very, very impressed. And even when all those Queens and Roaches popped out, he stuck around. He split off a few links to take out that Spore, and I think that was massive, because if that Spore Crawler finishes up, there is no way that he can stick around there with the Mutalisk.
That was clutch. The moment when those Lings pulled back for half a second, I was worried, because I do think if he pulls home, he kind of gets stuck in a really awkward spot. I think at least forcing the defense from Dark was a good move. I was with you when you were saying this looks not that great. I was like, yeah, it looks like the mutas are starting to drop. But then all the Queens are gone, and you got to realize Queens gain value over time. You take the Queens out, you can't just rebuild them. They take forever to produce. And this was just such a massive play out of Shin. The spines were very late, of course. He had no idea this was coming. If those spines had already been up, it would have been a much easier defense for Shin at home. But as it was, he handled things really well with the crisis management, the drone pull, the spines defending, and Dark tried to pick off some more units, but it wasn't enough. And the 3-0 gets denied. We might now have a series on our hands.
And towards the end, Dark had like 7 roaches or so left. He sent them in the main. I was like, if he splits them up in 2 groups right now, a couple on the left side of the mineral line, couple on the right side where the extractors are, then even if the drones get pulled, I feel like he gets 4 or 5 more. He buys a little bit of time, and then Shin's worker count is incredibly low, but wasn't able to do it. He kind of just clicked it, right-click behind the spawning pool, took a lot of damage, allowed Zerglings and Mutas to catch up, and we've got a series. And that's obviously everything we want here in the quarterfinals of the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice. In the bottom right side of Oceanborn, still playing a great series, very close to closing it out, but not quite enough. This is Dark.
And on the top left side of the map, striking back, but he's still on his final life. He has to win this game and the next to close out the series. In the top left for Mystery Gaming, it's Shin.
Love that smile on his face as well, the happiness there where he's like, whoa, that was crazy, but it worked and I love it. And I mean, that's kind of earlier what we said as well, where Shin in general doesn't second guess himself. He's a very decisive player. And to make a call like that, when you haven't scouted the Nidus, just a moment where you just built 1 drone, 2 drone, and you hear that terrifying Nidus sound, to then immediately grab everything, run to the other side of the map. Like, you don't have a couple seconds to think about it. Because if you think about it for a little while, it's already too late. You just need to do it immediately, follow that gut instinct. A very ballsy call, but he got rewarded for it.
It's going to be a more conservative opening for both sides in Game 4. No more, well, not conservative, I should say, more standard. They were playing very safe with the 15 hatchery, 15 pool before, but back towards hatch gas pool. Now, so far in this series, we've seen 3 games that look so different to, say, a Serral versus Rainer match. There's a lot of players where they'll play, you know, fast ling speed, taking third bases. That's the very standard way of playing the matchup, where you're scouting, you're interacting, there's a constant back and forth. The way there's been these kind of quick wall-offs from Dark, it's basically said, hey, you can't scout me early, I'm rushing tech, and it creates a much fiercer dynamic of this tech either works or it doesn't work. One player has the mutas, that's better than the roaches. The Nidus Worm can potentially kill the Mutalisks. You know, going for the Mutaling Bane beats going for mutas back into roaches. You've got these very sharp tech choices, and neither player was willing to just kind of defend, take a third, and drone up. Now, off a hatch gas pool opening, we're much more likely to see a more standard back and forth Ling Bane war.
Wouldn't hate it. I mean, Ling Bane, temporary Ling Bane, I feel like the days and age that we stick around Ling Bane for a long time, or that Dark just thinks that he's going to out-micro Shin so badly that making a crazy amount of Lings and Banes to go to cut it are long gone. But it is always worth to drop a Baneling Nest, mostly for safety reasons, and sometimes, even if you don't use the Baneling Nest early, you can still get some value out of it once you have Lair Tag, right? Pick up a couple of Banelings in a Drop Lord, fly it into a mineral line, kill a few drones. It doesn't hurt that much to build a Baneling Nest early on. It is better, obviously, to avoid it if you don't want to be too aggressive and just go straight into Ling Roach, but that is risky, because if you then miss a few Banes morphing on your side of the map and the aggression shows up before the Roaches are out in high numbers, it could be the end of your CVZ.
Baneling Nest on the way for both sides. Third Queen starts up earlier for Dark. That is a sign of defensive play, being a little bit more aggressive potentially for Shin, though for now Shin's up a few workers, and he does start those Zerglings a bit earlier. 2 Overlords coming out for him as well, lots more Zerglings on the way, so Shin will put on some form of forwards pressure. Not a massive amount of Zerglings though, as he does go back to droning.
Yep, it feels like these are just the safety links, and obviously you can poke a little bit and be annoying on the other side of the map. You can scout properly with it, and the moment that Dark sees that amount of links, Dark's going to make those links as well. Now Dark is probably going to do it of 1 or 2 drones more than when Shin fired up those units, so Dark's going to have a very tiny economic advantage, but that's kind of it. A Roach Warren going down as well, all the way in the back of the natural. I mean, Shin is no stranger from just staying on hatchery tech, making a lot of units and rallying everything. Dark is going to go pretty much.
Great minds think alike, Roddy. Yeah. Great minds think alike. Now, Shin, don't think he saw the Roach Warren there. He was close to it, but not quite. Dark has not seen his Roach Warren either. They're both droning for now. No massive signs of an attack for Dark, but Shin, he's building extra Overlords. He's banking up money. Looks like Shin wants to go for a quick Roach Baneling attack off 38 drones.
The Solar Special.
His favorite build indeed. Solar is an expert at just decapitating nerds with this build, but it's been a mainstay in the Korean scene, especially for a while. I remember the Europeans weren't doing it, and now they are. You know, it's just such a scary attack. Interestingly, Shin builds drones behind though, so it's not all in. It's more of like a light attack or a fake out, I believe.
Yep, he can obviously show all these roaches, move out with it. If he fires up a lair immediately, we're going to take a little look at the first-person view of Dark, as Dark has a couple of lings and a few banelings on the other side of the map. But he's going to see these roaches, and now we wonder, how is Dark going to react? I don't think Dark is Omega concerned by seeing this, because he hasn't been that greedy. He's made a lot of units, he has a Roach Warren, he can fire up his own roaches. He obviously sees that these roaches are slow, and he didn't even drop a single spine.
Did he even build a single roach? He built like 4? Like, not very many roaches at all. You see 9 roaches coming. Most players build a spine there. Some players cancel lair. Like, you know, he basically just did such a small response there, did Dark. Very chilled out.
We'll hope that he has an Overlord popping soon, though, because he's been on 82 for a bit. And there we go. 1 Overlord did go out. I mean, he can obviously continue building units as well. He's got a few banelings here. He's looking for a nice connection on the Zerglings of Ragnarok. That's not going to work. Shin, however, is going to send these links deep into the main base. We'll see that lair. I have the feeling that the lair just got fired up. Dark is going to move his roaches back too. Very curious to see what's happening on the other side of the map. What's on the production tab for Shin?
Yeah.
Dark has been trying to scout, but it's just been hard, right? Because Shin has been kind of in his face, has been showing him units, has been running links around.
What an interesting thing. I was confused. I thought he built only a few roaches because he didn't have any roaches on a control group. But Dark is just a very unique player in how he organized it. His Lings and Banes were on control groups, his roaches weren't. And he moved out for like a fake counterattack and immediately just pulled them back and said, no, we're playing conservative. No need to force the issue. And now we get to see the Overseer Scout trying to get in. Shin is trying to block it. And for now, he is successful. Slight worker advantage for Shin as well. It looks like he's come out in a very good spot. It's Roach Muta against potentially Roach Muta. It could be Corruptors, of course, reactively for Dark here. This is a very even game. Oh, but great scouting. Look at that.
Yep, and now we wonder, obviously, has Shin scouted the Spire of Dark yet? Because that is obviously a big thing for Shin to figure out as well. Shin might just think like, as long as I go up to Mutalisk, I'm going to be okay. But it's super interesting to see if this Overseer can get deep enough. It's really not starting to look like it. I don't think we have a Zergling here either, or a Changeling that is going to confirm that there is a Spire. We can't forget everything that has happened on Oceanborn. That's the game where Dark reactively dropped a Nidus network after he scouted that Spire. Shin might be worried about that. Dark's going to see that this Spire will finish up. So you think he's going to go for Corruptors, Roaches and Corruptors? You think it's the play?
I think it's a very good play. I know you put Serral in his shoes. He'd definitely do it. He loves that play. Dark's done it before. The fact that he's going +2 range and more Roaches, it doesn't feel like he's just leaning into mass Muta of his own.
No.
But we'll see exactly what happens, of course. I'm also curious to see Shin's production tab, because we don't see any Muta upgrade just yet. And I feel like Mutalisk upgrades are fantastic. There we go. Corruptors on the way for Dark. You really want to get attack upgrades or armor upgrades are actually amazing. If you can get +1 armor Corruptors, they just don't take damage from Mutas.
Yeah, they are going to be pretty tanky regardless, right? Especially if the Mutas don't have +1 flyer attacks yet. Shin is also investing in +2 missile attacks, but like Mutas need to really be in way higher numbers than Corruptors to have a big impact. The Mutas are here. They're going to pick off a Baneling, but that's kind of it. I think Dark tried to hide the Corruptors there for a split second. Honestly, it almost feels that the air units are going to cancel each other out, and Shin, I think, is aware of that, so he's immediately queuing up 15 roaches. That's a fight, by the way, that the Corruptors will win. Shin did manage to get a cancel on the 4th base with his own roaches. That's a pretty big play pick.
Gets 2 Overlords and 2 Mutalisks as well. Pretty good pickoffs for Dark to counter it. Losing the 4th does suck, but of course, getting some units of his own is fine. Very similar work account so far.
I wonder if there's a window that Dark can find where he will force the fight with +2 missile attacks and Shin will still be on +1. Because there is a pretty decent advantage there. This is a great tiny little circling run by in the 4th base. Dark obviously had to cancel his own 4th base, but these Corruptors are really doing their thing. They're going to go for Overlords. The Mutalisk of Shin are going to go for the Overlords of Dark. I wonder what the roach count is at the moment. Both of them obviously working with a silly amount of roaches. 44 roaches and 5 Ravages on the side of Shin. Dark has a few more, and don't forget about that little window that Dark can find where he's got the upgrade
and Shin's
advantage.
delivering that timing to him, Roddy. He's going across right now. +2's not just done just yet for Dark. So Dark wants to wait a few seconds to fight if he can, but of course Shin is forcing the issue. Shin is shoving it in right now. He's going towards that 3rd base. Dark with a massive angle. He's coming in from 2 sides.
10 seconds to go for +2 to finish up. Don't forget, by the way, that once Dark has taken out all these Munas, he could technically make some of his own Munas. He's got a Spire. Shin has absolutely nothing that shoots up right now, so that could be annoying. Are the Corruptors going for that hatchery in the top side of the map? Are they using Caustic Spray? It's really starting to look like it. I mean, Dark is just taking fantastic fights here. He had to cancel his own 4th hatchery, but he's gonna kill the 4th hatchery of Shin, and he's also the one winning the air battle. He's winning the roach battle. This kind of feels everywhere we look. Dark is getting W's on the board, and only now +2 is done for Shin. He took a severe beating in this +2 missile attacks advantage window of Dark.
I mean, I like the upgrades, but I think the 4th base is way more important. Shin needs to get that 4th base rebuilding. The fact that he's taking so long is costing him severely. Dark's 4th base is now finished in mining. Shin finally restarts his 4th base.
And Shin is making pretty early Hydras too, but Hydras are not that fantastic in Roach Ravager battles. Like, Ravagers are just better because you're gonna spam Corrosive Power, you're gonna force the army of Shin to walk away over and over again. Hydras are expensive. That Hydra then is actually gonna get picked off before Muscular Augments, aka Hydra Speed, is gonna finish up as well. Things are going from bad to worse for Shin, but he does still have an army. And as long as you have an army, you always believe that you can make some magic happen. The Corruptors are gonna use Caustic Spray again, this time around in the natural, and Shin is becoming a 2-base Zerg.
Oh man, that is massive. Dark spraying down multiple of those hatcheries. The roach positioning is really good for Shin though. Shin's got a good angle. You gotta be really careful. Those 2 Mutalisks adding a bit of damage from above as well. Shin does split his army up here though, and maybe that gives Dark an opportunity to hold. We are close to Dark's base. Dark has defender's advantage. The Corruptors come over to clean up the Mutalisks. The Roach Hydra is there. The units to the south that he split off are getting outnumbered right now.
Don't forget, these Hydras are slow because Muscular Augments got cancelled. Makes it very hard for these Hydras to move at the same pace as the Roaches and avoid those corrosive balls. Dark is forced to pull the drones, and he's going to lose 20 drones. But Dark knows losing a couple of drones is okay because he's got 4 bases. He can easily rebuild them. And this army of Shin can't possibly make it home safely. Some of the Roaches, sure, the Hydras, they are simply too slow after that Hydra then got picked off. And don't forget, there's barely any anti-air on the side of Shin. So these Corruptors can do that thing again. And Shin is starting to realize that he is in all sorts of trouble. It's been another fantastic run for him here in Poland, but I'm afraid that his journey will end here, and it's really starting to look like Dark will make it into the semifinals of this edition.
I think splitting a few Hydras off was key. Shin didn't do it, and he's had 2 of these hatcheries sniped. Without taking those defenses, the Corruptors have just been too effective, killing so many of his hatcheries, cancelling multiple of them as well. Shin is on desperation. He's desperation mode. He's massing Ravagers right now. He's going to go for one last fight, but Dark has a massive army advantage. He has not rebuilt workers at all. He's up 60 army supply. That is a ridiculous roach count for Dark.
Yep, 155 army supply of Dark is going to shove into this 3-base setup. And Shin knows that this is an army he can't possibly stop. Dark looked like a very complete ZVZ player in this series. He's willing to be crazy, he's willing to be solid, he's willing to do scout and react. Dark was perfect across the board, dropped 1 map, but overall a very convincing W for the man who's representing his new organization, Talon Esports. Dark will be making it to the Esports World Cup this summer, and Dark can still dream about lifting that IEM trophy for the first time in his career.
A massive, massive run so far, and he seals the deal. Dark looking fantastic. In the dynamic Zerg vs Zerg matchup, he brings out some special tactics, and they pay off with great rewards. A dominant 3-1 victory for Dark.
Great hold on Solaris after he saw it rather late. All those links were heading his way, and we're like, you have 3 queens. And he's like, I know, that's actually okay. And then he scouted again because, as you said, that lair, it did not get cancelled. Often Zerg players cancel their lair if they feel like they're getting all in because they need their hands on all the resources. Dark let the lair finish up, so you had an Overseer. Overseers allow you to scout perfectly against a Zerg that has never tacked up. It obviously all started on side Delta, where Dark went for the same greedy build as he did against Solar on this map just 6 weeks ago, back then in America at the ESL Winter Championships in Atlanta. Back then it worked, this time it worked. A silly amount of mutas was enough to put Dark in the lead.
Zero fear categorizing his style here today. Dark just looked strong, calm under pressure as well. I mean, this Evo Chamber wall was a thing of legends. It was so clean. He did it so quickly. And that second layer of wall off, I never would have thought to do that. That just angle of the wall off is so awkward, but he instantly knew where he needed to seal the weakest point off. And a fantastic hold. I mean, I was very impressed. I think Shin, the mind game there, it's kind of frustrating. You either look like a genius or you look a bit silly doing that one, and Dark just was so on point that he shut it down.
This was definitely the game where Shin was able to shine a little. He was down 20 army supply when he started all of this, but Dark obviously left a lot of army supply on the other side of the map. Probably think like, I'm a natural, I'm okay. If I can pull the drones, immediate reinforcements, send a couple of units back through that Nidus network, I'm going to be okay. But Shin picked it off, cancelled the Spore as well with his Zerglings, and it was good enough for Shin to get 1 W on the board. But here in this final game, Dark just made the better choices, right? He scouted, he reacted, he was able to hide his Spire, while scout the Spire of his opponent. And he said, we don't see the Corruptors all that often, but Corruptors are awesome. And you gotta give him kudos for not just using them to kill a couple of the Mutalisks. No, he was picking up bases, he was denying vision by sniping every single Overlord. A very impressive display of ZVZ skill by Dark. Let's hear from him as he's on stage with Rachel.
Thank you so much. Very exciting matches from Dark and Shin. Dark, you're looking good. Are you feeling good right now?
일단 박영호 선수 승리 축하드리고요. 확실히 좀 기분이 좋으셨을 텐데 지금 기분이 좀 어떠신가요?
기분은 무척 좋고요. 그리고 오늘 좀 컨디션이 안 좋았는데 현장에 와서 이제 메인 스테이지에 앉아서 준비를 하니까 이제 많은 관중분들이 보이더라고요. 그래서 어제 말씀했다시피 많은 분들이 와주시면 힘이 날 것 같다 했는데 많은 분들이 와주셔서 힘이 났습니다.
So of course I'm feeling good right now, and before coming to the stage, I felt my conditions was a little low. I was a little down, but still seeing all these crowd in front of you, like I told you yesterday, I mean that boosts me a lot. So it is always a pleasure to perform and play in this stage.
Dark, so many great decisions across your games. Picked up 3 wins. You did drop the 1 map. Talk to me a little bit about that match with Shin on game 3.
그래도 이제 3대0 승리를 거두실 수 있을 거라고 좀 봤는데 좀 3세트는 좀 아쉽게 내줬잖아요. 그래서 3세트 때는 좀 뭐가 좀 잘못되셨는지 그게 좀 궁금하네요.
저도 3대0으로 끝날 줄 알았는데 히보미가 정말 날카로운 판단을 해서 저도 많이 당황을 했었고, 그리고 그 판을 지고 나서 좀 속으로는 자기 뺨을 좀 때리면서 방심하지 말고 정신 차리자는 생각으로 4세트를 임한 게 좀 승리의 요인이 된 것 같아요.
So obviously I thought in game 3 I thought I was ahead, but Shin made a really good play there. So I was a little startled out there, but well, you need to hold it together, man. After the game 3 I slapped myself in my mind. So yeah, that's why I brought it back in game 4.
And that self-talk is important. You got to hold it together because, Dark, so many times you've been this close. But this is once again another opportunity for you to go all the way to the championship. So how does your history here at IEM weigh on your mind, affect your games? Does it drive you? Does it hold you down?
이제 계속 이제 우승을 위해서 좀 한 발짝 가까이 가셨음에도 불구하고 이제 계속 좀 뭔가 2% 부족해서 계속해서 좀 떨어지셨는데, 그래도 이번에 그래도 4강까지 올라오시게 되셨으니까 IEM 무대에서 한번 우승을 좀 노려보실 수 있으실지, 좀 각오가 좀 어떠신지 궁금하네요.
목표는 우승이라고 말씀드렸는데 늘 좀 이렇게 성적에 목매이다 보니까 항상 좀 긴장도 하고 원래 실력이 잘 안 나오더라고요. 그래서 여기 와서도 사실 조 그룹 스테이지를 뚫는 게 목표였는데 막상 뚫고 나니까 계속 욕심이 생기고 하다 보니까 8강까지도 좀 긴장을 많이 하면서 게임을 임했어요. 근데 이제 4강에 올라온 만큼 좀 마음이 되게 편해졌고 내려놓고 이제 제 진짜 경기력을 뽐낼 수 있을 것 같아요.
So obviously, when I initially coming on this stage, my initial goal is actually getting out of group stage. And well, yesterday I said I'm going for the championship, but still the nerves still kicks in and every time I get to the stage. So now I'm on the semifinals. I'm going to let it all go and try to be more comfortable again.
We love to hear it. We love to watch you play when you're comfortable, Dark, because the games are so exciting. Your next match is going to be against Serral. We asked Serral who he would rather face, and, well, he didn't choose you. He chose Shin. He would rather play against. But I want to ask you, Dark, anything you want to say to Serral? Maybe some fighting words?
이제 세라 선수를 이제 다음에 만나시게 될 텐데 세라 선수가 사실은 광영 선수보다는 신이범 선수를 좀 더 만나고 싶다고 이제 좀 얘기를 했거든요. 그래서 4강 상대인 세라 선수에게 뭐 한마디 한번 좀 해주시죠.
오늘 보니까 클렘 선수도 3대0으로 이기고 컨디션이 굉장히 좋아 보이더라고요. 근데 뭐 보신 분들은 알겠지만 아틀란타 때 이제 모든 선수들이 세라를 1등으로 뽑았는데 저만 저를 1등으로 뽑았거든요. 그래서 그걸 한번 증명해 보이고 싶고 그냥 재미있는 경기 했으면 좋겠습니다.
Well, obviously, he was in the great form. I mean, beating Clem 3-0, it was kind of scary. But, you know, back in Atlanta, like everyone else was picking Serral as a contender, but I picked myself as a contender back in the days. Do you guys remember?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. So I'm going to prove that this is going to be real in IEM Katowice.
We love to see it, crowd. You know how important that support is. But Dark, just by making it this far, you have also achieved something. We've got one more thing to do, because by making it to the semifinals, you punch your ticket to the Esports World Cup. And we've got that ticket here for you to sign to make sure that nobody else can take it away from you. Nobody else can have this ticket. This is yours, and we just need your autograph on it.
자, 이제 e스포츠 월드컵에 이제 오시게 되셨으니까 e스포츠 월드컵을 티켓을 끊는 사인을 진행하도록 하겠습니다. 네.
We have our semifinalist, Dark. He's signed his ticket to the Esports World Cup, but there is more to do. Let's take a look at his most recent matches against Shin and see what's to come.
That's right, of course. Congratulations to Dark, not only being able to make it through into the semifinals, keeping his hopes alive here in Katowice, but also qualifying for the Esports World Cup. Joining me to my left-hand side, we have Ben as well as Wardy to talk about this one. We almost kind of felt like it was a foregone conclusion here. Dark really didn't disappoint with a lot of his execution here, Wardy. He was able to really bring the big fight.
Yeah, and he did it in a couple cool ways as well. Love the kind of mutas kind of open up the series as well. Showed he was very ready to play things a bit differently, on top of just maybe Shin being the one to have to do things different. And he just played a very solid set of games. And I think what really came down to as well is like you saw Shin trying to do stuff differently early game. Like he tried the Ling Flood and everything, and Dark was just on top of it. Shin took one map, but I think overall Dark looked pretty darn comfortable all across the best of 5.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, of course, you know, Shin did fight back there. We did see some moments. He was able to take a map overall, but there's a problem for Shin in that he always gets to these spots. And when it goes to coming up against the very elite of the elite, like going up against Maru last time around, it was almost impossible. Going up against Dark here, we felt like it was almost impossible. One day, Shin might be able to attain that spot. Just doesn't seem like it yet.
No, I mean, like, top 8 is still very impressive, and making a GSL finals, which I almost think was a little bit fluky in a way, but he made it. He beat a lot of good players on the way. But yeah, he's all of a sudden gets to this point where he just hits a wall. I think that game where he actually won with a Muda counterattack, where he was 20 supply behind, was very impressive, and it was a lot of clutch calls. It's just, this as far as matchups go for a player, you're just playing against somebody that is fundamentally bigger than you. And knows the game better than you, more well-rounded. He was just, it was almost like, I know you guys are into Pokemon, but he was fighting the evolution of himself. Or like, yeah, he really was.
That's
it was
fair assessment.
It was a brutal matchup.
Yeah, I thought you were going to do something a bit memey with that, but that's actually really quite accurate, it feels like. When it comes to Dark, he is one of the absolute final forms of Zerg when it comes to South Korean Zergs.
Yeah, it's like Pikachu versus Raichu, man. Pikachu gets battered down eventually. Maybe he'll fight back. Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Maybe at some point he'll bounce back, but no, I think... I mean, it's so cool to see Shin consistently doing well, and he's obviously able to bring a higher level consistently, otherwise he wouldn't have been to round of 8 2 times in a row, round of 4 last year, of course.
For sure.
It just is difficult when everything's on the line and it's the top players, you know they're going to bring their best. That is just a hurdle he's yet to overcome. But man, at least he's doing well enough to keep on having attempts at it.
He's so on the cusp of breaking into that circle of greatness. He really is, but anyway, we will see in future tournaments as time goes on. So let's take a look at the bracket then here, and now confirm our first semi-final for the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice. It will be Zerg versus Zerg, which now also guarantees us a Zerg versus Terran final, as Serral will go up against Dark, and Dark had fighting words for Serral. Dark always bets on himself, Ben, and as much as a lot of other players fear Serral. Maybe Dark does in the background too, but front-facing, Dark doesn't fear Serral.
I mean, I know he says that and stuff, but everybody has to respect Serral so much. And the fact that Serral, coming into this tournament, the Masters Coliseum, I know we dropped a series to Maru in that like a Bukol system, but then it was just like, he's not losing to anybody. And so far, he's not dropped a map, right? It's the only player to not do that yet. And I mean, Dark already went up against Reina in the group, and that was one of the few wins that Reina had. So I don't know. I feel that Dark hasn't... I think he's misremembering how good Serral is, because you watch him play and that's one thing, but when you go up against him, he can really make you feel lost, which that's usually what Dark does to people.
I just love his confidence.
Me too.
I absolutely adore Dark's confidence. And of course, here at the Intel Extreme Masters, big thank you to our sponsors joining us, as we have Intel joining us, as always, for the Intel Extreme Masters, Blizzard for StarCraft II, we have Monster Energy, keeping us fueled and good to go, and we also have US Air Force along for the ride as well. So thank you to everybody for joining us. Thank you around the world for watching. Also in the arena right now, or over in the hall, we have a signing session going on with Pig and Loco. So if you're around, you can sneak over there, get a few signatures from those boys, and then join us back for our next quarterfinal. We'll see you in a few for more StarCraft action.
Intel Extreme Masters Katowice is brought to you by Monster Energy, the United States Air Force, and Intel.
The symphony of Intel Extreme Masters Katowice continues here as we find ourselves now in our third quarterfinal for the day. We are speed running here. Woo! It is a fast day to start things off, but don't worry because I'm sure it will slow down. We'll get lots of long games. We'll see how this all unfolds because we now move to the TVT side of the bracket, but Cyclones are sometimes really fast. Joining me to my left-hand side, I don't know why I'm speaking so fast. It's Ben, it's Roddy. I'm excited for this one. We've got our TVT on the way, Roddy. I really am excited, clearly, because all of these games are fantastic. Maru versus Byun, mate.
It has potential to be an absolutely amazing series. I think we already kind of covered it earlier a little bit today. Historically, Maru is a much better TVT player than Byun. Maru has also looked, I would say, a bit better overall. Some people try to start the narrative that Maru is washed up because he did not win one season of GSL Katowice, but he was still amazing in WTL Katowice. He was the best performing player in the most prestigious team league in the world in the regular season. He had a pretty good run overall in the Masters Coliseum. Should have gone even further, but he had a bit of a throw against Dark. However, there is that elephant in the room that we have to address, and it's not just the Cyclone, but it's that the overall meta has shifted a little bit in TVT, and that shift should be in Byun's favor. Byun is historically a slightly quicker player than Byun, and that's kind of what TVT is all about right now. Yes, then Maru, sorry.
Ben, your thoughts coming into the TVT?
I mean, this is a fun one for me, just because they both approach TVT so differently, and they have done for a long, long time. Maru's been very much about the holding on, surviving until late, doing the late better than anyone, whereas Maru, or rather Byun, has been very much about, you messed me up, Kev.
My fault.
always is. But Byun's very much about getting that 8 barracks, 2 factory online, not really going about the Raven game and the air game. So he's all about the tempo, and then he's trying to break Maru before he really gets set up. So I think it's going to be a lot about if he can actually get that done.
Who won the last chess match, was it?
Ben did, but everything that goes wrong in
easily, by the way, easily.
Lawrence, everything that goes wrong in Ben's life is my fault. He's not able to charge his phone right now, and he put it on visiting my house 18 months ago because apparently that broke his charging socket. My fault.
He has a really bad charger.
You are so ridiculous. Not everything is my fault.
So stiff, like I put it in and then I have to pull it out. I had to probably yank, and then it's like, it doesn't work anymore. Thanks, Kev.
Oh, great. The tug of war. Never mind. All right. It is Maru versus Byun. Let's take a look at the verses between these two in this best of 5. It's a really cool one as well, not only because these two are names absolutely synonymous with Terran excellence, but also, Roddy, because they really get on well with each other, even backstage.
Not just backstage. Yesterday we were in the lobby a little bit at the end of a very long day. It's like 11 p.m. and then you look around, it's like any of the pro gamers here, and often some of the pro gamers that are eliminated, they'll hang out, and then you look over in the lobby, what do we see? It's Maru and Byun walking side by side next to each other. They look over, they spot us, they wave. Like, these two have been so close with one another for the longest time. Both obviously two of the legendary 4 horsemen. They're both amazing at everything they do. Byun maybe slightly better micro, slightly quicker. Maru overall a greater understanding of how Terran is supposed to be played. I think the key to success for Byun is legitimately disrupting whatever Maru has in mind and trying to make the games weird, messy, scrappy, just be in Maru's face. Because if you give him too much time to just chill and do what he wants to do, I think it's going to be very difficult for Byun.
So as we can see in the map vetoes, they're also solving Rubik's Rubik's Cubes as well as trying to solve one another at the same time. Is there no limit to Terran multitasking, Ben?
There's no limit, mate. There's no limit. If it's not their brains breaking, it's their wrist breaking, right? And I mean, both of these have been absolute examples of that happening. But I really think Kevin's right. Like, if you imagined like 2 bars filling up, like Byun fills up a little bit faster in this matchup, but there gets to a point where he stops, and that's where Maru can overtake. So I think that's what Byun's really going to be relying on against Maru. But yeah, they're both good friends. Met them in the elevator, as I said earlier, and it was like, Byun asked me who's going to win, and I was just like, you don't want to know. Like, and then he's like, no, it's Say. And I'm like, yeah, it's Maru. And he wasn't happy, but they're very good friends. Byun's like idolized Terrans in the past, like Innovation. He was a massive Innovation fan. Then a Maru fan. So this is also kind of like, and they've been together for so long, haven't they? Like the prime days when Byun was Ghost King and Maru was little old Maru. I mean, he's not much bigger now, but you know what I mean.
For some reason, whenever I think of these two, I always think back of that one event where you were dying of the heat in China, and they were there as well. And they were actually like even closer at that event than at any other event. Anytime we looked in the play area, Byun is like lifting Maru up, putting him on his shoulders, carrying him around. Like, I can't forget about that, because I was like, okay, I know that the Koreans like to mess around a little bit, but they're actually becoming very silly at this point. I was like, what if he drops him and he injures his wrist? Like, those are very important risks, Byun. But now it's awesome. Obviously, as soon as the game starts, there are no friends. They're going to do whatever they can to advance. For Maru, we haven't even addressed it yet, but obviously last year was the year that it was finally supposed to happen, right? Maru lifting a trophy at an international stage. He traveled to Europe, made it to the grand finals, was the overwhelming favorite in the grand finals. He got stopped by the normal man. Byun is not a normal man. Byun is amazing. Is this the year of Maru, or does Byun have something to say about it?
I mean, the thing is Maru came out as #1 from that group, right, Ben? So as much as, and we kind of, we didn't see a whole lot of it on the main stream. If you guys were at home watching the B, watching the C stream, obviously you might have been able to catch some of those games. But just casually, quietly, behind the scenes, Maru was doing phenomenal in this group.
It's kind of funny. We've talked about the other players coming out of Group D, the group of death, but we haven't really talked about Maru finishing first in it. Like, he lost against Cyan to start it all off, and it's like, all right, you've got Hero next, Dark, Reina, Showtime as well. And it's like, yeah, I'll beat all those. I lost to Cyan, but I beat all those to finish first. And he's got a decent chance of making it very far, hasn't he? It's a TVT bracket set up for him. This could be the year that Maru, again, back-to-back, that could be amazing.
That would be, considering that I think for at the end of 2023, when he did lose out on that championship, it did feel like the wheels had fallen off a little for Maru. Not entirely, of course, because it's Maru and he's fantastic. But there were a few doubts here and there. It's like, but I mean, he seems back with a vengeance.
Yeah, Atlanta was not hot for Maru at all, but he was clearly feeling under the weather. I mean, a lot of the Koreans said it like, oh, Maru's actually sick. He's locking himself up in his hotel room. He showed up to play, and when he battled against Hero, it was basically the battle of the sick boys, because Hero was coughing his lungs out. Like, that is not happening, fortunately, this time around. It feels that everybody's in great spirits. Everybody's feeling fresh. Like, I think Maru has looked pretty damn good. Not untouchable. Like that Game 3 against Hero, the SCV pool, that's a very close call, right? And if Hero sees that coming, he drops the force field on the ramp, moves those units forward. Maybe Maru loses against Hero, and then Group D plays out in a completely different way.
Sure.
Maru still looks fantastic. It's going to be an awesome series, James.
All right, well, as Ben just said before, which one of these bars is going to fill up enough as we get through this now quarterfinals? TVT on the way. Maru goes up against Byun.
Hydras are going to try to get on top of this Corruptors as well, and the Ghosts are unsupported, but Steadfast, it's a bunch of light units. Nothing's going to kill that Maru.
The Marines come to save the day in that regard, and he's pushing the bottom side. We try and fly in with the medevac, but Gumiho keeps on losing, and Byun has so much more army in the middle of the map. Gumiho is recognizing that this game is slipping away from him.
The desk gave excellent context to this matchup, a lot of history and a lot of love between these two players. We have Maru, who is our current GSL champion, and we have Byun, who only finished in 3rd, 4th, right behind him. But What's more fun than to beat up on a little brother? Maybe Byun will take it here, or maybe Maru will reassert himself and continue on. Who knows? We've got to find out. Let's go.
Welcome to the first TVT. It's going to be a best of 5 to see who advances into the semi-finals to face against another Terran. These two players, as the Death said, have been friends for so long. There it is. There it absolutely is. They're giving us the treat here to start things off, as Maru even threatens a punch right there, Wardy.
Maru was about to fight back. He was going after it. He wanted that jacket. Byun's been thrown in the crowd. I think Maru's about to throw in the crowd for him. This is going to be a fun series. I do think this is a meta which gives Byun maybe the best chance to overcome that TVT of Maru that he's had over the past year. This has typically been a difficult matchup for Byun, where he's been able to get close, but to get enough maps to win a series is always going to be a challenge against someone as stable as Maru when it comes to Terran versus Terran.
And to that point about the patch, these guys have actually not faced since the patch has come in. Last time was in September, and so that might be... Byun's asking why Maru attacked him in the chat. That's why we're getting distracted. But anyways, so this is literally the first time that we've seen the two testing each other in the potential Cyclone openers, if not more. We'll see about that later on. And so that could be very favorable to Byun, who is seen as the faster, more emphasis on multitasking. But that might be what we always talk about for Byun. We basically just don't bother talking about it for Maru, because when you talk about Maru in the top form that he is in now, you're just like, well, everything's good. Nothing's really a highlight, you know, it's just like he can do everything at once.
And one of the best things about Maru is if it does go wrong in that earlier, faster stage of the game, he is one of the very best at recovering and drawing it out and taking it to those later stages. So that's always going to be the challenge. That's going to be one of the bigger problems when it comes to playing against Maru. A lead does not guarantee you anything. That's already the case in TVT, but Maru is one of the best examples of exactly that. His defense is up at a 97, and it's very true in this matchup.
Yeah. Historically, they really were the epitome of the two different mid to late game styles of this matchup. Like I was saying, the 8 racks, that's very aggressive, very Marine dependent, hoping to just catch your opponent off guard and hit them exactly when they're weak. And then 3 starport, which can make you live forever. Let's see if they bring that out again in TVT, or if they have other things in store. For game number 1, in the top right for Vitality, he is Maru.
In the bottom left, representing the Shopify Rebellion, our blue Terran player is Byun.
A lot of people looking for Byun to once again get to the finals of a premier tournament. A couple of times in the last year, it looked like it could be hopeful. He looked as on fire as anyone else when it came to the TVZ matchup. He was demolishing TVPs, and TVT was still promising, especially if like Maru did get knocked out elsewhere in the bracket. But then famously last year, he had the wrist issues. He just couldn't continue, and a very, very difficult and stressful match. So that's always on the back of people's minds. Even if he gets up 2-0, for instance, here, and it seems like he's winning game 3, there's always that like, oh no, is going to slip away, which I'm sure was also on the forefront of people's minds in his last TVT against Gumiho, where it did almost all slip away. Didn't seem to be because of his wrists, but nonetheless, Byun gets close, but can't quite get over that hump.
It is absolutely a challenge, and it's going to be fascinating to see his approach throughout this series when he decides to pull out more aggressive builds, if he decides he can pull those out at all, because they really betrayed him yesterday against Gumiho. Even though he was in good positions with them, he wasn't able to execute well enough, and that's not something we commonly say, but having to rely on other kind of facets of your play when you're playing against Maru, well, that just ain't fun. The SCV scout here from Maru, he's been a little bit more cautious, spots that this is going to be mirrored build orders, and so Byun will be happy because his opponent scouted, and he did not have to.
So we certainly are still seeing the initial evolution of this matchup when the Cyclones, the new ones, were introduced, which was that we did have, 2-4 Cyclones. Maybe the drops were absolutely getting to be heavy in the meta to begin with, and then Cyclones were included. It was more of a question of how far are we going to push it, which we saw the extent in Atlanta. But between these two, I do expect some of those big micro battles, maybe occasionally even with multiple Reapers and Hellions. But sure, yeah, absolutely. Medivacs dropping each other. And then the it might come down to who is multitasking better. We already see a little micro war going down. Maru getting the benefit as long as he doesn't lose his Reaper, and then it's a little questionable. He did kill Byun's SCV build in the command center, but now he's down a unit.
Yeah, down one unit, and SCV for him obviously went down, but that isn't as important because it's out on the map. Now you get the counterattack here, though, from Byun. Can he get the SCV on that natural before the Cyclone pops out to defend? It's going to be fairly close. I think the Cyclone might just about be here in time. Let's see if the Reaper can buy a few moments. You can see that Byun goes in, hits the Reaper a few times. He is going to get the SCV. Cyclone will not be out just yet. So Byun is going to get an SCV in return and delays that CC himself, as he's actually going to dive through to get a Reaper for a Reaper. In fact, that's a Reaper for 2. That ain't so pretty.
You can see the grimace actually on his camera. He knew that that was overzealous of him. Might have been willing to trade out one, but to trade everything out, well, the good news is, I guess, is that you're both kind of a little more blind. Byun even added on a third Reaper, which if really he had 3 in total still surviving, he could have had a decent backstab, an extra couple of units to fill in a medevac, or just go alongside a medevac. And I am mentioning a medevac because I kind of assumed it would be that way, but no. Byun actually adding a tech lab right now. It is only Maru who has gone right into the medevac, so he'll have a little bit more of the presence on the opposite side of the map. But Maru obviously has a very solid and actually very standard follow-up for our old knowledge of TVT. 1 Cyclone for safety into tanks. So we'll talk more about the strategy choice here in a second, but I really want to see what the damage of Maru's medevac can do.
Yeah, it's going to be fascinating, as he's kind of taking the role I thought Byun would take in this game and in this series in general. Well, Byun's going to be the defensive player. He does not have a bunker on the low ground, so it's going to be a little less defended. Obviously, he can still rely on the tank, as he's going to be in range as these Cyclones unload. Initially, they do not know the tank is there, so he takes the first shot, and that's going to be a very short drop-off. Does not last very long at all. He's going to jump onto the tank, but then the Cyclone is there as well, and that's a pushback. Still locked onto that medevac. That medevac needs a boost away. It goes down, and Byun kills double Cyclone. That is a catch, and Maru knows that is not great because that's his map control gone bye-bye.
Yeah, absolutely gone. He also knows kind of what Byun is trying to do strategically. So just to focus on that for a second, it does seem like both of them are really trying to prove that they're a little better at that micro. You know, they both have actually overstepped, but Maru's overstep was a bit bigger. But strategically, to get into that now, if Byun successfully defends any incoming Cyclone attack, and the next one's going to be Cyclone Raven with Matrix, but more so auto turrets, but either one would work, then he's golden. He's already kind of moved over into the proper stage of TVT, moving over into the Marine tank, whereas Maru, if he cannot get a lot done with the Cyclones, he's going to be relegated to using them kind of to control the map and stop any incoming push, but that's absolutely not guaranteed, and his tank count will absolutely take a hit for it as we potentially move into a mid-game TVT as well. So a lot of the problems are here for Maru to fix. Byun playing kind of the more defensive style has really worked out for him.
Yeah, no, it's absolutely been great for him so far. Now you're in this position where you've got a couple tanks up. You're starting to get to those Raven counts, and Byun is going to be at the stage where he's like, cool, my army's looking great. Your army's still very Cyclone focused. And now we're going to take a real cool divergence because Maru is going to play into mech while Byun is playing into that stim pack.
Yeah, okay, that does make sense considering the, well, there are absolutely people who will still have 8 Cyclones on the map and be like, no, I'm still going to try and push bio. We see that all the time, actually. And it creates that classic dilemma of like, well, can I do anything with them? Do I get pushed by the tanks? But going into mech beyond this adds in, obviously, a lot more tanks, a lot faster. Interference matrix number 1 goes off, takes the tank out of the equation. Now the second one is also out of equation. Byun's Ravens were a little off to the side, but they come in to help out with some auto turrets, and that means that tank will be able to survive through the disable and be a critical defense in the upcoming push.
A little messy there for Byun as he drops a couple of auto turrets in return. His tank's back online. That should be enough to be okay here. And he does recover from this. But yeah, a little messy, was a bit out of position. I even felt like the tank that got Matrix could have gotten away, but then it kind of stuck around a little longer than it should have done. Nonetheless, he's surviving for the moment, and we still have Maru's trying to get something done with these Cyclones, trying to keep his opponent contained in here while he gets his full mech play set up, and just make Byun worry. Don't give Byun the confidence to be moving out on the map and starting to take the activity you expect to see with a Marine Stimpack-based army.
Yeah, and as the Observer is showing us, Byun has not scouted in some time. Now, Maru's definitely a player that you know can play mech, or of course, if we were watching Byun's side or a Clem, for instance, we'd be like, you don't have to worry, it's going to be bio. But for Maru, like, he absolutely does this occasionally. Byun should be in the know that he really does need to scout. So this is the first time he's doing so. He's going to see a single engineering bay on the outside, which is a little odd, but of course that's the big confirmation. That's the big reveal. All 3 factories scouted. He's going to commit to his push because he still feels like Maru is going to be a little under-defended. The tanks have only recently been producing at 2 or 3 at a time, and are there going to be enough to actually hold on? I think so, because Byun did just use some Raven energy as well to go for auto turret harassment, meaning he can't do a lot of disables.
That's what I was thinking. When the Ravens dropped down the extra auto turret, you guys like, okay, I don't think you commit anymore, because without matrixes, there's almost no chance you really push into upper ramp into any amount of siege tanks. He is getting a lot of SCVs out of this, but it's time to get out of here because the Vikings are going to start chasing. These Ravens are going to be hunted down now, so Byun trying to slip away. Still has a few units out on the map as one Raven falls. He has put himself ahead on the workers. Let's see if he can do anything. I just don't see what the possibilities are with this army right now, though.
Yeah. I mean, even with the Matrix on the front line, it still would be a questionable attack in. But Maru, you know, he is taking economic damage, and that is something that Byun is insisting upon. So the Ravens skedaddled, the Medivacs went in, and they're going to grab another, like, 7 SCVs, and maybe even stall out an upgrade or target fire down a Cyclone. I guess that also can happen. Natural still has 2 Marines that unfortunately are out, you know, yeah, if they go into range of the SCVs, get blasted by the tank. But 17 SCVs in total, with Byun still keeping the slower producing part of his army alive, which is obviously those tanks right there.
Now, that was such a great set of damage, and now you're going to take advantage of this as well. This is very difficult to break once the position is set. Even with a bit of air control, you're going to lose a refinery. SCVs have to pull away for the moment as well. And so Byun just taking advantage of this so far. There's one Matrix that goes down, but we got the unsiege. We back away. We lose nothing at all. And that is going to be nice for Byun. So definitely controlling this game well. It's just that question of, can you deliver a finishing blow to someone that's so good at surviving with the most survivable of compositions?
That's what every Terran asks of themselves when they go up against Maru, but especially Byun, because at the end of the day, we're kind of getting what I was predicting. It's just, it's not Bio in a 3-star port and a bit of Turtle, it's Mech. But Mech is still the defending composition, especially when those Cyclones don't get a snowball going. So it's about Byun being able to keep up the pressure, not let Maru ever get comfortable, keep the tank count down preferably, actually find him trying to get a 4th base and then pounce on it and get the quick kill, get the faster bases, faster upgrades, and possibly, much later down the road, his own starports as well. We're not there yet. The barracks did fall and has to be rebuilt because Maru is still not on his optimal amount of factory production. So that is a little awkward, but he's on top of it.
Yep, getting that replaced in the next couple of moments, then can add on some extra factors if he does want to. Byun is really trying to position for something here, working around that left-hand side, but there's just so many siege tanks. It's so difficult to imagine a push in here. I mean, obviously set up the tanks here from afar and get some bits and pieces, but this feels like the extent of the damage you can deal rather than a big push in. But this is going to be nice to drop a few Marines off. Decided he doesn't need to stick around, and denying gas against a mech player is great, and he's really making sure 4th doesn't get online while he puts his own 5th base online in position. So doing exactly what you need to do if you're not the mecha.
Unfortunately, a push will come to shove. Like, this is now kind of more so the question as we witness Byun not able to find significant amounts of damage. If Maru does get maxed out with his mech army and his 3 Ravens still alive and the Viking control and does a successful push across the map, his army is better. Like, as long as there's not some, like, 360 no-scopes around, okay? His army is better. So that is now the timer for Byun, and he, of course, knows about it. Very accustomed to playing a lot of mech. He's been through all those metas and faced Maru whenever he does it. But he also knows just how damn difficult it is to actually break him, whether it's defensive mech or defensive bio.
Very, very true. That's a lot of units still just on the map from Byun, just hovering around, waiting for their next opportunity. And Maru is about to start taking this 4th base, draw this kind of defensive line out a little bit more thinly. Maybe that's where Byun will find something extra. But I think most importantly, you put those extra starports down, you start playing a later game situation yourself, because the Marine Marauder tank can only really take you so far. The extra starports that transition into air units, that really is the next step. So it's good to see Byun making that preemptively rather than as more of an afterthought.
Yeah, it's very important that he actually starts to adapt to it. Now, he still has the ability to make an army much quicker if that is the choice, you know. He will still have the upgrades on that army, whereas Maru obviously will have the upgrades on the mech, including the air. But Byun, whoa, the drop from the top was actually an excellent addition, and Byun chooses a great moment to at least trade efficiently, but he's not actually breaking Maru. In fact, not at all. As the Vikings land, more tanks come up. At the end of the day, it's going to be Maru forced to lift his fourth, which is actually still nice. That was not yet a planetary, so that is a delay on the mining. A couple more Vikings, a couple more tanks possibly going down. Hot pickup on the Vikings from Maru's medevacs, actually. And we have ourselves a wash as far as the supply goes. The Terran player playing Bio is going to be able to remax a little bit faster, but then having to traverse the entire map, the momentum's not quite going to be there. So that, at the end of the day, it wasn't exactly what Byun wanted.
No, I was a little bit worried because I feel like he saw the base initially. He was like, oh, I feel like I can make a move with this because the medevacs were at the top still hidden. The rest of the army suddenly turned. I was like, okay. Running up past the rocks, he really got super choked from the south side, and the army from the top just didn't quite bait enough fire away to kind of get him through that choke successfully, which is why it was so much more of an even kind of supply at the end of the day rather than the complete knockout blow that Byun might have been initially hunting for.
100%. You see a pull like that, and it's just they thought that they could obliterate them. You know, if they're at 20 supply above at the end of that, and Maru is rallying tanks and Vikings into literally just like 20 extra supply of units, I mean, that could be it, because we really have to have a critical mass of units as the mech player. But that hold was actually spectacular for the way that the game goes from here on. The fourth base gets planted back down, easy planetary. Maru knows he's not going to be attacked in a really rough fashion anytime soon, so he gets the extra expansions, literally gets his fifth also on location almost at the same time, and he is now almost guaranteed to get maxed out. But this is where Byun's transfer into his own air is really important.
I don't think, Maru, I think, hasn't really got many Vikings on the way or anything, but he's just now started out a couple of Thors, so there's some respect to the idea of, hey, you might have air units, you might be getting air control, and if you are, I'm going to need something a little bit extra than Vikings of my own to deal with this. This drop does a little bit of something, but man, there's Vikings and missile turrets everywhere. This is just a bio donation from Byun. You'll get a few more drop-offs, but there's so little to really gain from this, and that's the problem. When Maru is set up like this, it just feels like these attacks are also just almost always just obsolete.
Yeah, not happy with that. He's going to have a lot of potential recovery, though. Like the kind of the Zerg player here, it is expected, especially if you're still on bio, to forfeit some units. The ideal situation being a cost-efficient trade, but then also just, again, reducing that critical mass or finding them severely out of position. It's really just not even possible anymore. There's SimCity, there's extra planetaries, there's missile turrets, there's tanks in numbers that they can kind of cover all the situations. And yeah, again, about that timer, Maru might be able to do a push out, and then Byun is going to really have to hope that his air army can do the trick, and it kind of can, but like you really would want to have a decent number of Liberators and then Liberator range, which I think he did get, I just missed it. Okay, he did get it. And then you also want to make sure that you're trying to utilize like some chokes, you know? If enough Thors or Cyclones, actually, as we see more being produced, do get underneath the Liberators, they get popped pretty quickly.
And the issue is there's nothing to zone out those Cyclones from running in because there's like 0 tanks on the map from Byun.
Yeah, geez.
He has like nothing to work with here apart from just bio, which can only go so far. Well, it's going to be an interesting fight, that's for sure, because it's so rare you see one side just tankless in these situations. So Byun is putting all of his hopes and dreams for this first game into that basket, which contains the air units. We'll see if his Viking Lib Force will be able to prevail.
That's actually a very good point. And it's very intentional right at this point. Byun has had some supply, not anymore. As he actually looks to take the engagement, he knows that he'll win the pure air war, but when the Thors also get involved, it's a little more questionable. And obviously those Thors are getting involved. He will absolutely win the air war. That was just way more Vikings than his opponent. But it's more of the question of can he then leapfrog forward himself. Maru is drawing a line in the sand, at least in the middle of the map. Now that's his bouncing off point and also his fallback point with some static defense coming down there.
And Byun decides to make that even further commitment to air units as he goes towards the Yamato Cannon. He's going to get the battle cruisers online potentially, so he really says, this is my late game and I'm sending it there. But he is going to be under a little bit of pressure. This gold base may be in a little bit of trouble here, perhaps. Maybe the Liberators from the high ground here could siege up and do well. We see the Vikings obviously will not be much of a factor, so it's really the Libs versus the world. And the Thors are really struggling to get in position. So this is going to work out. Those Liberators get to do a lot of work, picking off a lot of siege tanks. And Byun gets a very successful cleanup.
Yeah, those Thors were as derpy as they can be. Sometimes they get locked behind each other. Sometimes they're just so large that even a decent-looking concave opportunity is kind of meh. But that was just the terrain, 100%. And the Cyclones were trying to do all the jobs, basically. mobility of taking care of the air and whatever ground was there, but their numbers weren't as high as they are now because Maru has recognized that maybe mobility can favor him. It could be desperation as well. Sometimes we see those Cyclones, especially pre-patch, but maybe it is, maybe it isn't. The point is it actually can be effective. The Cyclones can now be the ones that remaneuver, and exactly this. Catch the air army not sieged up and running over them.
Yeah, those Cyclones putting in some work. Liberators have got a lot to do here, but it looks though that Liberator count is going down drastically. There's only 5 left on the map following this, and they need to get set up right now. So Byun losing track of Maru's army. Maru getting the jump on him a little bit here. And now again, if that Liberator count isn't high enough, you don't get rid of the anti-air units soon enough at all. The Vikings are going to decide this is where they land to try and bring the defense. Can they do enough? 9 Liberators on the way in production, but we're just not going to get there as Maru's push is finding success. He's going to break through the gold base, and Byun's army is absolutely all gone.
Yeah, Maru is scanning to see just how rich this guy possibly is. But even if Byun had all the bases with all the SCVs mining, the fact is his production is very close to being camped. So as we do see 11 Liberators being produced at once, and that is really impressive, it's still a problem because Byun is going to have his production possibly in trouble. He's going to lose access to these bases. He's going to use up the bank that he did have, trying to remax and not even quite succeeding. And things are just now absolutely a comeback opportunity. If there is one, it's going to be called a comeback. Byun tries to go for the attack, but the Thors, actually, they're not going to get in range. The Liberator count was high enough, but here come the Cyclones on the backside, and there you go, the mobility shining once again.
Yeah, mobility has been the answer here. The Cyclones try and run through the Liberation zones. A few of them do survive through to the other side, so the damage continues. The Liberators drop once again, and a game that Byun had a lot of control over early hits the typical brick wall, which is that defense of Maru. He thought he had a moment with the drop on top of that army, and that was really the turning point where Maru suddenly was in such a better position. From there, he's just played it spot on. I do think Byun was maybe like a few moments to surviving away from being like, okay, now I build into some BCs.
Yeah.
And that would have been very interesting to see how Maru then dealt with that.
Yeah, it would have. The problem with BCs, you know, is obviously their ability to Yamato and transport away, or transport in if you're really playing Gambly, I guess, which obviously a ground-based anti-air army would struggle the most with. So that would kind of take advantage of the whole I'm going Cyclones, not Vikings. But I do just wonder if that would have been enough, as Maru was looking to mobilize and get around the map, and the battlecruisers respond to them. It's a little bit worse. We are absolutely seeing the last few moments of this game, guys, which is why we're discussing possibilities rather than the thing that's happening on the screen. So, yeah, Byun's not going to tap out until he's fully, completely dead, especially because he has some bases mining, but there's that production getting camped.
Yeah, I mean, he's just going to be dying to the slow push at this stage. You lose little by little. There's not really anything you can do to break out of, you know, tanks camping a natural. They're going to go siege up on other bases around the map as well. Byun has no way to access those locations. Yeah, I mean, a couple of BCs are popping. They are going to have to work some absolute mad magic if they want to get back in. They do teleport up and deal with the tanks on the picture-in-picture, so that is something at least, but they've got a lot more work to do than a few tanks up there. This entire army is on your natural and making stuff happen.
And once those battlecruisers use their teleport, they're much worse. Like, now they have to come back into the amount of Cyclones here, and there's not enough battlecruisers to do the whole like jump on top and I'll just win because they're the better units. That's not really how it works right now, and obviously Byun is going to try. Vikings even landing, trying to help out, but a couple of siege tanks from Maru helping to clean that number out. It is going to maybe be a last-second hold as far as the armies we're watching here, but then look at the mini-map, look at the supply, as Todd would say, and there we finally have the GG. Maru will win game number 1, as you said, doing a typical thing, defending, stopping Byun from finding that one moment, and then eventually winning a late game TVT.
Yep, and Maru TVT in a nutshell, you couldn't have written the script better, right? He picks the more defensive style, his opponent's quite aggressive, gets the edge in the early stages even, and Maru just puts up that super defensive position where he says, nope, you're not getting past me. You're going to have to do something spectacular. And I think Byun almost knew he had to do something spectacular, hence the triple drop, run in, try to kill him in that moment, but it just wasn't quite the moment that Byun thought it was. And so Maru really was able to, again, regain control from that. That's this moment here. And you just see one medevac goes down full, the second and third medevac never fully unload either. And because you're coming through this choke point, the tanks take forever to get in position to siege up. It was just not what Byun envisioned. And yeah, from here, the Liberators looked as though they gave Byun a good chance. It was just the moment that Maru abused their mobility. Immediately, they suffered.
Yeah, 100%. The Cyclones, like I was saying, there are situations where you look at it and you're like, oh, well, you just can't win the air war. Like, let's see how this works out. But this now is a very just decisive and good maneuver. Like, it just gives your army suddenly the mobility that Mech is not the one that's supposed to have it. and Maru used it very, very well. It also gives that kind of more instant reinforcement feel too. So if you do gain momentum, you do keep it. I do wonder what that game would have looked like. Of course, in one scenario, Byun's attacks are a little bit more effective and he's really got Maru on the ropes. But in the second scenario, if Byun had really played quite turtily himself and added in more tanks, like if there was, let's say, 10 tanks on the field instead of whatever amount of bio that he had with the Liberators and Vikings, then I can imagine there's a lot more of those push-ins that we saw at that one of those last battles where the tanks obliterate the Cyclones and landed Vikings of Maru, and there was like some Hellbats in there as well. And then a missile turret line as well to help him out just in case things go really awry. But he was still playing Bio Viking Liberator. And he actually was the one that got out-mobilitied, so.
Yeah, it's funny how that works. And you were right, at some point you were like, sometimes the Cyclone's like a desperation thing, but in this case it was just, hey, I think I can out-mobilize you, and it happened immediately. Like, Byun just lost track, they came in from the other side, and hence Maru gets the 1-0 lead in this qualifying match to the Esports World Cup, the quarterfinals here in Katowice. Well, in the top right, leading 1-0, off to a great start from Vitality, it is Maru.
In the bottom left of Hecate, we do have the Shopify Rebellion Blue Terran, Byun.
Let's see what kind of styles we get round 2 of this one. And as you already see, a difference in immediate openers with a gas first of Byun. And Maru will go with the racks before any gases get taken in the first few moments.
Yep. We might see a proxy or a cheese or, basically to go to 2 racks eventually, but so far, I'm actually thinking that we might see an attempted greed before we see the attempted cheese, which is the very fast 3rd CC that we saw Cure do on the first day, and then was it Maru on the second day? It was someone on the second day. That worked out very well, so yeah, that's my unnecessary bet. We do have both players 1 racks expanding, so that's already a little bit more greedy. It's just that Maru is going to bother the SCV scout as well.
Yeah, I mean, again, clash of styles, right? Byun will take every risk and possible, corner cutting kind of mechanism, including not scouting, whereas Maru just says, you know what, I am going to scout. This game, it kind of makes sense. Maru's looking for the faster expansion to some extent. He went at least racks, then gas. Byun goes gas, then racks, so it's a little bit safer, arguably, in terms of time as a factory, but in the end, they're actually both going to end up putting an expansion down. Byun will even pop his down on the high ground.
He does seem to like that more than a lot of other Terrans, to be comfortable.
Does it all the time.
Yeah, exactly.
All matchups as well, apart from TVZ.
Exactly, all matchups, meaning TVT and TVP. So, yeah, but then Maru, I mean, not only is he more willing to take that little bit of a chance while, low ground expanding, he did actually SCV scout. So that SCV scout would have worked wonders if it was a 2 racks, which obviously Byun is very capable of doing. I'd even say more likely to do nowadays. Obviously, 5 years ago, Maru was 100% the 2 raxer, but so that also meant that in the opposite effect, seeing that he was doing a similar build, he's like, oh, great, yeah, 100% on the low ground. That is going to make up for the SCV scout right there.
Yeah, and it's, otherwise, you see the gas first factor kind of coming in a little bit sooner. Factory just finished up. And we do see Maru instantly into a reactor as well, so he is not messing around. As the starports come in, and we'll wait to see just who gets to be aggressive first. I mean, Byun is a few moments later on his own reactor, so again, you're trading out a couple of, an advantage here or an advantage there. The first Cyclone starts up. I was surprised, that Maru was the Cyclone guy, and then Byun was like the tank defender guy at the start of that last game, just because to be the defensive player, I mean, to me, Maru was the first player really saying, hey, I can just make a tank and defend against these Cyclone openers. A lot of other players felt as though they took it from him and kind of went through with it. So, yeah, it was a little bit of a trade of styles at the start of Game 1.
And I do wonder where every Terran's comfort zone is now. It's been a couple of months. Obviously, the Korean ladder was probably full of it just before Atlanta. And, what is wrong, speculation, or right, I don't know, but Byun did kind of feel like he didn't really want to, but then he has been doing the Cyclone openers 100% in his other TVTs, but then also I would dare say, we think of him as a classic Marine tank player, because that's what we think of every TVT as. So does he like that? Was he hoping to really get a surprise, just throwing it in strategically in a best of 5? That also makes sense. And this time, he's not going to do that. He is going into the Cyclones. He is going into the Medevac. The Medevac coming in has 1 Cyclone. It does hit a little bit faster than the opposing build that Maru is showing, so that's its strength. And then hopefully everyone has their Cyclones on the defense.
Yep, and those first Cyclones making their way across. Byun is going to arrive a little bit sooner, but with 1 less Cyclone, has a couple Marines to act as buffer. Let's see if he can get in for some damage. There's already 1 Cyclone here. This is seeming unlikely. There's the Medevac advantage, perhaps for some micro, as we do run forward there as Maru. He took a couple extra shots. He actually brought his Medevac back home, so at least for Byun here, you say, hey, look, he's not attacking me straight away.
And now, you know, there was maybe not a chance for the Cyclones to do damage opposite of the map anyway, but we have Byun's little Reaper Hellion hit squad coming in, killing 4 SCVs, slight delay on a supply depot too, but almost runs right into those 2 Cyclones. Obviously, Maru was trying to say, like, and not really worth it to try and do that equalizing amount of damage. My drop is so much later. Let's just pull it back. And now clearly isn't going to have that drop anytime soon, as it is even staying here to spot Byun's Medevac. So in terms of that map control, Byun's got it. But Maru is displayed already in the series, in his career, that he is also quite comfortable being the defender. So not too worried about that. But you can see that both of them just continue to pump out those Cyclones.
Yep, Cyclone, Cyclone, Cyclone. We do see Stimpack starting up from Byun at least. So you see the intentions of him moving in towards that bio style once again eventually. We'll wait to see what exactly it is planned from Maru for the next little while. He gets his Interference Matrix upgrade finished soon. And yeah, we'll see if he's ever going to stop building Cyclones or not.
You know, well, hold on. No, there's plenty of Cyclones tomorrow. I said that Interference Matrix from Byun could be big, but I didn't check if he had gotten it. Is he getting it in this game? It's already done. It's already done. It's actually a very quick and cheap upgrade. So, yeah, it helps out mostly in TVP. TVP is pretty much a go-to in TVT, pretty much. And then it's a question of what is the correct spell. If we did see them clash with the Cyclone Raven battle, then it'd be auto turret. But now as we do move over for both of them into Marine Tank, it is going to probably be more about the Matrix, but that is the current situation. Both players going into classic bio versus bio.
Yeah, I'm just going to go kind of take a throw back to usual TVT. As Byun is a little bit faster on some of the upgrades here. It's going to be Maru moving across the map, though, has a slight army supply lead. Byun defensively with the bunker setup and all the rest, I feel like he should be fine. He is down 1 Raven, that's by choice as well. He just cut his Raven production sooner to move away and to start doing other things, so again, essentially just the fastest transition from Byun, but if Maru doesn't do much here, then I'd say he's gone away with it. But wow, the Ravens of Byun not nearby to help with auto turrets. They're across the map, going to try and deal some damage. Well, that means that Byun has to pull SCVs to make sure this doesn't get out of hand. He has got a couple of tanks, and they are going to have to put in some work right now as he's losing a ton of SCVs. But hey, he got a lot of SCVs too, just not as many as Maru did, and he's just now finishing off those final couple Cyclones.
Yeah, 21 SCVs killed versus 12. Maru does lead the economy by about 9. One last Raven with an auto turret, I believe, to chase these guys down, try and equalize that a little bit more. But it doesn't seem like it is going to happen. As far as the actual trade of units, I think we'll see that in a second. Just this, yeah. Again, last auto turret, 1, 2. So yeah, 2 more. So that's a 5 worker deficit for Byun, a 5 army supply advantage. But what is the army supply in? That's what I wanted to check. Yeah, he did save all of his tanks. Byun did. So he now has 2 tanks. And what does Maru have setting up in that natural? That is the big question as Byun looks to try and use this slight army supply advantage to get that counter. And that's the first tank popping out now for Maru. The Ravens do have energy for Maru. That is going to be extremely helpful. But this is Byun's time to truly equalize things as he's down 4 workers, but his 3rd CC is coming onto location.
Yeah, these tanks are going to try and push their way into position. He moves in just as that tank unsieges. The Marines do have a stim available, and a couple of those racks of Maru just available to be hit from that left-hand side. So they're going to be vulnerable, but there's that Raven energy available, and that Raven energy really feels as though it could make the difference here. Byun's already the one taking shots, so he's going to have 1 tank Matrix, the other tank gets lost, and this is a good cleanup from Maru, and he was dealing damage with that medevac.
Yes, he was. In the picture-in-picture, we saw the natural, and now apparently the main base under attack by a single Marine. He's trying. It's going to actually get out of there, scout the 3rd CC's already on location. Not a big shock, as Maru probably anticipated it, having to close up in his natural and make sure that he survived. He does not have the SEV lead anymore. He doesn't have the minerals, but now he does have almost a 20 army supply lead. Should equalize on the combat shields by the time he actually reaches across the map. Now, for me, the question is, will he equalize on upgrades? But I would say yes, Byun's tank should hold on for both of them to have 1-1, and then there'll be a very similar army. Maru, just a handful more Marines.
Yep, those extra Marines a little bit more buffer, but at the right position, an extra bit of buffer doesn't always go a long way. Still just Byun harassing with these Ravens, you know, never coming back home, never using themselves defensively, and that's a major thing missing from the bigger fights, that Maru will always have Raven casting going into a bigger engagement. That's huge. Matrixes, even an anti-arm missile maybe in the right moment, as Maru is going to wander up this ramp. He's going to get there, taking a couple tank shots. I'm not sure I love this fight from Maru, but he gets the Matrix down. Those Ravens are immediately effective.
Yeah, he actually was just able to get enough up that choke not to get completely blasted. Then he had those extra Marines, so even though that tank got a couple extra shots off, the interference matrix had to come down a little later. That was the move. Maru pushes through and is now pushing into the natural of Byun. Armory gets destroyed, Refinery gets destroyed, and the SCVs do have to be pulled, but into the slaughter they go. That is not going to be it. Maru, with decisiveness, with that ability to read the situation after the scan, forces his way up the ramp and will take the second game in this TVT.
Maru just showing a bit of dominance, quite frankly, right? Just looking good. Wins out the early, you know, said, okay, you know what, you want to attack me first? I'll just play defensive. I'll just wait for you to kind of end up in a weirder spot. And then when he did go across the map with everything, Byun had his Ravens on the other side. That initial trade definitely went Maru's way. And from there, unfortunately, just didn't feel like Byun ever quite got a grasp on the situation again. I feel like he just stayed in the bases too long with these Ravens. I don't know if he felt like he just had to catch up on STV kills, but to never have them in any of the fights felt pretty devastating.
I guess he really was valuing the trade-off, right? Which is like the Ravens, even if they came back, maybe they wouldn't come back fast enough. They still wouldn't have maybe as much energy, depending on when they came back, I suppose. And theoretically, we do see a lot of TVTs go into that place where Ravens can do kind of their own thing, and then tanks and Marines and Defender's Advantage does cover you. And arguably it could have for Byun. That tank only kind of catching like half the Marines, shall we say, going up the ramp was a, you know, it was a big deal. And then there might have been a second tank just not in position. Not certain about that one, but it's possible because he had to worry about both that ramp and his third base, that another critical unit was out of position. So you absolutely have to play pristine from that point for Byun, using the Ravens as you do. But it would have maybe been theoretically possible. It's just that Maru is so decisive and so good and had the scout with those scans to say, oh no, okay, I can take that on.
All right, well, as you take a look at the trophy, we are going to get ready to go into Game 3 of this best of 5. Byun going to have to turn it around. Game 1 felt like there's a little bit more hope for Byun than game number 2. Problem is, it's Maru, and he's absolutely shown why his TVT was feared for so long, why it still is feared, why it is some of the very best out there. As we get ourselves ready to go into the game number 3, Maru and Byun about to be played on Site Delta.
Yeah, this could get action-packed pretty quickly. It is one of the maps where we saw the battlecruiser shenanigans from Maru in Atlanta. But that's a little less likely. This is shorter. It is closer as you expand. And they have been looking for those early game advantages, even arguably pushing the issue a bit too much. Like in game 1, they definitely were trying to get that little bit of an edge. Game 2, it felt like they did kind of chill as far as the very early game units, but then it did come down to Cyclone harass and Raven harass. At the end of the day, Maru leads 2-0, looking again as strong as ever in his best matchup. And now he is spawning in the top left of Site Delta for Vitality. He is Maru.
In the bottom right-hand side, he will need some energy, he will need some love, so make some noise for Shopify Rebellion's Byun. I love the signs in the crowd. Been having me giggle the last couple of days as we get set up here on Site Delta. One of the maps with a ramp on that natural, which takes away some of the Cyclone aggression and can encourage you to maybe play more into that tank early.
Yeah, and it does seem like we're shifting more into normalcy for TVT, so that's kind of what I'm expecting. Again, possibly both players going for a medevac, depending on which medevac version it is. We saw last game they both did the both options basically at this point. Before the patch, there was a lot of the tank drop medevac, and they both are doing a lot of that. Everyone was, but I don't think I've seen that in a long time. Cyclone just better?
Yeah, for the most part, right. Just it's just so difficult to justify dropping the tank across the map nowadays, I think.
Yeah. It is. It absolutely is. Waiting there for the extra time for the tech lab to build, only having the one production unit per round, and Cyclones just pop out so fast, are so versatile, and are, well, just so good. Let's be real. But now it is time to watch the builds unfold. Maru going for the much safer factory expand, Byun figuring that he can get away again with a 1-Rex expand. No scout this time on the low ground. I mean, seems like such a normal thing to do, but I'll say it. Maybe kind of taking a bit of a chance here, right? He knows that he is on the ropes, but knowing Maru as well as he does, I won't be 2 racks. It's going to be okay. And then I'll get this little bit of a lead now that I was absolutely not able to get last game.
Yep, as we're going to jump into the first-person view here for a few moments of Byun in the early game. As the immediate bunker going down, so he just says, do not want to take any risks at all. He scouts just for the nearby proxies, and yeah, just says, cool, get the bunker down, play it safe on my expansion, and just set up into my next stage already, and greet any aggression that comes my way with the safest possible setup I can have while expanding this quickly.
And with this setup, I am kind of thinking more about the 1 Cyclone into faster tank that he just played in game number 1. And then instead of, well, hopefully the game ends up going differently from that point, which is to say he gets to build up his tank count faster, getting to that type of more Marine tank Raven-based army, and then actually does a push. And if the other player is committing to Cyclones and they're not playing absolutely perfectly as far as the scouting, as far as the micro goes, then suddenly on this map, the tank push is just there. And the Cyclones are choked in on their side of the map or even up the ramp, and it's a freaking disaster. But that's just the call I'm making right now. We will see in basically a second that Cyclone was on the way. And then because he's moving so fast, I didn't exactly see what was happening.
I think he put a tech lab down.
There, yes, you're right, Eric. Thank you very much. Yes, exactly what he did. So he actually canceled the Cyclone, no?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, so even kind of more greedy, kind of in a way, but it's like trying to get away with something faster so that you then can get to the better thing at the time that is appropriate for any defense you have to make.
Maru is still just opening Cyclones game after game, so he is just going to send it one more time.
Why change?
Yeah, I just really thought maybe with like the ramp, I know a lot of it initially comes down to this drop, but the ramp really means that the follow-up Cyclone push is nigh on impossible to really execute, like attacking into the natural like we saw Maru do in the previous maps, right? So that was kind of, I guess, my main surprise, but you know, they are still good. They still keep map control. You don't have to push in the natural. You can sit on the low ground and just take map control in that way as well, so
Yeah. Yeah, and there's also somewhat of a chance that if the defending Terran, Byun in this case, doesn't properly protect their tanks, because they're a high quality, low quantity type of situation right now, the Cyclones can jump on top of it, which Maru then tried to do in that first game, and it kind of failed. But you saw there that Byun having it siege up in the mineral line, also with his rest of his fodder units ready to defend it too. There was no open opportunity, so it is absolutely what you were talking about, which is that Maru has to try and utilize Cyclones as well as possible, getting the pickoffs where he can, keeping track of where the army is going, and then ideally enough to make his own transition over into probably Biotank, but he did show mech in the first game.
Yep, the medevac poking in once again. Still more Cyclones on the production tab from Maru. Byun is very much so continuing through into that faster stim pack. His own medevac popping soon, and of course just continuing to produce tanks. What'll be interesting is he's just not going to play with any of those Ravens. So without those, he's going to miss some potential, but that's just part of this style. That's part of this build right here. So that's going to be one thing he has to overcome at some stage. We'll see how he goes about it.
I was going to ask, is that something next to the right? And I'm just, again, I think this may have been during the first-person view, but obviously Byun, no third CC. Well, until now. But the point is to play third CC. That is absolutely big news, right? So he skips the Cyclone portion. He goes directly into a second barrack, so he adds on really, really fast stim. By the way, Maru is playing mech again. But Byun goes into fast stim, fast just adaptation, just going into the actual tank marine meta, and then he will have map control, everything going according to plan, especially something like a bit of a backstab. This one lone medevac getting across the map with these marines that, again, almost have stim anyway, is a surprise that Maru wasn't expecting. A single auto turret will not do the trick as far as the defense goes.
Nope, auto turret not going to do so great against these marines, and there's nothing here yet. There's finally the Cyclones. The medevac does have the boost to get away a bit more quickly. And now Byun is pushing with everything else up the front. Remember, he does have stims, so those Marines pretty powerful here. And Maru is playing with nothing but the Cyclones and Ravens for the moment, so we'll see how he executes his defense. He's even going to add on a couple of Hellions. That's so many Cyclones, though.
Yeah, and they are actually getting out in the map a little bit. They didn't let Byun's push just... Oh, but that's why Byun is stalled out. He had tanks siege up while they wait for further reinforcements, further critical units, and also hopes that Maru just runs blindly into it. Maru no longer blindly into it, scanning ahead, looking to see how he can use his Ravens, but reinforcements have arrived, and Byun is going to continue this push. And if he does get sieged up, able to hit Maru's natural ramp, this is going to be so freaking difficult for Maru.
It really is. These tanks are working their way forward. We're going to Matrix a bunch of them. Going to try and drop some auto turrets towards the back as well. The Marines are stimmed up, though. They're putting in some work. None of the tanks go down, so they should be able to press on forwards. Maru gets his first defensive tank of the game up that ramp. We'll see where Byun wants to try and set up himself, as he can take his third base and location during this time now, whereas Maru is going to be very much so locked into these two bases.
That was Maru double scanning, being like, oh, you are being more aggressive, aren't you, cheeky guy? Absolutely the case. He's going to have to make a hold here. SCVs have been pulled. The tanks are friendly firing, but they're also taking down many of the SCVs. This might be a hold, but it is Maru on the ropes. He's down in supply. He doesn't have a third CC, even though his Byun's was later. It's all on location, and that's just not something that Maru is going to get up and running anytime soon.
Yeah, triple tank sieges here. There's one tank in reach. Byun is going to have the tank numbers to go at least 1-for-1. He actually gets it without losing out. And again, every time we see him tank dive from Maru, it's just one less piece of defense for Byun to have to go through. So that's always great. Just picking off a reactor here. And again, just putting the pressure on Maru, trying to get as much as possible off of this initial push. Because you know there's still a point where maybe you can't end the game. You need as much of a lead as possible to really kind of, take this down. We saw that in the first game.
And as far as optimal time to go ahead and just kill a Terran in TVT, while they're still on 2 bases, it's kind of it. Once you get 3 bases, 6 gas for this factory player, it's going to get much more difficult to do so. But you can see that Byun is succeeded in his attempt. That natural has been breached. Maru's supply is in the gutter. It's basically just the SCVs coming in for the fight right now. Byun is not going to be taken out of Katowice 3-0. He is going to fight back.
GG, Byun gets a map on the board. He is able to fight back, as you say. And just a well-executed game, clearly had the plan, clearly had the intentions of how this was going to work, what he was going to do. Took very patient fights initially, didn't just try and push up straight away into position. Said, okay, I'll siege back, then I'll go forwards, and really just took a few moments in setting up there. And Byun puts himself back in this series at the very least for now. 2 maps to go, long way off, but a big step in the right direction. As this fight was really important because the Ravens, they hit the matrices, but we just never got through to hitting those siege tanks down. Like, all of them survived.
Yeah, and you can see just how much extra that barracks came in. The few extra Marines, yes, but then obviously having stim at that time. And you don't have as drastic of a concern about, stim or combat shields, which one is, the most helpful? Obviously both. Stim has mobility, Stim has DPS. Combat shields, they let you survive another shot from a tank, which if Maru had also gone for a more classic opener and had obviously more tanks and any tanks at all really, the lack of combat shields still would have been a concern for a direct fight. But just their DPS, their numbers were going to overwhelm the Cyclones there with the help of their own tanks, obviously, too. And that was just a very well-planned build, finally kind of getting away with exactly the plan he envisioned as well. Nothing went awry on a map that I thought was pretty perfect for it as well. You mentioned the ramp. It does make the Cyclone usage a little bit more difficult as far as finding that damage, and then making sure that you play the absolutely perfect game with Cyclones after is difficult, even if that wasn't a faster second barracks.
Just reading through these guys having a chat in the lobby before we got into this one. They were having some fun. Byun was like, hey, you like my build? Maru's like, I think I hard-counted it. You just got lucky. So these guys are having a good time here in the quarterfinals. And in the bottom left, he's still just 1 map away from the Esports World Cup and the semifinals of Katowice. From Vitality, we have Maru.
And in the top right of Solaris, we have for the Shopify Rebellion, Byun. Really nice of them to also be typing in English, by the way.
Yeah, I don't think they have Korean enabled on the on-stage PCs.
Ah, that would make sense.
Before they were typing in Korean, but in English letters,
Yes, yeah, right. Okay, that makes sense. Well, that means we can actually explain just how much they are good friends, how much banter they do, which we saw on stage. Loved it.
Yeah.
There was that talk of Byun picking up Maru at that one tournament. Just imagine him picking him up like WWE style and just throwing him in the
slam
crowd.
him down, be like, win the game now, Maru.
That's the way to do it. People say you can't defeat Maru, but one way you could defeat him, slamming him to the ground.
It's like, is it in the rule book? Like, have we accounted for this possibility?
We kind of had to, right? Because we had to worry, I should say. Because at Atlanta, Byun did that, like, what did he do? Like a low kick? Like he went to go like trip something? We were like, what if he actually successfully tripped the guy? Like, that would actually be kind of concerning. But anyway. So obviously Byun able to bring it back, very confident in his build order choice, very confident in the play thereafter. And Maru, even if he had scouted that second barracks faster, there's more of like a, oh, what the heck? What are you doing? Oh, okay. No third CC, like, I know what you did. I wonder how he would have adapted. I guess it really does depend on when he would have scouted it. Obviously, seeing it building would have been like, oh, okay, time to change my plans. But seeing it as Sim finishes, like that probably doesn't give him a lot of time to adapt.
Yeah, no, just a little bit too late on the information gathering, and that's been a big part of it, though, right? Like Maru has very rarely gotten across the map super successfully with the medevac. You know, he lost it in that first game with the Cyclones inside, and you know, in game 2, he brought his medevac back home to play defense. So he's just not getting across the map with that harassment. That is usually then also the additional scouting info, right? So, yeah, tough to find that if you don't get that medevac across the map. And Byun's made that the kind of the precedent of this series.
Also tough if you don't get any single tank snipe while they're still fairly low on units. They don't know exactly where your medevac is coming in from. So absolutely, the tank in the natural could have gotten taken down. The tank in the main was in Maru's sights and then decided better of it. One less tank could have made that final battle very different still. We go on to a larger map, a little less of that direct confrontation. It's certainly not as skinny, and so can encourage a more macro game in general. But most importantly for the early game, there is no ramp this time. So if Maru wants to stick to his guns, continue playing into the Cyclones, would be, you know, a little more effective. I do have him swapping over to the reactor, so it's definitely Cyclones.
Oh, what a surprise, man. We're getting the Cyclones going once again. Byun again, kind of on his own kind of variation, right, where he's going to have the few units plus the single Cyclone on the medevac initially. We saw actually on that attempt last time he did this, the Reaper Hellion got a few SCV kills, and it's like, okay, well, that went well. You know, the distraction in the main really opened the door for the Reaper Hellion to get through and deal some damage. And could be something similar again, as obviously Byun is also now on a reactor, and is also building up into Cyclones.
This could be a very quick game indeed, actually, as we have a micro battle. Both players losing the Reapers, and now the Hellion. It's popped over the Reaper's head. Yeah, but it does die. Obviously, it's not going to impact too much more, but it means that Maru might get a scout. He's already committed to his build, obviously, and he didn't scout that the medevac from Byun already raced across the map, because, again, single Cyclone, a couple of extra units, not double. So this was similar to what, game number 2. Maru did choose to pull back, and that seems to be the case once again, figuring the timing was lost on his drop anyway, possibly 2. Ideally, as the 2 Cyclone player, if you can come back and get a lock onto that medevac, it's fairly likely to die, even if the Cyclone lock-on doesn't do as much as it used to, but not the case here. And we do have them going into, at least Maru going into Stim first and foremost. So he's not added on that second barracks, right? But he's absolutely added on the Stim upgrade faster, more intention to go into the bio. So it's not going to be that quick game that I was envisioning. I was absolutely worried both of them would continue making Cyclones, continue making Ravens, and then try and just defeat each other in each other's naturals. Not going to be the case. Byun might be the one who tries with his current composition, but Maru is the one that's making that step forward into bio faster.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. It's interesting because obviously that's just a different tendency to previous games. It's always been Byun having that slightly faster stem and that next setup ready. But yeah, Maru's going to be changing up himself this time around. Let's look through his eyes for a few moments. And as this early game TVT does get established, obviously just at this point you want to make sure everything's set up defensively in case some harassment comes in. You can be anywhere you need to in a couple of moments. Make sure there's not going to be even a couple of SCVs going down. No movement with any Ravens across the map either, not looking to order turrets and mineral lines, so yeah, everything just focused on being the defensive setup for now at the moment.
I think I'd be terrified if I was Maru, but he's obviously very confident. But without a bunker, when you are trying to make that transition happen on a map without a ramp, and the only scout you have is a Marine going down the center of the map, which may see the incoming attack.
Yeah.
I don't know, I'd be a little concerned, but whereas we saw Byun make sure to just be totally rock solid in the defense and his attempt to kind of move on into his little 2-base attack, which was very neat. He got a bunker. Maru's like, don't need it. I don't know exactly what you're doing, but I figure I don't need it. And he's so far right about that. Even now sending a medevac drop off. I'm not sure where Byun is at. There's a couple, maybe I should have expected this. Byun loves sending his Ravens across the map and then going for auto-turret harassment.
Yeah, shows up, just drops the 1 this time around, says, okay, units in position, not getting much out of this, so he will just back away with those Ravens. I really wouldn't mind seeing the Ravens rejoin just the army compared to that previous games where he put so much emphasis on trying to deal damage. The medevac of Maru about to arrive into the main base of Byun, who has got a couple of tanks. He's actually very set to go maybe onto the map a little bit. A few SCVs can transfer to the 3rd. As the Cyclones drop down, and some SCVs will indeed begin to fall from this harassment.
Yeah, a couple, and the medevac will survive. Our observer was highlighting the lack of interference matrix upgrade from Byun, which is actually very interesting. As I was saying, it's kind of expected. There was obviously some experimentation with not bothering to go for it in the early days of the patch, and then there was the question of if you needed it when it became just the Cyclone Raven burst battles, but generally we've been seeing it upgraded because it absolutely is still a very strong spell for if you get into this type of TVT. And even though the longer this goes building up Marine tank, the harder it might be able to use Ravens, get their spells absolutely correct with all the Marines running around everywhere. If you do use them correctly, they're still freaking good. So I really like Maru's position here. 3 Ravens with the interference matrix upgrade. He is moving across the map with his upgrades for his bio as well. Losing SCVs to the auto-turret harassment, however, and plenty of SCVs at that. But the Ravens are now completely out of the defensive equation for Byun, and Maru is looking for an attack.
Maru has so much potential with this fight. Byun is finishing up some of his own bio upgrades. He's not far off combat shield as well. Cyclones run into the 3rd base, even less for Byun defensively though. I mean, yeah, puts the pressure on Maru. Maru is going to Byun's absolutely going to have to, pull some SCVs in to defend most likely, but Maru is actually setting up to kind of play a slower game. And I mean, Byun sets up his siege tanks. We remember those Ravens are full. They've got 6 matrices available.
Yeah, that's a lot. I mean, even the auto turret output, if there is an opportunity, you can go for it. But Maru choosing a bit of a slower approach, sees the opportunity to siege his tanks in the corner. Wanted the Marines to drop out, but especially because they weren't even fully unloaded, Byun's Marine count is totally fine. And this is really key. Byun has an even army supply, even though he's now missing the Ravens, because he has an even army supply and the tanks, although only 2 of them here are actually none in this particular battle. Maru actually gets jumped upon despite being the aggressor and might not have his reinforcements in time, or maybe just in clutch in time, but also the disables have evaporated. The tanks getting involved in the fight. Byun's big, beautiful concave now coming in on top of the leftover tanks of Maru is going to mean that Byun holds on 3 bases. His upgrades have finally started. He still has a decent supply. He just needs to get into position.
Yeah, position is going to be everything here. There's another tank siege up from Maru, but he gets a tank siege up of his own. It's so important that Byun took the fight to Maru to buy time for those matrices to fade away and then fall back. Yes, he lost a lot of Marines, but then his tanks were able to come through into the fight instead of him losing his tanks quickly. That was a big step in the right direction for Byun. It's a hard choice to make to kind of take the fight that doesn't feel great, but it was the better of the 2 evils, and I think it saved him. As now he still has that worker lead. He even has that setup going across the map as well. So Byun looking to deal damage once again as Maru figures out where the next point of attack will be from him. Byun has some defense set up, but not everything necessary. Like I say, that attack's getting dangerously close on the bottom side. In we go.
There's a drop coming into Maru's main base as well as his 3rd, and that is going to completely pull his main army back. So that 4th base on location will work for Byun. He gets to get his cake and eat it too, basically, because he's dealing damage to his opponent's economy and then getting his economy up and running. And a decent bit of loss mining alongside 8, 9, 10 SCV kills. The medevac might even live to come back later. Byun absolutely bringing this best of 5 back into his control. He even has a slightly faster upgrade lead as the medevac does die to the missile turret, but he even has +2 armor a bit faster. And I think that he should feel very confident in this situation. The scan of Maru now says, oh man, that was like literally 5 Marines could have gone over there and gotten a stop, maybe even a cancel. But that's now done. He can't do anything about it. He is going to be playing from behind on the 4th base timing.
No, that is very true. Byun's definitely established advantages off of the lead early, right? He didn't slow down. He's done things in the right way to kind of ensure he's got some leads at the end of it all. And now, as you see, Maru going to take a step forward with all these Marines. He's going to stim up over here. There's a tank in position. Maybe he wants to try and find the sensor tower. That's not going to work out either. Byun will defend and deflect. And Maru just now finishing up his 2-2 upgrades. As Byun finishes his own, he'll continue into 3-3. That regard, it's going to remain a pretty even game. Byun's still just ahead, those few SCVs, CG, so every little bit of time that goes by, Byun is mining that tiny bit more.
But you know what also is happening as time goes by?
Maru's getting more defensive.
Yeah, we get deeper into a late game TVT, which Maru is very good at. So even though Byun had a really action-packed sequence of events right there, getting really hype as far as just the amount that he was getting away with, it is going to calm down. And unless Byun can keep it up here, as he actually finds not enough tanks defending the 4th base, then he's had to face late game Maru. But this is exactly what he needed to do. Perfect timing. Maru very dissatisfied with that, because if he knew the attack was on the way, he absolutely had enough units. They just needed to be in position.
Yeah, positioning is everything in TVT, as Maru is going to take a loss on a sense tower as well, so less information to be gained as Byun can continue to move around the map and look for more opportunities. Loads up a big chunk of units now, does not want to let momentum slip away. He feels like he's got Maru in a little bit of a troubling spot, and he wants to keep taking advantage of it. And Maru is struggling, that little bit of less economy. What has that meant? Well, no 3-3 starting, for example. So that's a way Byun gets further ahead, deeper into this game. These medevacs do dive through. They will get in here. One tank could siege. I mean, I kind of feel like we should have just sent everything. Now we're going to unload in the main base, which will get some damage done too, but fighting with 2 halves this drop, well, maybe it doesn't matter, because the attack on the 3rd now is going to find just a few siege tanks, and they are not necessarily going to be enough. The SCVs pull in as Byun is going to power through and tie up this series, taking us to game number 5.
Absolutely excellent. Stopping Maru just at the right time. Maru was so close to getting his tanks in position on the high ground, planetary set up at the 4th base, and if he had gotten that, none of these other distractions would have mattered. The 3 drops might have still gotten in and been a bother, but then he has the 4th base totally covered. He knows he can count on that, and the 3rd CC is also probably a little more protected because he can just think of that in advance. Everything came in at the right moment for Byun multiple times in this game, because you're absolutely pointing out correctly how this fight worked in Byun's favor. That split-second decision to choose to go after the guy pushing into you to save your tanks, to allow them to battle it out as well, was fantastic. Really keeping Byun alive in this tournament, in this best of 5. And now it all comes down to game 5 on hard lead. We've kind of seen everything so far. Some of the games rising to not rising, but being the expectation, which is that Maru's a little more defensive, Byun's a little more aggressive. But then sometimes it flips, sometimes it's Cyclones, not Cyclones, sometimes it's mech, not mech. Anything could happen here in hard lead, including eating a cheese.
That's very true. Game 5, just kind of take it all the way to something a little bit cheesy, perhaps. Mix it up that little bit. Just as we get to the end of this series, it has not been very cheesy at all up until now. It's been pretty standard with our openers. Maybe it is time to mix it up and just catch your opponent when they're least aware of the possibility. You kind of think about, is he Cyclone or just tanking again? And then boom, Reapers show up early. Maybe that's the golden opportunity.
Yeah, especially because we've been seeing a couple of One Rex expands, no SCV scout from Byun, more so. But that is up to them when it's all on the line. What does come out? Both of them showing confidence in the macro game. Might just continue with that. Byun clearly finding his groove as far as being the aggressor, and Maru not able to get the damage done in that last game.
I'm just watching the lobby face down once again. It's exciting.
It's distracting, honestly.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, it's very rare in these events and the little feed we have on the side, we get to actually see anyone interact in the lobby. But again, just a testament to how good a set of friends these guys are. As we get to game 5 of this TVT, a fight for the semifinals. Maru, he got denied at the final hurdle last year. He came in looking for vengeance this year. Might get stopped by his good friend Byun, who for Katowice semifinals would be, you know, one of his career highs, especially in the last few years.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And it would qualify him into the Esports World Cup, which that's really what a lot of people are looking at right now. I guessed it would be Maru. It seemed to be the right guess in the first 2 games, but Byun is pulling it back, proving my prediction wrong, and now we get to see what it all boils down to. This is going to be the final map of this best of 5 TVT. In the top left, gift of hard lead for Vitality. He is Maru.
And the bottom right, he's brought us all the way to this 5th and final game after being down 0-2. Can he keep it going? Shopify, Rebellions, Byun.
No SCVs being sent out, but Maru's camera just went all over the place. Approximately 50 screens per second.
Just setting up them camera hotkeys.
I mean, I do it, and I'm slow as heck, you know?
Yeah.
But then people are like, camera hotkeys? What are those? And I'm like, I'm good.
Better than them.
Yeah.
I'm so particular about it. I'm like, no, it needs to go like a tiny bit to the left. Perfect.
Oh, I know, right? Yeah. Yeah, and then you go over to it after you're building your command center and it's off. And you're like, oh, God forbid. No.
All these years, I still can't center my screen.
No, apparently, yeah, we can't. But at least we get our command centers on location. One Rocks expands, looks like, as both players feel comfortable going into that early mid-game. Or just early, I don't know why I said early and mid, I guess is what I was going for. But Maru is going for the SEV Scout, which has been a difference between the two. Now, Byun did have that game where he high ground command centered, so that kind of made up for it. But then from then on, and it seems like again here, he is going to go for the low ground. There is another thing that I want to mention as far as high ground expanding, by the way, which is that, yeah, it's more defensive, but it can also trick your opponent. So that is worth mentioning. I don't think it has in this series, but if they only scout the natural and then leave immediately, that could be deceiving. And obviously in this case, if they only scout the natural, that would be right on the money. That is absolutely a command center.
Yes, it is. As we're going to see, Maru is going to start up a second Reaper, which means comparatively, his factory has turned out to be way later. So very interesting little kind of discrepancy between the two. Maru getting aggressive. Byun's Reaper's on the map, so he's going to have a delay on his CC perhaps here. Comes back up the high ground. We'll see it now. He's got a Marine to help him here as well, but he takes a shot or two already. That ain't going to help you out too much. This Marine needs to get in front and make a little bit of something happen. Decent grenade. I think it's just going to be an SCV trade there.
Byun looks so disappointed.
Yeah, I thought it was honestly pretty okay.
Yeah, I thought that was okay. It's like your SCV was building continuously. You saved both units. So, yeah.
It's like, yeah, I'm not sure what he thought he was going to be able to get instead, but...
He really did not want that Marine to jump on the grenade.
He's like, man, Marine, bro, he could have been, could have been the end of you.
I guess, yeah. Well, it's back to the micro battle. That, yeah, Byun should be able to win, especially as he went for a Helene, which is very safe as far as defending the very, very early game harassment. That is the Reaper, so pretty freaking safe. Goes into the Cyclone after, and then the question is, does he go directly into that Tech Lab? It's been an effective opener for him. It's gotten him to the game that I think he does truly like best. There is still honestly a question as to where exactly people's heads are as far as their opinion of the Cyclone in this matchup. So it seems like both of them are kind of admitting it, and this is actually what happened in Atlanta, by the way, is that we saw a bunch of Cyclones, the extremely weird Cyclone games too, and then just all of a sudden, both Terrans were like, nah. No, thank you. Back to Marine Tank.
Cyclones are silly. Well, we will see a couple of Cyclones on the way out here from Byun, but you are correct. It is going to be Maru for the first time, really switching it up away from Cyclones, right? Just Tech Lab finishing up on that factory, and Tech Lab starts on the starport as well. It's just going to go tank, Raven here for the setup. Byun is going to get the interference matrix up. He has plenty of units to defend here. Can we just snag an SCV on the edge? No, we cannot. And that's going to be fine for Byun.
One thing that's going to be a little awkward is that if Byun doesn't choose to be aggressive with this opener, which it looked like it was possible, like I was saying, like, oh, we could have a short game, it could be both of them going that 8 Cyclone bust. Byun was more so the player that was going into it. He got more Cyclones, but then nothing actually ever happened with it. If it once again never happens, then Maru just gets away with this third CC. The timing of which you can punish the build of your opponent will be gone. Something we've seen in previous TVTs. Kind of the faster you get your set up, even if it seems greedier at first, the better off you're going to be with it as the game continues. Maru's Reaper will get in and see actually a really good scout, because I think he saw the factory, saw the reactor on it too. Yeah, 100%. So really great scout. He really has a solid idea as to what Byun's plan is. And now, of course, the concern is making sure you don't get bopped by a potential push. But it really is now the question, will Byun push?
Yeah, I kind of wanted to say that I thought he was going to. I mean, he hasn't built the medevac, which to me suggests he really wants to focus on Ravens. Units that can go across the map immediately for one larger push. And I was kind of thinking I want to see a bunker from Maru. Like, I'm a little bit worried. If these Ravens get double Matrix on these tanks, you just have Cyclones versus Marines, this could get very messy very quickly for Maru, but Byun starts to find that opportunity.
That's an absolutely good point. You know, I was talking about how this might take advantage of the way that Byun played last game, but the lack of medevac is really different. Well, this also for Byun might take advantage of that fear that I had for Maru, which is like, no bunker, really, during this? Okay, all right, let's see how that goes. Obviously, Maru thinks that it is not necessary to a defense, but other things would still be necessary, such as kind of having an expectation that's on the way and having the control to fight against it. That Hellion Scout seeing the incoming initial army and probably assuming it's the rest of it as well, and indeed it is. Interference, which is coming down on one tank, two tanks, there it is, but auto turrets from Maru looking to soak up the lock-ons and deal some decent damage. Also, just buy time. Maru's tanks will not go down in the fight, and if they don't go down, then Byun can't do anything more. And with this successful hold, Maru might even be able to push out a little bit and start to try and take his third.
Yep. And this is where Maru, that faster third CC, that greedier style, is just all around going to give him a lead. Slightly faster upgrades. The SCV count is better off. And that's what Maru has done a little bit sometimes against these Cyclones. Just say, hey, I can get away with being that little bit greedy. And this is one of those examples. It was a pristine defense. Did exactly what he had to straight away. Tanks were deep enough that they never got exposed while matrixed. And he comes out in this position now where he's up in supply, and rightfully so. His build has paid off for him.
He is playing very defensive post that engagement, though. Missile turret on either side before his third CC is down. Basically, it's like when a third base for a lot of the races is down and saturated or getting there, that's when they feel a little more comfortable affording some static defense, unless they know that their opponent is doing a very aggressive opener. But the missile turrets come down despite the kind of, you know, the push-off of actual starport and medevac production, which what Byun is doing. The Cyclones managing to find a couple of pickoff right there. Maru making a mistake as maybe he was focused elsewhere toward the beginning of that.
Yeah, dropping some auto turrets perhaps as the Ravens do get through. A couple of SCVs only so far, but we'll hit the third base as well. This is also lost mining time, right? Those SCVs don't pull away, the mules as well. They have to then go back. So it's SCV killed and lost mining time, and now you're pushing as Maru with this time where you've got 1-1 a few seconds ahead of your opponent. You've got an army supply lead. The only benefit for Byun is he's knocked a couple tanks down.
You also have faster combat shields, but will that matter? I don't know if it will. Maru just blitzes into the third base, finds the third completely undefended, and Byun's drop that was heading across the map is just not soon enough. The possibility of this doing equal damage is so low, but Byun, of course, has to try. He has to hope that so many SCVs go down, plus a decent amount of Maru's army. No escape, as that missile turret's still up and running as well, and this is a disaster for Byun. He loses his third, he loses his SCVs, and he hardly does anything on the return. 12 is just not enough.
Maru just really waited to bring the greediest of builds out all the way to this game 5, and it just was good enough. And, you know, then Byun, you know, was desperate to do a bit more, but he just couldn't find a way to stop that army, which means the third goes down from here. This game is very difficult to come back from. Down a CC, you're essentially all in with 30 less army supply. I mean, there's no good you can really do in this situation.
Yeah, and I love that Maru, like, even though I was like, oh, let's go that kind of fast missile turrets, he probably just knew exactly that Byun was going to immediately follow up with a drop, right? He was like, I'm going to have a little bit more defense there, and I'm just going to jump on top of your undefended bases. It worked out brilliantly for Maru. He is not going to let this best of 5 slip away. He's back on the offensive. He's going to stop that third CC on location. Anti-armor missiles for both players, but Maru just has the bigger army. It is only a matter of time before he can break Byun's 2-base setup.
Yep, no, this is just a matter of time. Like you say, we've got Raven still here with a bit of energy, not even needed. As we just dive on through, he does Matrix one final tank, and these Marines just keep pushing in as well. The remnants of an anti-armor missile still on Byun's forces. He pulls the SCVs as he's going to be saying goodbye to his Katowice run because Maru is in way too good of a spot. The tanks will continue to shell away. GG is called, and Maru is through to the semi-finals.
Had to take a little longer than he would have liked, being up 2-0 at the start and then seeing it start to slip away, but the build choice and the way that he played out that build ended up working out perfectly. The worry of the attack into the natural was unfounded as he completely held, no problem, no sweat. The possibility of the follow-up aggression from Byun was anticipated and denied, and more so, it was punished. Maru just finally got that strategic win, I would say. Obviously, execution was still on point. and he will advance not just to the semifinals, but he will also get that spot in the Esports World Cup.
Yeah. You know, great series from Byun, I have to say, because I felt like this first game he got off on some good positions, and then, you know, all fell apart, and you started to feel as though, oh, okay, it's one of those series, right? Maru's just not going to let him get back in. He's not going to let him take advantage of early game leads. And then Byun did start to turn it around again. You know, he regained control well enough to make a series of it. But, man, Maru's TVT is just terrifying, and he's got TVT lined up already in the semifinals. We know that as well. Again, it's looking like a great year, possibly, for Maru.
Yeah, but so was last year. It really is about the revenge for him. He's going to be eagerly awaiting his next opponent, studying how their TVT looks, which obviously either Heromarine and Cure are being able to do so now. Just to finish off the series here, as we watch some of the highlights, Game 3 is where Byun started to bring it back with his own very strong build order choice. That was the strategy really shining there for him to stop the 3-0 from happening. And then the next game was also easier than you would expect, I suppose, against Maru, as he did go for the defense, like the offense defense. He chose the moment to pounce on Maru for pouncing on him, and it was the absolute right moment, especially after dealing the economic damage to Maru, and then not letting the game go, making sure the aggression kept up. Maru would not be able to hold, so we got that sent to that Game 5, and it really felt like they both had figured each other out, and had strategies, had execution, but Maru just ends up being the better player.
Yeah, the build just put him in such a good spot, and then obviously Byun is trying to drop across the map as Maru hits this completely undefended third. If there's any way for Byun to stay in it, he couldn't lose in third base, right? I mean, his drop was not good enough in any way, shape, or form to overcome that. And so, of course, from there, Maru was able to just push on through, guarantee himself a spot in the semi-finals, and we are going to hear from him on the stage.
Thank you guys so much. I'm down here with Maru after going the distance in a best-of-5 against his friend, his brother, his longtime buddy, Byun. Maru, I gotta ask you straight up, what's it like to be up here facing off against Byun for such a coveted position going forward in this tournament?
일단 조성주 선수 승리 축하드리고요. 일단은 되게 오랜 친구이자 어떻게 보면 가장 같이 또 자라왔던 이제 선수인 변현 선수와 또 이렇게 이 스테이지에서 맞붙게 되셨는데 좀 소감이 어떠신가요?
솔직히 별로 만나기 싫었는데 현우 형이 좀 잘하기도 하고 해가지고 4세트까지만 해도 제가 질 줄 알았는데 5세트도 이겨서 좀 미안하기도 하고 뭔가 복잡하네요.
I feel a little complicated because Byun, of course, he's my buddy, brother, and I really didn't want to face him in the stage, honestly. And also, he was a very good player, so and I feel kind of sorry for him, also. But still, I thought I was losing after Game 4, but I somehow managed to get into the Game 5.
You've played a lot of matches against Byun. You've got a long history together. Would you say that playing against him brings you to your best play? We've saw some glimpses of true Maru power in these matchups, and that's exactly what you're going to need going forward. So maybe he's helped you out a little bit here in this sense as well?
그런 점에서 아무래도 변현 선수의 경기가 좀 조성주 선수의 어떻게 보면은 좀 저력을 좀 끌어낸 경기였다라고도 좀 생각이 드는데 변현 선수의 경기가 좀 어떻게 좀 도움이 많이 되셨을까요? 앞으로의 경기에?
솔직히 도움은 안 된 것 같고 현우 형이 그렇게 더블을 많이 할 줄 몰랐는데 더블을 좀 많이 해가지고 저도 같이 말려가지고 도움은 별로 안 된 것 같아요.
So obviously, game with Byun actually confused me a lot because I didn't really expect it to expand a lot, but he did expand a lot, so he went greedy. So I kind of got caught off guard from that. So like, I think it's still confusing, I guess.
Well, I know a lot of fans of TVT were excited to see a little bit mech come into play from both of y'all there, but very nice. So tell me a little bit about the strategies that you have to prepare going up against someone that knows you very well, that knows all your tricks, and that's been practicing with you.
이제 다음 상대들 같은 경우에는 또 이렇게 연습한 거나 이런 것들이 좀 노출됐을 거기 때문에 아무래도 동족전이 계속되다 보니까 좀 앞으로의 경기에 쓸 전략들도 조금 생각을 하셔야 될 텐데 그런 점에서 좀 어떻게 준비를 좀 하실 생각이신가요?
일단 현우 형한테 좀 많이 부러워볼 것 같고요. 제가 조별리그에서 테란이 없었다 보니까 태태전 연습을 별로 안 했어가지고 좀 걱정되긴 하네요.
Actually, I'm kind of worried about that because I didn't have much TVT in the groups, so this was my first TVT matchup. So I'll rely on Byun, I guess.
Well, speaking of TVT, Maru, I'm sorry to tell you, but your next opponent, guaranteed Terran. It's either going to be Cure or Heromarine. Who would you rather face off against? Who do you think you could beat to get to the finals?
이제 4강 상대로 이제 김도욱 선수 아니면 히로마인 선수를 만나게 되실 텐데 결승으로 가기 위해서는 그래도 만나야 되는 상대들이잖아요. 그 중에서 만나고 싶은 선수가 있다면 어떤 선수가 있을까요?
근데 태태전은 누구랑 해도 5대5라고 생각하기 때문에 그냥 둘 다 상관없을 것 같습니다.
I mean, it's TVT, it's anybody's game, so I don't care, honestly. I would face either of them.
All right, dealer's choice. I love that confidence, Maru. Excited to see where you go, but I know one place that you're definitely going, and that's to the Esports World Cup. Qualifying has put you on the plane. You're going to be in the tournament. All you have to do is, well, sign the ticket. So why don't we bring the ticket out, have you put your signature on it, and everyone, you're going to get him to see, you'll get to see him play later on, too. That's what I was saying.
자, 이제 조성수 선수가 이제 진출하셨기 때문에 4강 진출하신 기념으로 또 이렇게 e스포츠 월드컵에 티켓에 사인하시게 되시겠습니다.
Congratulations, Maru. Let's go back to the desk to take another look at his games.
That is the trophy.
There it is. It is Maru being able to advance through into the semi-finals and, of course, on the road to the Esports World Cup. He has now bagged his ticket, and we have another GOAT moving through into the round of 4. Ben, as well as Rotterdam, to talk about this one. Roddy, that was actually, it truly was, as the ticker said, a slugfest.
Yeah, it got pretty scary for Maru at one point. It kind of started off the way we expected, where Maru just has a wide array of strategies that he's very comfortable with. Takes the 1-0 lead, takes the 2-0 lead. You're like, all right, is it going to be that easy? Kudos to Byun. He really fought his way back into it. Love the build on side Delta. Love how defensive he was on Solaris for a little bit when Maru was pushing it. That was legitimately pretty hard for Byun to handle. He did handle it, send us to game 5, but unfortunately Maru showed us who he truly is, and that's the end of Byun.
Yeah, at the start of the series, I thought to myself, oh, is this what we're in for when it comes to TVT? Just non-stop mech from Maru, but no. Yeah, really kind of changing things up from game to game here, Ben, and showing that eventually he was the superior player.
Yeah, I mean, Maru, he's a guy that's got it all, doesn't he? Yeah. Like, he can do the mech, he can do the bio. I like the fact that Byun, because he's a guy that is an emotional guy, we all know that about him, but the fact he was 2-0 down, I was like, don't crumble under pressure. Yeah. But the fact that he did his 2-base build, that super pressure build, which is very good against mech openings, and then he just like tugged himself back into the series, and yeah, the Solaris game as well. Very well played by him, and he's a man that's so good with his marine tank, so good with the positioning, just Maru's that tiny little bit better, and I'm glad it was as close as it was, and it was nice to hear about those being as close as they are as well.
Yeah.
It was also very funny seeing that massive trophy next to Maru, because he's pretty close to this finals, and I know we haven't really talked about it because we don't want to jinx it, but this is as close as we've ever been, right? Equally as close to that dream.
We'll see. Roddy, any final thought on this?
No, just overall good series. I'm happy for Maru to advance because obviously he's had such a beautiful career, and Byun did have that BlizzCon victory in 2016. And of course, Byun is ultra hungry to lift that trophy and relive those moments. But for Maru, it's been the entire story of his career. He's been so dominant in Korea. Last year, we really thought this is the time that Maru is finally going to lift that trophy. And we know he won WESG, but that was in China, was very close. Europe, America has never been too kind. Now, back-to-back years, Maru is actually showing us, like, guys, I can do it. Yep. Last year, all the way grand finals. Now semi-finals. It won't be easy, but Maru's looking good.
All right, let's look at the bracket then and see what's going on. 3 of our 4 players are already confirmed in those semi-finals. We have ourselves up towards the top, our ZVZ, Serral versus Dark. Now Maru bags his ticket not only to the semis, but also the Esports World Cup. And now he's awaiting the opponent, Heromarine or Cure. And again, there is the potential, yes, Ben, of that finals. I'm not going to say the name.
No.
But yes, now coming up, another TVT, Cure versus Heromarine. Which of you guys are on the desk next? Because then I don't want to get your opinions.
We are casting.
You're both casting, so I can ask you both. That's nice, isn't it? Doesn't matter, the break's ready anyway. Great opinions, guys. All right.
What I'm here for.
Yeah, brilliant stuff.
Great segment, James.
Thank you, thank you. All right, we're going to a break. When we return, we have that next TVT on the way. Will Heromarine be able to make a round of 4 once again, or will Cure march on? We'll find out right after this.
Intel Extreme Masters Katowice is brought to you by Monster Energy, the United States Air Force, and Intel.
Oh, you caught me by surprise there. We have got ourselves only one more series here when it comes to those quarterfinals, and one more spot for the Esports World Cup, one more spot for those semis. Joining me to my left-hand side, I have Wardy and Loco. And we now have another TVT, a treat, a tantalizing treat between these two to figure out who gets a chance to go up against Maru here. So Heromarine going up against Cure. Wardy, talk to me about it. I'm sure there's plenty of tournaments you, in the past, personally, have covered, maybe even organized in order to
just a couple weeks ago.
Really thought this meme would die on day one.
Not at all.
I did cast them 3 weeks ago or so. It was a 5-game series. I think Gabe was actually up 2-0.
What was the name of the tournament?
Wardy TV 2023 Championship.
Okay, thank you.
I did think Gabe was up, and then Q kind of brought it back. But it was kind of what I expect from this series coming up, which is a close series, a close scoreline, games where anyone can take it. Because these two are both kind of, I think Ben said it earlier, like Heromarine is kind of like the European Cure. And they do kind of play in similar ways. Like, they're not ready to throw a bit of aggression in there, but they're also very comfortable in the longer games. They can both defend and hold on if they have to. I actually expect a very chaotic TVT, and I expect a few more of these games to actually go a little bit later than what we just saw between Maru and Byun.
Okay, fair.
Yeah, we have had some amazing Terran versus Terran so far. The games were really fun. I mean, that series we saw yesterday as well was an absolute blast. I'm with you, though. I think this is actually... I think a lot of people, if you were to ask them, they would favor Cure. And I do think he's the slight favorite, but maybe it's like a 60 to 40% or so. I think Heromarine has a very good shot. I also know there's a lot of Heromarine fans out there, so it'd be really cool if he ends up moving on.
Well, let's take a look at the verses here for a moment, as we will have Heromarine facing off against Cure. These two, of course, come in as... I mean, Heromarine especially. Look at
He's just flexing every shot.
Oh, he's going to lift Cure and throw him in the bin. No, I don't know how this is going to work out. But one thing's for sure is that Heromarine has been able to make it happen on this stage before. I would be remiss if we did not talk about the fact that he's been to the round of 4 here at the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice, when he's not necessarily the normal name that people would peg to get that far.
No, absolutely. But I mean, he's set the precedent in the group stage already. He's got such a good mindset right now.
Yeah.
He's happy, he's smiling, he's the most positive I've ever seen Gabe be. And honestly, I just think that it's nothing but good vibes coming from Gabe. And if you ask me to kind of compare his last time in the Katowice semifinals to this opportunity, I prefer him over Cure compared to how I preferred him against Solo. I did not think he could take down Solo back then, and he did in a ridiculous series.
Yeah.
So he's been there in terms of facing the pressure, overcoming it. I think that's very important as well.
We've got our virtual reality goggles on for this one, and it seems like, you know what we should have done? We should have created a VTuber version of Heromarine and a VTuber version of Cure, and they could have like done the thing off.
That could have that would be a lot of work, but I'm here for it.
You know what? The budgets are endless, so we'll be fine. I've come up. We were talking in the back. I was coming up with the most ridiculous map veto.
We had smoke signals, planes coming over, glow in the dark. We came up with dozens of ideas in minutes.
Stuff. Yeah, I want to do this for the future. We'll see. But it's been fantastic here already. Those are the vetoes as time have gone on. But Loco, more thoughts regarding the matchup?
Yeah, I agree, actually. I like the mindset here of Heromarine a lot.
Yeah.
Sometimes Heromarine, I think he's a pretty emotional player, right? And you go through these phases as a StarCraft pro where sometimes you feel really good about your games and sometimes you feel a little shaky. And your mentality going into a series is absolutely massive. I mean, we already brought it up over the previous couple of days, but Heromarine, like, he was just chilling, having a good time, even testing out some new hardware, seeing how it would play out. And I haven't really quite seen him in this positive of a mood in a very long time. So, yeah, I think he can take it. I know that Zombie Grub earlier today, she put his name a little bit further down. I think there's a chance.
Yeah, so obviously ZG kind of backed Cure whilst we were taking a look at Road to the Esports World Cup. Ben decided to be a little bit wishy-washy with an answer, kind of moved Heromarine up a little bit. So
I would also move him up a little bit more.
What would you go with, Wardy, if you had to pick one? This is kind of a predictions moment, but you know.
Predictions moment?
Yeah.
We haven't done many of those this week, have we? You know what, for the fun of it, I'm going to say Gabe. I don't know why.
Yes.
I'm just feeling it. Like, he's made me believe just from his positivity.
Yeah.
Like I say, like, I think overall, like, most days I'd pick Cure.
Yeah.
I'm just feeling Gabe.
All right, well, whilst we talk this out a little bit more, we can actually check in with the audience. And see what some of them think about the predictions. So Seltzer has 2 cards here. Who are we going with? It's the huge card.
A huge card for a huge man.
That's from last year.
Size 100?
Yes.
I like it.
Big. Galactic even, some might say.
Oh, Cure. Okay.
A Cure choice. What is this mime thing we've got going on?
I love how Rachel's like, I'm going to provide 2 players. And it's like, it's always Heromarine Cure. Funny how she does that, huh?
She does a magic trick every time.
Wait, what? Wait.
She's now shoveling them?
You don't get to pick. You only get given what you want. They're so confused.
Wait, they pick both?
They're so confused.
They have no idea what's going on.
Like, can we keep these?
These are ours now? Okay, well, that's interesting. Yeah, there you go. There's some deliberation going on here. Rachel's having none of it.
Give him back.
All right, quiet, Wardy. Shh. Heromarine. Well, this was interesting.
Well, I think that settles it then. Most people in the audience have voted for Heromarine.
I just today learned you can shuffle cards by doing this.
You can, yes.
You don't even have to change the position.
You know, when we fade out to black at the very end of the show, just keep doing that, you know?
Brilliant.
Looks good. All right, well, we are now ready to head over to the stage. Thank you, guys. Rachel, of course, using the medium of interpretive dance or mime. No, don't. Let's get to the game. Let's get to the game.
More units are going to get warped in, but the Zealots are going to go down very quickly. No more Colossus on the map. And this is looking, well, dire is a word for it. Done is a word for it.
But Cure is aware of it. He's going to unburrow these mines, and that will do it. It's Team Liquid's Cure who wins a nail-biting best of 5.
I'm in a glass case of emotion, Kylaris. I'm a terrible mime, but I'm a big talker. That's why we're here on the stage to talk about this next match. It's the last one in our semifinals. It's a TVT, and it features the biggest of Gabes and the strongest of Cures. So give them your energy as they come out here to fight for the opportunity to go to the Esports World Cup and to move on here at IEM Katowice.
It is time to hop into our final quarterfinal, a TVT best of 5 between Big Gabriel and Team Liquid's Cure. Two guys that have been around forever, but then they don't play against each other very often.
No, they don't, which is surprising. Oh, Big Gabe doing a big flex for the crowd. And I mean, if there's one thing that you can really feel about Gabe this tournament, he's a happy chappy. Like, he's so proud of how he did in the group stage, which, man, he was a real sleeper pick, wasn't he? Coming through 5-0, and so far, he's one of the only players yet to drop a best of 3.
5-0 and 10-1 in maps as well. It's not that he had a whole bunch of very close best of 3s. Like, no, Gabe just kind of showed up and he was dominating, and he didn't have an easy group. He went up against somebody like Spirit, for instance, that very often has had his number over the last 12 months. There was a day and age where Gabe would always beat Spirit, and Gabe's TVT just looked good in Europe against anybody that was not called Clem. But at one point, we had a patch, we had another patch, Spirit started to do a whole lot better, and I think actually a lot of diehard fans would have probably said, I think Spirit has the upper hand. Spirit is the only one to take one map off Gabe, but he has looked so damn good, and it kind of felt ever since he got that victory very early on, because that was his first or second best of 3 of the tournament, Gabe was just kind of smiling, right? He's like, oh, I'm off to a good start, 2-0, I'm done for the first day. Then the second day, he just took care of business, and a happy Gabe is a very scary Gabe for all the other competitors in this tournament, and we definitely have mentioned a few times that it's not the first time Gabe is doing well here in Katowice. 2 years ago, he made it all the way to the semi-final, and he got so close to the grand finals. He was up 2-0, was one map away, one fight away from going all the way. Honestly, it's starting to look like it is possible. Is he the underdog here? Sure, maybe. Would he be the underdog against Maru? Absolutely. But Gabe has done this stuff before, and a happy Gabe is a terrifying Gabe.
Yeah, it's Katowice Gabe these years, man. He's absolutely learning how to step it up and when to step it up. And just when we thought, hey, is he going through a little bit of a slump? He's like, hell no, I've just been saving it for one of the biggest tournaments of the year. And he's shining, man. You can just see it. Every time you look at him, he's smiling away, flexing for the cameras, showing off his raging biceps. And Big Gabe, he's here to stay. And we see them both on camera. Cure looking very focused. And Gabe, he can't wipe that smile off his face.
And that's awesome to see, right? Over here in Heartland, or on Heartland rather, in the bottom right side, we are looking at the main base of the man that has been representing mouse sports for over a decade, talking about loyalty. This is Heromarine.
And spawning over in the top left, a recent addition to Team Liquid. It is none other than Cure.
If we talk about Cure, of course, we can mention some of the success he's had over in Korea, winning a GSL Katowice, having plenty of deep runs. But I think for him, one of the highlights absolutely was last summer, when he went all the way to the Grand Finals at Gamers 8. Took the lead in that Grand Finals, looked close, looked competitive in Game 2. After that, it was all Reina though. But Cure showed us that he has what it takes to make it to the finals of these massive international events.
No, absolutely. Like, Cure for me has always been that Terran in the shadows. Like, there's always been a Terran on top, be it Innovation, a Maru, or a TY. And he's always been a damn good contender to go up against them. But right now, the way that he's been playing in this tournament, in Gamers 8, like you mentioned, he's a solid contender. Like, his TVZ's been a little bit shaky for sure. TVP, absolutely one of the best in the world, and TVT's no slouch either, and this is a TVT bracket till the end.
And you put it very nicely, because it's weird. Cure used to be a pretty damn good TVZ player, but lately, even though you feel like with this patch, things should have been alright for Terran, but Cure's TVZ has truly fallen off a cliff. He barely wins any TVZs anymore. Every single time, it's not that he looks bad in the games, he just never wins them. If you go to his history right now, and you look at Zerg opponents only, you're gonna be like, oof, yikes, that's rough. But hey, good news is that he played against Hero on the round of 12. He gets a Terran here in the quarterfinals. And if Cure is able to stop the machine that is Big Gabriel himself, there is another Terran waiting in the semifinals. So overall, it is a perfect bracket for Cure. Of course, there would be a Zerg in the finals, and that's pretty terrifying, but he can worry about that later. So far, it seems that we have pretty similar setups, right? A quicker reactor on the side of Cure, that's the only real difference. But both players are going for a low ground expand.
Yeah, both went for a double gas opening, very safe opening. Neither one scouted, and Cure going for the Reaper into reactor. If there's one thing I know about Gabe, it's that he doesn't tend to bring out these proxy racks and stuff, so you know he can get away with something a bit greedier. And Cure's opening is just that. If he went up against a proxy racks, he'd be in so much trouble. But both of them totally in the dark here. And here's where they're deviating a little bit, Kev. You got double Reaper, Hellions, most likely going to go up to maybe 4 or 5 Reapers and 3 Hellions in attack, but we'll see what happens. Gabe's the one going for much faster Cyclones.
It is kind of fascinating if you think of all the TVTs we recently saw at a big online tournament called the Masters Coliseum, which had all the best players in the world and over $15,000 for first place. A lot of the TVTs, it was proxy galore, proxy barracks here, proxy barracks there. I feel like we've barely seen them here over in Katowice. Once or twice perhaps, but in that tournament it was basically every single best of 3, best of 5. There were proxies, sometimes both players were proxying. It's kind of funny to see how that hasn't really happened yet. As Cure is going to split off his Reapers, he's going to hop them straight into the main base. Heromarine's units are a little bit out of position, so Cure is absolutely going to draw first blood here. I mean, Gabe is fine in the natural, but Gabe, there are 3 Reapers in the back of your main, and 3 Reapers back a punch. Cure does not want to save them. He just wants more damage, and then Cure is going to find more damage.
I mean, honestly, overall, Heromarine's not going to be too sad about that. Granted, it was quite a lot of losses there, SCV-wise, but remember, this is a very mobile army that he has. Cure has to get out some units very quickly, which he does have. 2 Cyclones, 2 more Cyclones on the way, with a medevac as well. If he stays at home and waits for this push to happen, he's in great shape. But you know, a lot of Terrans, they don't want to do that. But
Great scout.
Great scout. Great scout.
Just to give yourself those 2 seconds of heads up that this is where the units of Heromarine are coming from, that you don't have to worry about anything in your main base yet. Now the Cyclones could lock on the medevac, that's what's going to happen, but Cure is going to boost it. Did not break the range initially, he set it back a little bit too quick, so those Cyclones actually got a few extra shots off, but in the end, that medevac is just going to get healed up. Heromarine immediately loads up his 2 Cyclones, and Cyclones are just damn good against pretty much everything, as long as the numbers are small, and in particular, very good in killing work, as Cure is a bit out of position. He's going to pick up a couple of Cyclones and boost his medevac over once more. Great reaction there by Cure, because that could have been worse. If he doesn't have those spotting depots there, now he lost 1 SCV. If you're a few seconds too late there, you're going to lose 6 SCVs.
And we do see this game, they're both going down very different avenues here. Like Gabe, just 2 Cyclones, just to get a bit of map control, a bit of damage done, and a bit of defense early on. He's very quick into the tanks, and this is something we've been seeing from Gabe this tournament. He's not been so much about these Cyclone battles, and I mean, it's not that he can't do it, it's just been not so much about it. And if he can secure himself, get some tanks out, get
his own Ravens, good usage out of those. He's going to find himself in a decent spot getting into the mid game.
Yeah, but it's kind of rough though. He's 7-8 workers behind. That's just a few too many workers to normally be behind in a TFT. And of course, Cure found damage early with his Reapers. He ended up losing those Reapers. He killed 4, but Heromarine is now hitting another supply block, 70 out of 70. Depot's not even halfway done yet. This is not quite a start that I think Gabe had in mind. As Mapu is going to show us as well, this is where those depots are. In the back of the natural, the third command center is not a whole lot earlier. I'm a tiny bit concerned. Ooh, I am very concerned for Gabe right now as that medevac gets picked up in the center of the map and he's going to lose the medevac, lose one of the Cyclones, and even the other Cyclone is in a bit of trouble. 6 minutes into Heartland, it really is all Cure, mate.
It's a bit of a disaster, actually. Like, this is rough. And I mean, 2 tanks on the high ground, a bunch of Marines. I mean, the Marines can definitely help defend against this if they get interference matrix, but remember, Gabe doesn't have mobility right now. Like, his army, it's lacking stim, I believe, unless he's finished it very early. But no, he hasn't even started it. Okay, these Reapers will get some damage done, but not without a cost here. Cyclone's in the base, and yet again, and oh my goodness, the Raven. Oh, this is getting really bad.
Bit of a train wreck of a start here for Heromarine. Did kill a couple of SCVs, but Cyclones are just better than Reapers in killing SCVs. And the Cyclones of Cure are still going at it. Cure with a hot pick up there saves both the units, saves the medevac for now. Not the start that Heromarine was looking for at all. 16 workers behind. I think this is probably the worst spot that Gabe has found himself in throughout the entire tournament. The man who went 10-1 in the group stage. As Cure doesn't even really have to attack, but he says, you know what, this game has been such a fun time for me. Let's just go for it. Drops all the matrices. Good defensive turrets there though by Heromarine. I say this is the first exchange that kind of went all right for Gabe. That could have been a lot worse. Cure did not really get what he was looking for.
No, he didn't, but it's one of those things, right, where you know you're ahead, so any trade is an okay trade. They've both expended a lot of energy, and I mean, it's rough, right? Like, this is a 20 worker difference at this point, Kev. Like, and a lot of it, yeah, Cure's been playing great, but Heromarine definitely been setting himself behind as well.
I don't remember the last time I've seen Gabe in a TVT where if we didn't have crazy proxy Turex in the beginning and the game didn't just end, that he's this many workers behind in an 8-minute game. Now TVT is a matchup, but you can definitely dig in your heels and just kind of siege up your tanks and be like, all right, I know I'm behind. I don't think there's any room for me to make real plays. Let's just at least try to get 3 bases going, and as long as you get maxed out or get close to maxing out, you always have a chance. But at this point, there is very little for Gabe to get excited over here on Heartland.
I mean, everywhere these Cyclones go, there's nothing to greet them. Like, this is kind of spiraling out of control at this point. And every upgrade as well for Cure, he's far ahead on it. Infrastructure-wise, he's ahead as well. Combat Shield's about to finish, along with his stim and +1/+1. I won't be surprised if Cure just launches at him very soon.
Yep, and Cure is a pretty fun player in that regard, right? He's not gonna slow games down. It's none of this like, oh, when I'm ahead, I just want to get further ahead forever. No, Cure already tried to kill Heromarine there earlier in the natural. That didn't quite work out, but the moment that these upgrades are gonna kick in and he's gonna get access to his first 60 Marines, as we have a bit of picture-in-picture in action, these low HP Cyclones are still doing their thing. Finally, one of them gets picked up. Heromarine had no idea that all of these Cyclones of Cure were waiting at the top of this ramp. So a couple of Marines do get picked up. In the end, Gabe is going to stim forward. Marines with upgrades and stim will do all right against these Cyclones, but Cure is okay, right? He made these Cyclones to get ahead, and it's safe to say that he got incredibly far ahead.
You know, Gabe hasn't been producing SCVs for a while, you know? Like, he's actually completely stopped with it. I look at the production tab now, he's just choosing not to make them. And now he's making them again, so... Oh, if we had an idle time calculator, it wouldn't be good. And here, Gabe, he's on the defense, massively so, and this is so much Cure in his face, but Gabe, with a lot of good AoE damage on his tanks, might be able to just about hold.
That was actually pretty good by Heromarine. He did lose 7 SCVs. He has to prioritize building as many units, maybe hoping that Cure would get a tiny bit overeager, that Heromarine would be able to take a good fight, and then immediately run to the other side of the map. But reinforcements have arrived for Cure, and those reinforcements are going to wipe the floor with the tanks. Jeez Louise, what a convincing start by Cure. You know, we've all been theory crafting. We've been impressed by the run of Gabe so far. And yeah, you think back of Katowice 2 years ago, you're like, is he actually going to do it again? Oh my goodness, he's going to have such a good time on his stream talking about another magical run. But
No, Kira's like, yeah, I enjoy your stream too, mate, but I'm gonna write my own story over here. This was one of the more convincing games we've seen in the entire quarterfinals.
Absolutely. Kyo just looked bigger and better. He went for a bit of a greedy opener, getting that very early reactor without a scout. And Gabe, just from the get-go, those Reapers put him behind. The Cyclone drops put him behind. There was a lot of SCV misproduction as well by Gabe. And overall, Cure just did not miss a beat with anything this game. I felt that everything he did was just right.
Yep, a couple of supply blocks as well, so definitely some forced errors on the side of Heromarine, but also a few unforced errors on his side. That 70 out of 70 supply block wasn't pretty, especially not if you're already behind. And here in the end, he took an alrighty fight at the third, all things considered. That definitely didn't put him in a great spot, because he's still down all those workers. He doesn't have a lot of things going for himself, but yeah, just when he thinks, he's like, okay, I won the fight, maybe now I can get my tanks to the other side of the map. Cure's like, no, I've actually got way more units, mate, because I have been macroing and I have been on top of everything. Heromarine is going to have to step it up a little bit. One of these games, Gabe is a very experienced player. We sometimes talk about players being emotional and falling apart when things goes wrong. Gabe is none of that. Gabe can actually have a very poor game one, sometimes even a poor game two, and still turn it into one hell of a series. I've asked him about it in the past and he's like, oh, it doesn't do a lot to me. Like, I'm used to it. Let's hope that he can turn things around. Forget about that first game, because he's going to have to step it up if he wants to punch his ticket into the Esports World Cup, and we know that he wants to be there, and he kind of belongs to be there as well. In the top right side, representing Mouse Sports, down 0-1 here in the quarterfinals. This is Heromarine.
And off to an absolutely flying start here is this blue Terran in the bottom left, representing Team Liquid. It is Cure. Definitely a bit of a disaster game there for Heromarine. But this game, both opting for the double gas again. Truly, this is like just a very respectful build in TVT. It will allow you to get into the mid-game, and this to me shows they're not willing to truly gamble and throw the dice. Like a build that's very risky, gas first, barracks, Reaper into low ground expansion, but neither one of them going for that. And this game, by the looks of it, both going for an SCB scout as well, so very different to the game one.
Might be worth explaining to the viewers why we often call Heromarine Big Gabe. There isn't much of a story behind it. I think it's a long time ago. It was Marine Lord, actually.
It was Marine Lord.
Yep, our French Terran, who's now playing a lot of Age of Empires. Instead of calling him Heromarine, he just started calling him Gabe. And then he went for Big Gabe. And it just kind of stuck. And these days, Heromarine really loves it as well. His real life name is Gabriel, of course. And yeah, they just kind of roll with it. And at this point, Heromarine never introduces himself to anyone as Heromarine. We saw a couple of the media pieces as well. And he's always just like, hi, I'm Big Gabe. Like, it's just one of these things where his official ID is still Heromarine, but everyone calls him Gabe. Whether you're a fan or a friend, you're close to him, or you just watched him from afar, Heromarine just kind of became a Big Gabe over the years.
Absolutely did. Like the first nickname that Marine Lord had for him was Gabe the Beast. And I was like, that's awesome. Then it turned to Big Gabe very, very quickly. And Heromarine, hopefully, he's going to show us this game why they call him Big G. All right, all right. Command Center's going down on the low ground for both of them. Now, the Reaper and SCV, this is a little bit wanting to get damage done. It's a bit of a check. If your opponent also went for a reactor, then if you win this little battle, it can go all P-Tong very, very quickly. But Heromarine, very safe with that second Reaper. Going to go into a nice Cyclone afterwards as well. No third Reaper this game. Going to get the reactor down straight away. And it's Cure again, hammering down on the Reapers.
Good start here, though, by Heromarine. Like, that just kind of worked out, right? Cure makes that minor economic investment in bringing an SCV to the other side of the map, and he was hoping to win a micro battle. If it was a fair micro battle, turns out it wasn't, because the second Reaper was going to show up. So if you're Heromarine right now, you're pretty happy with this, because you know you don't have to worry about a second Rex or a third Rex, even though he hasn't scouted that. Cure is not done yet, as he's going to grab 2 Hellions, 3 Reapers, rally them to the other side of the map, but Cyclones just have so much potential to shut this party down.
They do. It needs a little bit more, though. I know he's got 2 Marines on the way. They need to pop out right here, right now, as Cyclones die very quickly to this. And you can see, Gabe with a little bit of a reaction there, probably wincing a little bit because he didn't quite anticipate that turning up. And honestly, Cure swings back in.
I feel like that could have gone so much better even if you didn't micro at all, because he only killed one Hellion, and it's never supposed to be that one-sided in favor of Cure. Maybe a bit of over-micro there by Heromarine. He blocked his own Cyclone, but the Marines are here. He's got some extra units popping out. It's a bit of a shame because you feel like you just lost a unit you didn't have to lose, but in the end it was 2 Hellions dying. It's a Cyclone dying. Slightly better for Cure, but hey, the start was slightly better for Heromarine, so I think nothing to be too upset over. Now that is a very quick Liberator. It's kind of risky because if Cure builds a lot of Cyclones and they pop at the right moment, there is a chance that Liberator does very little, and Ravens are so damn powerful in this matchup.
No, they certainly are, and I mean, Liberators get shut down by a lot of things. The way that he's playing here, getting fast tanks online as well, it's not the normal meta. Like a long time ago, you'd look at this and be like, hey, the tank guy, he's playing it right? But no, this is very unusual.
Well, Heromarine has traditionally always been a player who likes going for those occasional one-off builds in TVT. You think back of the last Katowice where he had a surprise TVT victory over Maru. He's done it a few times against Clem as well in the years where he will either stay on 2 bases and drop a very quick second starport. Against Maru last year, he went for a very quick second factory of 2 bases, and he was almost playing World of Tanks where he was just hashtag roll out and he rolled all the tanks to the other side of the map. It got a bit chaotic. Gabe is willing to switch it up on these big moments and bust out some of these builds that he really believes in, but this is not really going according to plan, as that Liberator does fly into those Cyclones, and just like in the other matchups, Cyclones are damn good against anything that flies.
And especially against mech units as well. I think they do that bit of extra damage there. Now, these Cyclones can probably drop in the back here to die some mining, which is definitely a nuisance, and Cure is really the guy that's all about being in the face of his opponent, and this is one of the powers of Cyclones these days. They're so good before upgrades get online, so you have a big window of time that you can do something, and Heromarine so far, none of it's really panned out. That being said, he is ahead in supply, and his tank count is pretty massive.
And the Liberator actually has an air attack. That's the one good thing, I guess, about the Liberator. Cure's like, oh, damn it. Now I actually have to float away my medevac. He's going to use that boost. Is there anything in the natural that can shoot up? Yes, the Marines are waiting for it. Heromarine is going to gun down that medevac with 2 Cyclones inside of it. That's nice. He needs to repair that Lib, though, because it's so low in HP. He's actually thinking about moving out already. Cure's army is still there. Cure is going to get the lock-on, drops a grenade, I believe, and that is going to be it. Splits off 2 Reapers. He's going to send him in the main, but hey, Big Ape is dialed in. He immediately rallies those Marines back, and just having a little bit of firepower here makes your life a lot easier, because we know how effective Reapers can be if it's just SCVs and nothing else to protect them.
And I tell you what, this is a bit of a scary push, you know, like that's a good number of tanks. Nice pull away by Gabe on the tank that was locked on. But the Ravens, like the Ravens for Cure, you have to be so scared of them if you are Heromarine, because the things that they can do in this matchup, especially when you got 3 of them like that, but look at Gabe.
It's a very big supply block for Gabe again, 94 out of 94, Depot's just going down. Now he is probably going to lose some units in the near future, and the Liberator has sieged up in the main, and is going to make sure that Cure won't be supply blocked, as Cure is going to pick off 1 or 2 of these SCVs. It's the supply blocks that have really been hurting Gabe, right, in game 1 and in game 2, but this is still looking incredibly fine. Eventually, Cure is going to have to run into these tanks. Heromarine just now needs to know that time is kind of on his side. He's dealing good economic damage. These tanks are here. They won't go anywhere. Just don't find yourself in a spot, as that Matrix is excellent, by the way. Now we can move the tanks even closer. Just don't find yourself in a spot, if you're Heromarine, where too many tanks at once are on siege. You do it 2 at a time, 1 at a time. As when the Raven does get picked off, this is great Cyclone movement by Cure. And look at the HP on these bad boys. They're also low, but Cure, you need to repair your orbital, my friend, as it is awfully low and is incredibly close to dying. Cure is going to pull all the SCVs. He wants to break out. 5 Matrixes at once go down.
Absolutely, these tanks rendered absolutely obsolete here. Not without cost, though. 18 SCVs too full. The Cyclones in the back catching the guys trying to run away. I mean, Gabe, if he can stabilize this game to some extent, I mean, it's going to be tricky to do, because Cure, he is absolutely going to be on the counter-offensive here, and he's got a big squad. 5 Ravens.
Oh no, the 5 Ravens is insane, and sure, Cure used a lot of that energy. Maybe these Marines should turn around and actually fight, because they don't have stim, they don't have combat shield, they're just kind of getting picked off 1 at a time. 2 tanks is something that Heromarine can rely on for now, but Heromarine needs a bit more. I mean, he doesn't have any tech labs, I believe, right? Okay, now he does have one, as he's going to fire up Stim, but that is awfully late.
That is one of the latest stims you can ever possibly get. And I mean, do you really want to be stimming against this army without medevac support? I mean, you kind of have to. Like, that is so much firepower, and he's going to remove all your firepower with these Ravens. Yep. This is looking so grim. The SCVs are pulled, but look how much Terran is at Gabe's front door. And Gabe, you see it on the webcam. He knows what's happening to him right now. And Cure just looking bigger, stronger, and better. 2-0.
Cure is picking him apart. The Cyclone movement in the center of the map, that was excellent. Sniping some of those reinforcements, buying time for his own SCV pool as well. That orbital was ultra low. He waited till the final second, and that's when he opened up the path for all of these Marines SCVs to get on top of these tanks. But it's the unforced errors that have really been hurting Heromarine. It's just a few too many supply blocks, where Gabe clearly was so on point in the group stage. He's not that on point. And beating Cure is incredibly hard if you're playing well, if you're making very few errors by yourself. But if you supply block yourself over and over again, if your upgrades are a little bit late, if you're just getting kind of out-rotated by his army, then it's not going to go your way. Like, imagine if those extra Marines were there a bit quicker, those tanks were there a bit quicker. A lot of things could have gone better for Heromarine, but it is just not quite adding up.
Yeah, if those units were there in time, or that extra Raven that he had, you know, those Cyclones in the middle of the map that were picking off the reinforcements, those were absolute MVPs in this game. I mean, besides the Ravens, of course. Having that many Ravens out, like, his build with those Ravens was all about locking down those tanks. And the only thing that Gabe really was making that game was tanks. Stim wasn't even close to coming online. The +1 wasn't close to coming online either. Cure had the absolute correct read on how to deal with him.
Kudos to Cure, how calm he stayed in the face of just a lot of stress, adversity. Liberator in the main, tanks crawling forward, firing away at your orbital. It is incredibly easy to lose your calm there and just be like, all right, F it, I'm gonna run into this. I want to take care of it because it's getting all a little bit too much. But no, Cure just pulled the SCVs away, took care of that Liberator. He waited till the absolute last second. He found pickups with the Cyclones. Making all of those calls in the heat of the moment is what separates good Terran players from the very best, because we have plenty of Terrans out there that are quick, that are very mechanically gifted and know how to micro, know how to multitask. But it's in these moments where you're really being tested, and maybe all that experience that Cure, of course, has as well over the years, it really kind of showed there, right? It's so easy to lose your cool. But he just kind of looked at it and he's like, no, I've got time. I know what I have to do. And eventually he took care of it. And the call to go for those extra Ravens as well, realizing that, hey, this is not a very standard game, and it's not about getting medevacs out quickly for a couple of Marines that don't have a lot of impact yet. I need to worry about your high siege tank count. What is the best thing I can do? Just make sure that not a single one of them can fire.
Yeah, really, really clean play out of Cure. And like, whenever I've compared these players, I've always felt that they're very similar in a way that they're not the fastest of their breed, you know? They're not the whatever, the fanciest players, but they are so damn solid and good at reading. But this man over here in the top left, he now has to win 3 straight maps to secure himself in the top 4. Can he do it? Representing Mouse Sports, it is Big Gabe.
In the bottom right side, a man who I'm sure was very confident heading into this quarterfinals, but I don't even think that he thought it was going to be this easy up to this point. We have barely played for 20 minutes. He has taken a 2-0 lead, and he has barely lost a fight. Representing Team Liquid, 1 step away from the semifinals, 1 step away from making it to the ESWC upcoming summer. This is Cure.
Yeah, he's making it look easy, man. In this game, he is up to no good, Kevin. Up to no good.
Something. We haven't seen a lot of proxies yet. Who said that?
Who said that? I mean, jinxed it almost, but I mean, kind of funny that he's doing this build against what Gabe's been doing, because so far Gabe has shown the same thing. Yes, he didn't scout in game 1, he scouted in game 2, but he's gone for the barracks double gas multiple times, Reaper. If there's one thing you don't want to go up against, it can be these weird builds where you get a factory online where it's like you go Marine first into factory Reaper kind of thing. But this is going to be a little bit tricky because it's not as if this proxy barracks is really far away, and the one build you really want to go up against it's going to be your opponent going for a low ground CC, and that won't be for some time.
I did not talk about it yet though, but Gabe is not exactly known for playing mega safe in the beginning of TVT, as we're going to take a little look at his vision. First person view right now of the man who's on the ropes, down 0-2, needs to win 3 games in a row. He's going to see this SCV appear. Most of the time when Gabe plays TVT and he's not SCV scouting, which I would say is way more often than not, his Reaper hops to the low ground, sometimes checks the 3rd, checks the 4th, goes back to the natural. He's going to play it very safe. You don't want to send it out too far, because if you send it out a little bit too far, it can obviously get trapped, and if there are Reapers of your opponent between your main and where your Reaper is, it is almost impossible to bring it back. This is the kind of scouting that Gabe does so often, and he is going to drop a low ground CC. Ben, I am worried. Should I be worried?
You should be worried, absolutely. I mean, now the Reaper show up, and oh no, he wasn't looking. It's a disaster start, and look at Gabe's face. You see it in the first person view. Looked away for a split second there, and it was as you heard the Reaper shoot, and this game.
So that's it. There's honestly very little that Heromarine can do here, unless Cure would somehow let his Reapers get surrounded. But why would Cure ever do that? He's got 1 SCV that might get surrounded. There are 3 Reapers in the main base. Heromarine is about to get a Hellion, but even 1 Hellion won't win the fight against 3 Reapers. Heromarine tries to micro it, but he can't. One of the Reapers did fall there against the SCVs, but that is not going to make a difference. Just like that, it's Cure in the semi-finals of this edition of the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice, where he's going to duke it out with Maru. Boy, oh boy, was Cure dominant in this quarterfinals.
And I mean, Kev, I know you get to cast a lot of games and get to see a lot of big Gabe, but if you know what kind of builds in his scouting pattern is, you can bet that Cure studied for this match. And where he put those proxy Raxes, Gabe's Reap had no business going with. He kept his SCV around as well to make it look like it was a normal scout. And Gabe, he just had no clue whatsoever. One of the easiest games for Cure in this tournament so far, and well deserved, honestly. He just looked like the better Terran today.
Yep, heartbreak for Heromarine, obviously, because such a good group stage. He won all 5 series. He went 10-1 in maps, and you've got some time to get ready. You've got high hopes and expectations of this quarterfinals, and if it's not meant to be, it's not meant to be, but then you really hope to go down swinging, right, in an epic series where you really feel that you had business being here. Unfortunately for Heromarine, this was by far and away the worst series he played throughout this tournament. He looked so good, but it's hard to focus on that when this is the quarterfinals we just witnessed. From the beginning of Heartlet till the very end of Side Delta, it kind of felt it was all Cure. Heromarine had 1 push on Solaris. It looked like it had some potential, but Cure with that Cyclone movement in the center of the map, all those extra Ravens he made to buy some time. I mean, a masterclass of TVT coming out of Cure. There is no other way to put it.
It was smooth, it was smart, it was calculated, you know. Absolutely gorgeous play coming out of Team Liquid's Cure here, and we're very soon going to hear from the man himself over on the stage. Take it away, Rachel.
Thank you so much down here with Cure. That was wicked fast for a TVT. Now tell me a little bit about the preparation you put into facing off against Heromarine today, because you don't have a very long history of facing off against each other.
일단 김덕 선수 승리 축하드리고요. 히어로마인 선수와 사실 좀 겨뤄본 적이 몇 번 없긴 한데 그래도 굉장히 좀 빠르게 속전속결로 이렇게 승리를 거두셨거든요. 좀 어떻게 준비를 하셨을까요?
일단 초반 전략을 많이 안 쓰는 선수라서 처음에 많이 배제하면서 해서 초반에 피해도 주고 유리하게 갈 수 있었던 것 같아요.
So he's not really aggressive in early games, so I kind of allowed to get greedy about there. And in the 3rd game, I think he pretty much cut some slack there, so I think I could get a hold of him.
You tell us that Heromarine's not aggressive. In game 2, he tried to get aggressive, and you turned that back on him too. So was there anything that can be done against you today? Are you feeling very strong in this tournament? Perhaps unbeatable?
사실 그 말씀하시니까 사실 이 경기 때 그래도 히어로마인 선수가 좀 전략을 좀 썼던 것 같은데, 공격적인 전략을 그래도 잘 막아내셨잖아요. 좀 그분 부분을 좀 감안했을 때 오늘 김덕 선수가 굉장히 좀 경기력이 좋다고 좀 자신감이 좀 느껴지시는 걸까요?
일단 그 히어로마린 선수 전략이 그룹 스테이지에서 썼던 전략이어서 어느 정도 머릿속에 생각해 놓고 있었어서 막기 쉬웠던 것 같고, 아마 처음 당했으면 또 제가 당하지 않았을까 싶어요.
I mean, I analyzed his groups game, and he used that kind of build in group stage, so I knew that build was in his input. So I kind of thought of that, and I think that's why I defended that.
Well, I'm glad to hear that you're studying, and I hope that you did some studying for your next opponent. You're going to be facing off against Maru. You've seen a lot of his games over the course of your lives together, but this is a big one. How do you feel about your matchup coming next?
이제 4강 상대로 이제 전에 같은 팀원이셨던 이제 조성주 선수를 만나게 되실 텐데 조성주 선수와 이렇게 또 경기를 또 치러보기도 했었고 또 많이 이제 또 같이 하셨잖아요, 연습을. 그래서 조성주 선수와의 대결은 좀 어떠실지 여쭤보고 싶습니다.
제가 GSL에서 작년 GSL에서 4강이랑 결승에서 졌던 걸로 제가 기억을 하는데 그때 제가 집중력이 조금 부족해서 졌던 걸로 기억을 해서 이번에는 꼭 집중 끝까지 해가지고 좋은 경기 하도록 하겠습니다.
So definitely last year he beat me in both GSL semifinals and the next season's GSL finals. So I'm gonna be pretty focused there. I lost the focus in the previous games, but I will definitely be ready to face Maru.
I'm glad to hear you're ready to face Maru, and it's good to have your focus on this tournament here. But Cure, you have also picked up a ticket to the Esports World Cup as well. So I'd like to invite you to sign this ticket now and prepare yourself to head onto an even bigger tournament beyond this one. Tell me a little bit about what it means to be going to the Esports World Cup.
이제 이번 4강 진출을 통해서 이제 더 큰 무대인 이제 e스포츠 월드컵에 이제 진출하게 되셨는데 그 e스포츠 월드컵이라는 이런 큰 무대에 또 진출하시게 된 소감을 좀 말씀해 주시죠.
작년에 리야드에서 좋은 추억 만들고 왔어가지고 이번에는 꼭 우승을 목표로 다녀올 수 있을 것 같아요.
I mean, last year, even though I didn't win, I had really good memories in Riyadh. So this time, maybe I'll be lucky.
We shall see, and now we get to see. And Cure, I invite you to sign your ticket. I'm going to let the lovely Oscar in here, the pen and the ticket to sign.
네, 이제 4강 또 진출하셨고 이제 e스포츠 월드컵 진출하신 기념으로 또 이렇게 사인까지 진행하겠습니다.
Congratulations, Cure. A well-earned ticket to the Esports World Cup, but still much to be done here at IEM Katowice. Let's take a look at what he's accomplished so far today.
And there it is, as fast as it began. I can't believe how quick that was over, but Cure absolutely demolished Big Gabe here in this quarterfinal. There's no other way to put it. That's what happened. Unfortunate here for Big Gabe, but fantastic for Cure, Wardy.
Fantastic for Cure. I think it's my fault, James.
we hyped Heromarine up for quite a while there.
I was going to say, like, a lot of the time in these big events before, I've not quite been on the Gabe train. You know, Roddy has been, some others have been. I've been like, yeah, I don't quite believe. This time I was completely behind it. Went completely wrong, didn't it, man? Cure just picked him apart a little bit, right? And just all the little things went his way. I think Roddy made a good point as well, though. Like, it wasn't the cleanest series from Heromarine. He made a lot of mechanical errors. He was supply blocked a few times when he absolutely should not have been. You can't make those mistakes against someone like Cure on a stage like this one. Cure just was the better player straight up in this TV.
Yeah, I think you've played this on a different day, a different week. It might look completely different here, Loco. But for today, for this series, Cure by far superior.
Yeah, sometimes, you know, just don't feel entirely perfect, right? You try your very best, and it's a little bit different to play on a big stage like this one compared to playing from the comfort of your own home. And ultimately, you got to be on point. And Cure, he just saw the weaknesses and he immediately exploited them.
Brilliant stuff by him. Let's take a look at that bracket then. Now we have our two mirror matchups in the semi-final confirmed. As I said before, that guarantees a Zerg versus Terran in the final. And you know what? Regardless of what combination we get here, I'm excited. We've got Serral versus Dark, Maru versus Cure. I mean, considering that you have Serral looking to try and get himself another Katowice under his belt, the other guys here trying to find themselves that position in the final to try and take that spot. There are names there, Wardy, that have been on the cusp constantly when it comes to Katowice, and now they have a shot at it.
Yeah, I mean, Dark obviously absolutely in that regard, Maru absolutely in that regard, and then Cure, who has just maybe not had the biggest results at biggest events in the past, but has been edging towards it. Second place in Game is it, and now he's becoming a guaranteed name almost in the top 4 of these biggest tournaments of the year, right?
Yep.
So it's so cool to see that the consistency is there. I'm a little worried that Serral's just going to keep sweeping the floor with people, you know? I feel like if Dark beats Serral, we might have a better final, but I think you can't go wrong at this point. The mirror matchups promise to be great. They obviously are looking good. all these players are playing fantastic StarCraft.
There's a group of people out there that are like, oh, Darth Serral again, sweeping, you know, oh, that's annoying. But there is also the other group that's like, yes, Serral, the GOAT, the GOAT, the GOAT. And I mean, considering...
That's my group of people.
There you go. I mean, that's fine, right? The way he did it in Masters Coliseum was awesome. I mean, Atlanta wasn't the best of scenarios for him, but Clem had gone on to win that anyway. And Serral might be doing this, considering. But Dark is a guy that is not truly afraid of him at face value, at least.
No, and it's Zerg versus Zerg, right? I mean, we talk about it a lot. Historically, I guess it is Serral's worst matchup, although he's gotten a lot better at it over the years. But he did lose important series over the last 365 days. Last year, of course, against Ragnarok, now known as Shin, and at Gamersgate, he ended up losing against Solar. So the important series of 2023 that Serral did lose, they were in the Zerg versus Zerg matchup. But honestly, you mentioned the two groups of people. I think Serral looks pretty much unstoppable at this point.
And of course, Maru versus Curry in the other semi-final here, Wardy, which they've both come out of just TVTs just now, but those both TVTs look very different to one another, let's be honest.
They did look very different. I think it's a great matchup. I think Q has been one of those Terrans to go toe-to-toe with Maru in the past.
Yeah.
Byun just showed today Maru is not invulnerable. And if there is someone who I think has a better shot at breaking Maru in a later game, I think that could potentially be Cure. So I think that's a very fascinating TVT. I think there's no guarantees in either of these semifinals.
All right, well, break time here as we get warmed up and good to go for our semifinals, as well as into the grand final later on. The semis, of course, best of fives, and then that final will be best of 7. Join us after this break for more StarCraft action.
Intel Extreme Masters Katowice is brought to you by Monster Energy, the United States Air Force, and Intel.
All right, serious business as we have the semi-finals on the way. Only 4 players remain to determine who's going to be our champion here in Katowice, and it is for absolute titans to be able to battle it out for that championship. Joining me, ZG, as well as Pig, to talk about this. Also, Titans of the Desk game here for the Titanic semi-finals. Pig, we have Serral versus Dark on the way. That's pretty cool. You like Zerg. Don't get too raunchy.
Oh, I don't need to get raunchy, James, because you were talking about the Titanic, and Serral right now is too big to fail. He's a large, gigantic ship, bigger than we've ever made before, and the problem is Dark going to be an iceberg.
Wow.
Yeah, you have literally not set me up any better for my my part of the segment, which is like, guys, look at this setup, right? There's a very possible Serral versus Maru best of 7 finals at IEM Katowice, but much like the Titanic and IEM Katowice 2020, I think this thing is gonna hit an iceberg. It's going down. People are way too excited, and whatever godly creature watches over us for StarCraft is like, nah, we're not gonna do that this time.
I'm grim. I mean,
well, it's grim for Serral Maru fans, but on the other side, I would love if Dark wins, advances to the finals for the first time ever in IEM Katowice, potentially wins it as well before he goes off to military, and ditto for Cure. I think Cure versus Dark would be one of the best finals ever. I think we'd all be very happy with that if everyone just forgot that Serral Maru was a possibility.
As I previously mentioned on the last desk, I am okay with any combination here, considering the names we actually have available. But let's talk about our first semi-final, as it will be Serral, the Finnish phenom, goes up against Dark, the man now representing Talon. And I will say, even just kind of, I normally don't do the little the analysis thing for a second, but I had big hopes and big aspirations for Dark coming into this tournament. I think he looked fantastic leading into it. The tournaments before, be they offline or online, Dark seems to have it all, but does he have enough to be able to take down someone like Serral, who looks nigh on invincible in some of these recent tournaments he's been playing?
It's so weird because, yeah, I was a bit worried for Dark before the tournament started because I was like, oh, you know, it's the big last year opportunity for him, a new team, the last chance at Katowice before his mandatory military service. And I was thinking, oh, what if he just gets kind of bopped in the group stage? But the moment we saw him in that group stage, all of those fears were obviously thrown out the window, and he looked fantastic. He has made some of his series look simple, like almost easy with the way he's kind of outsmarted his opponents. He's caught them off guard and surprised them. You know, it's overwhelming mass mutalisks against Showtime. It's the build orders we saw in the previous round against Shin, where it's just, I don't even need to play a back and forth game. I'm just going to beat you up here with the planning stage.
Yeah, and I mean, when we looked at the cards, right, there was that strategy emphasis for Dark, who we were saying it's so high, sometimes it's even inconceivable how we can conceive how he actually does those plans, but they do work. But there are no smiles here in this map veto, as it's very serious gaming moments between the two. It's Zerg versus Zerg, so, you know, map vetoes are map vetoes. They're playing with the same pieces anyway, but we're starting on Solaris to get things going.
Yes, we are. CVZ, mirror matchup, maps.
You can talk about other things.
I'm so glad you came to me for this one.
I understand that it's map veto Zerg versus Zerg. You can talk about something else.
Yeah, well, I was going to talk about how Dark also, I picked him as the winner. I think he was the most consistent player over the average of the last year in that group of death. And he is one of, if actually officially, the most consistent player in IEM Katowice. But he has been stopped by ZVZ. Serral has been stopped by ZVZ. Obviously, if I have to pick who I've thought is better performing, you would still choose Dark, as Serral is so far undefeated. Dark doesn't quite have that same title. So the brain obviously says Serral. Like, that is how it's kind of supposed to go with how well he is playing. But my heart says Dark.
Oh, we will see. Let's get the 4th member of the analysis desk on then, as we check in with the audience. I know Pig was surprised and confused there for a moment. He's like, oh, who's coming on? What's going to happen? But yeah, let's check in with the audience once again as Rachel does her best mime impression, and we figure out who's, oh, hey, that's not an audience member. That's Big Gabe himself.
Hey.
All right, who's Big Gabe going to pick?
Can I just one? No, you just point to one, yeah.
Come on, be brave.
Come on, Big Gabe. Flex those muscles.
Technically here, but...
Technically here? But... Oh.
Yeah.
Hey. me.
Okay, also in the crowd.
Yeah,
Okay,
we've got
great.
Serral,
All right.
Dark. There's no audio
there's
here,
a
so we're
ton of
just doing a
people
lot of
when
space.
the fan signings. I don't know about you. You were like, you know, doing the chit chat, and you were like, "Who's your favorite player?" So many people said Serral. So many. I thought one of them at least would be like, "Oh, Serral wins too much. I don't like him." Because there's always that one guy.
There's always that guy.
But it was so biased towards Serral.
Really?
Seems to be the crowd as well.
You know, it's fun as a fan when your team wins a lot. So I think some people have made some wise choices.
Don't worry, there's a lot of those glory supporters from football back in like. That's why everyone likes Liverpool and Manchester United, like based on age, like in England. Ridiculous. Glory supporters. Right? I mean,
Fairweather fans, mate.
Yeah. If you're a glory supporter or a Fairweather fan for Serral, though, I mean, he does win a lot regardless. So anyway, we will see. Thank you very much, guys. Time to head over to the stage. We have got our first semi-final underway. One of these Zergs finds themselves in the grand final.
We see his mouth open as the Banelings are rolling forward. GG, good luck.
He's up 60 army supply. That is a ridiculous roach count for Dark. A massive, massive run so far. And he seals the deal.
We are heading into our first semifinal, and we are talking a lot about the quality of the players that we've seen here at IEM, but these two players have incredibly storied histories. Serral, our Zerg, our two-time incredible Triple Crown champion in StarCraft II, and Dark, who has come so close so many times to taking home this very trophy. They often call Dark the villain of StarCraft II, but what would be more villainous than standing in his way once again? We'll find out who will take home the opportunity to go to the finals. I had you there. We're going to bring out Serral and Dark, and we're going to pit them against each other for your entertainment.
It is time for our first semi-finals of IEM Katowice 2024. A best-of-5 series of top-level StarCraft II, a Zerg versus Zerg between Serral and Dark.
Dark just gave rock to the paper right there as the handshake turned into a fist bump. And we got ourselves ready for this series. What a great matchup. What a great bit of entertainment we have in this semi-final as Serral. He's been so dominant. Can that seep on over to the ZVZ as well? As one of Dark's few weaknesses this weekend has been in ZVZ as well. He lost to Reno in the group stages.
Yeah, then again, losing against Rainer is obviously really not something that you have to be too ashamed about. Either way, this should be an amazing match of StarCraft. I mean, Serral is widely considered to be either like the best StarCraft II player in the world, or at the very least the best Zerg outside of South Korea, whereas Dark, he is considered to be the best Zerg in Korea. So a best-of-5 between these two should be amazing. Obviously, they know each other very well. In my mind, this is also a very different approach to playing Zerg in general, because Serral tends to play Zerg. My best analysis is that, or analogy rather, is that it's an Excel spreadsheet, right? He tries to optimize as much as possible, and he tries to, work on all of the minute little details. And then you look at Dark, and sometimes he hits a supply block at like 36 or at 44. Little mistakes that you generally don't expect. But Dark is somebody who's extremely good in chaotic situations, and because of that, the games usually look very different.
He is the Chaos Zerg, right? Like, he will make things a bit wacky, a bit wild. He will be the aggressor a lot of the time in this series, though I think Serral may mix it in a little bit as well. But expect Dark to be the wilder player. And he was even that against Shin a little bit. Like, at some points he was the defender, but he also rushed out Mutas one game, right? He is a Zerg that is going to try anything and everything that he has in his arsenal to try and win this series.
Absolutely. So we have loaded into game number 1 of this best-of-5 series. Our first semi-finals will take place on the map Solaris. Spawning right here in the top right-hand corner, representing Basilisk from Finland, we have Serral.
In the bottom left, representing Talon, we have our Korean Zerg. In the blue, it is Dark.
A very difficult matchup, especially at this level of SC2. If you're a ladder hero, it may be kind of difficult to figure out what to do in Zerg versus Zerg, because the vast majority of your games will end by about the 3-minute mark. The problem is, of course, when you go up against very good opponents, your very aggressive build orders probably won't work. And Dark and Serral are very good at, well, staying alive. And even though late game Zerg versus Zerg, yeah, it's something that we don't really see all too much below the tippity top of SC2. It's very well something we can see in this match.
I'm so excited to see the builds. I'm excited to see what kind of aggression Dark brings, if he brings aggression. Don't forget, though, that Dark is so comfortable late game as well. Like, a lot of people, I want to say like 6 months ago, were really hopping on like, hey, Dark is the late game ZVZ. He is so good with the Vipers and the spellcasting and everything that is needed to kind of succeed in those later stages. But of course, Serral's always been good at that, right? That is Serral's main image, right? He is the macro guy. He can do it all. It's going to be a fascinating series. There's going to be mind games at play. I am so excited to see what these first builds are going to be turning out to. Obviously, nothing super aggressive straight away, but in ZVZ, it can all twist in just one small moment.
You're absolutely right. This is a matchup where all of the units deal a ton of damage and they all have very little life, very little hit points. And because of that, it's quite literally very explosive. So sometimes the games will end with the Zergling Baneling phase, then the Roach Ravager phase usually follows that. We see Mutas mixed in, but ultimately Hydra Lurker Viper is a very popular unit composition in the late game, and I'm secretly hoping we're going to see some of that. I mean, we had some aggressive Zerg versus Zerg earlier today already, with Shin going for some hyper cheesy build orders as well. I don't really expect we're going to see as much of that in this series.
No, I'd be kind of surprised if these guys put it all on the line on one attack, right? Obviously, some of the Roachling timings are sort of those things you maybe will do a bit later on, but something that's just like, hey, are you going to wall or not? Those question marks, I think, are going to be left out of this series. So, third hatchery's on the way from both players. Couldn't ask for much more of a standard start. There's a few more Lings on the way from Dark at the moment. That is the big difference between the two right now. And if Baneling Nest goes down, but so it will do so the same just for Serral. No real differences. I mean, the biggest thing is there's just going to be a few more Lings from Dark. He will pressure this third.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. Generally, we don't see those Lings coming up until Link speed is basically finished. Dark has already started making Lings before that upgrade is done. So Serral trying to get a glimpse of this. He doesn't really know exactly where that larva is being spent. Serral right now queues up a round of Lings of his own, and he's going to need to use them defensively, but Dark is going to have the upper hand as far as the numbers go. That's, of course, where that Baneling Nest comes in, but Dark is going to be able to use his Banelings offensively as well. A bit of a skill check right here for Dark.
Yeah, absolutely. But I mean, Serral is now getting his own Lings out, so let's see how this goes. The first Lings run in. Of course, Serral will have Queens to help him out as well. Dark morphs Banelings right in the natural of Serral. As a few drones will pull to fight this initially as well. Serral is very serious about not letting these Banes get up. Queens, target fire. The Banelings on the front. None of these Banelings are going to get up. Maybe that one in the back. I think the drones have to surround on it, though, so they are going to deny it. And not a single Baneling gets to fully morph in from Dark. Serral losing man in time, but he's up 8 workers, and Dark is yet to go back to droning.
Dark right now retargeting towards that third hatchery. Couple Banes here will buy as much time as possible. Another Baneling gets denied. Okay, defensive Banes will be coming up as well for Serral. One of them trying to hunt all of this down. Units are going into the main base. Queen, of course, very slow off creep. More and more Lings are just being made, and even though we thought maybe we would see some macro, not the case.
It is absolutely Dark, who is just continuing to be the aggressor right now. He will not stop with this. I just don't know if he's gotten enough done. The army supply lead is starting to slip away. He's going to struggle to get more Banelings up at any sort of timing here that's going to be truly successful. There's a Baneling here and there, but we need multiple Baneling shots right now to see success. That's nice because it softens up a bunch of drones. Is it enough overall? We've evened out the worker count in this game. There's another Queen in the front as well going down. So Serral, maybe it is starting to slip just a little bit for him.
Yeah, that Queen certainly was way too far off creep. Serral still trying to hold on. Oh, you can one-shot all of those Zerglings, but it will take multiple Banes to kill your opponent Banes. Okay, Queen in the main base, just transfusing to the best of her abilities. It looks like Serral is slowly starting to stabilize. He's probably expecting Dark to give up on this aggression at some point, but Dark is just holding down the Zergling button.
Yeah, one more Baneling morphs in there, but the Lings get on him straight away. Serral still having to try and defend the third hatchery during all of this as well. That just complicates matters. We have this Queen moving forward once more, but we've seen just how dangerous this is. Queens have gone down multiple times so far. I think once again, Dark is on that third base. It is going to be dropping very low. It looks as though Dark, he has a Baneling connection, so he will get it. Third hatchery goes down. Big win for Dark as he begins to build a drone behind this, and he may be done. Serral starts droning as well because he's saying, okay, you've got my third base. I think this is where you finally let up. And maybe he's right. We'll see. Dark, as he is coming out of a supply block, will be able to go from there. Banes are still connected in on one another.
Yeah, not quite the perfect defense that we have come to expect from Serral. He is trying his very best, and obviously this is a difficult situation to micro your way out of, but nice bit of aggression done right here by Dark. Dark right now is the player with a third hatchery. Serral has ended up losing his, and he's forced to play 2 base. Now, he has added on a Roach Warren already, so he will be able to make some of those units defensively. Is Serral really in a position that he's comfortable with right now?
No, absolutely not. You don't want to be on 2 bases, right? You want a third hatchery, but to invest the 300 minerals into a third, well, that's where Dark is going to retake that drone lead. And of course, this is all very dangerous because the more that Serral sits behind, the better Dark's timing becomes. As Roach Warren finishes up, and Dark will have the opportunity to maybe make some roaches, and we'll see if he just goes all in beyond this, or if he just wants to kind of take the advantage he's got and keep on working on that drone lead and just going from there.
Okay, now it's Serral, ready to deal a bit of damage on the other side of the map, but there's those roaches coming up for Dark.
Serral's going to lose his third base potentially again, by the way. That's really bad if that goes down. Ling's already on top of it on the other side of the map, so that's going to be on the picture-in-picture. There's a few Lings showing up. Dark will have the better numbers there for the moment. He's going to turn back on. It looks as though Serral will be able to defend, but this is, of course, stretching Serral out into building more units instead of just having any chance of really setting up eco. Serral on 26 drones, building a Roach Warren up, but this is just not looking pretty for our Finnish Zerg, who's not lost a map just yet in the tournament, but it may be about to happen.
He is indeed undefeated so far. Banelings coming in from the left. Serral trying to see if he can potentially get lucky, catch his opponent off guard. The drones are indeed unprotected here, save for those queens. No real damage done. Great splits right there by Dark, who's now showing up with those defensive roaches on the other side of the map. He's going to try his very best to see if he can potentially end the game right here, right now. Does he have enough?
Yeah, I think so. There's just so few ways in which Serral can hold this up, as even if the roaches right now can't do it, as soon as they get a few Lings in front of them, it's not going to be a competition, I don't think. A Baneling shows up here from Serral, helps to try and stop the Banes coming in, but all it really takes, like I say, is I think a few Lings getting in front, protecting these roaches a little bit, and Dark is going to be sending it through, and he's got the work elite behind this as well. Little Ling counter-attack is achieving nothing on the other side. Serral will drop a map, and Dark's Ling Bane pressure gets the job done in game number 1.
Brilliantly done right there by our South Korean Zerg. Bit of a skill check right there at the start of the game, right? A good old Zergling Baneling rush. Serral did a great job defending initially, but then we saw that he started making a couple of slip-ups. Lings managed to, well, get more damage done than they were supposed to. A queen was too far off of creep. There's obviously a lot of fires to put out all at the same time, and yeah, ultimately, Dark looked at it. He's like, oh, I think I've done enough damage. I can just continue going here for a little while longer. And ultimately, the Roach is there to seal the deal. Very well played by the Blue Zerg.
Yeah, it was the Chaos that got there in the end. We said it just before we got started, but the Chaos really got to Serral a little bit because he defended very well initially. He stopped a lot of the initial Banes from getting up. But yeah, he was a step behind. Yes, he was the person who droned more. It was just the little things like a queen that was too far forward. You lose that. That's going to make your continued defense that much more difficult to achieve. Those were the things that really hit home at the end. So Dark, able to get this first map, showing up with aggression at the start of this ZVZ and saying, I'm not afraid of you, Serral. I don't care about the weight that your name carries. I want my shot at a Katowice finals.
And that's what makes Dark so scary, right? Like, he is a player who's very happy to play the late game. He's incredibly good at microing his units deep into a match, but he is also not afraid to end it at the 5-minute mark if he needs to. He goes for a lot of very aggressive build orders just because he can catch his opponent off guard.
Absolutely. No, he is always a dangerous opponent, right? Like, I don't think he ever go into a series with Dark one like, yeah, Dark's got no chance. No one's ever said this about him. Let's see what he brings out in game number 2 as these two line up against one another once again. Straight in game we go to the bottom right-hand corner, down a map, but definitely not out of it. From Basilisk, we have Serral.
And his opponent going for a Zerg rush in game number 1. In the opposite corner of Golden Aura, he is Dark. Alrighty. I was already paying attention right there to the production tab. I was wondering if maybe this would be the moment where Dark goes for some cheesy strategies, because we do see a lot of, well, 13-12s, 12 spawning pool, like just hyper aggression as early as possible, but no, just a hatchery first or on the low ground.
There's Golden Aura, which as a map is pretty defendable as well. Obviously, some of that doesn't matter in a 12 pool or so sometimes, but something to consider as well. Might even be a map that Dark likes kind of playing mutas on. We saw that a little bit earlier, and if there's one thing Serral has complained about throughout his ZVZ career, it has been those mutas a little bit. He's not a massive fan of playing against them. They have been his downfall in a few events. And see Hatch Gas Pool here on both sides, so like you said, nothing too crazy. Super early, but we saw in the last game just, the flick of a switch. The aggression turns on, and that can be game deciding.
Yep, so the moment where Dark started making Zerglings in the previous game was basically before link speed was done. The standard is to make a round of links, basically when your larva pop off and your Zergling speed is about to finish up. What Serral did is considered to be the quote-unquote standard, right? What we see most of the time at the highest level of SC2. Dark, however, was already making Zerglings before that, and he effectively took those 6 drones that he could have made and he decided, I'm going to make about 12 extra Zerglings instead and put on the pressure. And generally speaking in SC2, it seems like it's a bit easier to be the aggressor than it is to be the defender, because especially in a matchup as fast-paced as this one, it is so easy to slip up. It's not that Serral made any huge errors, right? It's just a small little moment, just a lapse of judgment, and you just, find yourself 5 workers behind.
That's the brutality, the volatility of ZVZ. It's very easy to be like, well, Serral's worst matchup is ZVZ. Well, of course it is, right? Because that's the matchup where it's most likely where the little tiniest of things can get you. Where in the other matchups he can overcome those. ZVZ is a dangerous, dangerous matchup. A couple of links coming across the map. Some early scouting sets up as it looks as though we're just going to play third hatchery apiece. And already Dark on more drones this game than he was in the last.
Nothing all too significant, but Serral's going to get the scout over here off the opponent's third base. Safety bailing nest coming up already. You can see that Dark, he's either delaying it or he is skipping it. Now, he decided to delay it for now, but that is one of the things you can do when you're comfortable in a series. Serral has to make sure that everything is as clean as possible, because otherwise he is taking risks. Dark, taking a very minor risk here, cutting a tiny corner, but it may just give him that edge that, he's looking for.
Yep. No, absolutely, as we have the Bayon nest halfway done from both sides. The link speed is coming up, a few drones and the Queen coming online on the side of Dark as well, so we get all of that going. And again, a few more drones and lings just popping on through from Serral as well. Everything is pretty cozy for the first few minutes here. Again, we're not going to have any of those kind of ling checks like we saw in the last game. I mean, it's more than a ling check in the end. We kept on building that ling bane. As Serral gets through for big scouts, just complete confirmation of everything in the main. He sees, okay, no crazy weird like hidden roach roaring or anything out of the ordinary. Super standard.
Speaking of hitting roach warrants, though, it's not Dark who goes for one, but Serral is hiding one behind the mineral line, and Dark going for his about 20 seconds or so later. Both players trying to outsmart one another, and it can actually backfire, especially if you are the aggressor, because those roaches, Serral sees
scout.
Beautiful scout. Yeah, this is a critical scout, because if Serral was planning on going for a hyper-aggressive push with a quick roach switch, right? Well, he would find himself going up against roaches as well, and that would make that aggression much easier to shut down.
Yeah, he would have been basically doing the same build, but 6 drones less. And then being the aggressor into that just means that you don't have any of the advantage that you're hoping to catch. He still makes 6 roaches here, while Dark will just drone. You see a few lings moving about. He does not want to let this ling in to see the roach roaring in the back. It is spotted there, so Dark gets the scout. Serral is back to drones. He's just going to make a few of those roaches, and Dark, I mean, he's getting away with not building any. Finally, he will build a few, but he's 8 workers ahead already. So edging ahead, Lair just a few moments sooner. Little things favoring Dark for the game 2 at the moment.
Absolutely. Cutting a few corners here and there, trusting his judgment. Serral doing a bit of a fake move out. He's hoping that he can scare his opponent into, well, making a few defensive units. So I think he's going to just move across the map about halfway and then go back home. Exactly. So he's trying to force his opponent to make units right now, which would mean that he's not making any drones. This is, of course, the first-person view right here for Serral. He decides to go for a defensive spine crawler there as well. I think +1. Did he finish it already?
No.
There's no way, right? But he needs to start it up.
Yeah, he was building a spine. Did he cancel it maybe? Because
that's what happened. Yeah, he was selecting that Evo chamber there. I was wondering what just went down in that spot, but he may have actually overestimated that push there by our Zerg in red, because he was not quite prepared against the push. So Spinecrawler gets cancelled. He cancelled his +1 too, but actually puts him in a really funky position.
Yeah, no, it's just another way in which Dark is going to leverage a slight advantage, right? And this is the thing, it's all slight advantages, which a lot of the time Serral is good enough to overcome because he's so good defensively. He can take really amazing Roach Ravager fights a lot of the time. You can see his defensive position already set up. He tries to scout in, but that will be denied, and he will also try and take a fourth. He really just wants to know for sure what's going on. He wants to make sure there's no muta switch behind this, for example. That's what you're seeing him do with all of that movement. It is not any of that. We see the burrow on the way from Dark, though. He is looking towards some opportunity, maybe play a bit aggressively. Serral's going to take the chance to drop the Hydra down, however.
I think Hydra, is a smart choice if it would be muta play, right? So it is something that is a bit easier to get to these days, ever since the new multiplayer balance patch. It's just a transition that you can make a little smoother and a little quicker in this matchup. That being said, though, Dark is just going roaches. He's made 60 drones. There is a 4th hatchery, but he's really just holding down the roach key at this point, and his +1 missile is really nice and early. This is actually a really strong attack that Dark is going for right here. The question is, does Serral have enough to defend against it? He does have the defender's advantage in the sense that his units spawn closer to the battle, but he really needs to make sure he's in a solid position here to defend against all of these roaches.
It is Golden Aura, which is a map with a lot of like very narrow choke points to kind of move up initially, but you see Dark kind of getting up to this high ground already. Serral has a choke here, but at least not a choke up a ramp. So that's going to be the difference, and Dark even going to split up to come in from 2 angles, minimize the effectiveness of those chokes, and here we go, diving on forward, and Serral will try and make a hold. Just got his +1 missiles, finished in time for this battle. He's holding decently on the left. I think he's a little outnumbered on the right-hand side, as Serral's supply is starting to take a little bit of a lead. Is it going to be enough? He's microing a Ravager to drop a Lord.
Yeah, he's picking up his weakened units and dropping them behind the roaches once again. Nice pickup right there by Dark as well, though, who's now starting to grab that advantage. Units are spawning closer to the battle here for Serral. He's also forced to pull his queens to the front. Drones right now also trying to take a few of those hits. The fact that the queens are gone may very well make it difficult for him to continue reinforcing this, but Dark decides to step off the gas and make a couple of drones there defensively. But that was on a razor's edge. Very easy to see that tipping in Dark's favor.
It's incredible to me that Serral felt comfortable enough that he'd held at the time he did to start +2 missiles. Like, he was like, this is held, when we're like, is Dark doing it? Because he's
Let me just micro that Ravager back.
Yeah, Ravager as well, so +2 missiles a little bit sooner here from Serral contaminates his opponent. He's opening up time and windows for himself deeper in this game. He has less army supply right now, though, so that's a factor to keep in mind. He doesn't really want to commit to anything yet, but with a +2 missile upgrade lead, maybe some burrowed roaches around the map as well, some drop alerts to harass. These are ways Serral can get back into that army supply position.
Absolutely. Roaches are loaded into that Overlord that was used to save that Ravager just earlier in the battle. This is really nice to create a distraction, for example, in your opponent's main base, and it gets even more powerful when the Burrow and the Burrow movement upgrade are done. Tunneling Claws, it's that upgrade on the red production tab, and it allows those roaches to move around while burrowed. It means that Dark needs to have detection in the form of these Overseers, or I guess if he really wants to, Spore Crawlers as well, but usually at this stage of a Zerg versus Zerg, he would be using Overseers for it, and you need to be in the right position at the right time. It's quite difficult. So Serral looking to be the aggressor now, moving forward at least for the next minute or two.
Did Dark ever get Tunneling Claws himself? No, he actually cancelled the burrow too. I wonder if that was just like a little fake out or something. But now Serral is genuinely going to have that harassment available. Roach is in the main base from the Drop Lord too, and this is where Dark's going to have to respond. He's going to have to be everywhere as Serral goes for a fight forwards. This is a moment where Serral does not have that +2 missile advantage just yet. He's winning out in the main base momentarily because roaches are stuck behind Queen, so that's going very well for him. And he's about to have that upgrade lead as well as Dark. Yeah, has to pay attention there, otherwise those biles could have been deadly.
+2 missile finished right now for Serral. That's going to make his units quite a bit more powerful. Good movement here, though, by Dark, trying to set up that concave, but Serral decides to push through. Corrosive Biles are connecting. He's sniping as many of the Ravagers as possible. Roaches in the main base still dealing some damage, but Dark's reinforcements have arrived.
They have indeed. Serral did not manage to commit fully through onto that base. A few more roaches still in this main, getting a few more drones using the burrow that Dark isn't quite prepared to deal with right now. There's the Overseer finally showing up, but Serral is making this game kind of turn into his own command, and he is definitely putting himself in a better spot than he has been. That said, for these drones killed, Serral is, leading on workers, but he's behind on army supply, and Dark's about to have +2 and +1 carapace sooner than Serral. He will now drop the infestation bit, trailing heavily on the hive timing.
Yeah, absolutely. Serral, by the way, not only cancelled all of those upgrades that we already talked about, but also that Hydralisk Den. So he was just trying to make sure that if it was Mutas, that he would have had an answer. Not having a hive at this point, though, and seeing the timing of that infestation pit is really nice, because it means that Serral does have that tech advantage at this point. He's got slightly more workers, slightly more tech, but he is one upgrade behind here.
trying to push up a ramp, man. These are not the sort of ramps you want to, push up realistically. They're narrow, they're difficult to get up. You see a few roaches dropping off in the main base again once more. A few drones likely in trouble here. Doc just clicked back to get something in position, but it's going to take a few moments. And again, Serral just chipping away at that work account. Doc continues to replace his supply with more units. He absolutely is just making one massive army. That's great if you can get one swarming fight and then get across the map and take advantage, but in any smaller skirmish where you trade a bit and then back away, Serral is just going to be draining the bank of Doc so much quicker because Doc's bank is building up so much more slowly.
Absolutely. Hive at this point is done, by the way, for Serral, so he can start looking into some late-game transitions. Instead, he decides to just right-click that hatchery of his opponent, gets the kill of it. Yeah, very lovely work right there by Serral, but this is a massive amount of army here for Dark. Yeah, 150 or so supply.
Well, I was going to say, and he's going across the map, but a bunch of his units getting caught, so a lot of the numbers are being taken away. Serral's going to accept this base trade by running into the natural as well, so away we go. He's already rebuilding a Rotron as well. He immediately gets the Rotron of his opponent. That's a big deal. He will catch a lot more reinforcements. Oh, this is wild.
Yeah, no, we're going to just go into a full base race. Sure, Serral may have had small leads here and there, but Dark is trying to nullify that to the best of his abilities, hitting his opponent everywhere. Serral, in the meantime, decides to go back home. He did make a safety double Roach Warren. Hatchery's also, in the meantime, going up in the top right-hand corner of the map. He's canceling all of them at this point, trying to just preserve as much money as possible. Serral ultimately does still have the largest supply count. There's a lot of Hydras now also reinforcing this. Dark decides to go into Swarm Host, Wardy.
I mean, Swarm Hosts are a way to play very efficiently should Serral not be able to rebuild anymore, but Serral's on his way back to trying to defend a bunch of his hatcheries. Serral got so much in production all of a sudden. His army supply took a massive jump forwards. Neither player's going to have a lot of workers left. That's why the Swarm Host might be a genius idea, but it's not the best thing to be using against Roach Ravager. So we'll have to see if that genius idea really is that genius as a few Hydras getting caught.
Yeah, those Hydras and those reinforcing Roaches coming from the main base, getting caught basically for free. Dark trying to use his opponent's natural as a
oh, gets the Swarm Host. On the
yeah, a couple Swarm Hosts, and he burrows the Roaches as well in the picture-in-picture. Lovely work right there. That's the main base of Dark. I think Serral's decision to go back home was the right one, but my god, is it a difficult call to make.
I think it's the right one because he's still got a couple bases up for himself. Dog's trying to get the gold run in the bottom left. I love that these Roaches intercepted the Swarm Hosts. The Swarm Hosts were such a genius idea, and we're never going to get to see them in play at this rate as Serral continues to hunt them down. They've not been able to take part over here yet. Dog camping on this bottom position. Serral going to get a few more Roaches. His army supply up by 50. Down one Carapace upgrade, but upgrades don't matter with these sort of numbers differences.
Dark took the gold base, by the way, in the bottom left-hand corner of the map. That is one way to get back into it. Yeah, that is a lot of economy here relative to the amount that Serral has got. So 16 drones for Dark, all of them at the golden minerals. Serral has got only 7.
Swarm Hosts have all died apart from, I think this one is the last one on the map. So that entire plan from Dark fails, and that could have been more Roaches or anything. I like the idea. He's just never gotten to play out. Fantastic play from Serral in that regard as he continues to control what became a very wacky scenario. Roaches across the map trying to make sure they can deny as much mining as possible. And yeah, that gold base is up from Doc. He does have 19 drones to the 11. It's still going to take a long time to make 70 army supply that your opponent has over you.
Does Serral realize that there is a golden base?
I think he might have just seen it with the Overlord that's moving around over there. There is one on patrol. Maybe it doesn't reach, actually. It's going back and forth.
Okay, yeah, he is just patrolling it, so he does not currently know about the golden minerals. I mean, the supply advantage is very obvious, but I was going to say, given enough time, Dark can make units that can kill this army here from Serral. So a Spire has been planted down. Now, that is certainly a desperation Spire. This is going to take a while before it will finish as well. Serral seems to be in firm control, but he's got to start thinking, okay, never mind, GG is cold. I was going to say, he's got to start thinking, why has he not left yet and why is he not committed to a fight? Ultimately, though, Dark knows that he has been outplayed in this match, and that does mean that Serral gets a point on the board, but he had to fight for it.
It's honestly a fantastic play from Serral. I mean, from this initial defense, which was very, very close, definitely not easy to get to, because he had a rougher early game. He was definitely like a little bit behind here and there. The drone counts favored his opponent. He identified where he is at. He got that +2 start. He turned that into aggression of his own. His harassment was so much better from that point on as well. The burrowed Roaches and the drop lords did so much for him. That's when he started
this is when he starts it.
Yeah, starts +2 and he has Roaches kind of swarming the third base. It doesn't look great for him right now, but he knows the extra units he's got popping should be enough. He pulled a few drones as well.
and then he got aggressive. But the main thing that instigated everything else was when he outpositioned Dark to get the kill on this hatchery we currently see on that right-hand side. That's what basically said to Dark, right, you know what? I've never really built drones. I've got one massive army. I base trade with a larger army, and if I can kill off your bases and your tech structures, you will never be able to use the larger bank you've been building up. But Serral was able to spend that money, and that was very, very important. Again, loved the idea of the swarm host, such a technical idea, but brilliant from Serral just to make sure they never became a factor.
Yeah, one thing as well that Serral did when he instigated the base race is make a second Roach Warren. It's a small move, but it's really quite nice. What he ended up doing was run into his opponent's natural expansion and snipe that Roach Warren ASAP. Dark obviously returned the favor as well. He's like, oh, well, that means you're only going to be able to make maybe a couple Hydras? Those are easy pickings from my Roaches. Serral already had a backup Roach Warren done. Either way, that means that the score has been evened up, and we are going to take ourselves to equilibrium. Spawning right here in the top left-hand corner, going for what seems to be maybe a 15 hatch. Maybe at the gold base? He is Serral.
And in the top right-hand corner of the map from Talon, we have our blue Zerg, Dark. I was going to say, when the map vetoes came up, you know, ZG was like, nothing to say. I thought it was fascinating that Serral did not veto Equilibrium, because to me, Equilibrium with this gold introduces a level of randomness to the ZVZ that isn't there on every map. So to me, this is the sort of map you get rid of against Dark, but Serral was happy to let it in the map pool. And I was like, oh, interesting. So he obviously must have had something planned. And here we are now, gold base versus gold base on Equilibrium.
The most vetoed maps are Equilibrium as well as Raduset Station. Those are maps that are just different and a little difficult to prepare for. Serral, a very analytical and very technical player, so it makes sense that he wants to eliminate randomness as much as possible. Dark also, though, going for a very quick gold base. And we've said it several times already, Dark is very good in chaotic situations, and this is one of those spots that you don't find yourself in nearly as often. Drone transfer moving on down towards the golden minerals, and that is going to give Serral a nice income boost, but you have to make up for this travel time. Like, this is not a cheap move.
Nope, but that's what the gold minerals are for, right? Is we're trying to get some gold base on gold base split action. Doesn't quite work when the hatchery's still building, but in a moment this will be picture perfect. You see the drones coming across from Dark to do what Serral did just a few moments earlier, so everything will more or less even out here. Serral also takes the rich Vespene because this is a super rich base, which means you get rich gas and rich minerals, so it's a really like a double bonus for risking taking it early on. Roach Warren from Serral against Lings. That's...
I don't love it, to be honest.
I always feel like when you take a gold and you play Roaches, if your opponent has a gold and plays Lings, the Lings can just swarm so much. It's so hard to get Roaches across the map without them just being surrounded.
Yeah, it's also really difficult to defend two bases at once, right? Because you're obviously so split up here. Serral has decided to skip the Ling speed altogether. He's playing an ultra greedy build. Dark's playing Ling Bane. Serral is playing Mass Roach. And obviously, what Dark can do with his much faster moving army is move into the main base and then switch his units very quickly on over towards the third. Serral's going to have fewer units, but they will be more powerful, but significantly slower.
Yeah, I wonder if Serral ends up playing defensively. Like, you know, with these Roaches, and you just have to sit back because... Yeah, at this point with Dark making Ling Bane, trying to get out on the map feels bad, but of course for Serral that means any third hatchery attempt is going to be delayed because you're going to be hunkered down on your main and that gold.
Has Serral seen the gold base, by the way? Because that is very important. Yeah, okay, he has seen the creep, yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. As, I mean, he's got to know that this is a possibility what his opponent is doing, so we'll see how it works out. We do have the Evo Chamber coming in to help wall off, so he's trying to minimize where the Lings can access this gold from to make this as good a fight as possible. But then you've also got to deal with the main base.
Yeah, so I don't think that these Roaches are going to leave. So Serral's making two walls, one over in the main base and one over at the third. Well, I was going to call this the third. I guess it's the first expansion. Wouldn't quite call it the natural, but over at the gold. There is... I mean, there's Protoss players that could study this, man. Protoss players love making walls. Zergs usually just plant their structures down, but Serral is putting them in very deliberate locations.
Yeah, these Banes like, we'll go around the back then. Well, guess what? There's a wall over here, too.
Look at that, multi-layered wall in the main ramp.
Yeah, just in case the first wall gets busted by, like, enough Banelings. I mean, these Banes show up, can't do anything there. Yeah, it's absolutely picture perfect. Serral will be impenetrable. And look at this, by the way. He was ahead on drones initially. Now he'll drone up a bit further. He's building Roaches, so his army supply looks juicy.
I mean, just starts to go into lair, +1 missiles, and the longer we go, the less effective all that Ling Bane investment is from Dark. In fact, that Ling Bane investment already has been wasted, and so Serral just gets to skip through a phase of the game Dark spent money on.
It also means that Serral will likely not be able to be aggressive for at least another little while. He's got the roach speed together with the +1 missile coming up, but Dark knows that this is not really an attack that you can easily execute. I mean, he can try and go for a move out, but it is very, very risky. Maybe he's going to make that decision because he wants to take another hatchery here in just a moment. Moving around here, though, is going to scare Dark just a tad, who's been playing pretty greedy up to this point, already up to 36 drones, but look at that supply count.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the fact he's waiting on roaches, right? And he's going to go carapace because he already has lings as well, so he'll make use of that upgrade on lings and roaches. But yeah, I mean, Serral's just done this correctly. You know, he's just been very patient. He's been very happy to just play it slowly. We're now going to be seeing a little bit of point of view from Dark here as he figures out how to play out this situation. Gold on gold with Lingbane versus roaches, but obviously his own roaches now on the way. Wonder if he decides to get aggressive overall, if he will just get that hatchery fully kind of saturated on the natural and then kind of figure it out from there.
Absolutely. There's, by the way, creep being dropped out of overlords from Serral, and that is an indicator that there is a highway being formed. Serral may have the slower moving army, but those roaches are going to get a nice little speed boost as soon as they walk onto the creep. Serral, he is likely going to go for an attack here momentarily, but obviously the question for Dark is, when can I expect his army? He's been making units for quite a while. You also don't want to be caught in a situation where you're just making army and you don't have enough drones anymore.
Yeah, a few Ravages morphing in here from Dark. He still has those lings on the bottom left-hand side. Serral has roaches there, of course. He's just, again, ready to kind of grid anything for the moment. It'll be interesting to see when the production cap comes back up, just what each player's really been investing into. Like, how many drones are we sitting on? How much army is there going to be here? Because that tells us a lot about what the continued plan is. Which of these players can justify an attack and which cannot? Well, neither player's built drones. It's been unit production.
Here we go. Serral's gonna go back home? Really? He finished up the +1 missile and he finished up the roach speed. I thought for sure that is the moment where he wants to go for an attack, but I think he's looking at that army from Dark. He's like, wait a second, I really don't need to get all too much done. He knows it's going to be +1 armor 100% of the time. That means that his roaches will not nearly be as effective, so +2 missiles is a fantastic upgrade because it would allow him to 2-shot those lings rather than 3-shot. This is going to give Dark a lot of time, though. He's been making Ravagers, so I guess in Serral's mind, Mutas are completely off limits.
Yeah, I think just in general, right, Serral sees this as like, oh, you're essentially like a Ling Ravager Carapace all in. So he doesn't need to attack because he's got the tech of the lair himself, right? And if he gets the Bane Nest up and a few Banes out, he can deal with these Lings very nicely too, soften them up, give them these Roaches a better chance. Obviously, you don't want to let these Ravagers get too many good biles off. Let's see what happens as Lings do get us around here. We can dodge some of those biles, but not a lot of them. That was an explosive affair. However, the Roaches are going to jump on the Ravagers now. They are going to chase through, and they have the speed to do so. The Ling numbers are just not holding out against this amount of Roaches, and Dark's attack is stopped, and Serral has been, as you mentioned, teching up, so Dark knows that this is over. Serral takes a 2-1 lead. Very confident play. His build worked out beautifully against what Dark brought to the table.
Absolutely. Very well played right there by Serral. Going for the gold base as quickly as possible and then transitioning into roaches is a dangerous choice, but it ended up working out quite nicely for him. I really like what he did with the walling, though. It was a funny way to wall over at the third base or at the gold base, but
it completely negated my concern about him placing the roach roaring down, right?
Funny that we haven't seen it before.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those, it's complicated. It's not easy to play either because you're playing with such a weird set of units on a big map. Yeah, very, very cool. As this fight was, initially it looked scary because a bunch of biles did hit, but it was just that amount of units available on the side of Serral that he was just able to deal with it. And, you know, he never made too much of a move out that he was so far away that it was going to be bad for him. Just very well handled. I like how Serral's approached this series in general so far. The last two games have been calm, confident. That's the sort of Serral you need in a ZVZ. He looks like an absolute just beast in this Katowice so far.
Yeah, I think in the past you could sometimes criticize Serral Zerg versus Zerg a little bit, in the sense that he would try to play standard every single time. So he would find himself in a situation where he is the one playing a ground army versus somebody Mutalisk, right? He wasn't really somebody who would rush Zerglings, but he's reinvented some of his playstyles and he's been a lot cheekier over the last year or so, and you can see that playing out on Equilibrium. Either way, bottom right-hand corner on the map Oceanborn. He's on match point. He is Serral.
Looking to make this a 5-game series. Our blue Zerg in the upper left-hand corner is Dark.
All right. No cheeky one-base shenanigans in this series just yet. Both players are gonna be going for the hatchery first. Obviously, it's a massive gamble. Usually, though, if you are a map ahead in a series, it is a chance that you can go ahead and take it.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's going to be absolutely fine here. Hatchery first versus the hatchery first. And it's not been overly cheeky super early in the game. Obviously, Dog did start the Ling Bane pressure up in game number 1. That's why he's found his success so far. The problem is I don't feel like that's something you can just crank out each and every time. So we'll see what goes down here. Extractor's dropping. Dark's strategy, I think, is going to be imperative to telling us really what the plan for this overall game is, because I don't know if Serral really needs to be that player to make something happen. He's been doing fine as the reactionary defensive guy.
Absolutely. Great to see, by the way, so many people in the audience today. We walked around a little bit earlier as well, and there's a massive line of people trying to get in. It turns out that every single seat is taken, and well, a lot of people are here to watch StarCraft II, which is amazing because this game has been around now for nearly 14 years. And still, in 2024, loads of people ready to check it out. So great to see so many people in the crowd watching some Zerg versus Zerg. Obviously, we're going to be getting our second semifinals underway after this series as well. And then in the end, the grand finals to crown the winner of IEM Katowice 2024.
It's exciting, man. It's kind of like crept up on us a bit today, hasn't it? Just,
yeah.
You know, moving through those quarterfinals, all the excitement of who gets to put themselves in the esports World Cup, and now it's like, oh man, we almost have a finalist here.
Yeah. Usually on day 1 of a tournament, you're like, oh man, we got so many games coming, and then suddenly you blink twice and it's day 4. You're like, what? We've casted some amazing StarCraft II, but these tournaments, they do tend to go very, very quickly. Either way, standard openers once again from both players. We've got ourselves a third hatchery coming up on both sides of the map. The mirror matchups in StarCraft II, you can usually pay attention to the production tab to see any deviations. You expect it to be about 95% normal and the same, right? If you see any major deviations, that can, well, really tell you what the strategies are going to be for either player. Quicker Baneling Nest right here for Serral, but there's Dark, so really they're within a few seconds of each other. You always have to make that choice. Do I want to make a drone first and then an attacking unit, or a drone first and then a structure? It's these small deviations, but ultimately all the roads do lead to a very similar spot.
Yep, and that's right too, is the Queen. A couple of Lings is going to be there to push a couple of Lings away. The Bane Nest, the hatchery will continue to come on through. Our Ling speed's finishing. It's a very cozy first few minutes of this ZVZ because there's no signs of anybody really wanting to up the ante. A few Lings extra on the way from Serral. Let's see if he makes anything extra beyond that. Roach-Roaring as well. Ooh.
This is a build that we have seen a lot over the years. Cheeky little Roach Warren. Serral is gonna try and scout and see if his opponent is doing the same thing. We saw a similar situation in a previous game in this series. If he can successfully detect that indeed there is no Roach Warren here for Dark, there is an opportunity for him to commit. And he's running in. Usually it'd be hidden over here. Obviously it doesn't mean everything, but he sees the timing of that Roach Warren, and Serral's one is much quicker. But there is a quick Roach Warren here in the grand scheme of things. Is this something that Serral can really punish?
No. I think at the end of the day, you look at this as Serral and you're like, oh, you also have a Roach run. Ideally, they're like making their Roach run when you're starting to move across the map so that their Roaches are like, maybe a few Roaches are out, but like, in this case, I think Dog would have plenty. We do make 7 Roaches still from Serral. He might still try and sell this idea of an attack without actually needing necessarily to commit. Puts an Evo Chamber down as part of his wall. A couple of Banes do morph in as well, so maybe there is some idea of keeping it going. A couple more Overlords as well. Let's see.
This is not the fastest possible Roach Warren here for Dark by any stretch of the imagination, but Serral actually has looked at it and he's like, yeah, no, I can actually punish this. Interesting decision, because usually when you see the Roach Warren, you do give up on the push, but Serral decides, no, I'm actually going to double down, but he is making 5 drones right now on the back of it. So Dark also trying to figure out, hey, is this fake? Like, how much are you really committing to this push? Serral is really selling this as a major commitment, but he's actually making loads of drones on the back.
Starts the last sooner as well, right? So he just wants to force a bunch of units out of Dark and then be like, nope, actually, I'm not committed to this, right? And he's selling
or am I?
As well, yeah. He's going to stick around, and you can see Dark make a bit of a mistake as well. Supply block for a moment or two, and he's still just building Roaches while Serral drones, builds lead, builds +1 missiles. He sold it beautifully. 6 Overlords on the way from Dark. I mean,
Dark ultimately calls the bluff here. He sends those drones back to mining. But that means that for about a minute or so, Serral does get a solid advantage. He sees the drones right now over at the third base, and that is a massive scout right there for Serral. That's a massive indication.
He knows.
Yeah, that this has to be a push right now from Dark. Usually you'd expect that third to be much more saturated than it is. Dark has decided, yo, I've been making all these units defensively. I've got too many units now. I guess I have to go for an all-in or at least a committed push, even though that was not my original plan. Serral, in the meantime, is going for spine crawlers. He's got the same units. He's got the same units coming up right here as Dark, except he's doing it off of a much bigger economy.
Yep, it's just going to be a matter of can you deal with this first wave. That's what the spines are so good at helping you with. Defensive advantage as well. The spines are well spread, so a group of Banes aren't going to find them all at once either. Serral, yeah, I mean, the one thing I was going to say is the concern is this third hatchery isn't in range of the spines, right? So Dark may be able to work through this. But if you're hitting the hatchery, Serral can find some shots as well, and this is going to be the dance.
Absolutely, they're going to be dancing back and forth. Serral will be able to produce more units here ultimately, but that first wave is dangerous. In the meantime, though, Zerking's over at the third base as well for Serral, so he's dealing with one of the queens and the spine crawlers. I do like the positioning here in the end, though. That third base is vulnerable, but Dark is not looking for the third base. He wants to see if he can potentially win this game right here, right now. That means that just sniping the third hatch is not going to be worth it. It looks like he is starting to break through all of these units, though.
Yeah, the spine crawlers have gone down. Serral did not ever cancel the +1 missile, so he was really hoping this would finish up or they'd survive with it. That could have been a few extra roaches, of course. We move forward here. We cancel a Ravager on the way, using the drones to tank. Serral can lose a few drones, but not too many. The links showing up are a problem because now the roaches of Dark will not be taking damage. The overall army supplies have evened up a little bit, though, but still, Serral losing roaches right now as Dark continues through. Those lings are putting in so much work. However, +1 missiles is done from Serral, and with +1 missiles, it's a very different situation. Dark starts to realize, hey, let's run lings into the natural because I'm not winning the fight anymore, and Serral is starting to find himself a defense while still being pretty okay on drones. Serral has held.
That was a very expensive hold, though, and ultimately the economical advantage that Serral had has been nullified. He did make that lair. I was wondering if he had cancelled it, but no, he did let it finish. So that means that the roach speed will be a little bit quicker. But ultimately, I actually don't mind that push right there for Dark. That was very risky, very committed, but he transitioned out of it at the perfect moment. He's going back into drones right now. He's got the +1 missile coming. A lair for him should be finished up, and he does have an opportunity here to continue macroing. And while Serral's going to scout, he's like, wait, do you have maybe a Spire? It is building, actually. Yeah, I was wondering about it. I think this is a perfect moment for a Spire, but that Overseer is not in the right position.
Serral, as his roach speed finishes, I wonder if he tries to make something happen. He has not droned since this attack, realistically. He made a couple, but he's just not going any further. In Dark, it's his turn to maybe have to build some spine crawls, because I think Serral is going to go across this map in the next few moments. Yeah, he saw the saturation here, he saw the lack of gases, but the saturation's full, the gas cancels as well from Serral, really trying to fake this out. But Dark's building roaches. It's really going to be the roach speed advantage in numbers that Serral has in his favor.
That fake gas geyser is really cheeky, though, because Serral knew exactly what he was looking for. Dark is going to double check right now, and you will see that the gas has been cancelled. Immediately upon noticing that, Serral decides to pull the trigger. Spine crawlers are coming up right now, but I wonder if they are a little too late. Then again, though, Dark has been making loads of roaches defensively for a while already. Rather than saving his gas to go for mutas, he decides to morph some of those roaches into Ravagers.
Yeah, but it's 30 to 20-ish, 33 to 18 roaches right now, a few Ravagers on either side. Obviously, you can buy some time with those Crows of Battle. Serral does eat a couple, so big HP losses for him, but he does have more, and he has roach speed for the first couple moments of this. Now Dark has roach speed himself. Spine Crawl is still coming up, remember, during this. Serral very committed, did not build drones behind this, and Dark has those mutas on the way. So Serral is on a timer and must deal enough damage before those mutas are out, because mutas will make his life miserable. Can we? Oh, we actually cancel the mutas as we hit the Crows of Battle on the egg, so that's going to be great. Now only one muta on the way. This third hatchery still eating the Battle, which means it may very well go down here. Serral, can he at least get the third hatch? He'll have more battles in a moment as he keeps on fighting. Dark is down 20. Army supply. The queens are dropping. Hatchery will fall, and the spines will be the last stand as Serral might just back away for now. He's still building roaches, the single muta to try and turn this all around.
That one Mutalisk is not achieving all too much. He's trying his very best, flapping his little wings, trying to kill all of those roaches and Ravagers, but he's just not putting in that much damage. Serral wants to try and see if he can continue going. He's smelling blood in the water. He wants to see if he can take this series, and
He's got it. He's got it, man. He's absolutely got it. He takes down one spine. The next spine is in trouble. It gets one shot off, but Dark realizes that this is GG, and Serral is going to the Katowice Grand Finals.
Brilliant series right there. Great back and forth between these two, especially in this final game. That was on a razor's edge the entire time. And ultimately, it tipped in Serral's favor. But you can see that this is by far the series that he had to fight for the hardest so far. But he will have a shot at that trophy.
For the second time, of course, as wow, what a final game as well, because he has to have a clutch defense in the first place. Then he goes for the attack. It doesn't look like enough. And I actually wonder if Crows are battling down those eggs with those 2 meters inside makes the difference. 3 meters knocking down each Ravager Serral has. Yeah. It was close.
He obviously didn't know where those mutas were coming from, right? I don't even really know if he realized that mutas were on the production there in the first place, but he wanted to get the hatchery. It's one of those decisions, right? If you're committed to killing the hatchery and you bile it over and over again, but you don't quite kill it, it's probably game.
Yeah. You were so committed that you had to get it done. As we rewind back to game 1 of this best of 5, where it was Dark to bring the aggression, bring the lane bane, to set up into this damage. And it was good, and it set the precedent to be like, uh-oh, okay, here we go again, Serral and ZVZ. But he brought it back beautifully in games 2, 3, and 4.
Absolutely. This was a cute little moment where he picked up that Ravager to save it, and then he fires up +2 missile in the middle of an engagement where his opponent was starting to overwhelm him. But ultimately, that did allow him to win this game as well. I say as well, this is the very first match that he ended up winning, but all of these games, they're so incredibly close.
It's that Serral factor. This is what he was so good at back when he had that amazing set of results in 2018, right? Where in ZVZ, it just felt unfair. You could attack into him with so much, and he would find a defense almost every time. Like, he's just so good at controlling those Roach Ravager fights. This game was really obviously a very strategic game. I think Serral made a very good call of backing away because he was moving across the map. He decided not to. And in this game, I mean, what a defense this was as well. Dog spent a lot of time hitting that hatchery. In the end, that didn't come into play at all.
Yeah.
And that's a big part of what bought Serral the time, because it was super close.
Yeah, ultimately, that's just a massive amount of health right there, right? Look at the amount of damage that hatchery has taken. If that damage was dealt to Roaches and Spine Crawlers instead, this game may have looked different, but obviously those Roaches in blue, they're just trying to hit whatever they can, and ultimately that did not work out all too well for Dark. Even the drones had to come to the front to soak up a few hits, and then Serral decided, you know what? I'm going to go for an all-in. Mutas are on the, well, production
these
tab
biles
right now.
right here. These
biles
right
on
here.
those eggs over at the hatchery, and they end up preventing those Mutalisks from spawning. I don't know if it would have made that big of a difference in the end, but it would have made it significantly easier here for Dark to hold on.
Must have bowed those mutas the last second as well. All right, let's go over to the stage and hear from Serral.
Thank you so much. Down here with Serral after 4 impressive games. Going down in the first one, picking up the next 3. That last match there, Serral, were you confident throughout the entirety of it?
No, not really. I think I did well, I saw his Rose Warren timing, and I kind of wanted to do a little bit extra commitment to my initial pressure. I made like maybe 10 extra links, which I shouldn't have made. Yeah, I was kind of sure I was dead after the hold. It was a decent hold, but at the same time, I have been in that situation so many times. No queens, throne count probably worse. But yeah, the fake transfer, I guess, probably was the winning play there.
Yeah, so much awareness, so much mind games between the two of you. Dark trying to trick you with the gas and then canceling it, and then you noticing and going back and forth. A lot of exciting stuff there, but how much of that is you in the moment seeing that in the game, and how much of that is you studying Dark, knowing all the possibilities, having that all kind of laid out mentally ahead of time?
Well, there wasn't much time to prepare, but naturally I do know how Dark plays. I watch a lot of his games just for learning purposes as well, so I kind of know what he likes to do, but it's CVC, it's always wild, so you don't really have any expectations when you go into a match.
Well, Dark looked strongest in that first match against you for sure. Where did you stumble in that one from your perspective?
Yeah, I think I was supposed to hold it, but I missed microed a little bit. The map's very short, so he was in my face a bit faster than I'm used to. And yeah, just a bit nervous, I guess. Lost my queens and a little bit bad micro, but I wasn't too worried after that, just because it was a little bit of a sneaky win, and those can happen every once in a while.
Well, Dark said that he gets a lot of his energy from the audience here in the stadium. As I understand, they cut off the line. The seats are full. You guys are packed in here. And Serral, if anyone has experience playing on stage in front of a crowd like this, it's got to be you. So where does the audience factor into all this over the course of the week?
Well, it's always nice to play in front of people. I always miss the crowd when I'm... Yeah, I think this is what we play for. Just the crowd. This is, it just feels amazing to play in front of people. When you do it alone in your own room, it's a different experience, for sure.
Yeah, you can't quite fit that many people in there, but here at IEM Katowice, you have an incredible opportunity to make a name for yourself. You have so much ahead of you here. Only one player stands in your way. Could be Cure, could be Maru. Are you worried about either of them?
Always worried, but at the same time, my confidence is high. CVT is probably my best matchup, so I'm excited for the finals, and whoever comes, I think it's going to be a fun series.
I love it. I love watching you play. It's something special that we get to do here in person at IEM Katowice, and we get to see a little bit more from Serral very soon. But for now, we'll take a look at the games that he just played.
There it is, Suomi, as the Finnish phenom, the pride of Pornainen, is able to get into the grand final. Joining me to my left-hand side, it's ZG, it's Pig, to talk about the 3-1. In the end, it is the invincible somewhat Serral. He did drop a map here, ZG, but he's in the final.
He's the Titanic that hit the iceberg and went, huh, that was weird, and then kept on going. Yeah, totally was fine. And, you know, obviously a lot of people are going to be happy to see it. I don't think anyone was going to be like, oh no, Serral on a finals and a ZVT. This is disappointing. But, of course, I'll give the little last story to Dark, right, which is that it is a disappointing, you know, potential fact that he's not going to be able to get that Katowice championship if he has to go to military and then he can't come back and actually perform as good as he did. But top 4 and being the most consistent player in IEM Katowice, I guess, so far, I mean, that's still really, really cool. And to injure the guy who was thus far invulnerable is also pretty freaking cool. So, yeah, I think Dark should be very proud of himself, but obviously Serral in the finals, pretty hype.
Yeah, 'tis merely a flesh wound, though, as Serral keeps going. I mean, even looking at that series and how it goes, Dark's playing and doing Dark things. We go back to the Equilibrium game where it was gold-based versus gold-based, and all of a sudden, I've never seen so many Lings on 36. That was amazing, Pig.
That was awesome. Honestly, Serral, that build was spectacular. I could not understand. I was sitting there just watching going, what's he doing? How's he going to do this without gas? How do you defend that base? Apparently 2 Evo chambers, a Roach Ward, and triple Roach Warren walls, like 2 layers of Roaches on the ramp. Queens plugging the gaps. That was a beautiful build from Serral, and I really feel like that's the sort of build with slight mistake here or there, you just let Lings in and you die. And normally we see people try something like that, they just get knocked out. And you go, oh, didn't practice that enough, did you? Serral looks perfect with these sort of weird builds. And that was awesome because outside of that game, that was probably, I think, Serral's most confident game. The rest of it was heart-stopping. I was like, oh, this could go either way. Dark was so close to taking him down at multiple points. So that was just a fantastic series. And I think it is the first time we've seen Serral really press to his limit thus far.
Yeah.
And the fact that he came out the other side is very confidence boosting.
Yeah, it was a beautiful house of cards that could have fallen down at a breeze, but it all had steel rivets on it somehow, and it just held together. It was amazing. Let's take a look at the bracket here. And now we do have our first grand finalist who's going to be going for another Katowice under his belt, as Serral will find himself in that grand final. That is a best of 7. There is the potential. Yes, I know everybody's looking at that right now. There is the potential of that matchup. But I'm not going to name that matchup. But now, coming up, we do have Maru versus Cure. A great TVT on the cards to come up here, ZG.
Yeah, great TVT that I think is going to test both of them to their limits. Even, you know, with the new patch, I think they both have shown that they already did actually in Atlanta. So yeah, it should be the same throughout everything. And then either one of them, whoever wins, can obviously deliver a fantastic performance against Serral. Maru Serral is one everyone wants, and that would be very, very cool. But then don't forget that Cure gave us one of the best performances a Terran could against an almost unbeatable Rainer at Gamers 8. He was just as fast, just as active, just as multitasking as the other Zergs we give credit to. So I'd also really look forward to that.
Yeah, Cure constantly getting to the forefront of these tournaments and almost being able to attain the flag at the top of the mountain, Pig. It's awe-inspiring to see, but just you're going up against the GOATs here. There's 3 players left.
Yeah.
2 GOATs and Cure.
I mean, definitely, I mean, he's such an underdog in this field, but at the same time, working on his favor is we've had 6 years of waiting for a finals at a big international tournament between Serral and Maru, and we've been blocked every time. It just doesn't happen. So
it's destiny that Cure does it here.
Yes, the tea leaves say Cure will beat Maru.
All right, thanks very much, guys. Let's go to a break. When we return, we have another mirror matchup on the way as Cure is gonna go up against Maru. Join us right after this.
Intel Extreme Masters Katowice is brought to you by Monster Energy, the United States Air Force, and Intel.
All right, one final match before our grand finals, as we may potentially get that match of which we will not name here for the moment. Let's join my analysis desk here. I have Loco as well as Pig to talk about our upcoming TVT, Maru versus Cure, and we have ourselves quite the match on our hands because both of them came through the route of TVT Loco, and now both of them find themselves here again, but it was a very different path through both of those TVTs.
Yeah, absolutely. Maru definitely had to fight for it. He had to try very, very hard. And that other series that we saw earlier, it seemed like Cure was having a relatively easy time against Heromarine. Maybe not really forced to show his very best strategies just yet. We were just looking at the times that they have played against each other recently, and it turns out in 2024, they've already faced against each other 3 different times.
Hey!
And it turns out Cure has not won a map.
Oh, what? A map?
Nope. It's been a 1-0, a 2-0, and then a 3-0.
Well,
hey for me, pig.
This is, I mean, obviously this is kind of interesting because Cure regularly gets ahead of Maru all the time when they play. He actually, if you looked at like, if we had those, you know, the stats cards, and we had different stats on them, you might have, say, Q is ahead by like 1 or 2 points on almost everything when it comes to TVT specifically. But then there's like how to win or killer instinct or maybe the ability to make comebacks. Maru has like 100 and Q has a much lower stat on that. Maru makes disgusting comebacks against Q, like all the time. We're like, oh, Maru's lost this map, and he pulled the boys, I think, in the World Team League. I was like, you don't pull the boys in TVT. You don't bring your workers to attack into Marines and tanks. He did, and it worked. He makes these weird wins happen all the time. So there is a massive psychological advantage because Q is going to be doubting himself, whereas Maru's always going to know, you know, I can always dig deep and find a way to get back in it, no matter what's happening.
Yeah, and a lot of those comebacks for Maru, obviously, we have seen and called it Maru Magic for a long time. He sees the Matrix, right? He's looking down everything. He's seeing where his SCVs are going, how he needs to control everything as time goes on before it even becomes reality. So that is definitely scary. I'm concerned now, Loco, that you told me he hasn't won a map yet in 2024. But Cure, you know, maybe a confidence boost from his previous TVT, considering how quickly he dispatched his opponent. Who knows?
Yeah, you were alluding to it just now as well. At least historically in big tournaments, Serral and Maru have dodged each other many, many times. It could be happening here today, but at least historically they managed to somehow, some way, always just barely bypass each other. Now, they have played a bunch over the last couple of months, and they have been amazing series, but you know what? That may also be working in Cure's favor.
Well, there they are, and as we mentioned just before we came up from the break, we have 2 GOATs remaining in this tournament and Cure. To be able to join that elite, prestigious group of GOATs, probably
sounds so mean.
is a long way away. I mean, it's not mean. This is like really reality.
Factual,
Has Cure ever been in the GOAT conversation? No, right? That's
not really.
Not really. Yeah. But he recently, whenever we've been able to see him at these big, high prestigious tournaments, we're thinking Gamers 8 Pig, things like that. It feels like Cure is on the cusp of having a date with Maru. He's on the cusp of...
Is it a tea party?
Have little sandwiches and everything, yeah.
Maybe a bit of high tea while you do your vetoes, maybe. They just need the thing with the
if they don't have... Oh, we're bringing in plants. If they don't have pinkies out when they're drinking this tea, I am going to be furious.
The plants just get brought out halfway through the date.
They did, yes.
That's beautiful.
Fantastic.
That's gorgeous, you know?
Honestly, though,
what was I saying about Cure?
Yeah, about Cure. I mean, he's amazing at TVT. He's so good. He took down Clem 2-0 in the group stage. He's one of the best in the game when it comes to TVT. He just has a Maru problem.
Yeah, exactly.
So many players have a Maru problem like this. Like you can say Solar as well to a certain extent, where Maru just gets under their skin. But on this stage, Maru sometimes does panic a little bit. So we'll see.
TVT.
TVT.
Hey. It's there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
sorry.
thank you, Loco.
You still had to spell it out for me. I still didn't get it. He got it even later.
Wow.
It's okay.
That's what we call the Australian delay right there. What can I say, guys? I even host...
They have like 400 ping regardless of where they are. It's okay.
What can I say? Everything I say has to go through the moon, bounce down through NASA back to me before my brain processes it.
Yeah, I'm not even sure they were aiming for that, but that's what I'm getting from it, all right? That's what I'm getting from it. Let's check in with, again, the 4th member of the analysis desk, the audience, to see what they are going to come up with in terms of their predictions. I do feel like there might be quite a bit of veering towards Maru here for predictions, Loco. What do you think?
Yeah, I think so too. I agree with Pig. Like, Cure's Terran versus Terran is excellent. In my mind, he's the second best TVT player in the world. The problem is he's going up against the guy who, in my mind, is the best TVT player.
Yeah. Yeah. He's got that clutch factor, does Maru. I mean, he's such a comeback lord. He's so good in the late game, but he also is aggressive and can kill you in the early game as well.
Wait, what? This entry-level magician?
Nothing. Yeah, exactly.
Wait, I love it.
Why was it being hidden?
We were saying before, entry-level magician, this is when you make a level 1 wizard. MMO, and then they've got fireball, kind of.
Just spam minor illusion cantrips. Nothing wrong with that, mate.
Well done, Rachel. Some fantastic stuff. So yeah, I mean, kind of leaning towards Maru here. Not too much surprise for this, but I mean, again, it is that resilience factor. It's his superpower. We've said it so many times, Picky.
Yeah.
It's his superpower, and not a lot of people can really contend with it.
I mean, it's Artosis has always, had his old saying where it's like, basically, if you're even, you're behind. If you're behind, you're dead. If you're ahead versus him, maybe you're even. But it's Maru. You're never really ahead against him until you put him in the ground. You need him completely out of the game. Big trap Q has to watch out for on the specific side is when you're getting ahead, denying bases, taking down workers. Maru is very astute at finding the moment where he says, well, I'm not going to rebuild those workers. I'm going to let my army get really big, and you might have 7 bases and I have 3, but my army's 30 supply bigger, and I'm going to push into your production, and you're not going to get a chance to use that income advantage. This has happened multiple times between these two.
Yep.
So Kua has to toe a line between not getting too obsessed with killing workers and damaging the economy. He's got to reel it in at the right time and focus on defending the frontal push.
Brutal defense in that for the potential of what's going to go down here. It's not just that, it's the fact that we've seen Maru in that previous series start things with mech, but then really start switching it up throughout that series as well. So the versatility is there. I know Kira has some versatility as well, but yeah, Maru's got a lot of it.
Yeah, absolutely. One thing that Kira, of course, can make use of is those Cyclones. We've seen them being used very effectively throughout this tournament, and they're one of those units since they got overhauled, right? They are not 100% figured out yet. I don't know if he's been saving any strategy.
Are you saying we could see Cyclones in a TVT?
I think we may see a couple, at least a few.
Wait a minute.
I'll take that bet. Yeah. No Cyclones in an entire best of 5 between 2 of the best Terrans in the world. No chance.
I feel like there was a moment when we were watching the other TVT, by the way, that at the end of the game, there was 15 Cyclones in production for one of the... Yeah, anyway, never mind. All right, let's get to it here. It is the last semi-final before we move into the grand final. Terran versus Terran as Maru goes up against Kyo.
He's going to be saying goodbye to his Katowice run because Maru is in way too good of a spot. The tanks will continue to shell away. GG is called.
Heromarine about to get a Hellion, but even one Hellion won't win the fight against 3 Reapers. Heromarine tries to migrate, but he can't. One of the Reapers did fall there against the SCVs, but that is not going to make a difference. Just like that, it's Cure.
Here in the second semi-final at IEM Katowice, 2 Terran enter and only 1 will move on to face the Finnish phenom Serral in the finals. Will it be Cure of Team Liquid or will it be Maru of Team Vitality? Let's find out.
A best of 5 to determine who is Katowice's best Terran and who will face Serral in a best of 7 grand finals. Eyes are certainly on one man in particular, and that is Maru. We've been waiting for this forever, and Serral has done his part. He's made it to the grand finals, but can Maru match him by defeating Cure?
I mean, this is absolute history in the making, isn't it? That is one grand final that we've all wanted for so many years. And, you know, at some points it's been, hey, Serral's made it, Maru hasn't, Maru's made it, Serral hasn't. Sometimes they've flopped out together in the semis. And I mean, that was one of the Katowices to forget, honestly, because that road final was absolutely a disaster. But this man here, he is the one hurdle to stop him, and so far he's been showcasing some very good TVT. Both are new pickups over the last year. Team Liquid for Cure, he's been amazing since then, and Vitality with Maru, absolutely a great new team in the scene.
Yeah, both bolstered perhaps by the excitement that brings, right? Hopefully taken very good care of, and I imagine that indeed they are. They have made it this far in some pretty difficult groups, both being able to show some TVT already as well. Cures was certainly more convincing, shall we say, but then not necessarily a common matchup, him and Heromarine, whereas Maru was kind of facing another possible nemesis in the form of Byun. But Byun has been, well, similar to Cure actually, just not quite able to defeat him consistently, and maybe more of an aggressive versus defensive way. Cure, he's actually tried the aggressive thing. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. He's tried to play Maru's game. Sometimes that works, sometimes it doesn't. And unfortunately for Cure, it is more often that it doesn't work. But he really can try to match him on all fronts. You just always get the impression that Maru is that little bit better.
Yeah, I mean, Maru is unquestionably a faster player than Cure. But Cure, he's so smart and he's been so good about slowing down the game. And TVT isn't about who's faster. Like, Clem is absolute proof of that. Even when he's been one of the fastest players on the planet, when you go up against some guy that knows how to bring it down to your level, hey, TVT is all positional. And the fact that Cure went into his group and he was like, yeah, I'm going to play Clem because he's really good in the late game and I'm going to avoid that. And it's like, wait a minute, you want to go up in a micro battle? And he actually won. He's actually showcased this event alone that he is able to keep up with some of the absolute fastest. And we're going to get right on into it. Over on Hecate, spawning over the bottom left-hand side, representing his new team, Vitality, it is Maru.
And in the top right, as the blue Terran for Team Liquid, he is Cure.
This one's lining up to be a great one between these guys. This is very, very arguably the best TVT player in the world against the second best TVT player in the world. They're both so solid. TVT is so volatile these days as well. It's not the old school where you have these lines that cannot be broken. The Raven coming into the mix absolutely put a thorn in that side. But now we've got the Cyclone being very, very volatile. The true glass cannon unit just absolutely spicing things up.
Yes, indeed it has. So far for these two, it spiced it up a little bit better for Maru. Again, the desk pointed out that they've recently played a few times, actually, basically within the last month. The most recently, it was a very convincing 3-0 from Maru. 3-0 actually doesn't even do it justice. They were short games, they were quick, they were brutal. Now that is because of the style that they were playing, a lot of that Cyclone just burst in, let's get it done. But it also just was so convincing that Maru understands the matchup, understands how to play the new Cyclones, and so does Cure, but again, just not as well as Maru. Almost better than everyone else, except this guy.
Yeah, I mean, there was a certain person on a desk over in Gamers 8 that said Maru is not known for his TVT, and I spat my tea out of my mouth, Zombie Grub. Absolutely spat it. I saw our toasted eyes on the desk. They lit up, and it's like, what on earth did you just say? Because Maru, this is the one matchup that, for as long as I can remember, has been the god of this matchup, and rightly so. Like, you can have him on the ropes, the desk said it, but he's not dead until he's dead. He's made miraculous comebacks, absolutely insane. He's made 90 supply against 180 supply look like he's fighting on equal ground. It's just amazing what this man can do.
Yeah, we do have a couple of factory expands going down, but as we see normality in TVT so far, okay, a little Reaper battle as well. I do want to clarify, you know, I said I used the wrong word when I was like Maru's nemesis, because nemesis would mean someone that you really struggle against and always seems to get your number, I suppose. But I meant like the person that seems to, you know, hit him the hardest and actually get the closest. But in the opposite way, 100% Maru is Cure's nemesis. 100%. Every time that it feels like Cure is finally going to do the thing, Maru is there blocking him from GSLs, blocking him from qualifying into certain things, blocking him from potentially reaching the grand finals of IEM Katowice. So for Cure, it would be very much justice fulfilled if you finally beat him at one of the biggest stages possible in this best of 5. Maru going for a Cyclone, a tad bit faster than Cure in this game, and that is the extent of the differences. Now a medevac also on the way because Cure's starport was also slightly ahead.
Absolutely. Not too much difference in the build-ups here. Units made, obviously. Oh, that's interesting. For Vikings early on. I did not anticipate that because the medevac's so hot right now, Zombies.
It is very hot, right? We kind of saw this initially when the Cyclone drop became an issue, because it also could have been helpful against that tank drop that was very popular before the patch. But then what happened is that anyone who was using the Cyclone controlled well and basically always caught the Viking in a more vulnerable position. Obviously, if the Viking catches the medevac in midair and there's no drop, then easy that the Viking wins, right? But if it's late to the party, the Cyclones here from Cure, or the Cyclone, singular, sorry, could actually grab a lock onto the Viking. But if you combine everything together for Maru, he should be able to not just defend against this, but even punish it.
Absolutely. I actually like the Viking a lot here. It's almost like an anti-Cyclone build that he's gone for, right?
Yes.
And Cure, the way that he's turned up here, just one Cyclone in the mix, a bit of a ragtag squad in there, isn't able to get too much done. Maru has met it as it landed, no damage taken, and he's quicker, far quicker into his tank production and the third CC.
Yeah, as soon as I saw that Viking, I was like, okay, he's not really going to be playing a lot of the Cyclone wars. He is going to be trying to move over into the tank, already sieged up in the natural, as Kier looks to try and get some damage done. Yeah, unfortunately, one tank is just so freaking effective, especially if you aren't 100% sure what's behind that tank, so not going to be able to dive in there. He could still go for a Cyclone Raven interference matrix break, but that does seem to have fallen out of favor. Once the Terran sees the other Terran doing the tanks, they're like, oh, we can do that? Okay, then we'll both do that.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. Cure did poke in a little bit, had the Hellion first, so the Cyclones didn't take too much damage, but looks like we're going to get into a good old-fashioned TVT macro game, and Cure realizing, hey, you're very turtly. You've done something a little bit different. He's going to go for the bit of a leapfrog approach here, just throw that third on location, and they're both going to be going for bio here, and you see that from the stim and the extra barracks.
You know, hopefully, Cure's opener, his amount of Cyclones and his ability to be on this side of the map this entire time would lend itself to an on-location third command center. It can still feel like you're trying to get away with something too greedy because TVT can be really harsh, but you absolutely should be able to get away with it. And we do have, I think, here even trying to get a really good read on what is available to snipe off, what might be missing from the composition as well that he has to worry about. So far, he does confirm the presence of Ravens and I believe some of those barracks. So he can pretty much know exactly what each other's doing. Although, actually, I mean, I say that because we know what they're doing, but does Maru have any idea as to what Cure is doing?
No, but I was just thinking about that to myself. I'm like, Cure has only shown bio in TVT so far in the tournament. So he's the one that's like, you know what, I'm a bit more predictable in that sense, whereas Maru, you saw Cure poking with that medevac, just confirming, do you have extra barracks going on here? What's exactly going on? And they both kind of know what world they're in right now. Upgrade start for both of them. Maru's a little bit faster, and obviously he did have his third CC quicker, but the fact that he's had to play this defensive, huddled up start, Cure has absolutely put a little bit of fear in Maru, and he's going about taking this third very carefully, and that's what you have to do when you see Cyclones from your opponent in that number.
Yeah, because Maru really has no idea what Cure is doing exactly. There is a possibility that 4 Cyclones are revealing themselves, but then 4 or 6 were still behind those. So it's 10 suddenly arriving as your tanks are unsieged and your Ravens are out of position. But obviously that's not the case here. Maru probably, yeah, they both know each other very well, and including the now new patch too, so I think the reads have been made. And correctly, Maru actually looking to push out. He does have the, I mean, does he have the tank lead? He should, considering that he went into him faster. I just want to see by how much. No, he has a second tank. Here already has a third, obviously with the defender's advantage. The difference actually is in the Raven. Maru has a third Raven, Cure only on 2.
Yeah, I mean, Maru definitely took a little bit of a cut here, right, with the way that he went about his build. These 4 Cyclones absolutely can get damage done. I mean, they're not going to be useful in this fight necessarily, but Cure taking a nice few shots there from his siege tanks on the high ground, and he's getting damage done in this third as well. So I'm going to go, this is not looking good for Maru, but he is going to go for a big drop in the main, and this could absolutely get some damage done. That combat shield, very exposed here, very close to finishing, and will it actually get sniped here? This is actually very close and denied.
Denied! Oh no, and combat shields is kicking in for Maru, but that's not really the most Marines I've ever seen, you know? The Ravens do have some energy, but here comes the rest of Cure's army trying to take care of this with his own auto turrets coming on through. He still has a decent amount of them, but actually missed the second auto turret. It's a really derpy spell in some ways, and now the SCVs of Cure have to be pulled. Cure already did damage to Maru's economy, so him taking 10 SCVs is actually not too bad. The more worrisome part is that he's behind by 3. Oh, yeah, we're good there. He's behind by 3 workers, and now he's also behind by 10 army supplies. So if Maru can keep up the pressure, Cure is going to feel like he is on the ropes.
And Maru just took out so many add-ons on these buildings, along with that starport as well. So he doesn't have to worry about his opponent having a ton of medevacs or even Vikings to deal with these Doom drops that he's continuing here. And Cure, he's now absolutely in the defensive position, and his units are worse as well. Zombie Grub, a lot worse. There is a tank shooting him from somewhere, but big unloads, big Marine surround. Maru has to get on out of there. Oh, lost the medevac that was full.
Yeah, that's an empty medevac right there. It's getting all topsy-turvy. You know, there was a really interesting half a second there where, you know, Cure thought, okay, he's going to do it. No, wait, he's not going to do it. And then my missile turrets are going to be done. Oh, he is going to do it. But then he had boost and Maru didn't. So he actually got to unload like this half a second faster. But it really was that tank that was already siege there. And then the fact that he had more reinforcements that really combined together to make sure that his inferior army, because without those combat shields, his Marines are not impressive, was actually able to hold. And with that hold, Maru has returned all the way back home, and Cure now has time to finally get his starport production up and running. His 2-2 also done. He was good about getting that. And most importantly, those combat shields.
Yeah, they're both on top of the upgrades, and now we're 10 minutes into this game. There's 5 supply between them. Cure suffering a little bit of a supply block here, which is unfortunate, but very close in supply. Cure probably feeling that he took a bit too much damage, so he's looking to deal the damage. Maru did know that there was a squad in the top left, and he's over here, gonna try and do what he can, but Cure's very good about positioning his tanks.
That's a very bold drop. It's triple medevac going into the main base. First medevac, I mean, it gets unloaded a little bit, does get taken down. Then I got at least 2 medevacs worth of Marines. Now with combat shields as well, ripping through the main base. A very fast response from Maru, however, means that this will be cleaned up, and overall, just simply wasn't worth it. Cure's supply drops by about 20. It is all action on Maru's side of the map, so Cure might have time to recover, but that just wasn't it.
No, that was a one-way ticket. He could not get out of there. Nice interference matrix just to make sure that he stopped the boost on that medevac as well. 2-2 finished up for both players here. No massive upgrades dwindling. Maru is getting his +1 on his tanks as well. The +2 being very important on tanks because then you can one-shot Marines. And right now, Maru, there's nothing to really stop him from moving out besides a huge bunch of tanks on that high ground. That was brutal. Nice play by Cure.
That must have just been prediction, right? Like that was, oh, I think that was the scan in the top left from Maru. So he saw a scan and he was like, well, what does that mean for a Terran player? You're probably looking to see what I have to defend. You're going to go over there. But the army had missed, the scan had missed the army, and it just positioned itself in such a forward position. I mean, really important stuff, right? Because now, kind of officially, we've had the rebalancing of the armies. They're both now jockeying for position in the middle of the map as opposed to on each other's bases, hitting their planetaries. Speaking of which, Cure having a 4th base turning into a planetary, and Maru's 4th base only just out finishing.
Yeah, Cure's definitely taken a leap here in economy. He's also a tiny bit ahead in his upgrades, but he hasn't gone for those tank upgrades, which absolutely could bite him later on in the game. And Cure's going full Byun style here by the looks of it. 3 more barracks being thrown down, and that is a lot of Marines. Cure feeling like he has to run back, and he will run back into a small squad of Maru. And I say small, it's just way smaller than how many Marines Cure has.
I actually wonder if he just knew that was going to happen, right? Like, he might have scanned too much. It's kind of hard to say because it looked like only 1 tank, but maybe he knew the rest of the army was there. But then he knew that there was at least some army that had just killed a sensor tower. So he was like, well, I'm going to get something. And he absolutely did. He still has the army in position to scare the 4th base, but the tanks have certainly positioned themselves well. That's not going to get broken without a much bigger committal from Cure. Maru, sneaky, sees there's only 2 tanks defending the 3rd base, drops on top of it, will not, okay, we'll get that tank. The repair was pretty cool, but 1 tank does go down, fairly worth it, but Maru actually, I'm wondering why his supply is so far down. He has taken some losses. The Marines on the right side, running into the tanks on that left, and now losing that drop, and he is the one, of course, that wants to make the starport transition. He's looking towards that late game.
Yeah, I mean, this is Maru in a nutshell. Like, he is behind, but in TVT especially, defender's advantage is so damn big. Obviously, you can Doom drop into a production line, things like that to really get a cheap win out of it. But beating down these tank lines and these tank wars, this is where Maru shines. He is so efficient. I say that
as a scan goes down, and he doesn't run Experience Matrix, and that's a huge Marine ball on this side. Zombie Grub and the Ravens die before they do anything.
Unfortunately, that just isn't the beautiful surround that I think Kier had in mind, mostly because of the terrain. It also wasn't the best timed, but the terrain really didn't work with Kier's idea there. I love that he looked like he was going to go for it, because it could have been a cool blitz attack, but probably not worth it. Maru did have more tanks that were repositioning back on that line, and Kier probably would have been stopped at the very least from entering into the natural. He would have just gotten a lift on the third. So everything calms down for a second, and we really do have an official 8 racks, very Marine heavy, very momentum heavy, versus 3 starport as Maru starts to build those air units. This is the better composition if everything goes according to plan, and the 8 racks player is trying to make sure that everything doesn't go according to plan. So big old drop from Kier heading into Maru's main base.
That's a lot of missile turrets that do greet the drop, and there is a tank there, but it's kind of wandering very, very close to these Marines, and this is a lot of eco damage to get done from Cure. This is absolutely what he wants with his momentum-based play here with so many barracks, 16 Marines at a time.
Unfortunately, with the Vikings out, this is, as you said, a one-way ticket. It's the same situation, but this one did last a little bit longer and do a little bit more damage. And this is a style in which you can give away more units if it means that you are taking down some of the important units of the defending Terran, like the Viking, like the Liberator, like the tanks, and honestly, even the static defense. The fact that missile turrets on the top left of this base might open opportunities for the future. But you can see Kier's supply telling us that the attacks did not really work. He does nothing else coming up here, and now Maru is like, yeah, those didn't work. I can be on the map now. I got the tanks, I got the Vikings, I got the Liberator. What are you going to do about this?
Yeah, Cure, he's got many command centers coming up, so that's where a lot of his money's gone into, but he does not want to fight this army of Maru right now. I don't know what the tank count is for both these players, but 11 versus 5. Cure has to position so nice, and he's doing that so far. But if Maru gets close to him, he's in a world of trouble.
Yeah, exactly. He did run forward and snipe a tank there. That was nice movement. Also trying to get the best possible potential surround with the army on the backside or run by. I mean, he can actually just go into the third base, which is what he is scanning. Only one tank there to defend. So that's going to be a lot of SCV damage. But of course, economic damage on Cure's side of the map. 2 bases going down. Third one in Maru's sights. Cure just trying to draw the line here so that the natural is at least safe. They both kill each other's workers. We have Cure, though, losing those command centers. Maru still on 5 bases.
Yeah, I mean, Maru's army is bigger. It really is bigger, and he is shutting down a lot of the eco from Cure. And Cure, I think he's mined out of his main, his natural at this point. He's having to float over to the right side as well. What's the resources lost have at this point? Because I feel that, yeah, Maru's just been trading that bit better here.
Maru, if he is caught on siege, is as vulnerable as anyone. The Vikings won't be able to help out too much there, but that's the thing, is that he should be siege. He's got the scans, he's got the idea of how Cure wants to try and wiggle his way out of this, so he's not going to let that happen. Cure basically wants to try and base trade, make things really chaotic, try and get the tanks on siege, the Vikings flying over Marines, that type of thing, because he is absolutely desperate. His army, face value, running into Maru's is not going to work, but now it's just locked here as Cure is on a much worse economy.
Absolutely, and Maru's really utilizing his air control very nicely, constantly having more vision than his opponents. The medevacs can't stick around and heal these Marines either, and Cure, he's getting himself into a bit of a nasty position here, but is Maru sieged in time? It looks like so, but that's like a siege tank flank going on at the south there. Cure doing something over on the far left side of the map as well, but this battle definitely was in favor of Maru.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Cure saw the tanks to the right and was like, well, they're going to do some damage, and then my army's going to come up on top, but that didn't really work out, and his tanks being on siege for the majority of it, well, it didn't end up helping too much, but they did at least stop Maru from hitting the third base. Now Cure is once again getting Marines into Maru's third and into the natural, going to snipe that tank. He only gets 1 shot off, but another tank behind a couple of factories there. Maru also can slow go it here, right? He knows that his army is better, so patience, time, it's all on his side. He could even sacrifice the third base if he continues to tighten the noose on Cure's side of the map.
Absolutely, yeah, you nailed it. You were spot on. The tanks of Maru have just been so much better than the tanks of Cure. Like, those upgrades are really coming in massively in these fights, where Cure's Marines just melt so much faster due to those upgrades. And Maru, if he splits off this base, that base that's freshly made over to that far right side, it's as good as done.
Planetary is going to be surprised here. And the SCVs, though, still get the repair. And that's exactly what Kure was trying to stop by just running before attacking. Now, the SCVs do go down, and that is a very good surround, too, mitigating the Planetary splash. But you don't want to spend so much time like this when you're the 8-Rax player. Even if you get the kill, it's just so much time and so many Marines. When, again, they are cheap, you don't have that much money. It is purely Marines almost on the defense. Those tanks have to unload somewhere. He's looking for the best possible position. Kure ready to make his possible last stand here in game number 1. He's going to go and try and do it. It's a couple of units on the backside. SCV's being pulled, but the supplies certainly tell the tale. Maru has dominated the end game here and will take the first game in this series.
Very, very well handled by Maru. That was not an easy position. You could see that during the mid-game there, he was behind. Like a good 170 supply against 200, less SCVs, less barracks, less infrastructure. But this man just does not know how to die. And that is a beautiful talent to have.
Yeah, particularly for TVT, but he managed to show how good it can be in TVZ. We really do blame him for maybe a lot of the complaints about that matchup for a little while. And then even in TVP, I recall him occasionally throwing out even some battlecruiser games. But TVT is really, really where it shines. It's already a matchup that naturally feels like it has a lot of comeback potential. And that's exactly what Maru had to do when things got a little sticky with that drop of his, like not exactly doing it. But then Kure, you know, he had a moment. He did another drop after this that also was like, it's okay, but it's not exactly what you want. He just never really got the 1-2-3 punch as the 8-Rax player. A couple of the 1-2s were okay, but you really need that third gut punch to actually take down the late game Maru.
And I mean, at this moment here, it's like, hey, Kure, he's got map control, he's making so many extra CCs and stuff, and he's throwing away Marines here and there, but you can afford to do that. It's just, when it came to the actual army, the actual fights that happened, these Vikings, the Liberator they had in the mix, the Ravens as well that he continued to make, just made such a difference. It just allowed him to have more fun in the middle of that map. Like, it really was.
Yeah, you really want to be able to trade efficiently with the amount of Marines you get, but then without showing the green light to the opponent, basically. So if it goes okay, and then the starport player's like, well, I still feel kind of iffy about moving out. I only have 6 tanks instead of 8. I don't quite have the Vikings. I don't have a Liberator. Then Kure is going to be able to remax and remax and remax and remax. But Kure's attacks up to the point that Maru countered, they just weren't quite good enough. So Maru was like, yeah, of course I can get that map here now. I can get on the map, and I know you're going to try and base trade me, so I'm going to siege up some tanks back at home. It's definitely a practice dance from both sides in that regard. And Kure, part of the dance, just never really matched up to Maru's.
Yeah, it's funny that he really did go into that big Marine stuff, and he seemingly had more and had a few good trades where Maru walked into tank fire, where he didn't know the tanks were, but just could not whittle Maru down. Maru just keeping his tank count alive.
Yeah.
Even though everywhere I looked, things were dying, his army just got so big and out of control, and you really felt like Kure at no point wanted to fight the army, wanted to get the run-by damage done with Marines and such, but just wasn't able.
I think it's also very important to note that that +2 was just super on point for the tanks for Maru, who was more dependent on them to help him survive. We do have the second map now up and loaded. In the top right for Team Vitality, he is Maru.
Yeah, you can't help but titter. And spawning over in the top left-hand side, representing Team Liquid, it is Kure.
I feel like that's a true StarCraft nerd right there. They know the cowbell.
Absolutely, absolutely. Alrighty, alrighty. Solaris will be the second map. Oh, I sound totally like Pig for a second.
Solaris.
Solaris. Cheeky, cheeky Solaris. All right, double gas opening going on from both ends, and yet again. And this is definitely the opening that a lot of them have been prioritizing thus far in TVT. It's just the safest. Allows you to get those cyclones out as fast as possible. But we did see very different
units that they went for in that previous game.
Yes, yeah. Kira kind of doing what is now the expected thing, which is a Cyclone opener of some type, 2 or 1 with a couple of extra units. Maru wanting to directly counter that with a Viking double Cyclone. Again, it gets a little tricky just as far as its ability to be in the perfect position every single time, but assuming that it can be and that the micro doesn't go severely wrong, I mean, you also have Defender's Advantage working with you. So it is a powerful anti-Cyclone strat in that regard, but then it's not perfect. There's a reason that just doesn't happen every time. Obviously, if Kira didn't go for that particular drop, then it can also change what the Viking Cyclone opener would do, so on and so forth. But, you know, we did see actually a decent amount of 1-Rax expands in Maru versus Byun, and I am wondering if that was purely because they know each other so well.
It absolutely could be. I mean, they are very close friends. When you see these Korean Terrans hang out, like, you'll see the lone Protoss, because there's only one of them, obviously, in Hero, being there. But all the Terrans, they group up, like, and they're all always talking about StarCraft and strategy. You could see, like, I saw before Byun played Maru. Maru's with him, Bunny's with him, the Cure's with him. They're all talking and chatting and watching replays and stuff. I just found it so cute and funny. But this, we already see slightly different units being made. Maru's gone for 2 Reaper, a Cyclone, or rather, Cure's gone for that. Excuse me. And Maru, on the other side of things, quite a bit more greedy here. Gone for a single Reaper, a single Marine. It's going to be pretty tricky to deal with these Reapers if they arrive right this moment, but a Cyclone will be popping out fairly soon.
Yeah, it's just so speedy now without that tech lab. Reapers go in, they go out, can explain it, they go back in. SV will not die. And the Cyclone, he knows, will be popping out, so he is not going to lose any Reapers, which can accompany this Cyclone, for instance, and actually get some micro wars going. It could be the distraction or the effective backstab, so you do want to keep them alive. And whether or not Kira actually uses them is a different question, obviously. He is going to use them to pair up in the Medivac, so not going to be deterred from doing this opening, even though last game, Maru really tried to shut it down hard.
Yeah, he really did try to shut it down hard, and we're going to see Medivac from both of them. This could be one of those moments where you get the, in fact, what's it called? Two ships in the night sailing past one another, or playing defensive. And so far, Maru's been very willing to just play the defensive role, which is how we imagine him. And this game, Cure really honkering on down on that Cyclone production, going to go into Ravens as well with it. Very standard TVT.
Yeah, the thing is that Maru was kind of forced to play defensive against what Byun was opening with, because Byun did go for the single Cyclone, right? So that hit faster. So he was like, oh, okay, like, you got here first. But then if they both go for 2 Cyclones and a Medivac, yeah, it might be the two drops that are already too committed, so you just try and out-multitask each other. We are going to look at Kira's point of view, so we will see from his point of view if Maru has the units at home or not. Already dealing some damage, lost mining time as well. I gotta imagine at this stage of TVT, yeah, Kira's eyes were also on the mini-map. Look, okay, I know he's also going to do it something or something like it. So the multitasking has begun. Who is going to find more damage? Right now, it is Kira's Cyclones, his army, that are in trouble, of course, as well as those natural SCVs. But this just means that there's more potential for Maru as it goes on. He's still trying to get his own SCV kills in the main base. I mean, it's all types of topsy-turvy. It's actually even harder to cast if you're only looking at one perspective.
Yeah, I mean, like, right now, I think Kyo's in better shape just from watching his perspective, but maybe that's what he's feeling too. But right now, both of them, the dust does settle. But it has to be said, Maru lost a lot of SCVs there, and we look at it, they've lost just as much, 12 and 11 apiece. So carnage on both sides, and things are reset almost. Oh, but a Raven did die from Cure. Okay, that is the big swing there. Thank you, Mapu, for showing us that.
Yeah, the thing is that Cure did have his own and defending Cyclones. They seemingly got more injured faster, right? So I was very concerned.
Supply. Yeah, he is ahead of supply, and he is starting up this CC quite a bit faster as well. So already Maru a little bit behind here by the looks of it. Oh, what got you, Zombie Grub?
Well, Cure has instilled fear in Amaru's heart. He's getting a bunker. Like, this is something he literally skipped in situations in which I would be like, you know, you're already playing very defensive, nothing's happened, like, almost why not get a bunker? But he did totally fine in the series versus Byun, so I can't criticize. But now, he is concerned. He knows that this is a hard game to call, first of all, you know, from our perspective, which was 1. We didn't know exactly what happened. The dust settles, we finally get the workers tab. oh, okay, it's even. But Maru doesn't know that. He also could be pretty sure that Cure loves the Cyclone, the mass Cyclone bust on the front lines. And a bunker does help you. It doesn't last long, but the extra seconds it might give you can be a life or death difference.
Absolutely. Maru with a little bit of a smirk here, realizing that it's not the greatest situation in the world for him, and he has no idea what's potentially at his front door here. That one tank has a massive job to do, but this bunker absolutely throws a spanner in the works for Cure, because he has no idea what's in it. If it's 4 Marines, they actually do quite good against his Cyclones, and it's going to be Suicide going in there, but still such a nuisance with this medevac, constantly saving his boost for when he sees Maru coming.
Yeah, and Maru's probably getting really annoyed by that, you know? As soon as one Cyclone locks on for one shot, that thing is dead. And that bunker also kind of ensures, or well, it would hopefully ensure if this didn't happen, that the tank gets shots, plural, but when you are Matrix, well, that doesn't exist. No shots coming onto the Cyclones from that tank, and the tank even getting a lock on, actually moving out of range. The Raven is now what goes down, so the tank is going to be able to help. That thing 2-shots the Cyclones, all right? So if it is involved, the Cyclones are going to be very hesitant to actually push in. But the Matrix came through. Maru didn't have a Cyclone to try and at least stop the one Raven even. Yeah, I don't think he actually could have stopped the Matrix, to be honest, but yeah, he couldn't, and so he has to pull SCVs. He loses 12, and things are really getting dicey now for Maru.
Really bad. Like, he's 20 supply behind, a good 15 SCVs behind. He's going to try and make matters better for himself with this Raven counterattack, and I mean, it will deal a lot of damage. It can't not deal damage, and you see that. The SCV count is starting to fall, and yet again, it's just, what else is happening on the map here? Cure's got units out on the map, but he's got nothing. This is so much lost mining time.
This is a lot of lost mining time, a lot of lost SCVs, and yet it might not be enough. Even if the Ravens get away, which would just be freaking amazing, but it might not be enough. Just because Cure has his 3rd on location, he still has 2 more workers than Maru. He has faster stim by so much. He's already working on combat shields, and well, I guess he could always try and do the same thing, right? And even get farther ahead, because actually at this point, he is finally dipping below Maru's SCV count, but he had the lead for so long that again, it just isn't enough for Maru.
How many workers have died this game? Let's
50.
have you think 50?
Well, like 100 in total.
Both of them?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. I mean, okay, 35 apiece. Dead even. The resources lost tab overall very close as well. And I mean, Maru with his Ravens, I think he utilized those turrets quite a lot better. And he was better in position to deal with Cure's turrets as well. So absolutely, Maru clawing his way back into still the fetal position to some extent, but in the game nonetheless.
Still have him in the recovery position. You haven't handed him the aspirin in the water yet.
Absolutely.
Yeah, because it just so much was already invested into because of Cure's position that was superior at that time. So he has the investments now paying off. Combat shields might even finish for an upcoming, well, definitely be finished for an upcoming battle, but whether it is or isn't for Maru is now the question. Double drop from Cure trying to head into the main base. This time around, the Cyclones are not there to help out, so that will get a couple of SCVs. Probably the ones that weren't mining anyway, I guess, but oh, a tank is here too, so that's going to be a really troublesome little spot to deal with. Maru, once again, trying to get some damage with his auto turrets, and he'll find a little, but he still took more damage to this drop, and seemingly cannot chase it down.
Yeah, Cure is not taking his foot off the pedal at any point in this game. He is all about the go, 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 and he's getting a lot of damage done. He also has combat shields against very late combat shields from Maru. 3rd on location as well. He's pumping out the SCVs, and if he can keep Maru at home, which he's doing a good job of, he's going to be looking phenomenal. And this Liberator, I don't know how many kills he's got over here, but the little dance, the little Marines do get it in the end. I mean, I think it got quite a bit of damage done. 11 SCVs do go down again, but it's mainly been about these Ravens, hasn't it?
Yeah, I feel like those are auto turrets. Oh, well, okay, big drop into the main base. Maru still trying to claw his way back, down 14 workers, about to be down a whole heck of a lot more, and that army is possibly the worst position, literal middle of the map. It can't return home to deal with this, but it also is going to kind of reveal, yeah, Cure guesses this is happening. He already has a tank on the high ground. That Liberator actually saw that, so Maru knows he can't just blitz on top of the production. He's going to have to settle for the natural and then work his way to the main base, and we'll see what happens in a very legitimate base turn. Oh, the Ravens are here. They take out both tanks, actually. He will run upward, get that one tank, get the second one as well, and that is Cure's production defense now gone. He does lose the orbital as well, and if a Terran is camped on his production, anything can happen for the attacker.
I mean, they're both camping each other's production, right? But this, oh, he has to kill his own engineering base to get out of there because he's so damn stuck. I think this is going to go terribly for Cure, and look at that. He's wrapping around with everything he has. SCVs from every base.
Oh my gosh.
Cure's supply is absolutely plummeting, and you see it in his face. GG Maru takes what looked like a really bad position. I don't know how he does it.
That is amazing. And you know, one of the critical differences of some of the other TVTs where the base trades were, you know, maybe easier to call or it got less scrappy is that Maru did all that damage with the Ravens and saved them. They came in clutch at the final. If two tanks had nothing to take care of them, you had to go through that one little spot where the supply depot was supposed to be. That is so much less army that Maru has to work with. Maybe he still busts up because Cure really was found in the worst position. Those Marines trapped behind the mineral line, unable to coordinate with anything else, really was a huge problem as well. I mean, Maru, he's the king of comebacks. This one seemed like it wasn't going to be possible, but he does it. He always does it.
He always does. Like, just when you lose hope, you're like, it's this time, right? It's like, no, no, no. He finds a way to win. Like, you look at this situation, very similar army sizes, and I mean, his main base is getting camped, but he was kind of cleaning it up at the same time. And then this, I mean, the SCVs, I've never seen so much marching to death before. All these tanks perfectly placed, even the Ravens coming in clutch, and yet again, and wow, what a game. What a game.
If Cure had evacuated the Marines and the SCVs, I guess, too, why not, into the main base, so he had protection for the two tanks, first of all, because I don't think Maru would have sniped them with the limited number of Marines he sent up there. And he had the two tanks, and that was like 30 Marines, I want to say. You hold the high ground. Then maybe you have a little supply, you have a little bank, you continue building as much as possible, and you just get into that real base race scenario. I'm kind of on top of your production, Maru, but you're not on mine. Let's see how that goes. But I think he just thought he was going to hold the natural or something. I don't know why his Marines didn't go up to the main base. But obviously that ended up being a crucial part of why he could not break out. And now we are possibly on the last map of the series. In the top left of Golden Aura, up 2-0, he is Team Vitality's Maru.
One map away from defeat. He has to win every game from this point forwards to stand any sort of a chance. It is Team Liquid's Cure. Man, what a rough position to be in. Like, no mistakes anymore, no mistakes whatsoever. Like, and TVT, it is so volatile. Like, at any point in time, Maru can whip out a weird build, like Proxy 2 racks on the map, you know, where you have one barracks at home, one map on the map as well. They're all very killer builds. And I mean, Cure has been opening up very safe, and he's doing it again, the double gas opening. And this time, Maru may be feeling like he can be a little extra risky this game, given that he technically has 2 more lifelines.
Yeah, and he actually has been one racks expanding with an SCV scout. Again, that was versus Byun, so maybe that was an only Byun thing, but apparently wanting to do it here on Golden Aura for game number 3. So if it was a 2 racks from Cure, like legit both proxy 2 racks, oh, they're both SCV scouting, then he would be able to change his build in the nick of time and probably defend, considering the micro we see from these guys nowadays. But we also have Cure SCV scouting, and that is a little more interesting, even though kind of in general SCV scouts don't happen in this matchup, because he's already choosing a safe build. So I think what he thought is Maru could absolutely proxy 2-racks me at a game, you know, series-ending game, right? And the way that you 100% set yourself up for the defense is Factory Expand and SCV Scout.
That's the thing. Like, Cure has to play safe from this point on. Like, you can technically say, no, he can play risky from now. One map away. Maru's the one that can take the chances right now. And you're against a guy that is absolutely synonymous with 2-racksing people, especially in TVT. Like, he's come down to game 7 and done that kind of stuff to win championships. Absolutely one of the scariest players to go up against. Here he's gone for a Reaper with Marine follow-ups and Cure with an SCV on the other side of the map. Wonder if he's just keep
I mean, I think he's going to proxy with it, right? But
heck yeah,
that's kind of crazy already. I mean, I like it. I like it.
Considering that Maru could absolutely proxy 2 racks to end the game, even though he hasn't done that so much recently, I do like the factor expand SCV scout, but then to try and throw at least a little bit of risk into it, not just be meek and let Maru run away with the game, something proxied would be awesome. Is it going to be... I mean, he had the money for a starport, but then he prioritized Cyclones. So yeah, it is going to be a starport. And then what do you end up using for the proxy? I mean, either way, he could go for a distraction and the Cyclones at the front. There's no ramp on Golden Ore for the natural, so that could work out. So a Liberator, a Raven, a Medivac even, like anything could be a distraction or a help on the front lines as well.
Absolutely. Like, yeah, getting Medivacs out there, he knows he's going to have more Cyclones about. So if he's thinking like, hey, is there going to be a bunker at the front? Just bypasses that entirely. This Reaper is spotted and removed from the map immediately. And Maru's the one that's like, you know what? Oh, okay, a little bit indecisive there. Was like, Medivac, oh, do I want it? I'll get a Tech Lab. Let's catch up here, get some Ravens out. And it's a Liberator here, Zombie Web. I mean, I really like the choice.
Yeah. You know, and that's going to be the distraction. It could either do the damage or it could let the Cyclones do the damage. Seemingly a no-lose scenario, as Maru's only going to have a limited number of units at this point, very tech-heavy right now. And of course, he has no idea that this is Kier's plan. The fact that a Liberator shows up at all with the amount of Cyclones presented in these TVTs is already a little surprising at this stage, but of course, proxied, even more surprising.
Maru's so greedy, by the way, so greedy. This is no bunker at the front at all, going for a Raven as well, which I'm very worried for Maru. Very worried for Maru. This is exactly the kind of build that technically should be pretty good against what he's doing, but Pure so damn hesitant about really going in here. Maybe he just wants to sync it up with his Liberator. Now's the time that he can really shine, and SCVs start falling in the main base. We're going to start looking at Maru's camera here, because I don't think he was at all expecting this Liberator to show up even remotely as quick as it did, but Cyclone's a pretty good unit.
Yeah, the thing is that at the end of the day, what you can do against the Liberator is just pull away, obviously, if you see it fast enough. But you can pull away, say, I'll get to that later, and then you can focus on the front lines. I actually wonder, as we see Kier not really able to start the snowball, like it's getting close, but it's not quite there. I wonder if Kier could have focused on the front attack faster, not waited for the Liberator, and actually caught Maru in that 4-2 situation. That's literally what it was.
Yeah, I was incredibly worried for Maru. I was like, he's going to lose a lot of this natural, a lot in the main, and it's going to be mech from Cure as a follow-up. He is all about the Cyclones this game, isn't he? And it's going to be a fast Tech Lab. I imagine it's going to be for speed very quickly, realizing that he's got Maru again in that fetal position here, and he's just able to keep on dealing damage. Cure's been so good about just doing this to Maru, and it's very difficult.
Yeah. Maru now has a decent number of units as well, so getting to split them up and still feel protected on both sides is getting a little bit easier as time goes on. He knows about the Medivac, he knows about the front. He doesn't know what Cure is doing. Now, he'll have to get around to that scout later. As you see, he doesn't really have anything to do it. Setting his Ravens out at this particular time would be way too risky, but they actually might be the scout that he gets, is the eventual Raven run by on the fact, oh, okay, he actually scans, which I think is good, but once I confirm that it is mech, Liberator actually moved to the front, so now it's helping the Cyclones, and actually Maru thinks that he can break it. That is just confidence right there. Easy peasy, no problem. What even was it?
Yeah, he didn't even think about that, did he? He just jumped on it. He's still defending against this Medivac, which is now accompanied. Oh my goodness. Okay, Maru's actually cleaning this up so damn nicely. We're looking at his first-person perspective. Changes the barracks into factories. Whoa, this is a spicy TVT here.
This actually happened in Atlanta, though. It's kind of surprising. But that was also a situation in which Kier had a... okay, the Medivac was weird. I guess maybe it was looking to pick something up, but that just died.
It kind of looked like it was going over to kiss Maru's Medivacs, and it's like, oh, wait, they're not mine.
Yeah. But regardless, Maru had fallen behind in that game. Like, the Cyclones of Kier were actually doing a really great job of finding the damage and finding the momentum, and Maru was like, okay, fine, whatever, man. I'm going to play this. I think that was game 3 after they had already kind of tussled a little bit. I believe Kier eventually ended up winning that one, but yeah, in this case, it is different. Very important that Kier Cure also scanned to confirm the main base. He will see that it is indeed factory versus factory. We've been worried about it, and let's be real, worried is the right word, about this style of TVT throughout the entire tournament. We've not seen it, but here it is. Mass Cyclone versus Mass Cyclone. But I guess the question now is, can Cure survive enough to even show us his?
I mean, there's no Ravens on the map for Cure. That is such a deficit for him. And I mean, Maru is going to be building units extremely slowly in his main base, and right now this is full-blown chaos. Cyclones are in his main base, so they are dealing some good damage. The lock on the Raven actually slows down the DPS on other Cyclones, and Maru's handling this beautifully. You can see Cure shaking his head, not feeling good about the situation. He's against so many turrets here, Zombie Grove. I think Maru is working his way to the finals here, absolutely slapping Cure aside, and he's saving so much energy for turrets. Cure's on his last breath here.
The turrets are so instrumental to making sure you can get rid of the SCVs, otherwise the lock-ons are wasted on them. The outer turrets are coming down, killing the rest of Cure's economy. Cure at 15 SCVs is going to be in the gutter economy-wise. Even if he does end up holding, his only hope is to immediately counterattack, hopefully get Maru's third base lifted, and then contain him on a natural. But that is extremely unlikely. We're in Cyclone versus Cyclone. It is literally a numbers game, and Cure just cannot afford as many. After this round of Cyclones, it should be vastly different on the production tab.
Absolutely. I mean, Cure's in, as Kevin would say, all sorts of trouble. It is not looking good for him, and if this was any other game without his life on the line, you can bet your ass he would be out of here. But he's going to try moving a group of Cyclones across the map with a single tank. But oh my goodness, I mean, even in the hands of God himself, I don't know what he could get done against the army that Maru has. Ravens are out, interference matrix go down, and Cure sees a fully fledged army way bigger than anything he can muster.
He would have to find Maru just constantly out of position. That's the only way this would work. The addition of the tank was nice, but with 5 Ravens, still working on Raven production as well, by the way, no amount of like sneaking in tanks is going to be enough. You need tanks. You need 20 or plus, right? That's just not going to happen. But of course, Cure is not going to give up. If there's even 5% of a chance that he can bring this game back and continue his life in IEM Katowice, he is going to try for it. But Maru should know that this is going to be a kind of simple game. Maybe not easy, but simple. Cyclone v Cyclone, he wins, especially with the Raven. Anything else, base race like that, okay, maybe it gets a little weird. And a Liberator in the main of Cure is killing at least 8 SCVs. That's nice, but there's still a almost 20 SCV difference.
It's nice, but he still has a whole mountain to climb. It's like when you're climbing Everest and you get to the first flag, you're like, yeah, I'm doing great, but no, you have to go the whole way up. And here, these fights are not necessarily going in his favor. Does turn around though, does have more Cyclones, and fighting on that ramp's actually not bad for those for his Cyclones, because the Ravens can't plant the turrets there.
Yeah, there's one thing that Cure got way faster than Maru, and it was the Hurricane thrusters. Unfortunately, they ended up really pushing any of the engagements. Well, the Ravens found out a position, one almost 2 getting sniped.
Okay.
I mean, Cure is at the very least making himself a believer. Every time he does something like this, he's like, you know what, maybe.
And I tell you what, this is looking far better than that 40 supply against 80 that we saw not too long ago. Hey, if he believes, he believes. And right now, he's actually making a lot out of very little. It's just when Maru chooses to go, I mean, these Ravens are definitely a thorn in his side. They're great at the defending. It's very hard for Maru to push out, though, against what Cure has. And Liberator, number 5 or 6 or something at this point, he's actually slowing down Maru a hell of a lot.
This would be one of the most epic comebacks of all time. I think this would be amazing. High ground not even really a factor here for Cure as he tries to take it. The push has finally come to shove, and Maru just has more. A Liberator killing SCVs will not be enough, and Maru will finally make a date with Destiny, make a date with Serral, a best of 7. IEM Katowice Grand Finals is going to be Serral versus Maru.
The grand final we've all hoped for, the grand final that we've been looking at, hoping for since 2018 in a major tournament, and it's going to happen here at the Katowice Grand Finals. Maru, thank you for making it happen. You have a place to go up against one of the greatest players of all time,
and who is the true GOAT will finally be answered.
They both have had a nearly flawless run. Maru, technically, with frankly more losses, right? He did have the surprising initial loss for Cyan in the group stage. He did get pushed the limits against his buddy Byun, but at the end of the day, they are both, Maru and Serral, looking at the top of their form. They've kind of obliterated their semifinal opponents, and now they get to play one heck of a TVZ. But before we get to that, last few moments, the highlights of the TVT, there were a lot of moments for Cure. He actually 100% had a chance, I think, in like every single game, basically. And some of them you could even argue were a throw from him because he was in a good position. Maybe not game one, where things were pretty dicey and touch and go, but game two, yeah, for sure.
Game two, he got himself such a lead. Such a lead. And I mean, in game one, we'll just talk about this one for the time being. Cure definitely tried to put the pedal to the metal. Went for those 8 barracks very quickly, but I think this was the turning moment for him. Losing not 1, but 3 CCs, then losing quite a chunk of your army as well, while getting your army pushed back in the middle. That was absolutely what Maru needed, wanted, looked for, and he got it. And then Cure had to tap out, obviously. Just did not have the means to deal with Maru.
And the game two is the one where Cure was absolutely in the lead. What he had to do was stop the base trade from happening, and even though he did kind of predict it, he couldn't get prepared well enough for it. Maru had such trouble against the auto turret harassment. Well, I guess they both had trouble against each other's auto turret harassment, but Cure had found more damage. This was Maru's last push, his last attempt to change the game, and it was absolutely perfect. It caught the tanks with the Matrix, it forced the Marines over on the left in a very awkward position, and it brought Maru back to get that very convincing 2-0, which then just opened up the rest of the series. Regardless if he won that game 3 we just saw, he would have had so many chances to experiment and try a lot of things.
Yeah, in game 3, Cure brought the pressure, but maybe was a little bit too hesitant at the start there, where he had superior Cyclone numbers, but kind of waited. And I understand the wait, getting that Liberator out, but maybe he could have slammed there at the front there, getting lots of damage done, then the Liberator comes in as a follow-up. Yeah. Definitely a brutal series, and Maru, he looked phenomenal, and he's going ahead to the grand finals. We're going to hear from the man himself. It is Maru.
Maru, it is so exciting to see you with such a smile on your face. Was it the victory that brought the smile? Was it the audience chanting your name? Or was it some secret third thing?
조성주 선수 일단 승리 축하드리고요. 일단 경기 끝나고 나서 이렇게 조성주 선수가 웃음을 짓는 거를 정말 오랜만에 보는 것 같은데 이렇게 좀 기분이 많이 좋으신가요? 아니면 뭐 관중의 환호 때문이라든가 아니면 뭐 다른 게 있을까요?
그냥 카토비치에 와서 경기하는 것도 좋은 일이지만 이렇게 좋은 성적 내고 이렇게 많은 팬분들 앞에서 경기할 수 있어서 또 이겨가지고 그만큼 더 기쁜 것 같습니다.
I mean, of course, it is a huge honor to play on this stage, of course, but still winning and coming here to the grand finals in front of the whole crowd is actually much more fantastic for me.
Maru, game after game after game, Cure tried to bring some toys to play with, and you brought a bigger, better set of the same toys and played all over the play space on them. So tell me, how much of the strategies that you brought today did you prepare for Cure, and how much of that is just right up here at all hours?
일단 김덕 선수가 정말 전략을 많이 구사하면서 좀 조성 선수 코너에 몰아붙인 정도 있었는데 그래도 그거를 정말 카운터를 정말 잘 치면서 되게 김덕 선수의 플레이를 정말 잘 받아치셨거든요. 그래서 김덕 선수와의 경기를 준비하시면서 좀 어떤 걸 준비하셨는지 굉장히 궁금합니다.
그냥 뭐 별 생각은 없었어가지고 그냥 컨디션 관리만 잘하자라는 생각으로 했어가지고 또 잘 풀린 것 같아서 2세트가 좀 위기였던 것 같은데 그거 이겨가지고 좀 잘 풀린 것 같습니다.
Well, obviously I wasn't in my best condition last match, and in this match, of course, I didn't think much at all. So I just tried to be on my best form as possible. And then I think that worked. And I mean, he pushed me into a corner in game 2, but I think I managed that, and that brought me a huge win.
Well, Maru, we've heard you report that your form is increasing and getting better and better. Has this been some Dragon Ball Z style power build to this final? Was this your intention all along?
정말 이렇게 또 1패하고 나서 계속 이게 조별 다 승승장구하시고 또 위기 속에서 계속해서 이제 극복하시고 뭔가 되게 계속 드래곤볼처럼 이렇게 막 엄청 성장하는 그런 느낌인데 어떠신가요? 좀 결승에서는 좀 이렇게 더 성장하는 그런 모습을 좀 볼 수 있을까요?
근데 제가 사이안 선수한테 지고 작년에도 첫 세트 지고 결승 갔거든요. 그래서 작년 생각이 좀 많이 나는데 이게 세랄 선수가 너무 잘해가지고 그냥 열심히 해보겠습니다.
I mean, this reminds me of last year. I mean, I lost my very first match on the group stage last year and still I got into the finals. So I lost Cyan and then I just went straight to the finals now. So it definitely kind of reminds me of last year. It's kind of a deja vu. But still, that being said, the opponent, Serral, is very, very powerful today. So we'll see.
We shall see, but Maru, you have given us already such a great gift. The commentators are happy. The audience is packed. We get an incredible final with two players at the very top of their form. You're going up against Serral. I know you said you know he's powerful right now, but are you feeling confident? Do you feel like you have what it takes to hoist that trophy in just a few hours?
이제 세랄 선수가 좀 두렵다고도 말씀하시기도 했는데 그래도 이제 여기까지 왔잖아요. 그리고 정말 많은 분들이 기대하시던 마랄록이 결국에는 성사가 됐기 때문에 그것도 결승에서 아무래도 팬분들의 기대에 좀 호응을 그래도 해주셔야 되지 않을까 싶은데 어떠신가요? 좀 자신 있으신가요?
솔직히 자신은 없는데 그래도 어쩔 수 없이 만난 만큼 그래도 준비 열심히 했으니까 최선을 다해서 좋은 경기력으로 보여드리겠습니다.
I mean, I'm not confident at all. It's Serral you're talking about.
That's fair.
Yeah. So I'm just trying to do my best in the game, but here I am now. So I prepared a lot for this. I prepared a lot for this moment. So I'm gonna bring my best in this stage.
All right, Maru. Well, that stage is just a few minutes away, so we'll let you relax. Prepare yourself as best you can. We cannot wait to see the result, but before then, we're going to take a look at that match that you just played.
Uh-oh. Panic! Panic! Everybody, this is not a drill! Woo, 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 woo! We finally have Serral versus Maru in a grand finals here in Katowice. What is going on as we now have the GOAT versus the GOAT? It was destiny last year that Maru was supposed to win it, Loco, but then he was pipped at the post, and now he's got to go through Serral. But let's talk about this game here for a moment, because Maru did it, and he did it clean 3-0.
Yeah, it was a clean 3-0, but it wasn't necessarily the cleanest series of his life, right? He certainly got behind at difficult moments in that match, but then he did Maru things. You already mentioned it, Pig, that before the series even began, that recently Cure has been getting ahead against Maru, and then he just barely doesn't win it. And well, we had some of that in this series too.
Yeah, quite a few of those moments where it's like, man, Maru just always finds a way back in it. He's so brutal with those counter-attack timings, and Cure getting a bit ahead of himself on the harassing the economy, but I'm just so excited. This is finally happening. We've been waiting so very long. It's 6 years overdue, to be fair, a big premier gigantic finals. But it's exciting, and I think, honestly, that's just going to be a fantastic matchup. You know, the culmination of many days of top-tier games. It's so bloody hype, and because of that, there's just part of me, this negative voice in my head that's like, don't 4-0, please don't 4-0, please don't.
Yes.
I mean, the voice saying, though, who's winning?
I don't even know. It's just afraid one of them is going to dominate.
As you say, almost over half a decade in terms of like the narrative that has built up between these two. Yes, we have seen them go up against each other. Yes, okay, some have been one-sided. They've been a little bit disappointing here and there. But this is Katowice. This is where some crazy stuff can occur, and this is where the two seem destined to collide for many, many a year, Loco.
Yeah.
And we finally get it.
Yeah, players love to have the discussion, who's the greatest SC2 player in the world, who's the greatest player of all time, and these are the two names that come up more so than any others, right? Serral's been dominating outside of South Korea since about 2018 or so. Maru's been playing the game for a lot longer than that too. He's been incredibly good for such a long while, but inside of South Korea. And now the two of them finally get to play a premier tournament grand finals, a best-of-7 series for all the marbles, so...
Well,
it'll be fun.
Let's look at the bracket here as both of our grand finalists have gone through their respective race and come out the victor. Now, here is our grand final. Set in stone, best of 7, Serral, the Finnish phenom, goes up against Maru, 5-time GSL champion because he's absolutely bloody amazing. Pig, it's one for the history books.
It is. I mean, Serral has defeated Clem in rather dominant fashion today, and we're going to see if Maru can bring out a completely different, field, show him something else. It's just massive, though, because for Maru last year, he was so close, and everybody was saying, look how easy your bracket is. Oh, you're going to crush these guys. They never beat you. He fell short at the finish line. This is his chance for redemption. It is the hardest possible opponent to be facing for that chance at redemption. But I think suddenly the weight is off his shoulders. He looks more relaxed out there than he has. Last year, he kind of just, the expectation was too much. It was one of the most painful losses of his career. We had some of the most open, vulnerable Maru interviews we've ever had after that, where he was just talking about like, yeah, I'll never forget that moment. I have nightmares about it. I can't even think about Oliveira, even though he's a practice partner. I can't talk to him right now. He was so pained after that defeat. And to have another shot at the finals, a second year in a row, it's a really big opportunity for him to redeem himself.
Yeah, he seemed broken, but the redemption is potentially there for him. Again, though, he has to go through an unbelievable opponent in that grand finals. But final thought here, just as we have, unfortunately, to say goodbye to Cure. He's looked brilliant this tournament. And again, it feels like it's just a matter of time, Loco, before we see Cure attain that top spot.
Yeah, he's a great player. He's been very strong for a very long time, but sometimes those final couple percentage points of improvement, they are incredibly difficult to get. But at the very least, we as fans of StarCraft as well, we now get that long-awaited series between Serral and Maru. So I think a lot of us are...
All right. Well, we're going to go to a break now here, but of course now our grand final is set in stone. On one hand, it will be Maru, who for last year it felt like destiny. Will it be destiny this time around? And will he finish the story, or will the finish be the story here as we have our best of 7 on the way soon? We're going to go to a little bit of an extended break here to allow our players to get ready and good to go. And then after that, we have our best of 7. Maru goes up against Serral.
Intel Extreme Masters Katowice is brought to you by Monster Energy, the United States Air Force, and Intel.
Hey guys, my name is Heromarine and I'm with Spirit. And we're drawing units out of memory. Okay, let's go. What do we get?
Let's go. Oh my god.
2 minutes. 2 minutes? I can do it in 10 seconds.
Same.
Can you just put the board on the table?
No, but I don't want him to see what I draw. Otherwise, he's gonna copy it.
But we need to see it in the camera.
Yeah, but he's also gonna see it.
That's the point. It's a rivalry between you guys.
Okay, then I'll wait a little bit and see how he does it.
I'm done, alright.
I can do better than that. I'm gonna go with a blue overlord.
I will copy you, just in case.
No, then I will wait. You know what? Overlord is like a balloon, so I'm just gonna draw a balloon. Like this. And then we do it like this. This is my overlord. I mean, I think it's pretty creative.
I think I'm satisfied with
I draw
what
a nice
I did.
little balloon. To be honest, this is one of the worst things. My creativity is...
I think I'm proud of myself, not gonna lie.
I think we both did similarly badly.
What I mean?
Let's continue.
The GM League versus High Master.
Well, I guess that's it for us. Hopefully some of the other pros are a little more creative than we are.
안녕하세요. MIG 팀 테란 버니 이재선입니다.
안녕하세요. MIG 소속 저그 신이범입니다.
저희 유닛 그리기 할 거예요.
Your unit will be Colossus.
어떻게 나왔지?
꼴뚜기 그래요.
어?
꼴뚜기.
그러니까
꼴뚜기 한 게 그래요. 꼴뚜기.
모르겠네.
공격을 몰라 하는 거죠?
빔.
눈에서 나가는 거 아니었나? 이거 뭔데요?
신발.
재밌네.
잘하는데? 잘했는데?
제가 더 잘한 것 같은데요?
제가 더 잘했어.
포인트가 없어요. 그리고 너무 이건 너무 꼴뚜기 왕자잖아요. 한번 평가해 주시면 감사하겠습니다.
Everyone, this is Scarlett.
I'm Big Gabe.
I'm Spirit.
I'm Solar. And we're going to be going over our stats today. Everyone rated each other before the tournament, and we'll see what we got and discuss. So I will start. Okay, attack 79.
Oh?
Oh?
That's pretty lower than I think.
You think my attack is good?
Yeah, better
than my other stats?
Yeah.
Okay. My defense is 78. Very similar.
No difference so far.
No difference. Strategy 80.
Too low. No. Too low.
I can play.
Too low?
99.
So far, it seems like
99.
everybody just picked 8 out of 10 in your rating.
Yeah.
Because you don't play enough games. Yeah.
Speed 81.
Very fair.
Yeah, and versatility 80, and then the last set 80 as well, right?
Not quite. Macro 83. That's the biggest difference so far.
Biggest difference.
Micro 79.
Pretty solid, yeah, I think so.
And overall 80.
I hope I'm overall 80 as well.
Yeah, 80 is pretty good.
I'm happy with it. But
I'm a washed-up player. I hope I'm in the 70s.
It's true that nobody really had an opinion if they put the same with everything.
Oh, 83?
Oh.
Overall?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, overall.
Are they sure? I think I'm a little worse than last year, and I think last year was 79. Attack, 85. Defense, yeah, I mean, the big gate pushes, come on. If there's anyone disagreeing here, I'm getting angry. Defense, 82. Strategy, 81. Speed, 81. Macro, 86. And micro, 82. So more macro and attack and less micro.
It's all pretty similar, though.
Yeah, actually. Yeah, it seems like people just skipped over me as well.
I agree, your macro is pretty solid.
I disagree with defense. You have higher defense. Versatility, lower, should be lower.
Nah, the versatility, that's always what people say. Oh, you always play standard, but I don't.
He has the builds for the tournaments. The ladder is
Just
the
because
standard.
I'm streaming.
The streaming,
so.
yeah.
No, I'm very happy with that rating. I'm not wondering what you guys got.
All right, let's see. 80.
Oh, I see a lot of differences in there.
Attack 76. Defense 84. Strategy 77. Speed 77. Macro 85. Micro 79.
Yeah, I think you get these stats because you always camp.
Big defense, big man.
Never attack, always camp.
Camping Terran.
Yeah, this is the camping turn.
The best play style. Oh, 87. Wow. Overall. Attack 88. Defense 87. Strategy 81. Speed 88. Macro 91. And micro 86.
I'm actually surprised you're
I love it.
below 90.
Oh, really?
I rated you higher.
I'm a little bit disappointed that my strategy is 81. I feel like
I'm what is strategy?
81, but like, I feel like I'm the only one, the brilliant strategy on the tournament in Korean scene. I always try many funny stuff in DBC also. My statistics sucks. They are not true.
You're not sure? What do you do?
Strategy is 87. I have like a million build orders.
Well, I mean, if any of the viewers agree or disagree, feel free to discuss it in the chat, and yeah, we'll see you guys around.
The players are very used to facing off against each other in 1v1 in StarCraft, but let's test their general knowledge against one another. But don't land on the X, because that's -1 point.
Hello everyone, I'm Ricardo, also known as Raynor.
Hi, I'm Showtime.
Today we'll be playing the Wheel of Legacy. Do I go first? You go first.
All right.
Please.
I have no clue.
Actually, I don't know if I know this.
How many copies? I mean, it's in the millions probably, but I have no clue. I'm gonna say probably, I don't know, 10 million. 3 million, okay.
I would have said 10 million as well.
Yeah.
My turn to spin. I gotta give it a hard spin here. Oh. Just the one I want to avoid. China. Nice.
That was easy.
Okay, I thought it was like geography. Where is this and where is that? Gamer.
Gamer.
What? I've never heard of that.
It's probably like Korean, I guess. Chulaiso. Oh, actually, now I remember. Yes, okay.
I didn't know that.
I think I heard it before.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw it.
Gosh, darn it.
Well,
now
we're
we're both 0
0-0.
points. All right. Karma.
Oh, yes. Anaheim.
That was
easy, yeah.
Maybe I want geography too. Oh man.
-1. -1.
What the hell?
Oh, not again. Taste hoses?
For sure, I know this.
But tasteless and not hoses?
What? Come on, man. What is that question?
I was confused because it's so easy.
No way. Might as well get another X. Oh, that was close. Geography. Hit me with it. Probably Korea. I didn't know that. Struck by bad luck. But that means I'll have good luck in the tournament. I'll take it.
So I have bad luck in the tournament?
Yep.
Okay.
That's what it is.
It is what it is.
The players are very used to facing off against each other in 1v1 in StarCraft, but let's test their general knowledge against one another. But don't land on the X, because that's -1 point.
Hey, I'm Clem, and I am here today with Olivera.
Hello, Aaron.
And we're gonna be spinning that wheel, I believe.
Maybe I first?
You first? Okay,
yeah,
you start. You know, taste to this?
Yeah, I know, but I don't know what. Yeah, I don't know this question.
All right, let's do it. Oh, I got the same one. Who is? Is it the guy? Okay, I'm not sure about it. Is it the guy from Harsim's video that got like gem with only cyclones. Is it this guy? Or am I mistaken? If it's not him, then I have no idea who it is. Oh, really? Okay, then I was completely wrong. Okay.
So we're Sim, right?
Yeah, we both lost, we both lost. Okay.
No. What?
Alright, my turn. Jim Raynor is the main guy. Nice, that was an easy one. Alright, you go.
I will do.
Yeah. Oh.
Alpha Star.
Nice.
Easy question.
Alright. Oh no!
Okay, I think it's difficult.
I was dreading that one. I believe it is in the US, United States. Nice. Okay, well, I believe I won 2-1.
Yeah.
That was spinning the wheel with Clem and Oliveira.
Yeah, I'm happy to today, and I hope this time match can play a good match.
Two players that have looked nigh on immortal throughout this tournament now find themselves in the grand final. It is GOAT versus GOAT. It is the matchup that people have been waiting for over half a decade to properly see in one of the biggest finals you will ever see. It is Katowice, it is Serral, it is Maru. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the desk. Welcome to the grand finals. We have a best of 7 underway. And interestingly, it's an interesting desk. You just heard Roddy, just briefly, just there for a moment, as we now introduce our analysis desk to get things going. Of course, Rotterdam to the left-hand side. And well.
Hello, guys. What's going on?
Hello, Reina. Thank you very much for joining us here. This is interesting. I'm excited, Roddy.
I'm excited as well. Hopefully we can keep him under control over here. But yeah, we were discussing backstage who's going to be on the desk for the grand finals, and a lot of people wanted to cast. Some of them just want to watch the games, and Rainy said, "I'll be on the cast," and we're like, "Sure?" And he's like, "Really?" And we're like, "Yeah." And then we asked our boss, and he's like, "Okay, if you think it's a good idea." And we're like, "Is it a good idea?" We don't know, but welcome, Rainer.
Oh, thank you. It's a pleasure to be here. Since I'm a little bit washed up now, I think this is my next career. Getting ahead in the meta, you know, just taking part in this.
So what you're saying is Ben, Loco, Wardy, all better look out for the job.
Yeah,
right?
I'm just coming for your jobs. So be careful, guys.
Sick. All right. Well, let's get to it. Let's talk about this here. Let's do the head-to-head truly between these two. 2023, Maru, in terms of cards, absolutely on the top, obviously, here. However, 2024, Serral has stolen that away from him here, Roddy. I mean, even in 2023, it was close anyway, but as you can see, the players have changed their rankings a little bit throughout the year.
This is an absolutely fantastic graphic, by the way. I don't know who told Maru to do that, but whoever it is deserves a raise. That's great. I mean, I think they're both amazing. They've been amazing for so long. It's close to a decade for Maru, maybe even over a decade. Serral's rise, obviously, a little bit later, but honestly, since 2018, these are the two names that we often look at as like, they are two of the very best players in the world from time to time. They are the two best players in the world. Whoever gets a gold star here, gold star there, it doesn't really matter, right? Like, I feel like within months, they can always beat one another.
No, absolutely. Reina, your thoughts?
I think this is a very good match. Obviously, everyone is expecting Maru Serral to be a banger. I think they're both fantastic right now. I think Serral is very good. I think having played Maru, I think he's very good now.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm expecting some fireworks. I'm excited.
I'm hoping for it. It is going to be exciting. This, again, bear in mind, best of 7 here. So we go all the distance, hopefully, fingers crossed here. We don't really want to jinx it, considering that it is a fixture that... How do I say this? Does sort of feel jinxed in the past, Roddy. We get sometimes them matching up against one another and it doesn't quite go the distance we want it to.
No, we in Europe have some players that play in every single tournament. We have some Koreans that play in every single tournament. Like if you talk about, it's going to be Hero versus Dark for the 27th time since October, you know. But Maru and Serral are the two enigmas of their region. They rarely play in the small online stuff. Sometimes even the bigger online stuff, they don't always play. So naturally, they will not run into each other very often.
Yeah.
And even if they did in the past, A, it's online, so they both play with a lot of ping, or B, it was often in the group stage or in the first round of the playoffs. Like, I would say historically, we've only ever had 3 big series between Maru and Serral. The first one ever was all the way back in 2018. Yes, 2018 was Serral's year, but in the very beginning, Maru actually put Serral in his place with a lot of Ravens back then. They were very different. I think it's one of these best of 5s where, you know, Ravens had anti-armor missiles. They didn't just reduce the armor, they also dealt damage. So if you build a lot of Ravens, Zerg armies disappeared.
They did.
Real quick, that is a patch that a lot of Zergs don't have fond memories of. Then they obviously met each other once in TSL 9 in Utrecht. That was actually one that we had very high hopes for, but it's a bit of a one-sided affair into Serral's favor. And like that is kind of it. We had 2022 Katowice. That was a big one. That was awesome. But quarterfinals are no grand finals.
All right, let's take a look at versus then the head-to-head between these two. It is, again, as I mentioned before, honestly, 2 immortals of the StarCraft II world. Maru going up against Serral. And I think first things first, Reina, I have to ask you, I can't really ask you what it's like playing against Serral from the Terran perspective, but I can ask you what it's like playing against Maru from the Zerg perspective here. So what are the things that you feel like you always have to watch out for when playing a guy like Maru?
Well, first of all, I don't think it's a fun experience to play against Maru. Just wanted to state that. And obviously, Maru's late game is the scariest part about him. He's obviously a very... Like, he can do everything. Maru can literally play everything. He can play mech, he can play Byun, he can play any sort of opening. And yeah, just don't let him get to late game. in an even position because you're gonna lose. Like there's no way around it. Even Serral is probably gonna lose if it gets to an even position in late game. So
even in this form, you think?
Yeah. Like just don't let him get there. And yeah.
To simplify to a lot of the viewers at home, would you say that Serral's key to victory is deny Maru from ever getting well set up on 5 bases? And if that's the statement you agree with, what is Maru's key to victory?
Well, I think Serral should aim to definitely mine part of Maru's map. I think that's probably the key to victory nowadays in TVZ. And I think Maru, I don't know, there's not many openings against Serral, to be honest, but I'm sure, like I would say Mech is probably his best option against Serral. Because historically, their closest matches have been when Maru played Mech. I still remember Golden Aura they played recently, Master Coliseum. It was very, very close game. It came down to one last base. So yeah, I would not be surprised if we see some Mech.
There are many ways to play Mech. Obviously, we saw Maru against you in this tournament on El Sayani. Kind of tricked you. He went for 5 factories, no starboard at all. Is that the kind of Mech you're thinking of? Or could Maru also play the obvious Mech and still be all right?
I think it depends on the map a lot. And the way Maru played against me that map, he opened very greedy, so he got an advantage, just kept pressing it. He played Mech somewhat like Byun. He just kept pushing and kept pushing. But it depends a lot on the map. I would probably prefer if he just plays tanks into Ghost.
I have to. Well, I guess I can't ask you from the Terran perspective here, but in terms of the overall map, obviously Serral goes red set station to start things off, and Maru gets instantly rid of Equilibrium off the back of that. So with Serral having that, you know, I suppose map leg up, what are you feeling for Serral in that regard?
Well, I think Raduset is pretty good for Zerg. It's actually the best map by far. I think it's way better than Equilibrium as well. I would not be surprised if we see Mech on that map actually from Maru. I think that's probably the smartest choice. And I think Yona is probably going to play some Mutas. And yeah, I think we're going to see a late game.
We have to address this though, because I feel like almost every Terran we've seen over the last few weeks vetoes Raduset and says Equilibrium is not nice, the Mega Base is terrifying, but maybe it's okay if you can just kind of cut the map in half. Maru is taking a different approach. He's getting rid of Equilibrium. Surprising?
Yeah, a little bit actually, because I know Serral doesn't particularly love Equilibrium, and I don't either. I think, except the gold base makes it so that it's a good Zerg map. But if you remove the gold base, the layout of the map is actually quite good for Terran. So it makes for some awkward games. But so yeah, I'm a little bit surprised. But as I said, I think Maru is confident with Mech, and that's very good Mech map.
One final question maybe about the amazing run that Serral's had so far, because obviously Serral's only dropped 1 map throughout this entire tournament, even though Dark got very close to getting 2, maybe even more. I thought it was an amazing series. But what is different about this Serral than the Serral we saw a couple of months ago, where Serral obviously was one of the best players in the world, but now he's borderline untouchable? What's the difference?
Well, I think he just put on his grinding shoes and has been grinding a lot. And I mean, when Serral plays a lot, he's just untouchable. Like, you cannot catch him off guard. This guy is like a robot. I don't know. He constantly watches games, and the very impressive thing about Serral is that he remembers all the games. Like, you mention a game to him, and it's like, oh yeah, he just like goes back 5 years in time and just remembers the game perfectly. So yeah.
So what you're saying is the Rotterdam of the pro gaming.
This guy's also.
Ronnie's hands were working, then you know.
This guy, remember the last time we played on this map? It was like 5 years ago. No, I don't remember.
The funny thing is, though, I actually had a conversation with Serral a long time ago, and I did run into Serral once or twice on the ladder, and I never thought he would remember them, because it was like these games were completely irrelevant to Yona. They were very important to me because in my eyes I almost had him. You know, I had him in the first half, but. No, and he actually remembered it to detail.
No way.
Yeah, no, he did. I was like, what?
No, that guy's legit insane. No, yeah, he's legit. You know, we were talking a little bit for my opponents in the group.
Yeah.
And he had, I don't know how, he watched all of their games and he remembered every build perfectly. He was like, oh yeah, Dark did this against Solar 3 months ago. I was like, what? You're not supposed to know that. You know? It's just legit impressive.
All right, well, let's check in with, again, the 4th member of our desk, as we are heading over to the crowd and seeing what they think in terms of predictions. Usually I'd probably go with the idea of like, this is quite divided, but I do think maybe we were in a Serral crowd here. What do you think?
Ah, come on. Terran has always been a very beloved race throughout the history of StarCraft II, and Maru has been an incredibly beloved player. And Maru's had such a beautiful career. There's got to be some diehard Maru fans out there. And don't forget, by the way, we didn't even say it yet, but back-to-back grand finals for Maru. That's incredibly impressive, James.
Heromarine just pointed in the general direction and didn't actually point at one, so that was, okay, another Maru choice. No, I mean, I guess you're right here. I guess we'll ask the big man, the big question.
What is it?
Who do you think's going to take it?
I think Serral is going.
Yeah.
But I'm a little bit of a Serral fanboy myself.
Sure.
I'm a big fan of that guy. I think he's actually like genuinely impressive right now, and his TVZ has been looking extra scary. 3-0 in Clem is no easy
Who
feat.
do you think is going to take
Me?
it? Stellaris? Absolutely.
No, don't do this.
Yes. You're putting him on the spot. We're putting you on the spot.
I'm the host. That's what I'm supposed. My pack fell off. Damn it! I jumped up and down. Yeah, I kind of think Serral as well. After watching Masters Coliseum and looking how ridiculous he looked there, and then watching this as well, seeing how ridiculous he was, it's difficult.
You mentioned Masters Coliseum, and of course Serral did beat Maru in the playoffs of Masters Coliseum, but Maru did get him in the group stage. I do think it's important to mention those games. Yes, they matter, but they don't matter that much because that's online. Ping is involved, and on top of that, that's not a best of 7 for the biggest tournament of the year. The second biggest tournament of the year, doesn't matter. The legacy of Intel Extreme Masters Katowice is so big, and Rainer, you said it early this weekend, this tournament hits different. It does something to players, and you can't always bring your A game.
Yeah, I mean, I think this tournament is very special. You can tell the players care a lot.
Absolutely.
And, a lot of emotions are involved, and I just think this tournament is different from the other tournaments.
I mean, we saw a lot of games where people were GGing so late. They knew in their head for so long that the games were over.
Yeah, you just know. You never want to type that out because it's heartbreaking. You want to prepare for so much for a tournament like this, and then you just lose and you can't do anything about it.
There you go. Well, we have our grand final on the way. Thank you very much for joining us, Rainer. Thanks for your insights. Absolutely fantastic stuff to get us warmed up for the grand final. A grand final that so many people have been wanting for years, and we get to do it in Katowice. Let's go.
He's absolutely got it. He takes down one spine. The next spine is in trouble. It gets one shot off, but Dark realizes that this is GG, and Serral is going to the Katowice Grand Final.
Maru just has more. A Liberator killing SEVs will not be enough.
Welcome to IEM Katowice, the final on the final day. 4 days ago, we began with 24 players, but both of these players breezed through the group stage. They cruised through the bracket, and now they are about to face their truest competition, each other. Please welcome to the stage from Basilisk, Serral, and from Vitality, Maru.
We've been waiting for this moment for so very long, and we're finally being graced with the presence of the two fantastic Terran and Zerg players that have not had a chance to face off in a huge grand finals before. It's finally here, Wardy. Are you feeling it?
Bro, I cannot be more ready for finals like this one. We've seen it a few times. You know, at first we didn't get to see it where we wanted to, but now we get it at Katowice. There's barely a bigger stage than this. The grand finals as well. It's not just like, oh, they drew each other round of 8. No, this is for all the marbles. $150,000 first place prize. It just doesn't get bigger than this one.
It's so massive, man. And they're both fighting for a chance to redeem themselves. Last year could have been either of their championship, and it was tragic for both of them. And for Serral, it was the round of 8, the quarterfinals, where he left a game early thinking he was out when, in hindsight, of course, a lot of analysis showed that he still could have fought it out. Maru made it to the finals, and all of his buddies were saying, "You've got this, mate. You're going to crush these guys." And of course, we had a normal man who ruined everyone's story there. They've both got a chance for revenge. They're facing the stiffest opposition ever. I think we can all just hope as fans of this game for fireworks tonight.
I mean, that's all we want, right? We just want great games. At this point, Serral's had a Katowice, Maru has not, but if he gets a second, that's legendary. Maru gets one, really completes a lot of what's missing in his resume. It is just storyline upon storyline. I just want to see some great games, Pig. I just really do.
Great games for the fans. I mean, we're such fanboys here because it has been something. For those who haven't followed StarCraft, 2018 is the year when these two became great players. They were good before that. 2018, Serral dominated the international scene. He destroyed the World Championship that year. but it was always a kind of build-up where Maru had destroyed every single tournament in Korea and then fell out early in the World Championships. They didn't get to play. And then that was the story over and over again. And they've played in some online tournaments. They've played in some, you know, smaller best of threes and best of fives, but never on the big stage at LAN. It's always been one of them has fallen out early, and we keep feeling like this was just never going to happen. But they're in amazing form. It's a best of 7 on a giant map pool. It's going to be such a good night. Up here in the top right side, the Terran player representing Vitality Esports. Everybody put your hands together for Maru!
I have met a lot of fans of this man over the course of this weekend, so I think it's time to raise your voices and make some noise for Basilisk Serral!
One of the most fearsome performances I think I've ever seen from Serral was that 3-0 over Clem. That was absolutely ridiculous earlier today. He just did not let Clem play StarCraft. And doing that in Zerg vs. Terran is insane. But of course, Maru is a very different beast. And I think unlike Clem, who does thrive on that momentum and that tempo, Maru's a player who can wear many hats. He can pull into his tortoise shell like no other and just say, hey, no, I don't need to attack you to feel successful. I am one of the best late game turtlers in the game.
Yeah, you know, Serral was absolutely ruthless earlier, but if there's anyone that can stop something like that, Maru would probably be that guy. He has been making this his playstyle for years at this point, right? But at the same time, he can step it up. He can play quick, and then he can delve into all of those mech builds, which Raynor was talking about on the desk. And that just adds a whole new layer to this, because then for Serral, it's not just obvious how each game is getting set up as well. It complicates Zergs from the complicated things from the Zerg side of the map from the very beginning.
That's Maru's specialty. Sometimes, you know, when it doesn't work, a lot of people go, oh, you're so good at late game. Why are you doing these weird, janky, silly openings? And it's like, hey, if you're predictable in StarCraft, that makes it much easier for your opponents. Maru has never been predictable. That being said, he's starting out with a rather straight-up opening, a 1-Rax expand on the low ground. Reaper's coming out. Serral, of course, went for the very safe 15 hatch 15 pool. He's going for the quick 4 queens. And we're going to see a rather kind of feeling out opening from what we can see so far. No 2 or 3 racks Reaper, nothing too wild. And that's what I love to see. I mean, for Maru, it's his map pick. He chose this for a reason. It's covered in, what, choke points, bridges, cliffs. It's amazing terrain for the Terran units with their long range and high damage to take advantage of.
Yeah, absolutely. And if it does end up super late, one of the hard maps to maybe steal a base on as a Zerg as well. So if you get into that split map scenario, the Zerg can actually run out of resources, even though the map's fairly sizable.
Those low ground, like gold, semi-gold bases, you're like, oh, cool, there's a base here. No. It gets blasted.
Doesn't count.
It does not survive for more than a few seconds mining pretty much ever. But a nice start here for both sides. Very clean. No creep tumors early, just going for the double inject with Serral. He wants to saturate the expansion as quickly as possible. Interestingly though, no ling speed for Serral, which does indicate that he wants to go for a very safe roach opening. Interestingly, he didn't use that at all earlier today. We didn't see any roaches. It was all Ling Bane stuff from Serral against Clem. But against Maru, maybe being afraid of Maru's variety in his opening, we may see that.
And talk about variety in opening, here comes the lair from Serral. He's toyed with a couple fancy things every now and again in ZVT, but it is never a guarantee. Drops the Roach Roaring along with this, and Serral is taking us on a little bit of a journey.
Oh my, I love this build order. It's the Roach Roaring Triple Gas. We've seen him use this. There was one time against Clem, in fact. He actually did go Spire. And he made it look like he was going for the 2-base Roach, and it was actually a quick Spire. Great success back on Ancient Cistern. I think I want to say Sweden in that tournament. But definitely a very good tech here. Cloak Banshee on the way for Maru. Against the fast Overseers, not the most effective play, but it will be very useful for defending Roaches. What it won't be useful for defending is the German taxi that can come with it. Serral's beaten Maru with this build before on Neo Humanity, I believe, way back when. It was a big 2-base Roach push, Queen's getting dropped out of Overlords, but so far we don't see Roach speed, so I'm not sure if that's actually him committing to this or if he's just going to scout.
Yeah, we'll see in a few moments that Overlord speed halfway through, the Reaper and the Hellions poking, trying to find anything, but Serral won't give anything for free, of course. The Banshees, obviously, if they do come into defending, that's why you need the Queens, as Serral is still just building those Roaches. There's the Dropper Lord as well, so we are going to send this with the first few Roaches just wandering across the map. It's really going to come down to, can we protect these Banshees? Can the SCVs help out enough?
Did he forget Roach Speed? It feels like this is very awkward. I think he forgot Roach Speed. Maybe he thinks he started it Oh my, that is very awkward. That's usually with this rush you want to have it, but I mean, it's so many roaches so early. Maybe that's part of the plan. Just get a few more roaches out. The Queens, of course, with an Overseer will deal with the Banshees. All you've got is Hellions, which suck against roaches. Banshees suck against Queens. Maru needs bunkers. He needs tanks. He needs Marines. He needs better fighting units, and he needs them fast.
He needs them right now. He needs to start them up immediately if he's going to have bunkers in time for this fight. The Banshee tried to find a few shots of damage, but it got turned away as the Dropper Lord showed up. There's our bunker starting pick. He really didn't respect this until maybe a little bit too late. Let's see what Serral can do. As the Queens drop down, they start to put damage on those Banshees. CC just about finishes, as Serral will have to work his way through this wall off.
Oh, great micro on the Banshees. Gets rid of one of the roaches. Gets rid of another Ravager that was morphing there as well. Serral is going to drop a creep tumor. He says, who needs roach speed? I've got creep tumors, and I'm going to spend all that gas on Ravagers. Why would I need roach speed if I'm just making Ravagers? What's also cool is Serral's not all in. The beauty of this push is so hard to deal with, but he's already droning behind it.
Yeah, he's going to own this position for a while, knocking down these depots, can bow the bunkers down. We're going to see the SCVs pulling in, but that first bunker will in fact fall, so Serral gets a bit of momentum coming through. Jumping on the second bunker, Banshee's trying to hold on against those Queens. They cloak up, but there is an Overseer here, very low though, was being targeted down with the second bunker fall. We still have a lot of Roach Ravager, and Maru is trying to hold this off, but the Roaches are looking good. There's a tank on the ramp to hold this off. The last Queen goes down, and that may be it for Serral, but boy, did he find some damage in the end.
Yeah, I do like that Maru focused the Overseer. Serral pulled it back, but then he let it drift there, and it did get focused down in the tail end. Banshee beats the Queens, and that keeps Maru alive. But as you pointed to, Wardy, it's alive. Is it good though? 71 drones for Serral, only 39 SCVs for Maru. You've got creep tumors spreading outside your base. This is an awkward position to find yourself.
There's our roach speed coming up now as we look to the future link speed as well. The Evo Chamber's just finished, so it's time to get those upgrades on the road also. And I think Serral's just done enough. This Banshee gonna take a couple more shots, is going to go down as well. So Maru loses one of the opportunities he might have had to get a little more done. The good thing for Maru is he's got Stim, he's got a few Marines, so maybe there's some opportunities there. Maybe there is potential to come across. But with Serral sitting at 70 drones, it feels like all he has to do from here is build up an army and maybe test the waters once more.
Indeed, he's got massive control. It's like, yeah, your creep spread's a bit delayed. The supply advantage does not lie. Your upgrades aren't too far behind, and oh, Maru has to be so efficient with what he's got here, but losing the Banshee, losing the Hellions, he's lost his map control, and I think seeing how many drones were on that third, he's got to feel his heart sink a little bit. He's going to have to dig very deep to make this game competitive. I feel like with his push, it is a bit of a conundrum because you think, oh, Serral probably won't commit, but Serral actually committed even harder and faster than he did. I mentioned an old Neo-Humanity build he did when Maru had like low ground 2 racks. That hit with roach speed, it hit a good 30, 45 seconds later. It doesn't sound like a lot. It is. When you've only got Hellions and a couple Banshees, it's just not what you want there. And if he, you know, Maru, of course, is caught off guard in game 1. Just shows Serral's planning is fantastic. Maru, though, what we're looking for here is poise under pressure. How does he try to recover?
Absolutely, he's going to take those Marines out of the map, try and take some control for himself, knock some of that creep down and just take away some of the safety net that Serral would typically sit on. Actually stands and fights these roaches for a little while, loses quite a few of those Marines. There's another drop lord setting up as we're going to take Queens across off of the map apparently, as Maru will hop up into this main base. He just needs to find ways to hold Serral back. But even if he does, Serral's on his way to Hive, the Bane Nest is coming through, the transitions are there to play a very successful game from here on out. And that's what that drop is for. We're spreading creep even further forward. Talk about accelerating some creep spread. Fortunately, Maru gets there and he's going to deny that plan.
That's such a good plan, though. I mean, it's such a great way of spreading that creep so fast. The one thing that I'm finding a little bit, kind of tempers my excitement for Maru, or kind of I'm worried for him, I guess I should say, is the simpler way to put it, is he was committing with those Marine versus Roach fights, and they weren't good fights. He's got to be really quick at identifying good versus bad fights when you're this far behind, and just get out of there when it's bad, commit when it's good. He's got to make those decisions as fast as possible, because any rough trades when you're down 50 supply are going to open up kill opportunities for Serral.
No, absolutely they are, and Serral just moves over here. The Roach is going to deflect this drop as well. Maru is trying to just find stuff. He's got on the map, he's got so many units out here. It's just not hitting just yet, and as Bane Speed comes online, Adrenal Glands, the Vipers, these are all challenges that Maru has to overcome while being a big step behind.
It's interesting when you look at this game and this series in the context of there's been a series of, I guess, changes over the last year or two. A lot of people would say Zerg should have got a bit weaker against Terran in this matchup, and yet Serral keeps defying the odds and getting stronger and stronger and proving that he is, as always, an outlier. He is a player who defines his own balance and creates problems for the Terran in ways that they're not always used to. I really think his planning and the little details like this that he's added in over the last year, I mean, we've seen him use a ton of tunneling claws, right, with roaches, weird queen drop harassment, amazing strange roach pushes, and sometimes they're all in, sometimes they're only semi-committed. The range he's added as a player, I feel like Serral has entered an arc where he has got the variety of a rogue, you know, a player that's truly devious to play against.
He's like a rogue, but within a more kind of controlled style, right?
Yes.
There's so much more theory behind it in a way. And in a way, that's very beautiful on its own. These roaches maybe take a step too far off creep, but there's a massive attack in the bottom right, Pig, that's coming in towards this base, and there's not a lot here. Couple tanks are set up. The Lings are going to lead into this. We're going to abduct the first siege tank through, blinding cloud on the next ones, and this means that Serral can go chasing up this ramp with these Banes, but they don't get very far. Let's at least finish off those tanks. We do. Knocking down a few SCVs. I mean, this is okay for Serral, right? Because little bits of damage like this are going to add up, and Serral can afford to reinforce and go again where Maru cannot.
And this is a great trade. Getting a bunch of SCVs for these roaches are wasting your supply. You've got 82 drones. You want that army in Lings and Ultras, maybe you've already got Vipers, you could add Infestors, maybe Broodlords potentially later, or Corruptors. Usually Corruptors if there's a lot of Liberators, Broodlords if there's a heavy tank composition, so Serral's opening those options. Obviously the Burrow as well will help with the Infestor ambushes. It feels like Serral's getting all the tools. The creep has expanded across pretty much every lane on the map. Maru clinging to 4 bases, and that's really all he can do is cling. Maybe put some buildings blocking some of the ramps, really turtle harder than you've ever turtled before.
This creep thread's going to be disgusting with those queens accelerating in the out-of-location positions. This left base may be in some trouble, but I think Serral, if he can get that bottom right base up on the blue and gold base for a while before Maru has more map control, is an amazing base to mine off of for a while. We do get that hatchery replaced. The Ultras are coming through. The greatest spy is on the way. Talk about having every tool in your arsenal set up and ready to go.
Much like the series against Clem earlier today. And really, honestly, Serral's entire tournament run so far, his goal has been to not really let his opponent play the game. In no series have I seen Serral go in there just feeling things out. He's clearly got plans to put his opponents on the back foot from the start. And this is a terrible feeling as Maru, because that creep's about to knock on your doorstep. You've got this giant Zerg army waiting out there, and yeah, you're up to ghosts. But you're behind on some of the upgrades. You're just getting to 8 racks now, and that is a huge army of Ultra Link Bane rolling in on the left side. Oh my, the units are out of position. Great SCV evacuation, but that planetary will get busted.
Doesn't even need to use any Banelings for it, so that's going to knock Maru back down to 3 bases. That's such a frustration. Serral decides he's going to go forwards here. A couple of Widow Mines will go off, getting quite a lot of the Banes. Serral says, I don't care. Still going to charge on through. A little reckless, losing quite a few of those Ultralisks. The saving grace is that he's still got money to replace that. Loses a Viper as well, though. It's getting more painful the more this comes through. But here comes round 2 on the right side as Lings run in, and there's nothing nearby.
As you pointed out, probably the first moment of sloppiness from Serral we've seen today. Did lose a few Vipers, overcommitted into the Ghosts a bit. He's got the money to replace it. It's not a big loss. Maru's like, please do that 5 more times.
Yeah.
I've got to get the money back. Maru, of course, struggling to max out. We can see that units lost tab in the top left. 3,000 resource difference. Maru, with the economic deficit he's at, he's going to want to keep expanding that. If he holds it at this ratio, it's fine, so long as he doesn't lose any more command centers. That's a long shot, though. You know what happens when there's mass Banelings rolling in. Planetaries are hard to hang on to.
It's so difficult, and it's only going to get tougher as you try and spread out further towards the 5th base. This map can be quite drawn out in terms of where you take your bases. And especially if the Zerg already has so much control, and Serral's already abusing that. As he hits at the top, he's almost always hitting on the right side. There's always something else going on in the other location. So hard for Maru to be everywhere. And it's hard to imagine that Serral is not at least going to successfully take down some economy with each and every one of these attempts to surge into the Terran bases.
And as good as this map is for Terran with all the choke points, lovely Widow Mine splash there. Sling Bane attacks rolling in. Doesn't want to overcommit, though. Maru's doing a great job of keeping his forces in reserve, and he's always quick to pull SCVs when needed. So Serral, if he wants to force his way in, he has to go deeper than he's willing to. He's maybe just going to have to wait until Maru moves out to a 5th, because 4 base is very easy for Terran to defend. 5th base gets out pretty far. The 6th base is even more exposed. I would argue, you know, normally it's not an issue because Terran's got the bridges, they've got center control, they've got these ledges. Creeps everywhere, there's Banelings waiting to ambush you. It's going to be very hard for Maru to get that center control that Terran love on this map.
Serral's even going to try and take this 3 o'clock base, and even just having that's a bit of a statement, right? You're right next to a Terran base. That's one you don't typically expect to lose to the Zerg, especially when he mines the mirror base on the other side. These are problems which a Terran usually experiences at like 25 or 30 minutes, not 15. And that is the problem Maru is still yet to overcome in this one. For the couple decent fights he's had, it's still an uphill battle for all of those reasons. Here we go, a couple Corruptors leading in. We got the Ghost trying to sit in the back as the Banelings are just going to swarm on forwards. Whoa. There's so much Serral, and he's going to take down everything possible.
Command Center gets blown up. Banelings take it out. Ghosts and Marines as much as they can. Desperate cloaks and spreads. Bile's going down. Love to see the Corruptors try to take out those Command Centers. Looks like one of them does survive. The Orbital survives as well. One building Command Center went down, but I got to say, Maru's doing an impressive job of hanging on. The numbers still don't look great for him, but of course we can imagine that if this game was not already so tilted in Serral's favor, that Maru would be getting himself well established. So it is bad to lose your map at the start of the series. It is bad to feel that you're on the back foot. The problem you look for, though, when you're watching a player like this is how well do they handle that pressure. Maru is not making large mistakes. Maybe he could be 2% better at defending these attacks, but there's not a lot of room for improvement. You know, you can't be a miracle worker. You have to rely on playing perfectly from behind, but also your opponent needs to make some mistakes, and Serral hasn't given him many of those yet.
Each of these ramps coming with a built-in infester at the moment as they start to lurk on forward. Serral's been one of the best at hitting those fungal growths from nowhere, as we are going to come forward here. Just force this base to lift off once again. And here are the ghosts. The infester just to the upper right pops up. Is going to try and get it. Doesn't get the fungal off, though, as the Lings will just try and swarm forward anywhere. A few Banelings getting toward the siege tanks will take down some bio, but the ghosts at the very least do stay alive. Serral is going to be pushed back there. A fungal could have changed everything.
Oh, Corruptors sniping another Command Center. Very well done there by Serral. You gotta be careful, of course, because the Ghost snipes are so good versus the Corruptors, but he's always pulling them back in time. And I love what Rainer mentioned on the desk about, hey, look, Maru's the best late game player. Even Serral, if you let him get fully established, you know, you're gonna have a bad time, so just don't let him get there, which is exactly what he's doing. Rainer pointed out, hey, part of it was mine out his side of the map if you can. In this game, Serral hasn't really been able to mine the super far forward bases, but he's got both of these hybrid gold-blue bases getting mined out at the moment. And Maru feels pressure to move out and counterattack it, but that just opens him up to this. Lings and Corruptors get another base. A massive SCV's going down. Maru cannot afford these losses.
He cannot, and he's starting to push on the bottom right-hand side. Serral can give up this base and a couple others if he wants to. He has so much on the upper left, and he's getting so many SCVs with his own counterattack. Maru is on the verge of being completely all in. And Serral has all the money to just morph in Banelings and get ready for that big roll forwards just to try and knock this army down one more time. Because Maru on 27 SCVs and 3 command centers, he ain't getting anywhere, Pig.
No, he's down in army supply. That's the one thing you look for when your economy is getting ravaged. Maybe you've got a big army supply advantage. You can push forward. Where are you going to push through? That is a sea of creep. And I don't think he's going to be parting those seas anytime soon. Serral looking calm, collected, and in control. He is looking to never give Maru a moment's peace. And so far at the start of this series, Maru hasn't found it. He's going to try and push this left side to deny that other hybrid base. He's got so little economy behind this. And it's a tough one for Maru. Serral coming in with the broadside. The Liberator's facing in the wrong direction. The Corruptor's getting on top. The Widow Mines are not getting any big hits. He spread his Zerglings to the left so well.
Yeah, and these Banelings are just going to keep on hunting. It's going to be good enough as Serral gets the GG out of Maru on Maru's map pick to open up our grand finals. The Finnish Phenom, strong, calculated. He got himself a great build order to take an advantage, and then he said no pressure. Step back, take all my advantages, play it out smartly, and did everything he had to open up with this 1-0 lead.
That water bottle's got me a few times this event as well. I feel more connected to Serral than ever. I've been unscrewing them because every time I use that squeezy top, I spray water on myself, just like Serral just did. Honestly, this is all about the opening. Serral had a beautiful opening. I was like, oh, he's forgotten roach speed. No, it was all part of the plan. He's like, no, I want to get as many Ravages as I can off these 3 gases, 3 Queens, an Overseer to deal with the 2 Banshees. Normally, those 2 Banshees are the big Terran tool that changed the math. It's like, hey, these 2 Banshees could beat unlimited Roaches and Zerglings. You're like, no, sorry, got Overlord speed. I'm going to drop these Queens. Guess what? You're going to defend with Hellions and Marines and SCVs. That doesn't feel good at all. I love the way Serral transitions out of it because so many of those attacks feel like it's just mass Roachling all in, but he's like, no, I don't have Link speed. It's just about 10 Roaches, make a bunch of them into Ravages, and I'm droning behind it. It's so hard to balance your defense against that. You need like safety bunkers or an early tank, things which a Terran player does not want to have to invest into.
No, absolutely, right? The moment the Terran has all of that set up, and then they're like, how much more do you want to build into? You need to keep some SCVs up as well, because you know the Zerg could be droning behind it. And that's the difficult part. If it takes you too long to clean it up and push it back as well, the Zerg has just droned up 70 workers, the roach speed starts, and all of a sudden, you have no map control, no way to get anywhere.
And Serral just took complete control of that map number 1. And now his map pick in this best of 7. We head into Raduset Station to start up game number 2. This is already going to feel pretty bad for Maru. You lose your map pick, then you've got to play Raduset, which is a map I don't even know if we've seen it in this tournament before now. As we kick off in the bottom left-hand corner, the Red Terran player who's looking to bring this one back from Team Vitality, it is Maru.
And in the top left side of the map, feeling very comfortable on this map. It is a wide open expanse that is going to play to his favor. Representing Basilisk up 1 game after a brilliant map. In the top right side of the map, it is Serral. I don't think we have seen this map this tournament. I agree there, Wardy. It's a nasty one. I remember there was at the very start of the season, Clem was vetoing Equilibrium. He was afraid of that gold base, and within a week of playing this map, he said, "You know what? I'm gonna start playing Equilibrium. I like the gold base better than playing this map," because I saw some games where Clem was getting way ahead on this map, and he just could not finish the Zerg because the space is so massive between you.
You know, we did see it one time. It was Spirit versus Solar. And Spirit went, just to emphasize what the map is like, he went 4 CCs, pig. 4 CC is not an opening you do. Well, it was for Spirit on this map. Very intrigued as to what Maru opens with. You already see the greed coming in with the command center first. Can only imagine that's going to be part of the plan in the future here as well. And this map feels so difficult to play Bio on, because they will also just play Ling Bay Meteor against you and control it so well. Maybe this is where Maru already delves into a little bit of mech.
Yeah, it's definitely a possibility. In a way, you can kind of make yourself a bit more comfortable, or at least make it uncomfortable for both sides. Serral, I think, almost certainly has more practice on this map than Maru. And that's because actually that morning before Spirit played Solar, he was practicing with Serral repeatedly on this map. I remember because our schedule was getting ruined that day, and I was like, wow, what is this? Who picks Raduset? And Serral said, oh, he's practiced with me all morning. It's really, really good for Zerg, though. It's really good for Zerg. I think he's crazy for picking this map. So Serral feels extremely confident here. The other problem that you run into in late game is the bases are not in the middle. Normally, you get lots of bases kind of together. In this, it's like, okay, you can maybe expand to the top left corner as Terran, but you're never going to also take the bases in the bottom right. So you have to choose one area of the map. And even if you move to the top left corner as Maru, your main is wide open. If they break the rocks down and mine open the mineral wall, they're going to flood into this back base as well. So it's awkward in the late game being at a mobility disadvantage as a Terran.
Ability disadvantage, and you just don't progress anywhere. Usually Terran's expansions come with progression, holding positions. That's what the Terran race is so much about. And yet here on Raduset, it just doesn't work like that. And you see already Serral's opening, Overlord speed. He just wants to make sure nothing crazy is going on. He's so comfortable taking a loss early on this map just to make sure he will be fine going into a mid game. That's the sort of lead he feels like he can kind of give up already because he knows this map is so good for him.
Yeah, especially if you're either skipping or delaying your link speed a lot and you just say, well, I can do a build. Normally I spend 100 minerals and 100 gas on link speed. Instead I use it on Overlord speed. Unless there's some Hellions diving in or something like that, it doesn't really change the way my build maps out. So it's a nice way of subbing in a build you've got a ton of experience with for a slight variation there. Now seeing the factory, does see the Hellions coming. This is of course Serral's first person view. You can see the face of eternal focus and never satisfied with how he's playing down in that bottom right side. Sees the double engineering bay, I believe that was. And the Hellions getting blocked by the Queens a little, but with no link speed, it is tough. You don't want to let those Hellions in, they are fast.
Yeah, the drone's getting for a pretty good surround though. One Hellion drops, it's going to remove the danger on this a little bit. The last Hellion does not have much HP left on it. That drone on the low ground, maybe in a little bit of trouble, but nope, the Queens get there, we clean up. The Cyclones now spotted as well, so Serral gets some scout information with that Overlord flying on through, knows what that next set of units are, just needs to get out of a little supply block he's found himself in.
You know, I didn't catch it when he clicked on those buildings. I think they're engineering bays. They could be armories, but I'm pretty sure they're engineering bays there. Be pretty wild to be going double armory mech this early. Double Evo Chamber in response tells us indeed. It definitely is a bio game. So Lingbane versus Marines. You've got small, hard-hitting units. They do low damage, but very frequently. Armor and attack upgrades scale incredibly well. And that's why Maru, with this early upgrade lead, is going to have a bit of an edge on the upgrades.
He really played as gritty as he could, right? It's very rare nowadays you go double engineering bay before you get the extra barracks down. this was a thing way back when.
Yeah.
And it just got killed over and over again. So nowadays you get Barracks 2 and 3 engineering bays kind of at the same time. To take the engineering bays early, Maru is setting up to be as powerful as possible, as early as possible. I can only imagine he's got something fairly aggressive around the like 9-10 minute marker planned. With this kind of greed being taken, drops the starport down now as well, so gets ready for medevacs. And we continue to set on up through those early moments, waiting to see what Maru's plan will be.
Haven't seen any big, I mean, we just haven't seen many games on this map, but I haven't seen any 8-Raxes or anything. Notice Serral mined out a single mineral on his back base so that his creep can actually spread across the rocks. I did not know you could do that, but the things you learn, and that way he can get the creep going out the left side of the map as well, which will massively speed that up. Lair is on the way. Lings are going to get rid of one Cyclone. Very well done on the surround.
Yeah, catches on that corner, a little bit unfortunate, as Maru has really been just losing those early game units. Obviously the first Hellions dove in very purposely, but now losing the Cyclones too. Any kind of early control units he has on the map are very much so dealt with. One Cyclone ain't going to be doing much.
That Cyclone going to try and wedge itself behind the mineral line, make itself as annoying as possible. Not bad, but Serral cleans it up. And we've got Lingbane against Byun. Maru. You could definitely do a frontal push. You can go for the multi-prong style, take advantage of the fact that the Zerg's spread out. The problem is, I'm pretty sure Serral's going to go Mutalisks here. That's what almost every Zerg does on this map. There's so much space to work with. And once those Mutalisks are out, drops are very dangerous. They start to run into a lot of issues. Oh, 4th command center, okay. Nah, Maru's going to play macro. He's just going to straight up man mode this and say, let's grapple in the late game, Serral. I love it. Maru just completely unafraid.
Completely unafraid. A map that everyone shies away from. He says, you know what, bring it. I'm going to play as macro as I can. It's down to you to stop me, kind of, if you want to get there, or to accept my duel in the late game. And I don't see any reason why Serral wouldn't accept the duel. He did set up a drop load, so maybe a little bit Baneling harass could come through over those next few moments. We already have a load up over on the south side, so that's the sort of thing you got to be ready for. Well, missile turrets are definitely going to help knock that overload down, pressure it to drop those Banes a bit early, give you a better chance of running SCVs away. Now Maru's own drop going to show up in the back of this in-base third.
Lings are there very quickly. Queen going to get a few hits on the medevacs, and the spores coming down will stop that. The Overlord drop took a few hits from the turret, is rotating around, it's going to find another missile turret. Serral's going to bounce around and says, okay, let's go for the natural then. With this, yeah, another missile turret.
Yeah, they are everywhere. Maybe not quite from this angle. Maybe this way you find a little bit of something. As this dropper load does finally find a way in. Maru has to be paying attention and hopefully doesn't just rely on the turrets. SCV's pull. Now he'll go elsewhere, unloading the Banelings already. And yeah, these SCVs just have to run. There's nothing down here to fight them off.
Oh, very nice. Maru does react there. Baneling speed kicking in just a few seconds late, and the SCVs will be able to evacuate. Wait, Maru! Where are your units, mate? Oh my gosh!
My goodness, 6 workers going down. It took a little while, but Serral finally got there, and he chased the SCVs from one base to the other and back again. Bit of lost mining time on that one as the attempted 5th of Serral will come online. Maru drops it, but guess what? There's Serral already here, ready to fight it. One Widowmine shot that he does okay against.
Not too bad. He's got the drop in the natural as well. Maru's up on 4 bases. He has established his 2-2's about to kick in, which means he's going to get an upgrade advantage, and this is where he's going to start piling on. Remember I said I was sure there was going to be Mutalisks? There's no Mutalisks, Wardy. It is just Lingbane, which means these drops have a chance to bounce around. Maru is going to test the Finnish players' multitasking, see if he can defend all these angles at once. This map has so much dead space. These bases are all kind of awkwardly placed when it comes to defending drops, but Maru hasn't found any big damage just yet. 7 drones is not bad, don't get me wrong, but he's far from enacting the sort of chaos that he would like to sow in Serral's Mineral Lions.
Oh, absolutely. He wants Serral to be threatening and running around here and there and everywhere. He wants Serral to have to be focusing on rebuilding, then caught out of position elsewhere. This isn't happening. These drops have become controlled very quickly. And Serral is obviously hitting a lot of tech himself because he didn't go via the Mutalisk. He's now hitting Hive Tech with Vipers, the Adrenal Glands. Some Infestors are joining the fray, and that means Serral is looking to be very soon extremely well set up against this Maru army that's starting to come out on the map a little more so. He has another drop load coming through, although has to be careful there because the Watchtower will see it. And Maru still trying to drop these last few units, but again, this has been handled pretty well from Serral start to finish.
The modern Maru economy is in place, Wardy. 94 SCVs. The old days, he'd sit on like 80, 85 and build a ton of command centers. These days, he says, we don't have time for that. I've got to keep pressure on the Zerg to stop them getting out of control. So he has more of a gradual, take a 4th, take a 5th, take a 6th. He'll eventually, if he banks up the money, build tons of orbitals. but he's not focusing on it. You can see here, Widowmine drops there, Byun in the south. He's got a drop still in the back of the main base. He's trying to create as many problems as possible. Lingbane does ambush some of the Marauders. The Marines start to step back. That Widowmine drop dancing around. The picture we saw the other drop going around, but a bit of missed pathing in the south, causing Maru to bleed out a few more Marauders than he would have liked.
Yeah, those Lings able to get a catch, punishing Maru for the mistake. And it just doesn't feel like he can get anywhere. Now you've got Infestors lurking around already, and this game's about to get a whole lot more complicated here for Maru because one bad fungal growth in that army, and he's going to start taking heavier losses. Serral can start to instigate some fights as well. As you have Infestor to the top and Infestor to the south, and a Terran army stuck right there in the middle. But Zerg is not there with everything else just yet, so it's not worth justifying an attack through. A few units go down, but that'll be it as we once again have this drop load that's just been going on at the same time. A few Lings unloading, but there are bio units there to deal with it.
Maru pulling back right now. He's at 99 SCVs. Serral is up 20 army supply. Serral is looking for the forward aggression, but a scan went down. I'm not sure if he lost any of the Infestors there as they were tracking that army. Widowmine drop. Oh! He's like 6 Widowmines that did almost nothing. Finally, it's the one Widowmine that pays it off. And this is why you've got to be persistent as a player playing this sort of game that Maru is now. He's trying to go ghost behind it. He's got mass command center building. He's realizing Serral's not going to get finished easily. I have to go to late game. And he's getting set up for it right now. Widowmine's out there. Viper's coming in, not really finding any big openings just yet.
No, not yet. We're going to split a couple Lings forward against those Widowmines. Serral is going to throw a Parasitic Bomb down and just lead into this. I mean, a lot of Marauders here in the front. The Banes will crash into those. Not many Hydras left on the end of it. There's a Nidus going up in the main base at the same time, though. Maru has now realized pulling units across. What's going to pop out? Just a few Zerglings, it seems, as Serral is going to retreat away with everything else. So it's just going to be some harass here. A couple Ghosts popping out to deal with it. That could have been scarier.
Yeah, it's only a little pinprick. It's a distraction, but there's nothing happening on the front. I mean, Maru did kind of crush the army on the front. The Lingbane got on top of his Marines and damaged them all into the deep red. The Hydra's got all the Marauders in the red. Nothing actually died of Maru's, except maybe like 1 or 2 medevacs. So it was a really efficient fight, and we will, of course, keep checking in on the units lost tab. Serral does look a little bit frustrated as his last few attacks have been stymied, and he is down 4,000 resources in the units lost. Utilizing Burrow, though, for another sneaky Nidus in the back of the base. Serral is down on workers, and yet he hasn't been able to find value with his army. Maru is playing an excellent late game.
He actually is, right? He's got so much money already banked up here as well, finding better efficiency than he found on the previous game as well, of course, and that's just where he wants to keep it up. But of course, also, Serral is about to see a different style of players. We are going to have an Infestor here, going to pop up, it lands the fungal, and it is going to be jumped on by Serral. Barons are connecting, the medevacs are going to escape with only 3 units, and Maru loses a chunk of his army, and it's not done yet, Pig.
The Recycler, the master Recycler he is. Serral even saved the Infestor. He's so good at reburrowing those. So many players run in their Infestors or Vipers, throw their spells and let them die. Not Serral. This man is so cool, calm, and calculated. He's looking for it again. Round 2. Another big juicy fungal all over Maru's bio.
Wow, after Maru was playing such a great game, finds so much efficiency, that is going to turn around with 2 deadly fungals. Serral finds himself a command center cancel as well, and that was a major swing of things in favor of Serral. The resources lost definitely going to be costly on that regard, and still got another Infestor lurking nearby. The Banes just keep on coming. We're going to land a fungal yet again, and Serral just says, I've got endless of these. What are you going to do about them? He doesn't have that much backup, but just a few Lings and a few Hydras is enough to keep pushing through. No, for now, Serral will go up. He'll let Maru recover, but behind all of this, the Lurker transition is on its way, and Maru's lost a lot of control that he did have up until that point.
Perfect analysis, Wardy. I am with you. It feels like Serral's just, he's got the standard Lingbane Hydra Swarm at a good timing, but then he's just got Infestor traps coming in so early in the game as well. And Maru is trying to get to that top left corner. We were saying, you know, you can't really expand everywhere at once, but maybe you can stretch to that top left corner. Problem is, look how far away that is. If Serral jumps on it and Maru moves out of position to defend it, his natural might become wide open, as well as the back of his base, these Nidus Worms continuing to be a nuisance. Serral is being as frustrating to play against as possible. Turret ring, Sensor Tower ring trying to get built, but a lot of those buildings did get interrupted on the way. The Nidus Worms look like they got deflected so far. The Lingbane Viper coming in, Ghost coming north, the Infestor's in vision.
Run, Infestor, run. He drops a fungal just before he gets taken down. We will have this base up here going down and a chunk of SCVs to go along with it. So Maru had a huge economy, still has a good economy, but not what he was looking to work with earlier on in this. You're right, those missile turrets are going to be very important, as I think Maru just really wants to sit back. He's like, please, leave me alone for a moment. He's constantly on the hunt for these Infestors too. Impressive how many of those he's caught, and yet they've still been so disastrous for him, as Serral is diving forward once again. Balin is going to crash into the center, chasing for some ghosts in the background, and there's so many Hydras here as well this time.
Oh, the parasitic bombs pop a ton of the medevacs as well. About 4 or 5 medevacs go down, not to mention the ones the Hydras took down before that. There's another Infest here looking for yet another fungal trap. Serral is brutal. Anytime you are not near a missile turret, he's got a fungal trap. To be fair, Maru tanked that one on the chin. There weren't any banelings to capitalize on it. But I gotta say, Maru just barely clinging onto this 5th base, or 6th base, I should say, in the top left corner. Serral, you can see he does look a little bit frustrated. I think he's landed so many good fights. He's like, can you crumble now? And Maru's just coming out with this flood of units. How many orbital command centers was it? I feel like Maru got a lot up. And that is many. 7 orbitals, a lot of scans available, not to mention the mules that he can flood out to instantly reproduce his army. A massive amount of barracks and starports as well. So the Liberator Ghost transition is fully underway.
That 12 and 6 o'clock base from Serral become quite important here because those are going to be the bases that give him the economy that Maru may never gain access to. We're keeping this at about a 4,000 resource loss count as well, so it's very controlled for Serral. He's not letting Maru take super good fights. And we do see one more nice denied. Of course, Maru has to keep on top of those. Serral will be relentless with them. It only takes 1 to ruin your day, as it also only takes 1 Liberator to ruin a mineral line before that Spore Crawler gets up. So that will be a little bit of distraction down here on the bottom side. Meanwhile, another Nidus don't see anything coming to save this one, and what's going to pop out? I feel like it's going to spell trouble for the Terran.
Yeah, it's so frustrating. He's like a Viking or something down here to get rid of these lurkers. Popping into the back door. Plenty of ghosts there. If he micros perfectly, Maru should be able to deal with it. Liberas comes in as well. I think the lurkers might be the more important harassment. No, they got shut down. They had to run away. Great defense by Maru. I gotta say, I am so blown away with Maru's ability to hold his own. If he can defend another attack up here, this is looking like he might actually be able to even take the entire game. The Banelings do crash through the Marauders. Not the best unit for them to be hitting, but at least he does clear Maru's front line. Serral, he doesn't even have a big bank advantage anymore. Maru is just doing such a good job of hanging on, and look at this. He has demanded Serral's respect. Serral's like, well, there's so many libs. I got to build corruptors. I need something to take them down. Hydras aren't working. And yet look at this. There's no more surprise infestors because there's turrets everywhere, the sensor towers. Serral is realizing this is my map and I'm running into a brick wall.
Yeah, Maru is doing a fantastic job of just frustrating Serral at this stage. And, you know, he did have so many good fights and fungals and everything and just not capitalizing off the back of it. Maru has done a fantastic job, and now harassing from afar with his Liberator. That's going to demand some Corruptor attention as well. And these are all things which Serral didn't want to have to slow down to deal with because it's given Maru time to set up bases, mine from locations that Serral never really wanted him to see. Well, he's just going to have to accept that. And again, that 6 o'clock, 12 o'clock, those bases become ever more important as Maru gets the top left online. Sniper's going to pop out here. Lurkers can come through and maybe get rid of some of these CVs. Some Marauders showed up, letting Bane poking around in the center, maybe threatening just to keep a few units here. There's also Liberator setting up. This game is non-stop.
Lurkers in the top left being a nuisance. That Planetary takes a lot of damage. Remember, they do a big bonus to Armored. Planetary looks like it will fall. Nice move there for Serral. Very important to slow down Maru's income. Gets the Lurkers in, gets them out. The Liberators going down are also valuable kills. And I think Serral has kind of gone from a mode of, I want to swarm you and deny your bases, to, all right, let's wait. Let's play tactically. Let's play efficiently. Efficiency over everything else. And he does need to fully saturate with this bottom base and that top middle base as quickly as possible, because once you slow down, it's inevitable that Terran can crawl their like turrets and planetaries and liberators and ghosts towards you. So you got to kind of mine that out as fast as you can. I can't believe that dodged those 3 scans.
He's going to pop up. He's going to grab a fungal. We've seen this one before. As the Banes are looking to close the distance, the ghosts are hurting. The Corruptors will be here as well, though they got caught up on a command center. Now they come through to hunt down these Liberators, if nothing else. The Banes want to find a couple final ghosts. Now they'll turn around, but we cleaned out every lib in the sky.
The Corruptors are what gets the value in these fights. Whenever the Terran is running, it's the Corruptors just massacring those libs, especially the parasitic bomb, softening them up. The fungal at the start catching some ghosts as well. Serral's spellcaster ambushes are a thing of legend. He is so solid at this. He's keeping the units lost so close. You're not meant to be this efficient as a Zerg against a Terran. This is ridiculous.
Yeah, it's absolutely out of this world. These are games you're not meant to really win as a Terran because the Zerg is going to have those bases extra, and that makes such a difference. Some ghosts do not find snipes. There's another fungal growth. Come on. It keeps happening. Even Maru lets out a smile. That's a thing of legend. It's because he knows he's just been caught so many times, as Serral has been incredible with those infestors.
Well, Serral's getting psychological damage. The fact that Maru's laughing at it, he's like, you literally minefielded this entire map, mate. What the heck? Everywhere I go, there's a new infestor. I'm scanning everywhere. I'm taking out a lot of the infestors. The new ones just slither right in. Lurker harass at the top left again, taking out the turrets. Oh, getting a few of those repairing SCVs would be nice. The Liberators will eventually clean this up. Serral keeping him so busy, though. Look at this swing in the bank. Serral has massive money to call on, and Maru is just clinging to 6 bases. If this top left base manages to mine out, sure, that seems good. The problem is, he's being kept away from Serral mining the next bases. If Serral gets those 2 bases mined out, remember, every mineral he mines, every bit of gas he takes is resources that Maru will not be able to take off those. We can criticize Serral. That should be probably at 20 workers. He should probably have the gases mining. But I mean, that's because he's so busy popping infestors up and ruining Maru's army repeatedly.
Yep, it takes a lot of attention, and you're right. Maybe there's that very minor thing that he could fix here, but at this point, he's under no trouble of losing that base either. Like, it feels as though it's not in trouble at all. So he's just chilling out here. Again, we still see infestors everywhere, just as the Terran has mines littered everywhere. I was just going to see the Corruptors making a fight forward. We do need a couple of mine shots. Fortunately, those Corruptors are pretty darn tanky. They get to survive through a little bit.
It's these little tactical dives. You see a lot of players in this scenario go, oh, you just can't break through. Their defenses are too good. Yeah, if you grab your whole army and run in there, sure. But notice the way Serral pokes in, abducts 3 or 4 libs, kills them, gets out, takes a few mine hits. It's not 100% for free, but it's very close, and often it is efficient. And even there, of course, those Liberators siege up, but he pulls the drones away almost instantly. He's got so much money to draw, and he could almost swap back into an inefficient mode if he wanted to, throw an army or 2 at Maru to see what sticks.
Yep, this infestor is going to put itself into the scan radius here, so we get another couple of abducts. Efficiency continues to be the name of the game. There's an infestor here that gets caught immediately, though. Again, Maru has to just live within the scans, because if he doesn't, and even when he has been, it has been all about those infestors. How is Maru about to have lost more resources than Serral?
Well, I mean, it's insane, because he's killed, like, I don't know how many infestors, probably like 12 or something, but there's always a new one coming in. And you got to realize how demanding that is on the Zerg to continually have always new infestors in production, burrow coming in. These guys aren't control groups. You've got like 10 infestors on the map. They can't all be on control groups. Serral is simply moving around the map and masterfully setting up these ambushes and keeping track of them exceptionally well. It is something you do not face very often. Maru may be the king of Terran late game, but Serral is fantastically set up as the king of Zerg late game. And whilst this map is very good for the Zerg, Maru is, of course, putting up an amazing fight, something which makes me think Serral might have insane urgency on better maps for Terran. He might be like, well, there's no way I'm playing this stage on a good map for Terran.
Yeah, I was just thinking the same thing. If this is what Radu set looks like, I mean, Serral's in trouble on some other maps. So you're right, maybe some more of those interesting pushes like we saw in the opening game of this series. As, yeah, Radusat definitely gives Serral a little bit of a leg up, as he is going to come diving forwards here. Some medevac's going to get taken down. There's Liberators in the back. We're not going to dive that deep, of course. Defensive positions like that missile turret, so just do a lot to zone out, give you a bit more of a chance. But these SCVs are in trouble. This orbital's not allowed to mine, and Maru trying to take the gold base instead just shows he's got to change a plan. Like, he's realizing this top left is not his any longer.
Yeah, and this is the problem with this map is there's no bases in the middle other than these 2 gold bases. Normally you can kind of move forward on those middle bases and be like, oh cool, I'm defending a base and controlling the middle and branching out from there to deny your bases. On this map, it's like, cool, you've got that position. What are you going to do with it, bro? Oh, defend? What, if he wants to attack, he's got to move through 3 screens of creep to get to Serral's gold base, which, by the way, is already mined out at this point. Serral denying the top left. This is just a massive Zerg bank. And don't get me wrong, Maru's doing a good job to get his hands on this gold, but he has not got a lot of room for error. Good snipes here.
Yep, Tail kills off the leading Ultralisk, because a lot of SCVs beyond what's necessary on this base. The planetary goes down. We're going to go ghost hunting with these banelings. Good splits from Maru, though, minimizes the damage taken on this. And the SCVs at least get to live. Serral is going to flank in on the bottom side of the map instead. So in we go. We have Maru all clumped up, having a run. Corruptors dive pretty deep here this time.
Those turrets, though, those turrets doing good damage. The Ghost pulled back really well. Serral spent a lot of money on that fight, did not find the base. He didn't find the heart of the economy, only got a few libs and medevacs. That was a good fight for Maru, as he gets back to a 5,000 resource lost units advantage. Means he's been 5,000 resources more efficient. This base has not been mined out yet. Maru denying that is potentially a base he could take in the future. We were talking about this game as if Maru would be starved, but he's taken his gold. I forgot to kind of account for that one. That one is impossible for the Zerg to mine out, of course, as it's literally siegeable from the high ground. If he can mine that and get some of the minerals and gas on this base down to the bottom, suddenly looks a bit better for him. Hatchery kill, 300 minerals of value there. Serral says, okay, if you're going to do that, I'm going to mine your top left base, though. So very good counterplay from the Zerg.
Always accounting for, hey, if you get that money, I'm going to take that money. And again, the efficiency as well. If this was like a 20k resource loss game difference, we'd be worried for Serral in a big way. And that wouldn't be kind of too far wrong in a game of this length. But Serral's found the efficiency that gives him a bit of leeway to allow a base maybe being taken by a Terran and to allow Maru a bit more position on the map. So that's still something to keep in mind, and he is going to try and retake this one once again.
One thing that does worry me a little, Wardy, is the gas. He didn't really mine gas very quickly out of these middle bases, Serral. And his gas bank's very low because what is he trading? It's like Infestors, Vipers, Corruptors, Banelings. It's a very gas-heavy Zerg army. It's not as heavy on the Zerglings and the like. 12 Infestors have gone down. He has not lost a... He's on the same Vipers from the early game. He hasn't lost a Viper yet. Wow, that's truly a very unique thing. This deep in a game, most players have replaced their Vipers 3 or 4 times. Serral, the recycling man, looking great. The Ultra's pulling back out of snipe range. Serral looking like he kind of wants to fight here. But Maru just doesn't get baited. He's like, no way, I'm not moving into the open.
Yeah, he knows it's a bad idea as he works his way through his goal. Another CC comes up down here. Serral still trying to retake that 6 o'clock once again. I mean, you see all the final upgrades coming up from Maru as well. Some +2 ship weapons also. Serral still has so many minerals. I mean, I guess gas, yeah, maybe a problem, but maybe not so much if the Vipers are still alive. That really is something that's kind of incredible because we've seen them used so many times for abducts and all sorts. They've been in the in the thick of it multiple times over.
You know, we were so far ahead of schedule today. There was like a few one-sided series, and I think we were realizing at this point if there was one big finals that needed us to be ahead of schedule, it was this one. These guys can go for some very long games in a best of 7, and already game 2 is turning into a bit of a barn burner. I'm already starting to do the late game maths you do when the game is kind of dragging on. You're like, how many Zerglings can you build with 10,000 minerals anyway? You know, you're like, oh, okay, this is ridiculous. Another big attack comes in. Ultra Baneling coming south. The ghosts are there, though. You're going to watch out for that. The Banelings aren't really going to find the mark.
No, they are not. There was one good fungal that helped out a little bit. We're going to finish off that CC. A few of these SCVs going down as well. And that means that Maru is really not mining that much. 27 work is okay. He does obviously have a lot of orbitals, but he also wants to keep on scanning because he's afraid of more of those infestor fungals from earlier. Serral cancels up this base. Maybe a few drones going to go down, return as Maru gets the chase away. And Serral is still just rebuilding Lings as he gets set up for more. This time going to go into the center, going to try and find a lot of this stag defense, knock down these missile turrets and give him a better shot at denying the gold as the Corruptors fly through to shut down these limbs, and the Lings are owning this planetary.
Oh, the Baneling's going to roll into the mineral line as well. SCVs, a few of them do get out. 9 SCVs in the planetary go down. Serral is using his mobility, and this is always the problem we talked about. You can't take the gold and the top left at the same time. Maru was trying to not take the top left, but at least deny Serral from having it. And by Serral threatening this base, this is like the 5th time in the last 2 minutes he's tried to take that hatchery. He forced Maru out of position. He has applied passive pressure. Maru got out of position. Maru just took his biggest loss of this game. A ton of infrastructure going down. A lot of his turrets have been cleared. He's desperately taking that bottom base. Maru is looking more and more like he's going to have one hypermaxed army that he needs to finish the game off, but he doesn't have an insanely efficient army. A lot of it's still Marine Marauder, and looking at a 7,000 mineral bank, that is a hard thing to face down.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, just not being able to replace any of those turrets, right? Any of those defenses that have helped you out before, that is going to be painful. You can see a missile turret coming up in production, but he's got basically no the money. He rebuilds 6 SCVs. Even that cost at this stage of the game is such a frustration. You need other things, but you've got to reset the foundations, and that's where the real expense is going to come from. This Infestor, unfortunately, gets caught back up in a scan. He ran himself into that one. As Serral is waiting for this fight, he tries to go in, but he's just a little afraid of how much is there from the Terran.
We haven't seen any good fungal ambushes for a while, but I figure you step onto creep a little deeper there, it's going to happen. You're going to invite Serral into your territory. That one's standing literally next to a missile turret. Ling's continuing to clean these turrets up. He's getting crazy value out of these. Even though Serral's down 10,000 resources and the unit's lost, you got to realize he's sucking so many more resources off of the map. He's got the top left up there, and most of his other bases are starting to mine out. Maru's mining, though, is basically dregs at this point. Not even able to drop a lot of mules because he's dumping scans everywhere, and he has to. He doesn't have another option. Serral's putting him in that position. Maru's getting bled dry.
He really, really is. It feels like any fight could be the final one for the Terran here because the rebuilding is becoming less and less likely. The change lines get caught now. Wouldn't mind Splash right there. Unlucky time to jump out of them Overseers, as we do have an Overseer around the back. Could still Nidus the main, right? Maybe knock down some further infrastructure of Maru that he would not be able to replace.
Oh, Snipey's on the Ultras. Gets only one of them to connect before they turn around. Great pullback timing for Serral. 6 Infestors, 2 Vipers, 6 Ultras, 11 Corruptors, 36 Banes and 49 Zerglings up against a mixture. Very even of Ghost, Marauder, Marine, only a few Libs left. It seems like the Liberators keep getting picked off. And I think Maru said, okay, maybe those aren't the play right now. Serral loses his top left base, evacs some of the drones. He says, if enough of your units are out of position there, I will push in the south. The EMPs on the Vipers, they won't get any spells off. The Ultra Baneling going forward, beautiful spreads from Maru. There's a lot of Ultra Bane running forward, but they're getting cleansed. That was a clinical defense for Maru.
Able to pull away and just shut down so much. We even lost a Viper. That's how bad it was for Serral in comparison to the earlier stages. And Maru is going to go hunting. He knows that that was a blow to Serral's army, and he realizes maybe this is a bit of an opportunity. He will get rid of a bit more of the bank than he's gotten rid of beforehand. And Serral, well, he needs to rebuild back up. He is pretty much maxed again. Morphing in those Banes, a few more Infestors coming out. And again, still mining the last bits and pieces off this top base. Maru has taken the 6 o'clock. There's that Nidus in the main. That might just pull Maru back a whole bunch as well. Serral giving himself time and maybe even position once more to attack those forward bases from Maru.
Spreading creep with a Nidus Swarm. The details that Serral executes in the midst of the chaos are insane. And Nidus Swarm pops up in the back. He doesn't really have anything there. The double drop Maru sent back should clean it up. He's got, of course, a big push in the top left side of the map, cleaning up the Nidus and the creep. There is an Infestor tracking it. The army's moving north. He's looking for the ambush. Maru's in the open. Terran in the open. Oh!
Just catches it as it unburrows, but the open army is going to just be jumped on anyways. Didn't even need the fungal growth to come through. A lot of those units on the left side go down, but the ghosts are good against the Lings, especially cloaked up with no Overseer nearby. And so Serral does not get what he wants, and the last few Lings get Widow Mined in the corner. Serral rebuilds again, but his bank is getting lower and lower.
This is a huge problem, honestly. It feels like Serral's been way ahead for ages, but he can't finish him. And that bottom base is mining for Maru. The fact that the minerals are out for Serral, Maru's taking these last minerals. I mean, Serral's had the income advantage times 1,000 for so long, but he's mined it all out. It's back now. The first time in a while, Maru had a tiny bit of income advantage. And honestly, the army supply is very similar. Serral's only got a few thousand resources advantage. And every time he's taking these big Widow Mine hits or these EMPs or these snipes, things are getting worse and worse. He hasn't landed those big fungal ambushes that got him the efficiency in the earlier stages. And Maru with a big army on the front, Serral is going to lose one of his few mining bases.
Is it Broodlord time? He made a bunch more Corruptors, Pig. I mean, I understand maybe chasing down these medevacts, but what else is he going to do? The Widow Mine here goes off. Somehow it wasn't as bad as it should have been. We catch a bunch of Marauders. We're still building Corruptors. That Corruptor fleet and flock is strong, but we will see what it gets used for as this Bioforce continues to come forward. We got this hatchery trying to rebuild the last little bits of economy in the top side for Serral. As Maru again, that income lead, he retakes the top left. He's taking the bomb because Serral doesn't have enough anymore to deny the bases.
And it's not even about income right now. It's just about the fact that if he gets the resources at all, which Maru's getting them because they're left on the map, Serral's already mined all his out. Serral needs to win a fight. He's making 11 Broodlords, which is the first time he'll have the range advantage in this game. Broodlord's one of the longer units, ranged units in the game. The Ghost can snipe them. He's going to have to use Infestors to guard them. 15 Broodlords. This is Serral's last big push. He has to do it with this army.
The beauty of it is Maru's too broke to add Vikings or to add Thors or anything like that, so it has to come down to the Ghosts. It has to be the snipes, and that's what the Infestors can do so well, as long as they don't get EMP'd, of course. We drop one fungal on the front line, though.
Nice fungals there, picking off a few of these Marauders. Going forward, one Infestor at a time is the trick, because you don't want them to get clumped up and get EMP'd. Serral's got to be careful against those Ghosts. The Ultraling Bane on the south, ready to flank as well. Great micro. Already, these Broodlords, the first time they showed themselves, getting big damage. Maru is going to wait for Viking support. He's going to build a bunch of Vikings while Serral rebuilds Infestors. That's a very, very good choice from both sides. Maru's income, of course, has been ahead whenever he's dropping mules. He's still mining the minerals in the top left and the bottom center. His gold base, I believe, is mined out.
Yeah, I think so as well. You drop another fungal here. These Broodlords still hunting for some damage. You drop a fungal on the Ghost as well. Can we capitalize? maybe not, but even just pushing this back is a big deal. All the rest that goes still hanging in the back. There's Corruptors out, so the handful of Vikings are not necessarily going to be the answer Maru wants them to be. I'm not sure you can afford enough Vikings to necessarily make a difference. Widowmine's going off on Brutalins is never fun either. These units are, well, past their sell-by date with Brutalins coming through, and Serral continues to push. He needs to progress into one of these bases, and he knows it. He's back to denying this top left-hand side. Couple Widowmines left here. Gonna connect on Corruptors. Serral cleans them up, and now he gets on top of this location.
That command center is very important. Maru's going to try to defend it, but I don't know if he can right now. The Marauders up front, the Ghosts behind it. Problem is, he doesn't have much firepower. The Broodlings are so hard to take care of. The Vikings coming in. Fungal going down on the Vikings. The Broodlord's in trouble. The Ultra Bane trying to pull away. Snipes out of land. Fungal's countering. The Corruptors coming forward. Another Fungal landing. The Medivacs pulling back. The Ghost getting hit by Banelings. Massive Baneling hits on the Ghosts.
There's so much going on. The Corrupted Broodlord is all that's left. The Ghosts are almost out of energy, which means the Broodlords are going to turn back into them for a few seconds. It is going to be Maru to lift up and back away. 114 to 60 series supply. The banks are devastated. Maru, he wants to retake this base again. Serral's going to say, no, 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 I cannot let you take this base. So he's going to force that to lift up again, push this back as Serral fights for every scrap of economy on the map at this point. 5 Vikings building at a time. Serral only has so much anti as the orbital goes down. The Ghosts do not find themselves any infestors.
Ooh, I thought a big EMP could land in the middle of the Infestor Viper. Serral cannot leave them sitting out there. So much of Serral's army value is represented by his spellcasters, and we know that EMP can wreck them. The same way, of course, if Maru's remaining Ghosts get caught by, say, a few Fungals and Banelings, same thing, it's game over, it's lights out. Serral has a massive army advantage. It looks like it's in his favor. It looks like it's almost game over. And I think these minerals up here are about to go down, though. So 2 mineral patches for Serral. Does he have any minerals in the bottom right? I think he's got 2 mineral patches. If we can click the individual minerals, we've got 400 minerals there. And we've got about, oh, he's got a lot. About 600 there. Oh, we found an 800 mineral patch. That's massive. So he's actually got maybe 2,000 more minerals he can mine from. Maru, he's got, does he have anything in the bottom left?
I don't think so. Just on the 6 o'clock, which is what? 25 minerals. Oh. He's broke. He's super broke. Oh, this Infestor just chilling here. We've seen those be deadly so far as Maru has to make a play to this top left. He needs these minerals, I think, but is his army good enough to fight right here and now? Ghosts are coming forward, looking for the EMPs, gets fungled instead. The Infestors protect themselves. We try and fight off the mules and SCVs on this top left.
Maru, long distance mining. He's spamming mules to steal these minerals. He might get 1 or 2 trips at most, 25 minerals per mule trip, but the Broodlord's denying quite a few of those. At least he's removing minerals that Serral could mine, but he doesn't realize Serral left a few of those mineral patches in his back bases. That's where Serral is getting most of his income from right now, and he's adding more Infestors, more Corruptors, Cloaked Ghost coming forward. There is an Overseer there in the mode that gives it extra vision, though. The creep coming forward as well. Serral is doing such a good job of controlling the space. The Overseer goes down. There's 2 more on the right. Oh, man, what a close game. Maru has honestly absolutely earned the respect of the world. We've talked about his late game being amazing. Doing this on this map with Serral having the start that he did has been just amazing. Whether or not he can bring it back from here, and it's looking like it's going to be very tough to do so, I have so much respect for how both of them have played this out.
Absolute dream of a TVZ, and I mean the fact you're fighting over these top left minerals, drones and SCVs taking turns long distance mining. Serral is hunting with these Infestors. Needs to be careful of the EMP. Fungal only lands on a Marauder. Now we get the Medivacs as well. What else can we find as another Fungal comes in? We're just hunting down whatever is available. A Liberator shows up to try and keep this zoned away. Serral much more control of this top left now. Those final few drones just grabbing a couple extra minerals, and with every mineral we just add in a Spellcaster, an Infestor or a Viper, things that can help you in the long run here.
Hey, is about 100 minerals there on the wall that players do tend to forget about. We just saw Maru kind of scratching his face and looking quite dejected. There's no more minerals to mine for him, so he has very little play that he can do. Another there kind of moment of him going, what can I do, man? What can I do? He fought this out like a legend. And a legend indeed he is. I mean, you don't win 7 GSL titles without being one of the very best the game's ever seen. But on here, map 2 in this grand finals, a massive tournament. And what a way to cap it off this is going to be, this grand finals. It's already starting with fireworks. It obviously will feel bad if you end up going down 0-2, but you got to take into account that this map here was the worst map you'll have to play. The only real pain, I would say, is losing map 1. That's the one that's more frustrating for Maru. As long as he can center himself and get that calm thought, not be too obsessed with the score line and think about that, because 2-0 looks intimidating. With the maps that'll come after this, it isn't nearly as intimidating as it could be.
See Serral, just going to value every mineral there, dropping fungals on the mules. They will never get away. Just try and stop them mining because these minerals can be his, and that's just how he enhances his army even further. He's in no rush anymore. He knows that Maru is pretty much out. He knows he doesn't have much else left to mine from, so he's happy to sit here in long distance and just build up the best army possible so that when it comes to this one final fight, he is guaranteed to take this down. So that is where we sit. That's where we stand. And Serral, I mean, the supply difference now about 100 up, and you're right, Big. I think as Maru, you're probably in a way thinking, okay, I'm probably down 0-2, thinking a little bit about what we're going to do in game 3. And again, taking encouragement. If you can get to this stage of a game, boy, you are a monster.
He can force a draw. I mean, I was thinking he's lost, but actually he can force a draw. There's a few famous games. Maru had one. Was it Maru Scarlet, right? On King's Cove? 2019, maybe? Something like that, yeah. He basically could have just lifted off and forced a draw, and he didn't think about it. Cure had a game last year versus Dark, same thing happened. It would have been very hard to do, but there's always that small chance. If he felt like dragging it out for another half an hour, he could have tried for it. It was a long shot, and he's a bit of a gentleman. He's like, you know what? For that slim chance, nah, let's go to the next one. What a fantastic game 2.
Just phenomenal. I mean, how many Infestors landed amazing fungal growth? It was just ridiculous. And then for Maru, off of all of that, to be really not in a great spot initially, to start pulling it back, I mean, there was just not the chance here, realistically, for Serral to end it, even after all of this. It just shows how terrifying Maru can be in those later stages. And like you said, I think that's got to be a concern for Serral in the rest of these games. Urgency, the reason to kind of get things done and to move through this is absolutely going to be there, because you do not want to end up in a scenario like this on a map with any less bases.
Yeah, he weathered the storm like a champion. Maru just hanging on. Honestly, with so many of these fungal ambushes happening repeatedly, you really think, you know, you're like, come on, surely you're going to get taken down. He's just so solid. And the fact that he was smiling and laughing through it, you know, it's rare that I think the random comment section or Twitch chat is correct, but I think definitely if you're playing at Serral to late game, getting a second starport on the tech lab and building the occasional Raven actually makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, just even if it's just lurking on your army, sometimes it's going to accidentally grab that Infestor, right? So yeah, GG called in the end there from Maru. Serral takes a 2-0 lead in the Katowice Grand Finals. These guys do not need a break. They are ready to keep it rolling, man. 40 minutes and Rowdy said, no, it's okay. Let's get to hard lead then for this game 3.
Bathroom breaks are for the week, Wardy. They're going to go straight on into the next one. They are already demanding that they start. Both players very focused and ready. There's definitely a few moments where Serral looked a little bit perturbed, but he managed to calm his emotions and continue to stay focused. I've noticed a difference in his demeanor in the last 6 months. We don't see a lot of the kind of frustrated, angry hair tussling and kind of fidgeting in his chair like we saw. I feel like there's a new level of focus he has where you can still see the frustration in his, you know, pursuit of perfection and never being satisfied, but it just feels like he's a little bit more controlled.
I'm with you, man. And, you know, coming into this event, it's the best he's looked in one of these biggest events in a very long time. As in the top left, we're going to start game 3 off with the red Terran player. Let's give him some love. Let's make some noise. Let's get some power to this Terran. It is Maru.
He's going to need to get the comeback train going. But down here in the bottom right, this man has not made that easy for anyone in this tournament. His entire goal has been to stop his opponent from having any fun playing StarCraft today. It has been an absolute menace playing against him. In the bottom right side of the map, representing Basilisk, looking for the 3-0 lead, it is Serral. Taking the wind out of his opponent's sails very often today. Maru usually a trickier beast to stop in his tracks. Curious to see what Maru's going to bring out. Another high ground barracks, no 2 Rax Reapers or anything like that. I think this is a really good choice. We saw the big Roach push in game 1, and I think Serral has a few more of those up his sleeve. If you put your buildings on the low ground, he's going to punish you. He's very good at denying, especially if you're top spawn and your tech lab's on the outside of the wall, you're going to lose stim for sure.
You're just asking for trouble, right? Serral is not afraid to just play those more aggressive setups, those more aggressive styles if he feels like that is, you know, what's going to get him the wins, and he will do that, and especially at that 2-0 lead as well, able to kind of get to that point where, you know, now he's got a little bit of room to play with as well in the series. Of course, we do with hard lead go back to this being a Maru map pick. So this is going to be his next best chance. I mean, if you don't win this, not only are you 0-3 down, but you're back to a Serral map pick for game number 4. It is even more of an uphill battle, obviously. So Maru needs to find something here on hard lead. He needs to get a little bit of love going for himself at the start of this one. We'll see what his style is going to be. We see if Serral has something else planned for a map that's typically, you know, fairly nice for Terrans. Does Serral have something to kind of offset that in the early game like he did on Hecate?
Yeah, I wouldn't mind Serral going for something like a 60 drone, 3 or 4 gas, just massling Bane play. The Terrans obviously almost always sending out most of their Marines and medevacs to pressure, and if you hide those units, wait for them to move out, do the big counter bust while defending at home, could be a great move. Dark used that a few times back in 2022 against Maru to great success in the Valencia finals.
Yeah, that's actually very true. We casted that one as well. That was a great series back then. And our link speed sits halfway done. That 3cc coming down once more, so we are going to see Maru heading into a little bit of an eco focus here on hard lead, not looking for anything too wild immediately or too heavy pressure focused. And you have the Marine just edging out the Overlord from the base. Now Serral will try and come back with that later on for some further scouting.
Serral's too good with his scouting, you know, Overlord speed and all this sort of stuff. He does it so often. It does feel like if you lean too hard into special tactics, it's a very high percentage Serral scouts them, and then he just starts to shut everything down because he knows how to be very safe against it without overcommitting, and he builds an advantage, and then obviously that's a slippery slope where he scouts the next thing you're doing, then you're even further behind. Maru's ability to put on pressure in that in-between stage, light pressure, not overcommitted, kind of leaning forwards and backwards and only committing when the opening is available. It's a great way to play it out, and no surprise to see Serral going roaches on this map. Pretty much every time he plays hard lead, he's going roaches.
Yeah, but that Roach comes down immediately, and it's just one of those ones where it gives you control. You have the option of a bit more pressure if you want it as well. And if the Terran just tries to do something, gets set up quickly or try to take a position, Roaches are so good at dislodging that initially as well, or at least stopping to get in position a lot of the time. As the Lings get through for the full scout there, not really much to tell. I guess no add-on on the starport, for example, is the sort of thing you pick up on. So it is a Viking popping out of there initially, now the Liberator coming through. As Serral's Rotron is going to finish, and he's got a bit of gas to spend. He's going to make the first few Roaches right now.
Oh, a bunch more Lings on the way and Roaches. Serral's going to be very aggressive. This is a Ravager Ling. And you know what? Scouting that there was no tech lab on the starport, he knows it's not Banshee. This is reactive. I think he was probably thinking, you know, maybe I'll do this, but seeing that, he's like, oh yeah, you're not going to have Banshees. Ravager Ling can be very powerful off 38 workers, 3 gas. He's building these. He's got to disguise it, though. He has to hide what he's doing. I don't think he's fake transferred any drones to his third base. So if Maru's Hellions get in there, they can see, wait, that is not a proper Zerg economy. You must be making army. But Maru is so defensive with his Hellions right now.
Yeah, they're even pulling back for a few moments. Now going to re-engage forward. Knocks Crypto down, sees the first Roach. So he does pick up on it, and that is a fairly quick pickup, so you can get some bunkers down at the very least. The Liberator turns home as well with a little bit of time. We're even killing a Roach on the way home.
Nice.
With these Hellions. The more you do that, the better off this is going to be. The Ravagers begin to morph, more Lings on the way. Serral still committing through on it. Will he be able to break through this front wall?
Serral does not want to let Maru play StarCraft. I keep saying that phrase, but I really feel that's been his whole intention this tournament. There are no, I'm just going to macro to the mid game. He's always looking for an edge, and in this case that edge is killing you before the 6-minute mark. Maru has to pull all of the boys to mass repair. The few Marines he has are getting inside those bunkers, splitting 2 to a side. As these depots go down, he is going to be supply blocked. Maru has a siege tank on the way, but his Marine production's halted for now, and that's a lot of Ravagers. He could one-shot a bunker if they shoot all their biles at once, but look at that, nicely done. A Ravager sniped by the Liberator. The mass repair is fantastic. Maru's hold is really good so far.
Position is absolutely spot on. The Liberator far enough back, it's difficult to get. Now we're going to dive forward. The Lings are going to have to do most of the work here. We hit a lot of SCVs though with those biles, and now the Lings still deciding how they're going to do this. If they clump up, those Hellions are going to have a good time. More biles, the SCVs back in the way. The bunker goes down, the biles getting huge connections. Here is the siege tank, but so many SCVs have already been slain. 22 kills, and the Ravagers are still in the natural.
That's not enough damage just yet for it to be fully worth it, but he's not done yet. Those Ravagers and Lings are still doing well. Engineering bays, oh, those upgrades are about halfway done. Nice snipe on the first one. Armor does get denied. Coming down that ramp is Maru. He's got to be careful. Lings are still rallying in here, getting his army surrounded. Oh, Maru, blew it out.
but he did not want to lose his upgrades, and that was a huge misstep. He had to let those get sacrificed. Serral was massively committed, and don't get me wrong, I think Serral might have had a lead after denying the upgrades, but Maru getting lured to the low ground was a crucial mistake. He could have played that out from a little behind, but he was not willing to give up the upgrades. He thought the reinforce was done. Serral hit it, and that was brutal.
Absolutely brutal, because I kind of felt like, okay, this was bad, but maybe you have the recovery. It's triple CC. You were a bit greedy, sure, but Serral took so long to drone, but then you lose that army. And then it's just, you can't do anything from there, obviously, hence the GG. And suddenly, Serral sits one map away from his second Katowice championship.
Ooh, absolutely massive. And you know, last time Serral won here in Katowice, it was a very close 4-3 over Rainer. It was heart attack inducing. He doesn't want that again. He'd like this to be a bit more one-sided in his favor. We talked about him maybe being afraid after map 2 of the late game on a Terran favored map. Hard-led Terran favored map. Guess what? Let's just get him before the 6-7 minute mark. It's a good way to do it. And he's just choosing his build so well.
Yeah, he really is, and that's the brutality of it. Like, he's such a good player, he doesn't need to do this, but when he does do this, it excels him as a player even further. It amplifies just how dangerous he can be, as we get a beautiful shot of the very passionate Polish fans here in the stage.
I saw Maynard on that banner.
Yeah.
Serral. Honestly, this has been fantastic from Serral. He's just looking so good. And I think as Maru here and being in his corner, you have to say, okay, on our map picks, you got to watch out for the roach aggression. 2 for 2. On our map picks, it's been roach aggression. Now we're going back into the Zerg map. This is maybe where you want to play a bit greedier. You want to go for the Viking, into the Liberator, those low impact units. But I think on those Terran favored maps, we may need to go for the Banshees because this man is ridiculous. Down here in the bottom left side of the map, up 3-0 in this best of 7. Representing Basilisk, he's looking for the finish. It is Serral.
It's time to channel our energy from around the world and in this stadium to try and give this man some power, because he needs it to reverse sweep one of the greatest of all time, to be one of the greatest of all time himself. Let's make some noise. Let's give some power to Vitality's Maru.
Oh, sneaky, sneaky. So this is the 2 barracks Reaper, I believe, but you've hidden the second barracks closer. If the Zerg goes for a quick third base, you can very well snipe it. You can also just get in and kill a few more drones. Just a bit more chaos, right?
Yeah, being able to just get that first Reaper, hear that little sooner off that barracks, it just adds those few seconds, which in a game like this really adds up to a lot. So you get in there, you deal some damage, you cause chaos, you interrupt and disrupt that a little bit more than usual. It really does just help, and it's not just the Reaper out of here first, but even the second Reaper out of here, that little bit of reinforcement boost, you can just sometimes knock a Queen over the edge that the Zerg wasn't expecting. So these are things for Serral to be careful of as we set up here on map 4.
Maru's mentality is truly being tested now. His ability to hold firm in chaotic and bad situations. Previously, before this series started, Serral did have, in series against Maru, a roughly 75% win rate. That is a very big one, but a lot of that was online. A lot of people said, you know, it's never really been the big giant series on a big stage. And it's going to be interesting to see how both players hold up there. Serral's always famously said that he doesn't play better at LAN. People say, wow, how are you always so good at LAN? How are you so good at these live tournaments? He said, no, I don't play better. Everyone else just plays worse. I play the same.
That's true.
It's such an astute statement, but it's true. He just doesn't lose value, and I feel like there's so much more focus. His preparation is on point. Oh, nice sport trick to start, but Maru gets his first snipe. Great micro.
Yeah, but here I can see second spore crawler coming down. The Queen having to work its way through the maze of spores. We do have a second drone kill. The Ling's very nearly getting us around. That was dangerous. There's a Queen on the low ground too. One of these Reapers is hurting and it will go down, so already paying a price. Here early is Maru, and that's some of the continuation power now lost out on.
And Serral's not opting for a quick third or anything like that. He's not being too greedy. He's just got the fast Ling speed, which of course will stabilize and shut this down. Maru going 3cc behind it, has to lift his second barracks and start to float it backwards. Looking for the Zergling. Serral's pullbacks have been crisp. Even pulling back the Reddit point Zergling there, it's these little details denying damage, making it hard for Maru. And the focus fire, another Reaper goes down. He did get a drone. It's not really worth it though. Serral has been shutting down this proxy Reaper quite hard.
Yeah, it's just losing Reapers is almost always bad because you want to keep the pressure up as long as possible. If you have those Reapers, you might slow down the third base being taken. Even when Link Speed kicks in, a couple of Reapers, you know, if there's 4 of them, they can kind of stick around a bit more. Now they have to just go home. Serral is free to do as he wishes, and that's all because the defense was good as the double factory follow-up back at home here from Maru.
Show us that Ghost Mech, mate. I think it was a game versus Dark in MC7 where Maru went straight 5 factory mech into Ghosts. Yeah. That was a beautiful game. He played this against Serral, actually. I think it was the year he won 2 years ago in the group stage as well. And he defeated Serral. Serral looked like he couldn't quite keep up with him in the late game. We went, yeah, this is awesome. This is like the best late game. I don't think Maru's ever played mech into Ghosts ever again since Serral, since that one time. We're like, but it worked the one time you did it. Please, even if it doesn't work, can you at least show it to us so we can see why it doesn't work, so we can learn? Because Maru, I mean, when he plays mech, dude, he's on another level. His Hellion run-bys are going to be great. He's got all-consuming Cyclone play. And then he'll just swap into tanks, add the Ghost, get to that late game, and he is a very powerful late-game player.
Oh, yeah, no, he really, really is. It's just terrifying as well because with mech, it's so difficult to break him down early. There's a couple timing windows, but if you miss that window, it's not like when you're playing against Bio where it's like, okay, I'll regroup and go again. The window is generally shut, and then you're forced into that later stage with Maru being as good as he is with mech. Terrifying to play against. Hurricane Thrust is on the way, so we're focused on Cyclone Speed here early, as Maru's shown us his intentions for these early minutes.
3 Cyclones at a time and a Hellion. Cyclones are not terrible versus Zerglings, but they're not great either, so you have a few of those Hellions with their splash damage backing them up to punish. Normally, if you realize what's happening, Mass Zergling can be amazing if you get the big surprise surround. But otherwise, you need Ravages. Banelings can obviously help with surrounds, but usually it's Roaches and Ravages that are going to stabilize you. We found that Hydras are not optimal. Talking to a lot of the players, seeing Heromarine just destroying so many Hydras, and I remember speaking to Serral about it. I was like, what do you think about the Hydras? And he was saying, if you scout it late, Hydras, you kind of want to just stick on the Hydras. You don't want to go back to Roach Tech and start the Roach speed so late. And I kind of pressed him on it, and I said, but okay, but like, if you were in the shoes of these other games we saw of other Zergs like Solar and Scarlet and everyone struggling against it, and he said, oh no, I'd still go Roaches. I'd go Roaches, I'd try to get some Infestors out to fungal these Cyclones and Hellions, trap them in place. And part of the reason is the Roaches are just so tanky for their cost. 145 hit points, there's no bonus to Mechanical against a Roach. They can absorb endless Cyclone damage, whereas Hydraling Bane just crumbles too quickly.
A few Banelings setting up here, as this is going to be the start of this Cyclone Hellion attack. Maulings on the way, Serral is going to be realizing it now as he gets ready. Again, as many units as possible. If you can get the wraparound, then Banes crash in, then brilliant, but that's going to be, not easy to find. There's a few Lings engaged to the top side already. They go down, so Serral may have taken some losses. He has a lot of Queens here to help with the defense.
Yeah, that's a lot of tanky lasses there. They're going to be able to transfuse each other and stop this from getting too much damage. Finally, one Queen does fall. Blue Flame's on the way, but only just starting. The Cyclone Hellion need to not get surrounded. But he's doing good damage. Maru's up to 58 workers. He's not got a 4th command center finish just yet or anything like that. He's really quite committed to this push. No armor he's upgrading either. Cyclone's picking off Banelings. Big Ling run by behind though. Uh-oh.
Yeah, this is what Serral was setting up with. He was sending all his Lings on the other side of the map. Couple Cyclones don't fare well on their own, but the SCVs did get in front. Now these Lings are going to return back home, maybe looking to try and help with a surround. The Banelings getting so close to Bane speed, but it just isn't there yet. Now we turn back around on the ramp. The Lings trying to find the surround. It lets a few Banelings connect, and the Cyclones are hurting. And Serral will start to clean up, but the reinforcements of Maru are here as well.
Well done by Maru. He didn't really lose any SCVs. His new rally reinforcing. This is relentless. There's no Roach Warren. There's no Hydroden. It's just Lings, Banes, and Queens. The Roach Warren now going down in desperation. But you can see Serral's face. He realizes he's up against the wall. And Maru, a lot of people I'm sure out there were doubting him. They were thinking, oh gosh, we're going to see a 4-0, aren't we? We finally get that finals we've been waiting for between these two, and it's going to be one-sided. But no. Maru is not done yet. Uh-oh, there is a flank north of him, though. He's going to be careful about getting surrounded. If those Banelings can connect, they are very effective.
Yeah, it's actually some Banelings in that army as well as the Lings look for the wraparound. Some of these Cyclones at least surely get caught. Most of them are slipping away. Banelings connect on the Hellions, but then as he try and retreat, the Cyclones will get even more value, and that is just not good enough for Serral. As Baneling after Baneling goes down, and Maru will continue to control the map. As upgrades are going to finish from Serral, but that is a far stretch from what you're hoping for. He is getting a few roaches out, but maybe too little, too late.
Aliens go in the mineral line, get some good shots off, but oh, nice links around Maru going a bit deep with those blue flame aliens, but he's so good at pulling back and spreading it. It seems like you said, he's butted up, he's greased up, he's cyclones. They just don't get caught. They're constantly peeling their way back. He's got to be careful about going too far. The Queens are low on transfuse, but he's also low on Hellions behind it. Ling Run By comes in, going to force Maru home momentarily. His 4th command center is quite late. He's got an amazing work account, but they're obviously on a very oversaturated 3 bases. If Maru can get a 4th and then a 5th base up in the near future, he's got 1-1 upgrade started. Of course, the 1-1 is finished for Serral, but this has got to be something that you've got to be careful of. You're kidding me. He gets the Roach Warren.
Placed on the front of that 6 o'clock base because I guess Serral was just there. He's like, well, it's out of the way for now, but when the Cyclones get over here, it immediately becomes a mistake. Roach speed is slowed, and that's obviously painful because now those roaches will struggle to reach these units which are constantly kiting away from you. Speed, such an important upgrade as the Banes turn again for some value.
That was a 0 APM ambush. He just clicked them behind the grass and then just looked away, and they did do the job. Took out a few Hellions, got some decent hits. Roach Warren number 2 is almost complete for Serral. He's got +1 range, +2 melee on the way. The pro gamers were mentioning about how if you don't keep upgrading carapace, it actually gets very problematic against Cyclones. If you end up on no or only 1 carapace and they've got +3 Cyclones, it is disgusting how much damage they do because they shoot so very fast.
Yeah. Well, I guess the only benefit there is at least the Terran upgrades were not coming super quickly, right? The double armory only finished a little while back. This was commitment to the units at first from Maru. He was switching as well. Back at home, siege tanks are now in production, so a different style of mech starting to be established. Some Lings getting some catches, and Serral feels like he's at least getting a bit of map control back, but arguably after Maru has done everything he wanted to get set up. Yes, the Balins, and Maru's not pulling away. Goodbye, mineral line 12, 16 SCVs, and that could be a turning point.
That's about the biggest response you're going to get of Maru. Just a slight slouch of the shoulders after that. That was not something he needed to give up. Remember, Battle Mech, you can get ahead on workers and still get taken out. Even though he's still up on workers after that, he's still in a good position. It's no longer a great position. Serral has the supply advantage, he's got the army advantage, and he's got core upgrades that he's needed for a while finally kicking in, like Roach Speed. Roach Speed, +1 range, Baneling Speed, all done. He's got an Infestation that's finishing up now. And Maru, whilst he's not killable, he's also not got a way of defeating Serral. And that is going to give Serral the room to make up the transitions, the tech, the creep spread that he needs to get properly established.
There was a Spider that came down instantly as he started up the Hive, so options there for the later stages. These few drones are not quite safe as they try and transfer across to that base. We'll take a couple units to clean these Hellions up. All 6 of those drones go down. You mentioned those Hellion run-bys. Well, this was a killer. 7 drones immediately. Maybe get 1 more at the very end here to make it 8. And of course, pulls Serral back a little bit as well, who haven't been so contained in this game. Creep spread is anything but what he wants it to be. It's barely out in front of the bases, a little bit more so in the middle of the map, but not super far. And that means that Maru will have pretty good freedom moving out through the center here and trying to set up in position to take some larger later game fights.
Now there's Maru transition from here. For now, it looks like a gigantic push. We don't see a big sign of like 6-7 command centers and ghosts. It looks like he wants to take the fight to Serral. Looking to carry forwards the advantage from the early game. Serral has a fantastic amount of numbers though, and a big Ling run by on the left side. A few tanks and cyclones aren't going to be enough to defend that. Great run by for Serral.
Yeah, lovely stuff. Just the orbital command here. SCVs going down. You get a few vital units as well. Makes these Lings so efficient. So many SCVs going down. 15 workers end up dropping. And now Maru's only sitting at 60 SCVs. This push is becoming more and more important to get something done as the Banes jump with the creep.
He needs to get massive damage done, Wardy. You're on the money there. The Lings are so annoying. They're in his 3rd base now as well. They already cleared out his 4th, but a good tank volley does clear a lot of Ravages. A few tanks do fall. The tanks are all unsieging. Maru, I think he's decided to stop going all in, but no, the tanks are moving forward. The Mad Lad is moving his tanks forward with very little support. Maru is insane. He is saying, no, 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 I've got a forward position. Let's keep on pressing the issue. Then you know what? It could be a game-winning move. It is a risky maneuver, though. Serral's Ravager's going to answer with a few piles. The front tank goes down. There's Cyclone Alien looking at pressure, but another Ling run by.
Orbital commands are not holding up right now as SCVs are dropping. Here comes Serral looking for Biles, looking for Lings on top of these tanks. He knocks a couple more down. He's not far off of those Vipers as well. Blinding Clouds or Ducks to help knock down the siege tanks here. And just Serral Serral causing so much trouble on Maru's side of the map. That has really been the hindrance. Otherwise, Maru would have had so much more to keep on pushing with. Now Maru has stepped back for a moment. He's still in the middle, but he's not sieged up towards Serral's bases. It's still that lack of creep that might hurt Serral more than anything else. But man, we're getting close to a great Aspire. The Vipers will have energy now as well. And just another couple Lings cause trouble.
Maru's got to be having flashbacks to that Game 7 he played against Dark in the Masters Coliseum recently, where he died to Ling run bys. It's a game that was really traumatic. It was very painful. Blinding Clouds all over the tanks. There's not many tanks here. There's only 4. Every single one got Blinding Clouded. Only a tank on the low ground getting a few hits off. The Cyclone run by on the left side is getting some good economic damage. He also catches the Queens on the right. It started as a terrible fight for Maru. He is getting a bit of value though.
Salvaging it a little bit. These Cyclones on that left side from that picture-in-picture will be going down. There's still Lings across the map, killing SCVs as these two scrap it out here on Alcyone. All those Cyclones end up dropping. The Cyclones on the south will be next as well. Nothing to protect them. So that's a full surround. Serral cleans up, and he is, for now, going to knock the final tank down. The game will settle for a second. Somehow we're still 90 to 80 workers after all of this damage.
I mean, Serral's lost like 10, maybe 15 drones this game. I think Maru's lost about 70, something like that, a pretty massive amount. As Maru looking a little bit frustrated because it's losing those workers. It was a huge amount of minerals. 58 workers going down for the Terran. And that's his entire supply disadvantage. And then some. Imagine those workers mining how much more stuff he could have at this point. He's trying to take a 5th on the far left, but look, Serral's getting ready for another attack. More Lings coming in. He needs to be walling off these sides. It's very hard to wall off that side. Maybe send some Hellions or put a Hellbat on hold position there. It's tough. Maru is trailing in the army. He's got +3 vehicle weapons on the way, but that planetary on the left, it's wide open.
Yep, absolutely nothing here at all. Serral finally finds the chance to be aggressive with more than just Lings, and he's going to blow up the mineral line as he goes. Blinding Clouds to push a couple units back. We abduct the Cyclones in as well for some extra value before we turn away and back this up. But you do have a bit of a chase from Maru, but Serral, I think, winning there because knocking that top left base down, hitting the economy, and guess what? It's Ling time yet again. They run into the right side, forcing the SCVs back once more. It's just endless.
This is a Deja Vu Nightmare edition for Maru. It feels like the Lings just keep coming over and over again, and he never is in position to deal with them. 21 workers extra going down. That means we are up to almost 80. Burrowed Infestors are now out there ready to catch him as well. More Lings on burrowing in the mineral line. Maru has a big army. He's got 2-2 upgrades. He's going to push forward and deny the gold, but Serral has got a giant force of Banelings rolling in and clearing the Hellbats. Massive engagement for Serral. Biles the front line of tanks and just tactically disengages. Beautiful play from the Finnish Phenom.
And he is going to get the GG as he becomes your Intel Extreme Masters Katowice 2024 champion. A rough early game, but he gets it done to lift this prestigious trophy.
Absolutely stunning victory there. Hard-earned, and he looked unstoppable today this entire tournament. He worked incredibly hard for this.
Oh yes, he did. It was absolutely stunning, his performance. I mean, he dropped one map to a Ling Bane skirmish against Dark. That is it. It's not like he had an easy route here, but boy, did he make it look so. This finals wasn't easy, and yet it was still a 4-0. He had to duel for it on Radu's set. Serral did it all, and he is a well-deserving champion.
Serral, it is one thing to win the IEM Katowice Championship. It is another thing to win it so decisively. It is my honor to present you with the Champion's Medal. Serral, what does it feel like to hoist that trophy once again? I know you understood the path, you knew the weight. This is familiar to you, but you've done it once more.
Yeah, it's still very heavy, but yeah, this is what I came for here, and I'm really happy. It feels just as good as it feels just as good as 2 years ago.
I'm so glad to hear it. I know you've been working for it. I know this was your plan, and you did it so decisively. Was there anything you feel like you did not get to do here at this tournament?
No, I think I gave this one my everything. And yeah, I didn't really leave anything in myself, and this was my full performance. I don't think I can do much better.
You did fantastic. You have so much to be proud of. I've asked you several times over the course of this tournament, where you've stood at this winner's podium several times, to address the crowd. But I want to give you that opportunity one more time. Come forward, stand at the edge of the stage, and tell the people what you'd like to tell them.
I want to thank everyone who has been here. It's a pretty packed crowd, and all the cheering has been absolutely fantastic. And it just feels amazing to play in front of the Polish crowd.
Everyone, your champion of IEM Katowice in StarCraft II of Team Basilisk, Serral.
An unbelievable final from Serral here, and it did not really disappoint. Those games were excellent, but Serral was on another level. 4-0 against Maru, making it look easy to a degree, but Maru put up a fight here. Joining me on the desk, I have Reina, Loco, as well as Rotterdam. Rotti, it was Serral back and never ending. It was insane what he just did.
It was everything that we know Serral know for, right? Like convincing, dominating, stunning. It almost felt that he had a relatively easy approach to the final, where he said, on the good Zerg maps, I'm just going to be Serral, I'm going to sit back, I'm going to macro, and I'm going to do my thing. And on the good Terran maps, I'm going to do whatever the hell I can to disturb your build order. I'm going to be in your face. If I win the game immediately, awesome. If not, I hope I get myself pretty far ahead. Honestly, it almost felt like it worked out perfectly, because that's exactly how the grand finals went.
And Reina taught me, I mean, like, looking at how this played out as well. Game number 2, Radu set almost the entire map mined out here. Maru he tried to have an answer, but there was nothing available to him.
I don't know, like, for me, that game was very impressive out of both, because, as we said, the map is very good for Zerg, and Maru held on, like, really well. So I was like, okay, if this is how he does on Radu set, then it's gonna be quite good, you know, on the other maps, but then he kind of just got bopped. So
you were hoping for mech?
Yeah, I was hoping for mech, yeah. I think Maru's mech is actually quite scary, and I think the last game was probably the closest, so.
Definitely so. Loco, looking at it as a whole here, though, I mean...
Yeah, I mean, incredible performance, right? He just looked dominant the entire tournament long. I think he only dropped a single map, if I'm not mistaken, in the semis. But other than that, I mean, it's just, incredible performance. It's obvious he's been practicing very hard, that he's been preparing for this. He seemed to know exactly what to expect from every single opponent, and the man's on fire.
I feel like we had an omen of it in that Masters Coliseum tournament, right, where everyone was saying wall-to-wall, Serral looked invincible, and we're here in the final with a GOAT versus a GOAT, and Serral looks almost invincible.
I mean, Serral looked very good throughout the entirety of 2023, but we don't often talk about it because there are 2 monstrous tournaments. IEM Katowice, he lost in the ZVZ to Ragnarok. Gamers 8, he lost to Solar. But if you don't focus on those 2 tournaments, Serral was actually amazing throughout 2023. Then we have 2024, it kicks off, big online tournament. Serral drops 1 series in the entire tourney, comes in as the top favorite. But even when he came in as the top favorite for this tournament, I really don't think anybody would have said, like, yeah, I see him winning it while dropping a single map and rarely being in trouble. Of course, there were moments where he was pushed, but this is as strong as Serral has ever looked. And don't forget that IEM Katowice is a tournament that he got so close in the past. He often came in as the favorite, and he didn't always close it out. This time, though, it really was the great Jonas Sutala show.
Yeah, let's take a look back at the highlights from this best of 7 as well, as we start things off with Hecate, and Serral does several things here, Reina. He just keeps running him over.
Yeah, I think the Fangos this series were legit impressive. Like the ability to just position the infestor or whatever. It was good for him, and just getting Fangos off like this, like that was a game changer, especially in game 2. But Serral was so good with his strategy this series, because if you think about it, the only even game, except the last one, was Radu set, and there's not much you can do on Radu set. Like first game, he got himself super far ahead. Third game, he just straight up killed him, and yeah. I mean, he was ahead in the last game as well after the failed proxy, so yeah.
Yeah, I was just going to say, those repeat fungals, man, they put a smile on my face because he keeps doing it over and over and over again. This game did look a little bit shaky for just a moment, right? But then Maru decided to go down to the low ground to try and save at least one of his engineering.
Right. Almost, I mean, Serral like goading him out, right, in this scenario. I mean, maybe it could have gone a little bit longer, but once you lose those upgrades, Reina, that's so impactful for the Terran.
Yeah, like the only thing that he had going for himself were those upgrades. I think if you don't lose the upgrades, then it's pretty playable. I would say he was ahead even. But once you lose those upgrades, it's pretty doomed. So
But all the little moments too, like this with the perfect detonations and just choosing the right amount of units at the right time, not really making any mistakes.
Yeah, final game comes along, Roddy, and obviously we had the mech attempt coming out from Maru, but too little too late.
It looked very promising, but Maru played it in a very greedy way as well, right? Where he just kept on making orbitals, and if you keep on making orbitals, you're so susceptible to those circling run-bys. And you don't need 40 links then to run by, just 8, 12 links. It just kind of disrupts the flow of this mech build order, and obviously with mech, especially with the Cyclones and the Helios, you really want to be in the Zerg's face. But as Reina said, the beginning didn't really work out. He wanted to do more with the Reapers. You lose a Reaper, it's just kind of a rough start, just like a lot of these other starts were rough. I mean, I think Ratu said, even though it's such a difficult Terran map, and Terrans always want to veto it, but he couldn't veto it this time because it's pick and then it's ban. So he banned Equilibrium.
Yeah.
He played amazing on Radu set, and there were real moments that we all thought, actually, it might be good enough for Maru, and he was so close. And you said those fungals put a smile on your face. They actually put a tiny, painful smile on Maru's face as well.
They did.
When he like dropped 3 scans and he still gets fungled, he's like, oh, come on, you're kidding, right? But I honestly do think that Maru played well, but he didn't really have a fair chance because everything that he had in mind, Serral had something to say about it before Maru could truly execute the plan. So, and just an incredibly smart series, incredibly smart tournament by Serral. Like it felt throughout every stage, whether it's group stage, quarterfinals, semifinals. The man had a plan, stuck with it, and executed it to perfection.
By the same token, I mean, Maru now, 2 Katowices in a row in the grand final. Unfortunately, he comes second, but I mean, can you really hold it against Maru? The first one, Oliveira was just playing out of nowhere. That was insane. And then it's Serral here, Reina. You can't hold it too much against Maru.
yeah, I mean, playing against Serral is never pleasant and it's never easy. That guy, especially like this tournament, as we said, he looked kind of untouchable. It shows how much he prepared and how much he thought he puts into his strategies. And yeah, you can't really hold it against Maru. A lot of people do lose against Serral.
Weirdly, surprise. It's kind of difficult. So Loco, I mean, looking at it as a whole here, the fact that Serral's now been able to do this, kind of almost back-to-back tournaments in terms of looking invincible, it gives a good omen almost for him now moving towards that Esports World Cup as well. He's looking great. We have amazing names already there. It's looking great.
Yeah, I mean, Serral seems to be the favorite in basically any tournament that he's entered, and that's been the case for like the last couple of years, right? Really like the last 5 years or so. Maybe even longer than that. I guess 2018 has been a little while already. But
oh, we're getting old.
Yeah, we're getting old. But honestly, right now, we're kind of back to that, like, we're kind of back to that level that he was at in 2018 in my mind, right? I mean, obviously, Zerg has gone through a lot of changes. The game is very different, and
there he is.
He looked mortal over the years at certain moments, but right now he just looks far and away the best. Sorry.
If you're a 6K, if you're a 5K or a 6K Zerg, you probably have a real love-hate relationship with Serral, because on one hand you love him because he's playing your race to perfection and he inspires you. On the other hand, you're like, oh come on, they're probably gonna go through. Like, what's next? The Baneling loses a few more HP, Roaches become more expensive. It's like at one point it is just Serral out there. I mean, the boy is just incredible. Talented. He's so smart, and it is really impressive that he showed up this strong this time in Katowice, because you said it since 2018, but there were a couple of Katos, especially 2019, came in as the overwhelming favorite. Su stopped him. Next year is like, now he's finally going to win that one tournament he's never won before. It was Zest who stopped him. It wasn't easy for Serral. He got stopped quite a few times in his tracks to win IEM Katowice, but he has never looked better than he did throughout these last 4 days.
Of course, he is there with the crowd signing a few things. I can only imagine he's going to be there for quite a while here today. I mean, today has been an absolute speed run.
And he's always a champ about that, whether he wins or loses, by the way. Serral will always take his time, and if anybody wants a Serral signature, just stick around, because he won't leave until everybody's happy.
I'm going to start running then. I really I'm going to hang it on my wall or something.
There you go. There you go. All right. Well, let's get final thoughts here before we finish things up. Truly, Roddy, what are you thinking?
About the grand finals?
About everything. The tournament, Serral's victory, everything.
I feel like we had a lot of absolutely awesome games over the last few days. Some of those TVTs were fantastic with Clem, Bunny, Oliveira had a couple of amazing series as well. I think throughout I mean, the playoffs, of course, you have people that surprise you a little bit. Kind of wish that Gabe would have stepped it up a little bit, because sometimes these stories, we forget about them so quick.
Yeah.
Ragnarok, technically a great story, even if it didn't work out in the ZVZ. So I think a lot of players deserve the love and props and all the prize money they've won. I had a great time, Kalaris. I think you did a stunning job. Loved having Rainer on the desk over here. Rainer is not qualified yet for the Esports World Cup, by the way, so there's a good chance he's going to join us over the summer, and I'm looking forward to it. It was a fantastic time.
Just always open to other career options. Look at him. How rough it's looking lately. You never know, man.
Loco, final thoughts?
Yeah, I was just thinking back real quick over the games that Serral has played over the last couple of days, right? And it just happened earlier today where he had that series against Clem.
Yeah,
and he lost 4 queens against 5 Reapers in game number 1 on Equilibrium. And I was like, okay, that is pretty much unrecoverable. And then somehow, some way, he still managed to get back into the swing of things. He just looked incredibly dominant. And yeah, great performance right there. It's also really cool, like you said, Shin, of course, doing well. Heromarine having a really good showing in this event.
It's been a great tournament.
Yeah, it's been a fantastic event.
Gonna win Dallas?
Yeah, I hope so. I hope so. I mean, I'm not gonna say anything because I'm gonna clip it, put it on Reddit. Ah, man, look at this guy. But yeah, hopefully, I'm gonna definitely be doing my best. And practicing a lot. So.
Yeah. Hey, thank you very much for joining us here at the desk here for this finals, of course. Great to get your insights on the fact that Maru and Serral here in the grand final. Thank you very much, everybody, for joining us. Thank you very much for tuning in around the world. Thank you for being here in the audience as well. And you know what? Thank you to Serral for becoming a now 2-time Katowice champion, looking unbelievable whilst doing it, looking invincible whilst doing it. The Finnish phenom, once again, is here and reigns supreme. From us here, from everybody in the crew, that is it for the Intel Street Extreme Masters Katowice. We'll see you on the next one.
Out of the shadows, I've come to make a name, ready for battle, 'cause I got a thing to claim. Think that I'll crumble, I'll show you in the slide. Where you see me coming, better run for cover, 'cause I'm not slowing down, I'm never going under. I survived the pain, I know it made me stronger. So meet the monster, I came to conquer. When all the smoke clears, I'll still be on my feet, forget all of my fears, 'cause I know my destiny. I feel a champion waking inside of me. It's emotion, the legends spoken. This is my moment. Can't break my focus, know where I'm going. This is my moment. Where you see me coming, better run for cover, 'cause I'm not slowing down, I'm never going under. I survived the pain, I know it made me stronger. So meet the monster, I came to conquer.
Really making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of matches got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win. GG!
And it's all done. And Charlotte's winning. Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic. And they did it again in the grand finals. It's no good.
Intel Extreme Masters Katowice is brought to you by Monster Energy, the United States Air Force, and Intel.
Bye.